The apocalypse has descended, and the undead roam freely. The protagonist, Fang Lei, has acquired a domain. While others struggle for sustenance, Fang Lei enjoys a blissful existence within his territory. Chapter 1. Betrayal. This rascal dares to sell the batch of rice designated for destruction at the market. This could cost lives. Fang Lei's countenance darkened as he perused the report in his hands. It should be noted that Zhao Jincheng was someone Fang Lei had personally elevated, rising from an ordinary employee to the second in command within this company of thousands. Should he err, the implications would be profound for Fang Lei. Enraged, he glared at the receipt. At that moment, the door behind him swung open, revealing Zhao Jincheng, hands tucked into his pockets, humming a tune as he entered. Fang Lei unleashed a torrent of scorn. Zhao Jincheng, what treachery is this? Food is the lifeblood of the people. Our Shengshi company. What are you shouting about? I'm not deaf, Zhao Jincheng retorted, poking his ear with his pinky finger before continuing nonchalantly. It seems you've caught on. What tone is that? Do you not grasp the magnitude of the calamity you've caused? Fang Lei, seated with his hand pressed against his forehead, fell into a moment of silence before stating, "Retrieve that batch of rice promptly. If funds are insufficient, inform me, I will handle the board. They will not dare to touch you in my presence." "Dare not touch me? Spare me the jest," Zhao Jincheng scoffed, extending a sheet of paper towards Fang Lei. "Take a look at this." Upon glancing at the document, Fang Lei was rendered speechless. Notice of dismissal. "This. You are no longer the president," Zhao Jincheng declared as he took a seat across from Fang Lei, slamming the dismissal notice before him for clarity. "And the new president." He then produced another document, a presidential appointment letter, placing it before Fang Lei. Staring at Zhao Jincheng's name on the letter, Fang Lei's mind went blank. "What?" Fang Lei murmured, seated on the sofa. Zhao Jincheng gently patted his shoulder and whispered, "Because I have yearned for your position for quite some time." Fang Lei, gazing into Zhao Jincheng's avaricious eyes, felt an unfamiliar sensation arise. "I forged your signature to approach the board members, informing them that you were liquidating the grain. The board has long harbored discontent towards you, and they readily signed their names. As for becoming the new president, that was straightforward, a bit of subservience, and they would wholeheartedly support me." "You." Fang Lei pointed at Zhao Jincheng, his heart seething with indignation. In the world of commerce, he had faced countless cunning adversaries without suffering a scratch. Yet now he had been stabbed in the back by his own trusted lieutenant whom he had painstakingly nurtured. With matters having reached this point, further words were futile. Fang Lei rose to depart. "Don't be so hasty to leave. You haven't collected your salary for this year yet." Zhao Jincheng smirked, placing a contract before Fang Lei. Turning back, Fang Lei discerned the large characters spelling out land transfer contract. "I use your annual salary to purchase a vast expanse of land in the sparsely populated northern region. You can till the soil and grow vegetables at your leisure. But there's one stipulation. Do not ever return to Baidu. Otherwise, it won't merely be a matter of sending you north." Fang Lei cast a final glance at the towering buildings, his anger not only unresolved but intensified. After a steady ascent in his career, he never anticipated that he would be met with treachery from a white-eyed wolf. Instead of acknowledging the favors he had bestowed, Zhao Jincheng had viciously bitten the hand that fed him. "Zhao Jincheng, just you wait. I will surely avenge this grievance." Fang Lei clenched his fists tightly. He entered the car and instructed the driver to start. However, after a considerable time had passed, the driver showed no intention of moving. "This is President Zhao's designated vehicle. What are you doing here?" he replied without turning his head. "President Zhao? What a load of nonsense." Fang Lei gritted his teeth in frustration. Moreover, President Zhao has instructed that company vehicles are reserved for employees and should not be used to carry trash. So please exit the vehicle. Fang Lei stepped out, his face a stormy shade of anger as he slammed the door behind him. He hailed a cab to return home, then drove his Mercedes towards the northeast. He needed to arrive swiftly, as there were individuals awaiting him to finalize a contract. Traveling along the highway, he reached his destination by 4 or 5 in the afternoon. In a desolate suburb, after signing the contract outside, Fang Lei entered the courtyard. "This courtyard is quite expansive," he mused, surveying his surroundings with awe. The entrance featured 2 small buildings, while the rest was overgrown with weeds, enclosed by low red brick walls. The contract encompassed not just the courtyard, but also an additional 100 acres of land to the north. Gazing at the long-abandoned yard, Fang Lei was overcome with various sentiments. Suddenly, A series of numbers flashed before his eyes. 43 hours, 45 minutes, and 13 seconds. 43 hours, 45 minutes, and 12 seconds. The digits continued to oscillate, reminiscent of a countdown. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in his ear. Binding the strongest Lord system of the apocalypse. Binding successful. Current land ownership detected. Would you like to bind? Note: once bound, territory cannot be altered, only expanded. Fang Lei felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the system's voice, astonished that such a phenomenon had manifested within him. Despite his exhilaration, he refrained from hastily binding the territory and instead inquired further about the system. Half an hour later, he paused his questions only when the system prompted him again to bind the land. He had grasped the situation fairly well by then. In 10 hours, a colossal meteorite would crash into Earth, catalyzing a transformation of the world, as a rapidly spreading virus would annihilate nearly all flora and fauna, leaving only those with unique genes to survive. The territory function was a boon granted to the host by the system within his domain. The host could not only cultivate enhanced plants for survival, but also train a fiercely loyal army. The larger the initial territory, the better, as subsequently acquired lands would be subject to daily limitations and a formalization period, which could be quite cumbersome. Zhao Jincheng, who would have thought that, in a certain sense, you have inadvertently aided me, Fang Lei murmured, his eyes seemingly ablaze with an inner fire. Faced with another prompt from the system, Fang Lei decisively confirmed, yes. Congratulations, host, binding successful. There are 43 hours, 25 minutes, and 50 seconds remaining until the apocalypse. All functions are now at your disposal. System notification. The beginner's gift pack has arrived in your mailbox. Would you like to claim it? The arrival of the beginner's grand gift pack filled Fang Lei with excitement. As he contemplated the act of opening it, a system notification chimed in. System notification. You have obtained 1 level 1 soldier, 1 level 1 identification skill, and 1 kilogram of ordinary wheat seeds. Fang Lei raised his head and noticed a soldier kneeling before him, while a brown cloth bag mysteriously appeared in his hand. Turning his gaze to the soldier, detailed data materialized before Fang Lei's eyes. Soldier quality, level 1 profession, non-living health points, 20 stamina, 100, detailed description. A loyal soldier, a valiant warrior wielding a sword to defend the homeland, equally adept at farming. Chapter 2, Main Quest. Looking once more at the bag in his hand, the detailed information about the seeds appeared before him. Name: wheat seeds. Quality: ordinary. Growth cycle: 30 minutes. Detailed description: ordinary wheat seeds, with long-term consumption providing certain benefits to the body. A growth cycle of 30 minutes? So quick? Fang Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. Typically, wheat requires at least 230 days to mature. How could the system's wheat be resolved in merely 30 minutes? Without hesitation, Fang Lei handed the seeds to the soldier and casually pointed to a patch of land. Go plant the seeds. The soldier accepted the seeds, saluted Fang Lei, and proceeded to the designated area, diligently placing each seed into the soil. Almost immediately, green seedlings began to sprout from the earth, astonishing Fang Lei. As the president of a grain company, although he had never farmed personally, he possessed a modicum of agricultural knowledge. Generally, before sowing crops, the land must be plowed to break up large clumps of soil, maintaining the appropriate moisture and temperature for seed germination. He had never encountered seeds that could sprout rapidly in the soil without regard for soil quality, moisture, or temperature. Such remarkable vitality, Fang Lei marveled, unable to contain his admiration. Suddenly, the soldier paused in his actions. Fang Lei looked over and discovered that the soldier's stamina had diminished to 0. The durability is rather insufficient, Fang Lei mused, frowning slightly. He speculated that this might be due to the soldier's level. A level 1 soldier is the lowest tier. Perhaps higher-level soldiers would not exhibit such limitations. Glancing at the flourishing wheat, he estimated that the planted area was merely about 10% of an acre. A quick calculation revealed that cultivating an entire acre would require 10 soldiers, and thus, 100 acres would necessitate 1,000 soldiers. 1,000 soldiers? Nearly a whole regiment. Fang Lei shook his head, dismissing the notion of utilizing all the land. A soft chime echoed in his ears, prompting Fang Lei to turn his head. To his surprise, the first batch of crops had reached maturity. Approaching the golden stalks, he plucked a single grain and placed it in his mouth. As his teeth gently crushed it, Fang Lei's pupils dilated in astonishment. It was worth noting that their company was a leading figure in the grain industry, and, as the president, he could confidently assert that he had tasted many fine wheats. Yet, none rivaled the exquisite flavor of the one before him. The flour mixed with his saliva, enveloping every corner of his mouth, while the wheat's unique aroma surged into his brain, nearly overwhelming him. In an instant, Fang Lei's salivary glands went into overdrive as he instinctively swallowed the mixture that had formed. This is simply extraordinary, Fang Lei exclaimed, gazing at the wheat as he swallowed hard, then quickly stuffed a few more grains into his mouth. The fragrance enveloped him once again, and before long, he reached out for the wheat once more. No, I mustn't indulge any further. Consuming raw flour in excess can upset the stomach. I shall use this flour to steam some buns later. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hand. Meanwhile, the later planted wheat was also maturing, transforming the once vibrant green that symbolized life into a golden sea. System notification: ordinary quality wheat has matured. Would you like to harvest it? Harvest? I've never encountered this function before. Let's give it a try. Fang Lei responded tentatively. With a mere thought, the scene before him shifted dramatically. The wheat ears vanished, leaving only the neat stalks piled to the side. Congratulations, host. You have harvested 130 pounds of wheat, earning 130 points. Fang Lei had previously inquired about points. They served as the universal currency within the system, usable for various transactions and in the marketplace. With another thought, he opened a marketplace. A plethora of products appear before him. Everything here is so affordable. A potato that can unleash grenade-like explosive effects costs only 3 points. Recruiting a level 1 soldier requires a mere 0.1 points. Expanding storage space by 1 square meter costs only 100 points. Fang Lei rubbed his hands together in excitement. It seemed that farming would be his path to wealth. As he continued to peruse, he stumbled upon a familiar entry. Ordinary quality wheat seeds are 1 point per pound, while rare quality seeds are 10 points per pound. If the ordinary quality tastes this delightful, how exquisite must the rare quality be? Before he could ponder further, the system's voice echoed once more. Main quest initiated. Before the onset of the apocalypse, please complete at least one of the following. Task 1. In a hidden corner of this world, mutations have quietly begun. Locate and eliminate a mutated zombie to receive a bottle of double body enhancement potions as a reward. Task 2. Demonstrate the magnanimity of a lord by recruiting 1,000 subjects before the apocalypse, earning the reward of a complete set of the Xianxin cultivation technique. Task 3. As a lord, how can one be without wealth? Acquire 900 tons of rice to receive a tenfold food exchange reward for 7 days. Fang Lei swiftly dismissed the first task after reviewing 3 assignments. In a distant corner of the world, the lack of a precise location rendered the task futile. The world is vast, and where could he possibly search? Though the reward of the sunken technique for the second task was somewhat enticing, the endeavor seemed laborious and ungrateful. Setting aside the risk of being deemed insane, even if someone were to believe him, the issue of loyalty alone was enough to give him a headache. He had no desire to repeat past mistakes. As for the third option, having served as a president for several years, he indeed possessed numerous connections. Given his savings, acquiring 1,000 tons of rice was not overly challenging. However, this third task presented a significant complication. Transporting 1,000 tons of rice was no trivial undertaking. Compared to 100 pounds, which a moderately strong man could carry, the logistics of loading and transporting 1,000 tons would require at least a week. Even with workers laboring in shifts around the clock, the process would take roughly 3 days. Glancing at the countdown to the apocalypse, which indicated less than 2 days remaining, Fang Lei realized he was running out of time. Suddenly, he recalled the batch of rice that Zhao Jinsheng was supposed to destroy. If his investigation was accurate, that rice was not far from him, and if he arranged for immediate transport, it could potentially arrive by tomorrow morning. With this thought, Fang Lei drove to the bank. He mortgaged all his assets, which yielded 25 million in his bank account. In a world on the brink of collapse, real estate was worth less than refuse, and money had become nothing more than a meaningless figure. Thus, he felt no remorse. Selecting his phone, he gazed at Zhao Jinsheng's number and, after taking a few deep breaths, dialed. Upon connection, he was met with Zhao Jinsheng's derisive tone. Fang Lei, I assume you've made it to the northeast? How's the yard? No need to thank me. I specifically chose the most desolate one for you. Hearing Zhao Jinsheng's voice, Fang Lei's eyes twitched slightly. Just yesterday, he had referred to him as Brother Fang, and now he was addressing him by his full name. Suppressing his anger, Fang Lei articulated his purpose. 15 million. Will you sell me that batch of rice? Give me a clear answer. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by uproarious laughter. I thought you were calling to plead for mercy, asking me to show leniency and let you pursue internet business. Fang Lei, I truly misjudged you. I initially believed that despite your failure, you still possess some strength. I was ready to offer you a chance for a comeback. I even contemplated that if you kneeled and begged for my forgiveness, I would grant you an opportunity, and here you are, calling to buy that rice. And for 20 million? I suspect that's the entirety of your meager wealth, isn't it? Fang Lei's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Mocking his poverty? Asking him to grovel? Who was it that knelt before him years ago, begging for 2 million for their mother's medical treatment? When he lent Zhao Jinsheng the money, he had not hesitated nor imposed any conditions. Yet now, Zhao treated him with contempt, demanding he grovel while mocking his financial state. Enough of the chatter. Will you sell it or not? Fang Lei managed to force out through gritted teeth. Of course, I'll sell. Even though the price is a few million lower, do I truly need that little sum? Zhao Jinsheng replied with a chuckle. Selling it to you would give me peace of mind after all. You're the only fool who would buy such worthless goods. Deliver it within 10 hours. After hanging up the phone, Fang Lei smashed his device into a million pieces. With another word, he would have lost control of his emotions. Zhao Jinsheng, we shall meet in the apocalypse. Chapter 3. Are you trying to scam me? Trucks loaded with sand and gravel continuously arrived at the yard. The rice was dumped directly onto the ground like sand. The large trucks were loading and unloading from day until afternoon. 1,000 tons of rice were here, and Manager Fang could count them carefully. A plump man with a big belly approached Fang Lei with his hands behind his back, looking down and speaking condescendingly. Fang Lei glanced at the piles of rice in the yard, sneered, and said, "No need. If we check this, it'll take until the monkey year to finish. Bring the machine over." This fat man was named Wang Dishing, who a few days ago had acted like a father, trying to stuff things into his own pockets. But now that he wasn't the company president anymore, he still called himself Manager Fang, but spoke in a condescending tone. Manager Fang is straightforward. Wang Dishing put away the machine and gave Fang Lei a thumbs up, his eyes darting as a false smile suddenly appeared on his face. Manager Fang must have saved quite a bit of money over the years as president, right? What do you mean? Wang Dishing's smile made Fang Lei very uncomfortable. I came all this way, Manager Fang wouldn't he just let us go like this, right? We've already spent 20 million. Isn't it fair to take care of our running expenses? Wang Dishing smiled and leaned in, putting his arm around Fang Lei's shoulder. Don't come with that. Fang Lei pushed Wang Dishing away, brushing off the dirt from his shoulder. You're running errands for the company. Why should I pay you? Besides, hasn't the company paid you a salary? Running errands fee? Wait until your legs are broken before I pay you. Fang, don't talk to me in that superior tone. You're not the company president anymore. Wang Dishing's face darkened a little. What if I insist on this money today? No, Fang Lei replied decisively. Back when he was in charge, he strictly investigated bribery, and now this guy had the audacity to demand it from him. Dishing, what's wrong? At that moment, a middle-aged man jumped down from the truck. The man had a fierce look, scars all over his cheeks, exuding an air that was hard to mess with. Brother Long, you came at just the right time. This guy is being stubborn. Can you enlighten him? Seeing the burly man, Wang Dishing immediately put on a flattering smile. Fang Lei felt disgusted by this smile. It reminded him that Wang Dishing had once smiled like this when he was by his side. Kid, you're in trouble now. It's not too late to beg for mercy. Just honor me with all the money in your card, and we can let this go. The man casually flicked his wrist, and a baton appeared in his hand. I say this for your own good. You live in this remote place, and there is not a soul around. If you disappear, no one would even notice. The man slowly approached, casually swinging the baton, shattering Fang Lei's car window. Fang Lei looked at the shattered glass on the ground, raising his eyebrows. Fang Lei, don't be ungrateful. My brother Long is a notorious tough guy in the underworld. Hurry up and hand over the money. It's for your own good. Wang Dishing leaned close to Fang Lei, a wicked smile on his face. With a raised eyebrow, Fang Lei kicked Wang Dishing in the stomach. Wang Dishing let out a wail, rolling on the ground several times before stopping. So disgusting. Fang Lei looked at Wang Dishing, frowning. Good kid, you're asking for trouble. The man spat on the ground, casually tossing aside the baton, then pulled out a dagger from his waist. Fang Lei picked up a shovel and stepped forward, but at that moment, someone blocked Fang Lei's way. Honorable master, please leave the fighting to me. How dare this trash offend your dignity? As your loyal servant, I will give him the harshest punishment. Fang Lei suddenly remembered that this was a soldier gifted by the system. But seeing the soldier now, Fang Lei was puzzled. Your endurance value? You don't need to worry about me. This kind of trash is no match for me. My endurance value is already fully restored. Don't take lives. Fang Lei said, stopping in his tracks. Testing the strength of this soldier was something he had wanted to do for a long time, and this was a good opportunity. The soldier knelt on one knee before Fang Lei, drew his sword, and slowly approached the man. What? Want to play? Just right. I've been driving all day. I need to stretch. Brother Long smiled, reversing the grip on the dagger and bending down. Come at me. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Just knock you out and strip you, then tie you up in the busiest place in the city center. The man laughed a few times, then beckoned to the soldier. The soldier took a step forward, darting out like an arrow. Before the man could react, the sword swept across and hit his face accurately. The man cried out in pain and fell to the ground, unconscious. Fang Lei looked at the unconscious man, silent for a moment. Originally, he wanted to see the soldier's strength. What can be seen from this? He fell down in one hit. Is the opponent too weak, or is the soldier too strong? Brother Long. Wang Dishing screamed in terror. The soldier looked at Wang Dishing, who trembled all over. Master, how should he be dealt with? Fang Lei looked at the trembling Wang Dishing and said, I'll give you a task. Tie him up in the city center, then send me a photo. After speaking, Fang Lei waved his hand. Wang Dishing sighed in relief, carrying the man back to the car. Fang Lei, remember this. This isn't over. Wang Dishing got into the car, peering out the window and cursing at Fang Lei. After finishing, he stepped on the gas and quickly left the yard. Master, I don't understand. Why did you let them go? The soldier sheathed his sword and knelt before him. Fang Lei watched the car disappear. A murderous intent flashing in his eyes. In modern society, killing is illegal, but if they dare to come again in the apocalypse. I see. Society has its rules, and the apocalypse has its rules. Before the apocalypse arrives, one must still adhere to social norms. Your composure impresses me. You are indeed a lord with great charisma. The soldier knelt on one knee and bowed to Fang Lei. Fang Lei nodded in agreement, but then suddenly sensed something was off. From the moment the soldier actively stood in front of him to now flattering him, he realized that this system-summoned being was not just a robot, but a real person with flesh and blood. It seemed that he had his own independent personality, temper, and character. As he thought about this, Fang Lei felt a shiver run through him. If he wasn't mistaken, could he have a fully loyal team, an army, or even a nation? Holding a skeptical attitude, Fang Lei tentatively asked, Soldier, what is your name? Wang Jiqing, the soldier said, bowing his head. You protected me. What reward do you hope for? Fang Lei continued to ask. Protecting the master is what a subordinate should do. Being able to stay by your side is my highest honor, Wang Jiqing said, bowing again, then looking up at Fang Lei. I want to level up, if possible. It would be best to advance to level 5 or above. Once I reach the hero level, the genes sleeping within me will awaken, and my strength will undergo a qualitative leap. At that time, I can serve you even better. Fang Lei looked at Wang Jiqing's eager gaze, feeling more and more that this system was becoming increasingly interesting. Chapter 4 Upgrade to Full Level Upgrading Levels? Sure. Fang Lei agreed immediately. After consulting the system in his mind, he reached out and pressed his hand on Wang Jiqing's forehead. The panel appeared before Fang Lei's eyes once again. Wang Jiqing quality, level 1 soldier profession, none health points, 20 endurance points, 87 100 detailed description, a loyal soldier, a warrior defending his homeland with a sword, and equally capable of farming. Experience, 0, 1 in addition to the basic attributes, an experience bar appeared below. Fang Lei shifted his attention to the experience bar, ordered an upgrade, and then a flash of light surrounded Wang Jiqing, and his information changed. Wang Jiqing quality, level 3 soldier occupation, none health, 100 stamina, 300 detailed introduction, a very hardworking soldier. He focuses on practicing swordsmanship, striving to protect his homeland and his master. Experience, 150 Wang Jiqing directly upgraded from level 1 to level 3. Fang Lei observed him after the upgrade, but did not notice any changes. What does it feel like to level up? Fang Lei asked curiously. Master, I feel my strength has increased several times, Wang Jiqing said, looking at his hands with excitement. Fang Lei rolled his eyes. He suddenly felt like he had asked a pointless question. Master, how gentle you are, always caring for your subordinates' feelings. I am willing to dedicate everything to you. Wang Jiqing looked at Fang Lei, his voice trembling with emotion. Fang Lei felt a wave of comfort and reached out to continue leveling up. However, at that moment, a system prompt sounded. Prompt. Current points insufficient for upgrade. Current points, 70. Not enough points? Fang Lei was unperturbed. There were still 1,000 tons of rice in the courtyard, which could be exchanged for points at any time. System prompt, detected 993. 512 tons of ordinary quality rice in the territory. Do you wish to recycle? Recycle. With a flash of white light, the mountain of rice in the courtyard instantly disappeared. Congratulations, host. You have gained 993, 512 points. Current points, 993, 582. Task 3 completed. Reward, tenfold food settlement for 7 days. Fang Lei looked at the numbers, unable to contain his excitement. Based on the purchasing power of the points, he had become wealthy overnight. Now that he had enough points, he continued to level up. With points in hand, Fang Lei was naturally generous. Leveling up bit by bit was too painful. If he was going to level up, he would do it all at once. A flash of light passed. Luan Jiqing's body changed rapidly. The originally robust Luan Jiqing began to thin out, his skin cracked, as if magma was flowing beneath. A pair of horns gradually emerged from his forehead, and his clothes were torn apart by a pair of bat wings behind him. Luan Jiqing leveled up to level 10. Current remaining points, 926, 932. Fang Lei opened Luan Jiqing's information, and the data in front of him was completely refreshed. Luan Jiqing Hero Quality, Level 10 Occupation, Demon King Health, 10, 000, 000 Stamina, 1000 Detailed Introduction, the Leader of Demons, the King of Evil. Cunning and evil yet loyal, possessing absolute dominance over earth and fire, willing to use any means for his master. Experience, full 10 million health? That's an incredible amount. However, his stamina had only increased tenfold compared to level 1, without explosive growth. Fang Lei looked at the data, dumbfounded. For a moment, Fang Lei wanted to test his strength. But who would he test it against? Himself? He could take out a thug in one hit at level 1, and now he was level 10. After testing his strength, would he then watch him kneel on the ground begging for his life? Forget it, let's talk about it later. Thank you for your generous gift, master. Luan Jiqing knelt on one knee again, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Fang Lei looked at his transformation, slightly frightened. He furrowed his brows at Luan Jiqing's appearance. Yes, master. I will change back right away, Luan Jiqing said, transforming back into human form. Though he was no longer as robust as before, he was now slender and tall. System prompt. Luan Jiqing upgraded from level 5 to level 10, granting 5 chances for a lottery draw. The system's voice sounded abruptly. Fang Lei was intrigued. It turned out there was a lottery system. After inquiring about the system, he learned that soldiers receive a lottery chance for every level gained after reaching level 5. Opening the roulette, a large circular disc appeared before Fang Lei. The disc was filled with various items, each marked with the item's level, making the whole disc look cluttered, causing Fang Lei's eyes to feel sore. With the free lottery chances, should he give it a try? Fang Lei felt tempted looking at the disc. On second thought, he decided against it. He stared at the words 10 consecutive draws for a long time before closing the lottery page. It is well known that the chances of getting good items from 10 consecutive draws are higher than from a single draw. Fang Lei never considered himself lucky, nor did he expect to get good items from a single draw. It would be more prudent to save up 10 chances and draw them together. As Fang Lei silently contemplated the lottery, Luan Jiqing interrupted his thoughts. Master, Luan Jiqing said softly. Uh-huh. Fang Lei snapped back to reality from the roulette draw. Did I pass your test? Luan Jiqing looked at Fang Lei earnestly. Fang Lei? Your earlier silence was not to evaluate whether I am qualified as a subordinate? Luan Jiqing opened his mouth. Fang Lei's lips moved. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't say them. He actually wanted to say that he was just lost in thought, but saying that would make him look incompetent. They had just met, and as a leader, he certainly wanted to leave a good impression on his subordinate. You are qualified, Fang Lei replied, following Luan Jiqing's words. Seeing Luan Jiqing still kneeling, he reached out to help him up. After Luan Jiqing stood up, he suddenly froze. After a moment, he became even more excited. No, you just tested my patience. It was not that simple, was it? You were also testing my execution of your orders, right? Since you didn't order me to stand up, it means my execution of your commands is not enough. A qualified soldier is a weapon in the master's hand, as long as it is the master's command. It must be executed perfectly. Fang Lei? What is wrong with this guy? I was really just lost in thought. You're overthinking it. Fang Lei looked at Luan Jiqing, feeling both amused and helpless. However, Although he was overthinking, his loyal attitude still made Fang Lei feel comfortable. As long as others do not betray him, he certainly would not betray others. Side quest: the apocalypse is less than 24 hours away. Please spend all the balance in your bank account before the end of the world. Reward skill, domination, upon the arrival of the apocalypse. Hearing the system's voice, Fang Lei's heart stirred. Domination? That skill sounds quite powerful, but he didn't know what effect it had. After asking the system, it provided a prompt stating that the skill could not be read as it had not yet been obtained. Fang Lei was not discouraged. He did not know the effect of the skill yet, and wouldn't he know after completing the task? Making money is not easy. Is spending money any easier? You continue to farm at home. I will go out for a bit. Fang Lei pointed to the remaining seeds. Upon receiving the order, Wang Jiqing immediately began to sow. Fang Lei turned and walked towards the city. Meanwhile, damn it, damn it, damn it. Wang Dishing slammed the steering wheel, hitting it harder each time. He had already switched to the company's car and was now on his way back to Kyoto. Fang Lei, I remember you. You a wasteful dog. Dare to be so arrogant. Wang Dishing said, suddenly revealing a dangerously sinister smile. But don't get too happy. This matter is not over yet. Do you know why I personally escorted this batch of rice? My mission is to see if Zhao Jincheng still thinks you have any ambition. Since you are so unappreciative and reluctant to spend a little money, don't blame me for speaking ill of you in front of Zhao Jincheng. Originally, you could have lived, but since you provoked me, you can go to hell. After I report, in less than 3 days, you will be a corpse. Enjoy the last moments of your life. Chapter 5. The apocalypse arrives, having returned late last night. Fang Lei immediately rushed to the company to report the situation after waking up at noon today. Fang Lei, you're dead. Wang Dishing exited the elevator with a fierce glare. Where's President Wang? Wait a moment, I'll go report. The bodyguard at the door nodded at Wang Dishing and then knocked on the door to enter the office. It wasn't long before Zhao Jincheng walked out in a shirt. The office door wasn't closed tightly, and through the gap, Wang Dishing caught a glimpse of a graceful figure. Zhao Jincheng shut the door firmly and walked into the adjacent conference room. You've worked hard. What's going on? Wang Dishing came back to his senses, swallowed, and immediately put on an angry expression. President Zhao, that Fang Lei isn't giving up yet. He found a lawyer and is said to be suing you for bankruptcy. I went to persuade him to stop making trouble, but he doesn't know what's good for him. Look at what he did to me. Saying this, Wang Dishing lifted his shirt to reveal a large bruise on his abdomen. Zhao Jincheng looked at the footprint on Wang Dishing's belly, his expression blank as if he were deep in thought. Seeing that Zhao Jincheng didn't react as he had hoped, Wang Dishing continued, President Zhao, Fang Lei can't be left alone. Do you know what he's saying about you now? I can't even repeat it, it's too ugly. And do you know? Fang Lei has your photo taped to his punching bag at home, and he has to hit it every day. We must get rid of him quickly. You want to make decisions for me? Zhao Jincheng's eyes widened as he looked at Wang Dishing. Wang Dishing felt as if he were pricked by a needle, shivering and immediately shutting his mouth. Nonsense, putting my photo on a punching bag? Unless he's gone crazy. But now that he has lost everything, going crazy isn't impossible. Zhao Jincheng laughed a few times, then a faint murderous aura spread. President Zhao, we can't let the tiger return to the mountain. Wang Dishing quietly glanced at Zhao Jincheng and whispered. Zhao Jincheng didn't scold Wang Dishing for his words, but simply savored the phrase. Soon after, it seemed that Zhao Jincheng made a decision, standing in front of the glass and quietly looking out the window. Fang Lei, since you're still not giving up, then I won't be polite. Huh, can't see anything clearly. What level of haze is it today? Zhao Jincheng suddenly felt something was wrong. The world seemed to quiet down suddenly. A sharp scream pierced the air, followed by a series of screams echoing one after another. Zhao Jincheng and Wang Dishing exchanged glances, realizing that something was wrong. They hurriedly walked outside. As Zhao Jincheng stepped out the door, he suddenly heard a beast-like roar. He stopped in his tracks and listened intently. Just then, the door of the opposite office suddenly flew open, hitting Zhao Jincheng, causing blood to flow from his forehead. Immediately after, a figure flew out from the room, easily pinning the 200-plus-pound Wang Dishing to the ground. Zhao Jincheng looked closely and was instantly shocked. That person? No, it could no longer be described as a person. The creature was grayish-white, covered in rot, with black blood oozing from the rotten areas. Its eyes were blood red, with no visible pupils. Although it still had a human shape, it showed no sign of rationality. A single word flashed in Zhao Jincheng's mind. Zombie. His back became drenched, a chill running down his spine. He felt fortunate that he was only hit by the door and not knocked down by that zombie. President Zhao. Wang Dishing gritted his teeth and shouted. Help me push it away. The zombie had immense strength, and Wang Dushing, despite being knocked down, couldn't push the frail body off him. Moreover, the zombie was constantly trying to bite him, although he was temporarily able to hold its neck. His arms were growing weak, and he couldn't hold on much longer. In a life-and-death situation, Wang Dushing didn't care about status and directly begged for help. The zombie continued to roar, and Zhao Jincheng, seeing this, was terrified and had no courage to step forward. Zhao Jincheng, save my life. I will be loyal to you for the rest of my life. As his strength waned, Wang Dushing no longer cared about formalities. Xiao Wang, I'll support you. The vice president position is yours. Zhao Jincheng didn't look back and turned to run. Blood stained everything in front of Wang Dushing, and darkness gradually enveloped him. Zhao Jincheng, you want to die a good death. 005-54. Finally back. Watching the truck drive into the yard, Fang Lei let out a sigh of relief. 5 trucks entered the yard, and Fang Lei got out of the first one. What a beautiful wheat field. The driver handed the delivery receipt to Fang Lei and glanced at the wheat field in the yard. Fang Lei looked at the wheat field and was somewhat surprised. Before he left, he had indeed ordered Wang Jiqing to plant wheat, but he didn't expect that in less than a day since he left. Nearly half the area in the yard had already been planted with wheat. After signing, a voice from the system immediately echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. The side mission has been completed, and the skill, domination, has been credited. Fang Lei was already interested in this skill, and after it was credited, he couldn't wait to open it. Skill name. Domination level 1, can be upgraded. Effect 1, can transfer and add subordinates' health and stamina, cannot add across levels. Effect 2, spend points to temporarily use subordinate passive skills. Skills higher than the skill level will consume double. After seeing the detailed skill introduction, Fang Lei suddenly remembered a question. Yesterday, he had leveled Wang Jiqing to the max, but he hadn't paid attention to what his abilities were. Max level sounds impressive, so his skills must be dazzling, right? Just then, Wang Jiqing hurried over upon seeing him return. Fang Lei looked at Wang Jiqing, focusing his thoughts on domination. Soon, a window popped up in front of him. The window displayed all subordinates' avatars and health, but currently, there was only Wang Jiqing. Clicking on Wang Jiqing, he was immediately presented with his full body image and attributes. Below the attributes was the skill list, and Fang Lei continued to look at the skills section, only to find that Wang Jiqing's active skills were empty. After a moment of surprise, he thought about it and probably concluded that it was because he had just leveled up and Wang Jiqing hadn't had time to learn yet. The passive skills section quietly contained 2 level 10 skills. One was Earth Affinity and the other was Fire Affinity. Fang Lei activated Domination, intending to test the skill. However, a prompt suddenly appeared. System prompt. The current Domination skill is level 1. Unable to learn level 10 skills, Earth Affinity and Fire Affinity. Not high enough level? That is not a problem for him. He had plenty of points now. He upgraded the level to max in one go, and then Fang Lei activated Domination again. Chapter 6, It's Tragic. System prompt. Upgrading Domination. Skill consumes 660 points. Current remaining points are 168. His heart contracted, and his pupils dilated. At that moment he used the skill, Fang Lei felt everything around him change. The ground beneath his feet exuded a fragrant, earthy smell, and the wind blowing towards him felt warm. He gently raised his hand, and the ground shifted, forming a small mound, trying to condense the warmth together. Flames suddenly erupted around Fang Lei. Wang Jiqing, who had just arrived, stood in shock not far away, and after a long time, he came to his senses. Walked in front of Fang Lei, and then knelt on one knee. Please forgive my ignorance, master. I once thought you were not skilled in martial arts, but I didn't expect you to possess the power to control the earth like me. So your test began when I was clearing away those 2 pieces of trash? Fang Lei felt somewhat helpless. Test? What test? But if he told him that there was no test at all, he probably wouldn't believe it, right? Forget it, who cares? Suddenly, at that moment, several screams reached Fang Lei's ears. He looked towards the door and discovered that the workers who were unloading items were now fleeing wildly out the door. The trucks blocked most of the view. And Fang Lei, curious about what happened, walked towards the door. He walked to the door and found only one person standing still. It was a man. His body a grayish blue, with blood-red eyes and rotten flesh all over. He seemed to have just hit a car bumper, blood covering his head. But there was no sign of pain on his face. Instead, he let out a beast-like growl from his throat. Fang Lei was startled by the scene before him and looked at the system time, only to find that the system timer had already hit 0. A timer reaching 0 meant that the apocalypse had arrived. Perfect, then I'll test the power of this skill. Fang Lei looked at his hands. The zombie twitched its nose, as if searching for something. Upon hearing Fang Lei's words, it waved its arms and charged toward him. The zombie was fast, reaching Fang Lei in just a few breaths. But at that moment, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Main quest issued. Host must independently kill the zombie. Rewards, level 1 Lord's Mansion, 100 points. And 10 pieces of iron stone. A kill mission? Fang Lei raised an eyebrow. Just right. The zombie leaped towards him. Fang Lei wasn't in a hurry. He waved his hand, and the ground trembled as a dirt wall appeared, blocking the zombie's path. With a roll, Fang Lei distanced himself from the zombie and extended a hand towards it. The zombie slowly got up, its nose broken from the earlier impact. Dark red blood covering its face, yet it seemed oblivious to the pain and charged at Fang Lei again. However, Fang Lei, witnessing all this, showed no signs of panic. The zombie approached him again, just 2 meters away. At that moment, flames suddenly appeared around Fang Lei, rapidly condensing into a fireball in his palm. The fireball shot out, striking the zombie and sending it flying back several meters, quickly engulfing it in flames. The zombie struggled for a moment before lying motionless on the ground. Soon, a notification from the system rang in Fang Lei's mind. Congratulations, host. The main quest has been completed. Rewards, level 1 Lord's Mansion, 100 points. And 10 pieces of iron stone have been credited. What a beautiful kill, clean and swift. Seeing your impressive demeanor is truly the greatest honor of my life. Wang Jiqing stood nearby, clapping enthusiastically. Fang Lei rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, no one was watching. Otherwise, he would surely be blushing. If only he had 2 more subordinates like Wang Jiqing. He focused his thoughts and looked at the rewards he had just obtained. He was already indifferent to the 100 points, but the Lord's Mansion and Iron Stone piqued his curiosity. He concentrated on the level 1 Lord's Mansion reward. Please select the appearance of the Lord's Mansion. A row of models appeared before him. Fang Lei looked closely. They were houses of various styles, ancient, modern, Eastern, Western, and even African-style houses. After sifting through them, he picked out 3 that he liked. The first was somewhat similar to the Hall of Supreme Harmony, grand and majestic, with intricate patterns on the beams that attracted him. If he chose this palace, he could imagine feeling like an emperor in court. The second was a Western-style fortress, entirely made of stone. This one was selected because it perfectly embodied the essence of a lord. It was clear at first glance that it was a lord's fortress. The last one was a modern villa, chosen simply because it looked exactly like the house he had lived in before. Fang Lei looked at the 3 houses and pondered for a moment. The Hall of Supreme Harmony could be ruled out. The Qing dynasty was long gone. Just looking at its grandeur without practicality wouldn't do. The fortress also wouldn't work. Made entirely of stone, it had poor lighting, inadequate soundproofing, and no heating. Even if he set up a fire pit, the stones would absorb all the heat. He knew that the cold winters in the northeast could be deadly. Living in such a house, he probably wouldn't survive until the new year. After eliminating 2 options, Fang Lei finally settled on the villa that resembled his previous home. Comfort was the most important factor. After selecting the villa, the system provided the next instruction. Please select a construction site within the territory. Fang Lei casually pointed to a spot next to the wheat field. Once selected, a golden light flashed, and a villa suddenly appeared in the center of the yard. Seeing the villa in the distance, Fang Lei frowned slightly. He suddenly felt regret. With the villa so far from the main gate, wouldn't he have to walk a long way every time he returned? But it seemed the system didn't provide an option to modify the location. Fang Lei walked over and activated his dominion, attempting to pull the villa closer to the gate. However, after sweating profusely, he only managed to move the villa about a meter. Master, where would you like the Lord's Mansion to be moved? To the entrance. Fang Lei pointed towards the entrance. Wang Jiqing revealed his true form, flapping his wings and flying into the air. Soon, Fang Lei noticed that the ground beneath him was moving rapidly. In just a single breath, Fang Lei and the villa appeared at the entrance. Why was the effect so different even though they both used the same skill? Could it be due to the difference in the user's level? Wait, if everything around could be moved. Fang Lei suddenly had an idea and called Wang Jiqing down from the sky. How much longer can you continue moving other buildings? Master, if it's continuous movement, I can last about an hour and a half. If you give me some rest time, I can take you and the Lord's Mansion to Europe. Wang Jiqing replied. Hearing this, Fang Lei felt tempted. How about a spontaneous trip? Suddenly remembering that the Lord's Mansion could only be built on his territory, he thought it best to wait until his territory expanded to Europe. You can rest for a bit. Soon I will need you to help me reorganize the layout of the territory. Bang! A bullet shot out of the gun. The large caliber bullet caused the opponent's head to explode. Finally safe. Zhao Jincheng leaned against the wall, slowly sitting down. The hot barrel of the gun touched his thigh, startling him. He had just run out of the office and found that many people inside had already mutated. He was quickly targeted by zombies. And just when he thought he was doomed, a bodyguard who had gone to the restroom arrived late. The bodyguard dealt with most of the zombies on that floor but was eventually bitten. Uncertain if he would be infected, Zhao Jincheng shot the bodyguard. Now, he was all alone, and with his bullets running out, the situation was dire. After resting briefly in the office, he looked out the window. He had been trapped in the company for almost a day, and during this time, he hadn't eaten a single bite of food. He had just taken office yesterday. And as a new official, he had ordered everyone not to eat or drink in the office. Now, he truly wished he could go back in time and give himself a hard slap. If it weren't for that order, he might still have some biscuits or chips to fill his stomach. As for water, he hadn't touched a drop. Having removed the office's water dispenser to set an example, there was water outside, but most of it was contaminated with zombie blood. He couldn't even dare to drink it, let alone think about it. As he thought, Zhao Jincheng couldn't help but give himself a sharp slap. I'm such a fool. If I hadn't made that stupid order, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Just as Zhao Jincheng was feeling hopeless, suddenly, he heard the sound of a motorcycle outside. Chapter 7. Food. Hearing the sound of the motorcycle, Zhao Jincheng's body trembled. He knew that zombies couldn't ride motorcycles. Only living people could. Peering out the window, he soon saw a convoy approaching in the distance. I'm here. There is someone here. Zhao Jincheng seemed to see a savior, clinging to the window and shouting outside. The convoy had stopped at the entrance of the building. Seeing this, Zhao Jincheng immediately ran downstairs. Outside the building, the convoy consisted of 2 motorcycles and 2 trucks. During the waiting period, the 2 men on the motorcycles started chatting. I wonder who this person is, said a man with a mohawk. Who cares about their identity, as long as they're not useless, replied another man with blonde hair, a cigarette hanging from his mouth, squinting at Zhao Jincheng as he ran out. The blonde man casually pulled out a gun and fired a shot at Zhao Jincheng's feet. Stop, the blonde man said, removing his sunglasses and staring at Zhao Jincheng. Age, occupation. The gunshot was loud, echoing down the street and provoking many low growls. Zhao Jincheng was startled by the surrounding growls, but, fearing the other man's gun, obediently answered, 37, president of Shusher Company. President? Humph, another useless waste, the blonde man spat, revving the motorcycle and preparing to leave. Hearing the blonde man's words, Zhao Jincheng's mind buzzed. In this situation without food or water, he feared he wouldn't last even a day. The surrounding zombies were growling, and one zombie charged out from a clothing store across the street, lunging at Zhao Jincheng. Zhao Jincheng's hair stood on end. He dodged just in time. Don't go, I can do anything, Zhao Jincheng shouted desperately while chasing after the convoy. But no matter how much he yelled, the convoy showed no signs of stopping. Zhao Jincheng saw the distance to the vehicles increasing, while the zombies behind him not only got closer but also multiplied, leaving him feeling hopeless. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. I know where the national food supplies are stored. Let me on the vehicle, and I'll take you there, Zhao Jincheng shouted with his last hope. But at the same time, his stamina had reached its limit, and his footsteps began to slow. Suddenly, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Zhao Jincheng felt hopeless. Remembering the pain of Wang Disheng being bitten by a zombie, the only thing he could do was close his eyes tightly. Bang! Several deafening gunshots rang out. Zhao Jincheng realized he hadn't felt any pain for a while and opened his eyes, only to see blood and flesh everywhere. Get in the car. The blonde man said no more, grabbing Zhao Jincheng by the collar and throwing him into the back of the truck. Inside the truck, there were a few people sitting. And aside from where they sat, the rest of the space was filled with supplies. It seemed these people were also picked up like him. After getting into the vehicle, Zhao Jincheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, before he could relax for long, a man with iron nails in his nose and lips pressed a dagger to his neck. You better not let me know you're lying to us, the man with the nails said in a deep voice. No, where's your camp? Tell me, and I'll immediately tell you the nearest granary, Zhao Jincheng hurriedly replied. The man with the nails gave an address. Zhao Jincheng then fell into deep thought. The location of the address was very remote, and he had never heard of the village's name. Judging by the city name, it should be near the border. But there weren't any granaries on the other side of the border, and that place didn't produce food. The nearest would be the granary in the provincial capital. But that was very far, at least 300 kilometers away. There was no more space in the vehicle, and even if they passed through the city, there wouldn't be any remaining space to load rice. Zhao Jincheng was sweating profusely as he thought. He knew the conclusion he reached would probably not satisfy them. If he didn't highlight his importance, whether he could survive would depend on their mood. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Jincheng suddenly froze. Although there was no granary near that address, there was food. The yard he bought for Fang Lei was just in the neighboring district, right? There was food. Just a few dozen kilometers away, they could drive there and come back in a day. Zhao Jincheng shouted, carefully describing the address of Fang Lei's yard. I hope you're not lying to me, otherwise, the consequences will be severe. The man with the nails glared at Zhao Jincheng before putting away the dagger. Zhao Jincheng let out a breath. His life was temporarily saved. The man with the nails tossed a loaf of bread and a bottle of water over. Don't touch the food in the car, or I'll chop off your hands. Seeing the food, Zhao Jincheng wasted no time and tore open the packaging to start eating. The bread was too hard, and the water was too cold. After swallowing, he felt a slight stomach ache, but he still finished both. When he licked the packaging until only the plastic taste was left, he reluctantly threw it away, thinking carefully about the specific address of Fang Lei's yard. A cold smile appeared on Zhao Jincheng's lips. I'm still alive, with bread to eat and water to drink. What about you, Fang Lei? Have you turned into a zombie, or are you starving to the point of only having one breath left? Meanwhile, Fang Lei opened the steamer. Steam surged, rushing towards Fang Lei's face, and when the mist cleared, one fluffy white bun after another appeared in the steamer. The buns made from ordinary quality flour smelled amazing. Fang Lei took a deep breath. The aroma of the buns mixed with the steam made him feel dizzy. Master, the water is boiling. Wan Jiqing, squatting by a mud stove, called out to Fang Lei when he saw the water bubbling. Put in the hard-to-cook ingredients first, like the Spanish ham and king crab. As the base broth, Fang Lei said while opening a box of caviar as a dipping sauce for the hot pot. The previous task was to have him spend all the money. Fang Lei thought for a moment and finally decided to buy some high-end and expensive ingredients so that the money would be spent quickly. Fang Lei seemed to have cleared out several high-end ingredient shops to spend all the money. At that time, he didn't think too much about it. He just wanted to buy something delicious. However, after buying, he found that most of what he bought was seafood, which wouldn't last long and needed to be eaten quickly. Suddenly, Fang Lei seemed to see something and hurriedly ran over, putting down the bun in his hand. Oh no, wrong. Fang Lei snatched the cutting board from Wan Jiqing's hands. The sea cucumber, tuna, and salmon should be added later. The tuna and salmon can be eaten raw, but if the sea cucumber is left too long, it will melt, and then you won't be able to pick it up with chopsticks. I'm very sorry, master. Wan Jiqing immediately knelt upon hearing Fang Lei's reprimand. Fang Lei stepped forward and helped him up, looking at Wan Jiqing, who had his head down. It's a bit too troublesome to bow all the time. After pondering for a moment, Fang Lei said, Wan Jiqing, mealtime is a very sacred moment. I allow you not to bow to me. Yes. Wan Jiqing stood up. Soon, a large table of dishes was served. Fang Lei looked at the table full of high-end ingredients, his eyes somewhat glazed over. Wan Jiqing also seemed restless, but he wasn't eyeing the delicious dishes. Instead, he was staring at the buns made from ordinary flour. Chapter 8, Defensive Plants. The meal was devoured in a whirlwind. Although a lot was eaten, there was still quite a bit left. Eat some more, don't save any. Fang Lei poured the 1982 Lafite into Sprite, sipping it slowly. The slow drinking wasn't tea because he wanted to savor the food's taste. It was that he simply couldn't eat anymore. Wan Jiqing felt the same way. Looking at the table full of dishes, his hands trembling slightly. His stomach was so full it was round, and the dishes he picked needed to sit by his mouth for a long time before he could put them in. Seeing this scene, Fang Lei pondered. It's right for subordinates to follow their leader's commands, but blind obedience, even to the point of executing orders that can't be fulfilled, is not a good thing. It can affect their judgment. Although he already knew that Wan Jiqing had an independent personality, he still didn't understand Wan Jiqing's character well enough. Fang Lei's eyes shifted, and he decided to test things out. He picked up a steamed bun, tore it apart with his hands, and then stuffed a particularly thick slice of Wagyu beef inside. Here, eat this. Fang Lei stuffed the bun into Wan Jiqing's hands. Wan Jiqing took the Wagyu beef, hesitated a bit, and took a bite, but couldn't swallow it at all. I'm very sorry, my master. I appreciate your generous offer of food, but I really can't eat it. Wan Jiqing put down the bun and knelt down in front of Fang Lei. Seeing this scene, Fang Lei smiled with satisfaction. All right, if you don't want to eat, then get up and get to work. Fang Lei stood up and stretched a bit. He had long wanted to move around. Now he felt warm all over. with a surge of warm energy flowing through him. Next, you need to move the Lord's mansion and the surrounding walls, Fang Lei said, just while eating. He had already thought about the structure of his territory. He planned to construct it in a square shape. The advantage of this layout is that the defense points are evenly distributed. Although it doesn't have significant advantages, it also doesn't have any weaknesses. The Lord's mansion will be placed right in the center of the territory, surrounded by walls and circle after circle. Do you understand? Fang Lei drew on the ground with his finger. Yes, master, Luan Jiqing replied. Go do it. Fang Lei waved his hand. Hearing this, Luan Jiqing spread his wings and transformed into a demon, shaking his wings and soaring into the sky. Soon, the Lord's mansion flew away to a place barely visible to the eye. As Luan Jiqing started working, Fang Lei wasn't idle either. He began to harvest the wheat that Luan Jiqing had planted while he was away. Harvest. With a command, the golden wheat field vanished, and the system's prompt sound came. System prompt. Current harvest, 350 pounds of wheat. After tenfold settlement, it's 500 pounds. Current balance is 810,000. Detailed numbers hidden. 350 pounds? Luan Jiqing did quite well. Fang Lei nodded slightly, his evaluation of Luan Jiqing rising a few notches. Wait a minute, 810,000? Didn't I have 860,000 points left? How did it drop to 810,000? Fang Lei checked his consumption record, and to his astonishment, the more than 50,000 points consumed were marked as coming from skills. Skills? Don't I just have one skill, domination? Fang Lei checked his skills and found that using domination consumes 10 points per second. Moreover, the number was still changing. Frightened, Fang Lei immediately closed the skill. Fortunately, he discovered it early. If he found out after another day, wouldn't he run out of points? It seems that while domination is useful, it can't be turned on all the time. With lingering fear, he looked at his balance and took a long time to calm down. Master, it's done. Luan Jiqing flew back in front of Fang Lei. Take me to see. Fang Lei looked around and found that the surrounding walls had disappeared. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath Fang Lei surged, and the scenery quickly receded behind him. When the movement stopped, Fang Lei realized he was in a courtyard. I'll show you the aerial view. Saying this, Luan Jiqing hugged Fang Lei and flapped his wings to fly into the sky. The airflow felt like a knife, cutting painfully against his face. When Fang Lei regained his senses, he was already 100 meters high. After taking a few deep breaths, he adapted. Everything on the ground seemed minuscule, and the structure of the ground became clear. Luan Jiqing seemed to understand his intentions. The ground was indeed in a square shape, arranged in circles. Counting the innermost circle, there were a total of 5 circles, and the 6th circle was only half completed, as the original courtyard's walls were not enough. Moreover, not only had he accomplished everything Fang Lei planned, but the 2 cement houses that the small courtyard originally had were also arranged in the 2nd circle outside the Lord's mansion. You did well, Fang Lei praised, very satisfied with Luan Jiqing's efficiency and performance. Thank you, master. This praise made Luan Jiqing very excited. Originally, Fang Lei intended to ask him what reward he wanted, but judging from his mood, it seemed unnecessary. Go outside to plant. Fang Lei took a few bags of seeds and threw them to Luan Jiqing. Since they were still in the time of tenfold harvest, he naturally couldn't waste it. The points consumed by the skill had to be earned back through farming. Main quest: establish territorial defenses, successfully repel the zombie invasion. Reward: 10 subordinate slots. Upon reaching the main quest, Fang Lei's mind stirred. Currently, there were only 2 men in this territory, himself and Luan Jiqing. If more slots were available, wouldn't it mean more females could appear in the territory? With this thought, Fang Lei immediately began to consider how to complete the task. Suddenly, he remembered that the horizontal knife stone rewarded by the system earlier hadn't been used yet. He opened the system and summoned one. Immediately, a large stone appeared in front of him. Horizontal knife stone. Quality, level 1. Health, 100/100. Stamina, infinite. Detailed description: it looks like an ordinary stone, but as long as a zombie's neck is placed in the knife groove, it can slice open the zombie's neck. Experience, 0/10. Fang Lei looked at the attributes of the horizontal knife stone, momentarily speechless. What is this? He walked around the stone, looking for the knife groove, and finally found a small groove at the very top of the stone. The groove was not large, somewhat resembling the slot for inserting coins in a claw machine. Looking closely, he could see a knife hidden inside. Fang Lei was somewhat speechless. This function seems too useless. He casually took a carrot and placed it in front of the knife groove. Slowly pushing it forward, the blade flashed, and the carrot was sliced into thin pieces. This probably could only be used to cut vegetables. Fang Lei was somewhat disappointed in summoned 10 of them, placing them around the house, then stopped paying attention to them. Perhaps for others who have the system, these 10 stones would be very useful. But he was different from others. His territory was too large. And with such a short attack range and single attack effect, they were simply not enough. Browsing the shop, various defense items caught his eye. Most of the points were not expensive, but Fang Lei also had to think carefully, as even though they weren't costly, the large area of the territory required a lot of them. After browsing around, Fang Lei's gaze finally settled on a plant. Explosive potato? Chapter 9. Explosive potato. Level 1 explosive potatoes have sharp leaves. If a zombie approaches, they will use their leaves to cut off its head. Once the leaves are destroyed, the roots in the ground will self-destruct with power comparable to a grenade. On ordinary days, they can produce 3 potatoes, which can be eaten or harvested. Fang Lei read the plant description and his eyes lit up. The function of the explosive potato is not singular. It has 2 types of attacks, and after planting, it can also yield some income. Most importantly, it's cheap. There are plenty of plants with strong defense and high attack, but they all come at a hefty price, ranging from hundreds to thousands or even tens of thousands of points. However, those plants can only cover a small area, while his territory is vast. If he were to plant all those expensive plants, the points consumed would be too much, potentially leading to a shortage of points. If he planted all explosive potatoes, Fang Lei could line them up in a row around the outermost defense of the square. With this thought, he got to work. Fang Lei checked the time. It was already mid-afternoon. If he hurried, he could finish before dark. Fang Lei rolled up his sleeves, exchanged for 1,000 explosive potato seeds in the system, and also exchanged for a shovel. As the sun gradually set, the moonlight enveloped the earth. Finally, it was done. Fang Lei leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Bending over repeatedly had exhausted him, as he was not used to physical labor after years of working in an office. Wan Jiqing, Fang Lei shouted with all his might. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew overhead, and Wan Jiqing slowly landed in front of Fang Lei. Master, most of the seeds have been planted. Only a small portion of the wheat is still not mature. Wan Jiqing reported on his work. Fang Lei nodded, and, supporting himself on the ground, slowly got up. Let's call it a day. Seeing that Fang Lei looked a bit fatigued, Wan Jiqing raised his hand, and a chair made of soil emerged from the ground. Fang Lei sat down on the chair and moved slowly. Master, you've worked hard today. Let me take you back to the house. Wan Jiqing followed beside Fang Lei. Fang Lei did not refuse. He truly lacked the energy to do so. Looking at Wan Jiqing, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Having someone who can understand his thoughts and even carry out his intentions without worrying about betrayal from subordinates was simply delightful. Master, this place is quite remote. And there aren't many zombies around, Wan Jiqing said. That's both good and bad, Fang Lei sighed. Bad? Wan Jiqing was taken aback and then asked, please forgive my ignorance. Could you explain in detail? Fang Lei glanced at him and said, this place sees few visitors, giving us ample time to set up defenses. But there aren't many zombies coming here. All afternoon, Fang Lei had been on guard for a sudden appearance of zombies, but throughout the afternoon, he had not seen a single zombie, not even a bird. Without zombies, he couldn't complete his task, and thus he wouldn't receive the rewards for completing it. However, the same words took on a completely different meaning in Wan Jiqing's eyes. Initially, Wan Jiqing was puzzled by Fang Lei's words. No zombies coming? Does the master really desire to slaughter a large number of zombies? But the master isn't someone who enjoys killing. Why does he want to kill zombies? He imagined that if the master could eliminate all the zombies in the world, then perhaps by that time, his influence would have spread across the globe. The whole world. Wait. Wan Jiqing's eyes widened. He felt he had vaguely guessed something significant. Could it be that the master's goal is to dominate the entire world? What an ambitious goal. What glorious ambition. What great determination. As a subordinate, I must help the master achieve this great goal. Thinking of this, Wan Jiqing trembled with excitement. Feeling as if he were on fire. I will dedicate my life to the master's great goal, he said loudly. Kneeling on one knee and placing his hand over his heart. Fang Lei was startled by this sudden statement. Great goal? What is he talking about? Moreover, why did he suddenly feel like he was on fire? Please get up. Fang Lei waved his hand casually. Yes. Wan Jiqing stood up, his high spirits nearly reaching their peak. The flames around him grew even brighter. He silently vowed to fulfill every task assigned by the master even more perfectly. Fang Lei looked at the increasingly vigorous flames on him, feeling somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, Fang Lei thought of something. Are you still eating dinner tonight? I am a demon of fire and earth. Not eating won't affect anything. Upon hearing the words eat, Wang Jiqing's eyes twitched, and the flames around him instantly extinguished. All right. Then I won't cook dinner tonight. You should rest early, Fang Lei said, noticing that Wang Jiqing, who rarely showed any facial expression, actually displayed a hint of fear, which made him chuckle. It seemed the previous meal had left him with a shadow. The earthen chair moved to the door, and after some rest, Fang Lei had regained some strength. Getting up, he walked into the villa. He was really too tired to even think about eating. Since Wang Jiqing wasn't eating, he had no desire to force down a bite either. Feel free to choose a room to stay in, Fang Lei instructed before taking the elevator to the third floor. The third floor was the attic, which also served as his bedroom. Fang Lei lay on the bed, not even having time to change out of his clothes, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The night passed quickly, and soon it was the next day. A series of loud knocks woke Fang Lei up. Supporting himself on the bed, he tried to sit up, but only felt a weakness in his waist and abdomen, accompanied by intense soreness. This feeling was something he hadn't experienced in a long time. Slowly standing up, he changed clothes and took a good shower. After feeling revitalized, he suddenly found himself extremely hungry. Going down to the first floor, Fang Lei began to prepare breakfast with the remaining ingredients. Not long after breakfast was ready, Wang Jiqing also came down. Good morning, master, Wang Jiqing greeted Fang Lei. Although you don't need to eat much, there are so many ingredients. I can't finish them all by myself, so please help me consume some, Fang Lei said, pushing a plate of prepared breakfast toward Wang Jiqing. Seeing the amount on the plate, Wang Jiqing was immediately grateful. Fang Lei didn't pay him much mind, as he was mentally sorting through yesterday's events. Since yesterday, the world had fallen into an apocalypse. He had replanned the structure of the walls and set up an effective defense system around them. During this time, since the sixth circle of the defensive wall was only partially completed, he had even gone to fix it. With the walls up and the defense system established, the foundation for their territory was nearly complete. Fang Lei sighed, realizing how much he had accomplished yesterday, which explained why he was so exhausted. So what shall we do next? Wang Jiqing asked. You continue farming, and I will focus on consolidating the defense system. Relying solely on exploding potatoes for output is still too thin, Fang Lei replied. Suddenly, Fang Lei recalled the series of explosions that had woken him up. Chapter 10. The Little Fox. Chapter 10. Exploding potatoes. The explosions meant that the leaves had been destroyed. Did zombies come by? No, his main quest still displayed as incomplete. Besides, even if zombies had eaten the leaves, it would only result in a single explosion. How could it sound like a string of firecrackers? Lost in thought, Fang Lei put down his chopsticks and decided to go outside to see what was happening. Wang Jiqing quickly put down his food and followed, pushing open the door. The morning sunlight was somewhat blinding. Fang Lei raised his hand to shield his eyes from the glaring light, and at the same time, a series of cries reached his ears. Wah, 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 wah. Fang Lei frowned slightly. What kind of animal is making that sound? A whimpering creature? Stepping out to the outermost part of the wall, Fang Lei immediately saw a scene of devastation. There were numerous craters around the wall, and due to the explosive force, a large section of the wall had collapsed. It seems next time, the exploding potatoes should be placed further from the wall, Fang Lei muttered to himself. But what exactly triggered this series of explosions? Fang Lei continued to look around. Then he noticed that near the collapsed wall, a white fox was desperately digging through the scattered bricks. The little fox was digging while making whimpering sounds, looking very anxious. Catch it, Fang Lei said softly to Wang Jiqing. Wang Jiqing immediately understood. A dirt cage rose around the fox and quickly moved to Fang Lei's side. Fang Lei observed it closely and couldn't help but marvel. This fox was pure white, without a single stray hair, and was quite beautiful. However, it was still relatively small and seemed to be underage. It had several wounds on its body, but they were already scabbed over, as if it had fought with some animals. Was this little fox the cause of the chain explosions? Wang Jiqing was somewhat puzzled. If the little fox had bitten the exploding potatoes, its body would have been blown apart long ago. How could it have only a few wounds? Fang Lei went to the explosion site to examine it closely. Finally, it was discovered that there were traces of a heavy object rolling over at the explosion site. Following the traces, he found the place where the little fox had just stayed, pushed aside the bricks, and then discovered an oval metal ball inside. Seeing this, Fang Lei roughly understood. It should be that the little fox pushed the metal ball and broke the leaves of the explosive potatoes. which then triggered a chain reaction of explosions. The little fox was very scared, whining endlessly, biting the cage with its mouth. Since the cage was only made of soil, the little fox quickly bit it to pieces. Wang Jiqing controlled the soil to reinforce it again. The little fox, unwilling to give up, continued to bite the cage. But the reinforced cage was too hard, causing one of the little fox's teeth to break. "Master, how should we handle it?" Wang Jiqing carefully examined the little fox and then asked. "Send it back to the Lord's mansion. I happen to have a dog cage, and since we met, it must be fate, so let's keep it," Fang Lei said, looking at the little fox's comical jumping around and laughing. The villa gifted by the system was a complete replica of his own villa. Even the things inside were identical. He had wanted to raise a dog for a long time, so he had prepared a pet cage. But he had been too busy with work to get around to it. Now he could finally use it. "I'll take it back to the yard. You just plant wheat here and keep an eye out for zombies." Fang Lei tossed 3 bags of seeds to Wang Jiqing and then turned to head back to the villa. "Yes." Wang Jiqing sealed the cage and then sent the large iron ball and the little fox from underground to the yard together. Fang Lei returned to the house and assembled the iron cage, fitting it over the soil cage, which then transformed back into dirt. The little fox in the new cage was still very uneasy. It ran back and forth in circles, trying to open the cage, but having learned from its previous lesson, it dared not bite. After scratching at it a few times and realizing it couldn't open it, it obediently laid down, then called out in disappointment. Fang Lei increasingly felt that the little fox was clever. "Little guy, are you hungry?" Fang Lei went back into the house and brought some leftover food from yesterday. The little fox saw the food, initially wary, but after smelling the aroma, it couldn't help but start eating shortly after. Fang Lei had taken a small amount, thinking, "How much can such a small fox eat?" But unexpectedly, the little fox finished it in just a few bites. "Whine, whine, whine." The little fox pointed to the spot where the food was originally placed, looking as if it wanted more. Fang Lei was extremely happy and got more food for the little fox. The little fox quickly finished again and, still unsatisfied, banged on the cage. "Whine, whine, whine." Fang Lei understood its meaning instantly and then got it more food. However, the little fox soon finished again and still wasn't full. Fang Lei smiled widely. All right. Don't rush. I'll go get more." Then, Fang Lei rushed to the kitchen and brought out all the leftovers from yesterday's feast. Originally, this food was supposed to be his lunch, but now all of it went into the little fox's belly. "Whine, whine, whine." The little fox licked the plate clean and then called out to Fang Lei again. This time, Fang Lei was somewhat surprised. After all, that food was meant for both him and Wang Jiqing for lunch. It ate all of it, and still wasn't enough. The pile of food was more than its body, and it ate so much without even a bulge in its belly. Where did all that food go? This little fox really can eat a lot. However, Fang Lei didn't feel sorry for his high-quality ingredients. On the contrary, he was very happy. Since there was no cold storage, those ingredients would spoil if not eaten. Fang Lei, having been relatively poor in his childhood and often going without food, hated wasting food the most as an adult. "Don't worry, I'll make you something fresh," Fang Lei explained to the little fox. The little fox seemed to understand Fang Lei's words, nodded, and then lay down on the ground. Soon after, Fang Lei brought dish after dish to the little fox, which wasted no time and ate everything cleanly. During this time, it was too troublesome to keep the cage door closed, so Fang Lei simply left it open. The little fox didn't take the opportunity to run away while Fang Lei was cooking. It just lay quietly waiting for the next dish. In the end, the little fox ate nearly half a cart of ingredients, almost all the food that was about to spoil. Only some fish and crabs were left. Fang Lei examined it carefully and estimated there were about 3 servings left. If Wang Jiqing worked hard, he should be able to finish it. "You really can eat." Fang Lei wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat down on the ground, sincerely praising. The little fox yawned, seemingly a bit sleepy, and lay down in the cage ready to sleep. "Next time, there won't be so many dishes. How about the same amount in grain?" Fang Lei said. "Wine." The little fox lifted its eyelids, called out, and then ignored Fang Lei. Fang Lei looked at its snow-white fur and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Hiss. This smooth feeling. Fang Lei had a look of enjoyment. The little fox didn't resist, just moved its legs a bit, and then started to make faint snoring sounds. Seeing that it had fallen asleep, Fang Lei stopped disturbing it. He walked outside the wall and started to repair it. Chapter 11. The bottomless pit. The wall was calculated by the meter. A 1-meter wall only required 1 point. Therefore, repairing the wall didn't cost Fang Lei many points. "Are there any zombies coming?" Fang Lei looked at Wang Jiqing, who was planting. "No." Wang Jiqing shook his head. Hearing this, Fang Lei frowned slightly. Without any zombies invading the territory, the task couldn't be considered complete. It seemed he had come to a fake apocalypse, since the apocalypse began 2 days ago. He had only encountered one zombie. Don't worry, just wait a bit longer, Wan Jiqing said. Fang Lei sighed. If no zombies came soon, he would have to take some action. The explosive potatoes had blown up, leaving a row of big pits in the ground. Fang Lei picked up a shovel and began to fill the soil back little by little. This afternoon, his task was to restore these explosive potatoes and plant another row of explosive potatoes on top of the existing ones. Oh right. Fang Lei suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Wan Jiqing, "It's almost noon. Are you hungry?" Upon hearing Fang Lei's words, Wan Jiqing sped up his movements. "It is my utmost honor to work for the master. You are my endless spiritual food." Fang Lei curled his lips. If he didn't want to eat, then so be it. After all, he had eaten some while cooking for the little fox, so he wasn't hungry now, which conveniently saved him from having to cook separately. The afternoon passed quickly. Fang Lei could clearly feel that although he was sore all over today, his stamina seemed to be a bit stronger than yesterday. However, even if it was stronger, it wasn't he by much. After planting another row of explosive potatoes, Fang Lei was once again exhausted to the point where he had no strength left to walk. In the evening, after taking a bath to relieve some fatigue, he finally felt like eating. "Master, let me handle the cooking," Wan Jiqing volunteered. Seeing Wan Jiqing's anxious expression, Fang Lei instantly guessed what he was thinking. However, Fang Lei didn't refuse. His physical exhaustion truly didn't allow for any more physical labor. Wan Jiqing joyfully went to cook, while Fang Lei stepped outside to look at the moon. When he walked outside, Fang Lei found the little fox lying next to the metal ball beside the cage. Looking at the little fox in the cage, he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to close the cage door when he brought the last plate of food. The little fox saw Fang Lei appear and quickly dashed into the cage, extending its paw to point at the plate, then called out twice. "Whine, whine, whine." How could Fang Lei not understand such a clear expression? "You little rascal, are you trying to extort me?" Fang Lei reached out to touch the little fox. "Whine, whine, whine." The little fox didn't dodge but pointed at the plate again, calling out as if it were a bit anxious. Got it, got it. Don't worry. We have plenty of food here," Fang Lei said reassuringly, then turned to arrange for Wan Jiqing to prepare a large amount of meals. Wan Jiqing was startled by Fang Lei's words at first, but after realizing it wasn't for him, he quickly got busy. Don't be fooled by the little fox's small size. It had an astonishing appetite. At first, Wan Jiqing followed a recipe to make exquisite dishes. But when he found he couldn't cook as fast as the little fox could eat, he simply set up 2 pots outside and made the most convenient pancakes. Since Wan Jiqing used the flames from his tail, he could control the temperature well, so he cooked quickly. The little fox didn't hold back either, devouring a hot pancake fresh off the stove in just 4 or 5 bites. The two of them reached a wonderful balance. Wan Jiqing repeated similar actions, and the little fox did the same. Fang Lei watched as bags of flour disappeared and couldn't help but marvel internally. They really can eat a lot. I've picked up a food bucket. Before long, the flour was almost gone. Fang Lei went to check the warehouse and found only half a sack left. He thought it wouldn't be good to keep just half a sack of flour, so he coaxed the little fox into finishing it all, citing its growing body as a reason. This flour wasn't produced by Fang Lei. It was left over from the previous owner of the house. Fang Lei had originally planned to exchange it for points, but seeing the little fox, he realized it wasn't necessary. Impressive. Wan Jiqing felt a surge of admiration for the little fox. However, the little fox had no time to pay them any mind. After finishing the remaining half sack of flour, it was truly stuffed. It lay in the cage, using its tail as a cover, and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Fang Lei decided to put away the cage and built a small house next to his villa for it. After finishing, the two returned to the villa. Today, he was in better spirits, so he went to check out the room Wan Jiqing had chosen. He then realized that it wasn't a bedroom but his study. He suddenly recalled that when cooking earlier, Wan Jiqing had indeed brought a recipe. Could it be that he hadn't slept at all yesterday and had been reading here the whole time? "Don't you ever sleep?" Fang Lei asked in surprise. "I'm a demon. I have never rested since my birth. The only rest we get is when we die," Wan Jiqing explained, looking down. Fang Lei felt that not sleeping for such a long time was indeed a bit inappropriate, but he was too tired to articulate his concerns. So he turned and went back to his dormitory to sleep. After Fang Lei left, Wan Jiqing stood still, feeling a bit lonely. How nice it would be to experience sleeping once. He sat in the chair, turned on the light, and quietly read his book. Fang Lei returned to the attic. Although he was extremely tired, he still forced himself to organize what he had done today, a habit he had developed over the years. Today he repaired the wall, planted a second layer of explosive potatoes to strengthen the defenses, and spent quite a few points. But there was no income for now. The wheat would have to wait until the entire territory was planted before it could be harvested, as this would allow him to measure his current yield. Also, he had waited all day today, but the task was still not completed, and he hadn't seen a single zombie around. Although he hadn't seen a single zombie, he was accosted by a food bucket. Life in this apocalypse was like he was really retired, both planting vegetables and feeding pets. He hoped for zombies to come knocking tomorrow. With these thoughts, Fang Lei dozed off. Meanwhile, in a moving vehicle, it suddenly came to a stop. Zhao Jincheng hit his head and woke up from his dream. Time to eat? Zhao Jincheng looked around. Shoo, keep it down. The blond man opened the back door and hushed him. Zhao Jincheng was taken aback. He looked out the window. The car was still on the highway, but for some reason, it had stopped. You get out. The blond man carefully scrutinized the inside of the car before pointing at Zhao Jincheng. Chapter 12. Zhao Jincheng's crisis. Zhao Jincheng was taken aback. Isn't it time to eat? Then why did you call me? Just moments ago. He had been savoring the sweetness of bread in his dream. Get out quickly. The blond man pulled out a pistol and pointed it directly at Zhao Jincheng's head. Zhao Jincheng jumped and quickly got out of the car. This is a smoke bomb. Once you get off the highway, shout out loud. Saying this, the blond man stuffed a grenade into Zhao Jincheng's hand. Zhao Jincheng, momentarily confused, stepped back in fear upon seeing the grenade in his hand. As an ordinary citizen, it was normal to be frightened by a grenade, but the blond man was impatient. Once you throw it, quickly run back. I'll pull you back into the car. If you can't make it back. The blond man's words trailed off. What do you mean? At this moment, Zhao Jincheng still didn't understand what the blond man was saying. The blond man, however, had lost his patience and kicked Zhao Jincheng. Zhao Jincheng stumbled and nearly fell. Once he steadied himself, cold sweat began to pour down. He had been behind a truck, and his view had been blocked, so he hadn't seen what was ahead. Now that he had a clear view, he saw the scene before him. They had arrived at the highway exit, but not only were there many cars stuck, but there was also a dense crowd of zombies. The zombies were wandering aimlessly, but any slight movement would likely draw them in quickly. If they were ordinary zombies, perhaps Zhao Jincheng could remain calm, but among the horde, there was one particularly enormous zombie that stood at least 2 meters tall from a distance. Are you trying to get me killed? Zhao Jincheng turned around and whispered. Can't you send someone else? The blond man snorted coldly. You're the only one in the car without a skill. Zhao Jincheng attempted to argue, but the blond man cocked his gun. If you don't go, I'll use your body to attract them. Zhao Jincheng looked at the dark muzzle of the gun and swallowed hard. He carefully calculated in his mind. This was a bend in the road. If he threw the smoke bomb far away to attract attention, it would take some time to run back to the road. But it should be manageable. If he ran desperately, there was still some hope. It wasn't a guaranteed death. I'll give you 3 seconds to think. 3, 2. Zhao Jincheng swallowed hard and stepped forward at the last number. Damn it, how can there be so many zombies? There must be hundreds of them. And that 2-meter-tall one could probably crush me with one hand. Zhao Jincheng muttered to himself, moving quietly, afraid to make a sound. The road was manageable. There were no zombies around, so he wasn't in danger. However, he was quickly approaching the woods outside. In the woods, there might be branches and leaves that could make noise, animal droppings that could cause him to trip, or even zombies hiding. Zhao Jincheng was on high alert as he crossed the barrier and entered the woods. Looking back, he saw that the blonde and his group were turning the car around, clearly ready to flee. Damn it, these guys. Zhao Jincheng gritted his teeth but felt helpless. The surroundings were eerily quiet. There were no delightful birdsong, only a complete silence. Zhao Jincheng's heart raced, and he moved forward cautiously. He focused all his attention on the surroundings. Any rustling would startle him. Suddenly, Zhao Jincheng stepped on something and lost his balance, falling backward. However, he was lucky. He landed on a soft object, making little noise. Zhao Jincheng let out a sigh of relief. At this point, he was already quite close to those zombies. If he made a loud noise now, they were very likely to hear it. It's fine, it's fine. Zhao Jincheng patted his chest. But suddenly, he noticed his hand was covered in dark red blood. Looking around, he saw several human bones scattered around, not clean. The stench invaded his brain, making Zhao Jincheng feel dizzy. Just then, a low growl sounded in his ear. His pupils constricted suddenly. Zhao Jincheng's heart raced. Slowly turning his head, he saw a zombie's head right next to his ear. The zombie opened its mouth and bit Zhao Jincheng's ear. Zhao Jincheng felt a chill run down his spine, reflexively standing up. After a long time, he finally managed to calm down. He had only been paying attention to his surroundings and not to his feet, accidentally stepping on blood and slipping. Fortunately, there was a zombie hiding behind a tree, and the reason he hadn't made too much noise was because of this meat pad. There were no wounds. Zhao Jinsheng repeatedly touched his ear, and after a long time, he let out a sigh of relief. But then confusion followed. If he was bitten, why was there no wound? Examining the zombie lying on the ground closely, Zhao Jinsheng was suddenly shocked. How could this zombie have two heads? Upon closer inspection, he saw that behind the zombie's spine, there was another zombie. The zombie behind had not fully developed limbs. They were all incomplete. It looked like it was splitting apart. Splitting. Zhao Jinsheng's mind buzzed, as if he had received some incredible answer. This zombie could actually split. Zhao Jinsheng looked at the blood and bones around him and instinctively took a few steps back. If zombies devoured humans and continuously split into new individuals, then if one day zombies consumed everything they could, wouldn't the world be left with only zombies? Zhao Jinsheng took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing his excitement. This was not the time to think about those things. He needed to move forward, seeing that the time was about right. Zhao Jinsheng detonated a hand grenade and threw it far away, then shouted loudly to attract the zombies' attention. After shouting for a while, most of the zombies were drawn to him. Zhao Jinsheng then began to run wildly. He crawled and rolled through the deep forest, climbed over the guardrail, and reached the highway. At that moment, a car was just arriving. Zhao Jinsheng was about to get into the car. However, just then, a zombie suddenly appeared behind him and grabbed Zhao Jinsheng's clothes. Seeing safety was right in front of him, Zhao Jinsheng panicked. He kicked the zombie down, but the zombie still clung to his clothes. Zhao Jinsheng simply threw his clothes to the zombie. At this point, Zhao Jinsheng had already missed the car. But he did not give up. He knew this car was the only hope for survival. Just as Zhao Jinsheng was about to run out of strength, the car suddenly slowed down. He grabbed onto the car's handrail and successfully ran onto the vehicle. The car passed through the checkpoint and drove away. Zhao Jinsheng sat in the car, holding his chest. Oh God, let me encounter fewer zombies. If possible, I would prefer to live quietly by myself. Chapter 13. Catching zombies since the apocalypse began. This was already the third day. Today, he still hadn't encountered the zombies that Fang Lei had been thinking about. The wheat had already been planted in more than half the fields. According to Wang Jiqing's report, there would be one more morning tomorrow to finish planting all the land. Fang Lei Jintan was also busy, planting a circle of explosive potatoes around the wall again. This time, due to his growing proficiency, Fang Lei finished planting by dusk. Unlike before when he worked until late at night. However, even so, Fang Lei was exhausted. After taking a shower, the fatigue hadn't eased. Moreover, while eating, he accidentally broke a plate because he didn't have enough strength to carry it. Fang Lei realized he couldn't continue like this. If he kept this up, he would probably be the first lord to die from exhaustion and farming. He had to take a good rest. Wang Jiqing, you go out for a while. Go outside the territory and catch some zombies. Fang Lei said after pondering. Catch some zombies? Wang Jiqing thought he had heard wrong, but after careful consideration, he shed tears of gratitude. Are you eager to fulfill your grand ambitions? Wang Jiqing wiped his tears. He didn't expect his master to have such courage. Being in a remote area with few zombies, even going to catch zombies was to practice and strengthen himself. With such ambition and endurance, what could he not achieve? Yes, I can't wait any longer. Fang Lei thought, his entire body aching, making him restless. He needed to find help to farm. If he continued like this, he would probably be the first lord to die from farming. He had to get those 10 subordinate slots as soon as possible. What kind of territory could be considered a territory with just 2 people? You go now, catch some zombies and come back immediately. If possible, catch more zombies. I want to test the defenses of our castle. Yes, go. Fang Lei waved his hand. Wang Jiqing didn't hesitate. After stepping out, he immediately summoned his wings and shot into the sky. Fang Lei breathed a sigh of relief as Wang Jiqing left, his whole body slumping in the chair like a pile of mud. Good job. Inside the car, the nail man patted Zhao Jinsheng on the shoulder and then threw 2 bread rolls to him, even rarely handing him a sausage. Zhao Jinsheng looked at the doubled food, his eyes shining with greed. After taking the food, he finished it all in no time. Old Zhao, we've arrived at the gas station. The zombies have been cleared out. Let us get off and take a break. A voice called from outside the car. Get off, those who need to use the restroom. Hurry up, the nailman said, then opened the door and jumped out of the car. Zhao Jinsheng and a few others followed suit. Those who need to use the restroom, hurry up. This is our last break. We'll be at our destination soon. The blonde shouted to the crowd. Zhao Jincheng looked around. This was a gas station, and a few zombie corpses lay scattered beside it. 2 people were on guard while the others were gathered together. Dressed in leather jackets and pants, with colorful hair, they looked like a group of bikers. Zhao Jincheng, come here. The blonde waved to Zhao Jincheng. Seeing them calling him, Zhao Jincheng already had a rough idea of what they wanted. After walking over, the questions they asked were indeed as he expected. Where is the place you mentioned before? Close to our city, and with a lot of food? The blonde said. Zhao Jincheng once again recited the detailed address of Fang Lei's courtyard. After hearing the address, the group began to discuss. In the end, they decided to send one person to check it out first. Bro, leave it to me. I've been there before, and I can find my way back. The nail man said to the blonde. Okay, then you go take a look. Take the outskirts route, and be careful. The blonde instructed. The blonde seemed to be the leader of this group. Once he spoke, the matter was settled. After resting for a while, the convoy set off again. The nail man rode his motorcycle in the opposite direction. The moon hung high in the sky. All the way, the nail man rode quickly and encountered no dangers. So he soon reached his destination. The nail man gazed at the bright moon and looked into the distance. An endless expanse of wheat stretched out, and in the middle of the wheat, there was a house with its lights on. The nail man took out his phone and dialed the blonde's number. How is it? A voice came from the other end of the line. Brother, there's nothing here. There's absolutely no food, the man with iron nails said angrily. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a series of pleas and cries for mercy. Soon, Zhao Jincheng's voice appeared on the line. Brother, I'm not lying to you. I really am not. There must be food there, and a lot of it. Zhao Jincheng's voice was so pitiful it was about to break into tears. You're about to die, and you still won't admit it? There's not a single bit of food here, as you said. The man with iron nails scolded, while tearing off a wheat ear and putting it in his mouth. However, he soon found the wheat ear too heavy to hold, so he casually tossed it aside. Brother, tell me, what did you see from your side? Zhao Jincheng asked urgently. I only saw a field of weeds, and in the distance, there was a wall, the man with iron nails said after looking around carefully. Having grown up in the city, he had never seen what wheat looked like. In his eyes, food should be in bags. How could it possibly grow like wild grass? He didn't think much of it, but his answer almost got Zhao Jincheng killed. It's right behind that wall. The food is inside the wall. If you go and you'll see clearly. Zhao Jincheng shouted hoarsely. The man with iron nails rubbed his ears. I'll go in and take a look. If you dare to lie to me, just wait to die. The man with iron nails looked around, then took out a bike lock and secured his vehicle. However, just as he bent down, a flash of light streaked across the sky. The man with iron nails felt something fly by, looked up to check, but after a long time saw nothing. After locking the vehicle, he stepped onto the weeds and walked inside. Reaching the wall, he discovered there were other green plants growing around it. However, he still didn't recognize them as potatoes. To him, potatoes were round, so the plants in front of him were also weeds. Although he didn't recognize anything, he was quite good at climbing walls. He grabbed the top of the wall, pushed off with his feet, and flipped over. However, after climbing over, he didn't see any food. Huh? Why is there another wall? The man with iron nails wondered. A double wall? This family is really cautious, he muttered, then jumped again and climbed over the wall. But immediately, another wall appeared in front of him. The man with iron nails was puzzled. Why would this family have so many walls? Do they run a brick factory at home? These walls can't possibly stop a thief. For a thief, this many walls are not a technical job, but a physical one. The man with iron nails spat in his palm, then continued climbing. After climbing over 7 walls, he was surprised to find himself back in the wheat field. It seemed he had gotten lost while climbing and ended up back where he started. This family really has too much time on their hands. The man with iron nails wiped his palms and continued climbing inwards. He climbed over 6 more walls. Then he arrived at the side of a villa. He took out the shotgun from his back, pulled the safety, then broke the glass and jumped into the house. At that moment, Fang Lei was slumped in his seat, sighing heavily. However, he heard a sound coming from the restroom. Looking toward the restroom, the door suddenly kicked open. Don't move. The man with iron nails shot at the ceiling and shouted. The dust falling from the ceiling made the man with iron nails sneeze several times. Fang Lei sat in his chair, completely dumbfounded. How did this fool appear in his house? Then, when Fang Lei saw the gun in his hand, the feeling of helplessness immediately vanished. He could underestimate the person, but he couldn't underestimate the gun. After wiping the dirt off his face, the man with iron nails aimed the gun at Fang Lei. I know you have food. Hand it over quickly. The man with iron nails said. Hearing this, Fang Lei was stunned. How did you get in? Fang Lei asked. I climbed over the wall. The man with iron nails replied confidently. Fang Lei was full of questions. Isn't the wheat outside food? Aren't potatoes food? Why are you asking me for food? Where did you hide the food? Tell me quickly. Otherwise, I will shoot. The man with iron nails shouted at Fang Lei. Looking at the gun, Fang Lei's brain, which had been filled with pain, instantly cleared. This person might look like a joke, but that gun was no joke. It could indeed kill him. What should he do now? Compromise? Or confront him directly? Fang Lei originally intended to confront him head-on. He activated his domination skill, wanting to raise a wall of earth from the ground, but it was blocked by the floor. There was no way. The earth couldn't be used, and his flames weren't strong enough to block the bullet. If Wang Jiqing were here, he wouldn't have to worry about such things at all. Unfortunately, Wang Jiqing had already gone out. Now, to survive, he could only listen to him and honestly hand over the food. Wait. Fang Lei's eyes turned, and a sudden idea came to him. There's a passage outside. I hid the food underground. Let's go out and take a look. Fang Lei raised both hands, indicating he was unarmed, and slowly said, Go out. Keep your hands where I can see them. Don't try to pull any tricks on me. The man with iron nails held the gun and followed Fang Lei out. Fang Lei smiled with his back to the man with iron nails. In his heart, he thought, this fool has fallen for it. As long as he goes outside, he can control the land. At that time, he would have the confidence to take him down. The two walked to the door, and right in front of them was the land. However, at that moment, the little fox that had been lying nearby sleeping suddenly raised its head. This movement startled Fang Lei. Don't move. Leave this to me. But the little fox squinted its eyes, took a deep breath, and then spat at the man with iron nails. The man with iron nails was startled by the little fox's action and turned the gun towards it, his finger about to pull the trigger. However, at that moment, the little fox exhaled, and a magical scene occurred. The muzzle of the shotgun transformed into a large block of ice. At that moment, the man with iron nails pressed the switch. The shotgun exploded. The man with iron nails fell unconscious. Fang Lei rushed over, threw the shotgun far away, and covered it with dirt so that no one could tell where it was. Next, Fang Lei quickly searched the man with iron nails. All the knives, batons, and guns were buried in the soil. Finally, he threw the man with iron nails into the dirt as well, leaving only his head exposed. After everything was dealt with and confirming that the man with iron nails no longer had any fighting capability, Fang Lei turned to the little fox and said in surprise, Little fox, what was that breath you just used? Can you control ice? Or can you control cold? Fang Lei had always thought of this white fox as a glutton. He didn't expect this little fox to be different from ordinary foxes and actually have skills. The little fox glanced at Fang Lei, then turned its head and lay back down on the large iron ball to sleep. Fang Lei's curiosity was piqued, so he chased after it and asked. The little fox might have gotten tired of hearing him, swished its pure white tail across Fang Lei's questioning face, making him sneeze twice. After sneezing, Fang Lei calmed down. Since you don't want to say anything, I won't press you. If you want to talk one day, then talk. Fang Lei stopped asking the little fox questions. He wasn't worried at all about this guy running away. This guy ate too much, and now in the apocalypse, food was precious. There was no place that could afford to feed him. Probably only he was wealthy enough. You're awake. Fang Lei heard a coughing sound behind him and walked over. With a flick of his hand, a chair suddenly appeared on the ground. After finishing the chair, Fang Lei closed his domination skill. Goodness, that was 1,000 points gone in just a short while. Come on, let's talk. Fang Lei looked down from his height at the Iron Nail Man, who only had a head. Why did you come to me for food? The Iron Nail Man, seeing himself bound, did not beg for mercy at first, but started cursing instead. Various vulgarities erupted from his mouth. After finishing his tirade against Fang Lei's despicable and shameless behavior, he began to boast about how powerful his older brother was. Fang Lei crossed his arms. Not in a hurry at all. He had plenty of time, but the Iron Nail Man did not. In this dirt, it wouldn't be long before he struggled to breathe. Over time, he would die buried in the ground. Fang Lei ignored him, looking up at the stars in the sky. But suddenly, the noise stopped. Fang Lei looked down and found that the little fox had come over and frozen the entire face of the Iron Nail Man in one breath. The Iron Nail Man looked in pain. Fang Lei didn't want him to die just yet, so he activated his domination skill and used fire to thaw him. The little fox looked at Fang Lei with some dissatisfaction. Fang Lei patted the little fox on the head. Don't worry, I still don't know who wants to harm me. The little fox called out a couple more times and then lay down at Fang Lei's feet. At this time, the ice on the Iron Nail Man's face melted. and he gasped for breath. Fang Lei, with a stern face, said to the Iron Nail Man, "My patience is very poor, so I will only ask once. Who told you my location?" The Iron Nail Man looked at Fang Lei's serious face, initially wanting to say something else, but after a slight hesitation, he ultimately spoke the truth. Zhao Jincheng. Chapter 15 Specialty. Zhao Jincheng is someone we rescued on the road. He is said to be the boss of a certain company. He told me there was food here and asked me to come take a look. The Iron Nail Man, afraid Fang Lei wouldn't believe him, added, "Zhao Jincheng is still alive?" Fang Lei squinted his eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Not only is he alive, but it seems he is doing quite well and even has the mind to set me up. The little fox, seeing Fang Lei's expression, instinctively took a couple of steps back in fright. "Where is your address?" Fang Lei asked. "I can't betray my brothers." The Iron Nail Man firmly refused this question. Seeing that he wouldn't say, Fang Lei didn't press further. He stood up and walked back into the villa. "Don't go. I can answer other questions. As long as I know, I'll tell you." The Iron Nail Man, finding it increasingly difficult to breathe, felt fear as Fang Lei turned to leave. Fang Lei didn't look back. This person had already lost his significance. Sitting at the dining table, Fang Lei wore a dark expression, deep in thought. Not long after, a whoosh sounded, and Wang Jiqing returned. Wang Jiqing entered the room and placed a sack on the table. "Master, what is that head outside?" "Here to kill me." Fang Lei pointed to the shotgun that was already blown apart nearby. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiqing was greatly shocked. "I'm very sorry. It's my failure to protect you." Wang Jiqing hurriedly knelt down, panic-stricken. "No, this has nothing to do with you." Fang Lei slightly came to his senses and then asked, "Have you completed the tasks I assigned you?" "It's done," Wang Jiqing replied. "Good. Handle those matters tomorrow. Tonight, get some rest early." Fang Lei stood up, but suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Wang Jiqing, you don't sleep in the morning, right?" Wang Jiqing lowered his head and affirmed. "Make sure to deal with that murderer outside," Fang Lei said, suddenly recalling something, and reached out to summon several bags of seeds. "Such good labor, don't waste it." After saying that, Fang Lei returned to the attic. Wang Jiqing went outside and waved his hand, pulling the Iron Nail Man out of the ground. The Iron Nail Man, seeing himself come out of the dirt, immediately thought of escaping. Wang Jiqing snorted coldly and then pulled out a huge arm from deep within the ground, grabbing the Iron Nail Man. The Iron Nail Man felt the scenery around him change rapidly, and moments later, he found himself outside the wall. "Do you know how to farm?" Wang Jiqing looked at the Iron Nail Man and then threw him a bag of seeds. "Huh?" The Iron Nail Man looked confused. "If you don't know, I'll teach you. Like this, take out a seed and put it in the ground." Wang Jiqing took out a seed and demonstrated for the Iron Nail Man. "Do you see this empty land? Finish planting before the sun rises, and I will let you go." The Iron Nail Man's heart stirred. "Really? You must keep your word." "Hey, I always keep my word." Wang Jiqing smiled at him with his hands behind his back. The Iron Nail Man picked up the seed and looked at the empty land. The land was vast, but it was just getting dark around 8 o'clock, and there was still plenty of time. If he worked hard, he could finish in time. "Don't worry, it won't take until dawn, such a small piece of land. I will finish it for you soon." The Iron Nail Man rolled up his sleeves and began to work diligently. Wang Jiqing remained still, occasionally giving verbal guidance. Inside the Lord's mansion, Fang Lei lay in bed, quietly staring at the ceiling. Memories of his experiences working with Zhao Jincheng flashed before him one by one. He had promoted him and given him raises. When he had urgent matters, Fang Lei had helped him. He had completely trusted him at work. However, this trust had resulted in him being driven to this small circle and having someone sent to kill him. Sighing deeply, Fang Lei felt a bit sentimental. But thankfully, heaven had not muddled his mind and had given him a chance for revenge. "Zhao Jincheng, just wait." Time passed little by little, and Fang Lei looked at the time. Realizing he should sleep, he quickly organized his thoughts. Today, he added the defense of the explosive potatoes to the third layer. The fields were almost fully cultivated. The zombies had also been found, and once released, the explosive potatoes could kill them, completing the task. Tomorrow, he wouldn't have to continue working, but correspondingly, there would be many things to do. Fang Lei closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. "What are you doing? Didn't you say you would let me go?" "I'm sorry. Everything I said before was a lie. You dared to assassinate my master. No one can save you now. How can you say things and not keep your word? I warn you, murder is against the law. If you kill me, you'll be caught too. Your threats mean nothing to me. This is no longer that era. This is the apocalypse, the new era where my master is about to dominate." You know quite a bit, but why didn't you say anything when you were going to kill my master? And please understand, I am not a human. I am a devil. Outside, there was a commotion, and Fang Lei slowly opened his eyes. Dragging his weary body downstairs, he opened the fridge to find something to eat. Master, I need to wash my hands. Luan Jiqing, with blood on his hands, walked into the room and asked Fang Lei. Fang Lei yawned, feeling somewhat lethargic. The bathroom. Wash well, it's dirty. Luan Jiqing went to wash his hands while Fang Lei prepared the meal. He brought the food to the table, not waiting for Luan Jiqing, and started eating first. After Luan Jiqing washed his hands and sat down at the table, he glanced at the not-so-abundant breakfast and sighed in relief. So, how many zombies did you find yesterday? Fang Lei rubbed his eyes and asked Luan Jiqing. About 3,000. Luan Jiqing thought for a moment and then said. Fang Lei, who was eating a sandwich, suddenly froze. 3,000. Fang Lei widened his eyes. He had indeed said that he wanted Luan Jiqing to find more zombies. But he didn't expect that Luan Jiqing had actually found 3,000 zombies. In addition, there were some other gains. Luan Jiqing stuffed a few bites of breakfast into his mouth and then walked to the other side of the table, opening the sack on the table. On my way to find the zombies, I felt something unusual beneath me. Something was attracting me, so I brought it back. Fang Lei shifted his chair and looked inside, his face immediately showing disappointment. A sack full of mushrooms, including lion's mane and hazel mushrooms. Fang Lei carefully identified them and then waved his hand. Let's put them aside for now. We can have chicken stew with mushrooms another day. The Northeast is famous for its mushrooms, so it's perfectly normal to see mushrooms when going out. Yes. Luan Jiqing's response this time wasn't very decisive. He hesitated a bit, but still followed Fang Lei's instructions. Chapter 16. Profound. Come on, let one out first. After dinner, Fang Lei began his day's busy work. First, he had to complete the task and obtain 10 quotas. Luan Jiqing raised his hand, the ground split open, and a huge stone cage appeared. The door of the stone cage opened, and a zombie walked out. Fang Lei remained calm, suddenly hiding behind the exploding potato. After the zombie came out, it sniffed the air and quickly caught Fang Lei's scent. A low growl erupted, and it charged towards Fang Lei. At that moment, he was sitting on a stone chair, too tired to stand. The zombie quickly reached the exploding potato. The green leaves flashed by, and the zombie's head fell to the ground, a jet of black blood shooting up. Moments later, the corpse fell. At the same time, the long-awaited system voice echoed in Fang Lei's mind. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Reward, 10 subordinate quotas have been credited. Hearing this voice, Fang Lei took a deep breath. He had waited 4 days for the words task completed. Congratulations, host, the novice guide task has been fully completed. For subsequent tasks, please actively accept them from the task column. Has he already completed the novice guide? Following the system's prompt, he found the newly appeared icon on the homepage. Upon clicking, a dazzling array of tasks and rewards appeared before his eyes. Master, what's next? Luan Jiqing inquired. Fang Lei thought for a moment and then said, release 10 more. Following the order, Luan Jiqing immediately executed it. The cage opened, and 10 zombies were released. The zombies quickly picked up Fang Lei's scent and charged towards him. The exploding potato leaves swept across rapidly. In an instant, black blood splattered everywhere. Dealing with 10 zombies was certainly not as easy as one. Soon, the outermost exploding potato detonated. The explosion from one exploding potato cleared all the zombies present. Still too weak. Make it stronger, Fang Lei said. This time, 20. Luan Jiqing released 20 zombies. Fang Lei noticed that among these zombies, there was one particularly tall one, standing over 2 meters high, with solid muscles and fists as big as sandbags. Fang Lei nodded slightly. These zombies were strong enough this time. He moved forward to replace the exploding potatoes. At the same time, his actions attracted the attention of the 20 zombies, which rushed towards him frantically. Fang Lei, however, remained unhurried, hands behind his back, sitting back down on the stone chair. As the zombies approached, the exploding potatoes began working immediately. But soon, the first row exploded. Then the second row also detonated. The zombies were engaged with the third row. But at that moment, the tall zombie squeezed through the gaps and charged at Fang Lei with a punch. This punch was truly fierce. Although the fist hadn't reached him yet, Fang Lei could already feel the wind and the terrifying power it carried. However, he still did not move, because Luan Jiqing had already acted. Don't harm my master, Luan Jiqing shouted, and then a cage shot up from the ground, trapping the massive zombie. At this point, the cage was almost touching Fang Lei's face. As Wang Jiqing controlled it, the cage continuously compressed, transforming into ropes that bound the huge zombie. Why not kill it? Fang Lei looked at Wang Jiqing. I'm just following your orders, Wang Jiqing replied. Fang Lei asked, my orders? You can use your imagination appropriately, but don't guess blindly. It was obvious that this zombie had mutated. He had watched it easily slip through the defenses of the exploding potatoes, and since he didn't act, it must have been to test its strength. Before Wang Jiqing could finish, Fang Lei broke out in a cold sweat. Test its strength? Are you kidding? I'm only unafraid because you're by my side. If you hadn't acted in time, my head would have been smashed. Fang Lei wiped the sweat from his brow and looked at Wang Jiqing. He realized he needed to correct this tendency of excessive speculation. But I think if you took a hit from it and then killed it, that would be too wasteful. Don't you want to know if it can survive the explosions of the exploding potatoes? That's why I intervened to block this attack. Wait, maybe you already thought of testing the mutated zombie's defensive capabilities. Did I overstep? Wang Jiqing rambled on. Wang Jiqing. Fang Lei called his name. Yes. Wang Jiqing looked at Fang Lei for a moment and then said, okay, I'll let it go right now. No need. Fang Lei quickly waved his hand. Just handle it for me and give me a result. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiqing hurriedly knelt down. I will not let my master down. Fang Lei rubbed his temples. His head was hurting. Really hurting. He had just called Wang Jiqing's name to talk seriously about not speculating recklessly. However, after thinking it through, it seemed awkward to say. If he claimed he didn't mean that, wouldn't it make the profound image he had built in front of Wang Jiqing a joke? If he truly belittled himself, how could he maintain his authority over him? Forget about Wang Jiqing for now. He would think of a good way to address it later. Next time he gave orders, they must be more precise to avoid misunderstandings. Fang Lei touched his head, feeling increasingly anxious. He had almost met his end just now. Master, shall we continue? Wang Jiqing asked. No. Fang Lei shook his head. Continue what? I just wanted to act profound, not actually be profound. That was already scary enough. Take this and collect data, then make a table for me, Fang Lei instructed. A table? Wang Jiqing scratched his head. Fang Lei slapped his forehead. Realizing he must have scared himself silly. Wang Jiqing was a demon. How would he know what a table is? You can just tell me verbally. Anyway, I'll leave this to you. Saying this, Fang Lei walked towards the villa. The recent life-threatening experience reminded him of the ability used by the little fox yesterday. He had ignored it yesterday because he was too tired to care. But today, it wouldn't escape. Chapter 17. Wealthy Fang Lei arrived in the yard. The little fox was currently resting on a large iron ball. This little fox was only active during mealtimes. The rest of the time, it just slept. He didn't feel like he was raising a fox, but rather a big white pig. Upon closer inspection, it seemed the little fox had indeed grown a size larger than a few days ago. When it lay on the iron ball, it fit perfectly. But now its tail was touching the ground. Hey, wake up. Fang Lei poked the little fox. Ing. The little fox called out in dissatisfaction and twitched its hind legs a few times. At the same time, a voice echoed in Fang Lei's mind. The system prompted that there was a side quest available to complete. Side quest, tame a strange beast, reward, 10,000 points. Skill, identification. Strange beast? What does that mean? Does it refer to an animal with high intelligence and special abilities? Moreover, a reward of 10,000 points? And a very practical skill as well? Previously, during his free time, Wang Jiqing had roughly gone over the main and side quests issued by the system. The main quests, after the novice period, were all upgrade tasks, and the rewards for each level were quite generous. Although there were many side quests, most of them offered very little reward. Few offered 10,000 points. And even fewer included an additional skill. Even if there were, they were usually quite difficult tasks. For instance, breaking into a fortress with a population of 10,000 also rewarded 10,000 points and a skill, as did personally defeating a demon king. This little fox seems to have an extraordinary identity. Fang Lei observed the little fox more closely, trying to discern any special traits. However, it looked like an ordinary fox to him, except perhaps a bit fatter than usual. Wait, when he first saw it, it still had wounds on its body. In just a few days, the wounds healed, and even its fur grew back? This recovery is too fast. Should I tame it? This would occupy a subordinate slot. The system prompted again. Fang Lei looked at the little fox, feeling somewhat reluctant, although he didn't know what the term strange beast meant. He understood that during the early apocalypse, generally, there wouldn't be any strong monsters appearing. The little fox appeared on just the second day of the apocalypse. So it probably wasn't just weak, but also had limited growth potential. Whether to tame it or not was indeed a headache. Fang Lei scratched his head, looking conflicted. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately made a decision. Weak or not, its cuteness could compensate for that flaw. Additionally, the generous reward did indeed tempt him. Tame it. Fang Lei conveyed his thoughts to the system. Subsequently, a complicated script appeared on the back of his hand, glowing, and then began to form a vortex. The vortex had great power, and Fang Lei felt like he was about to be sucked in. However, soon, a force radiated from his body, and the feeling of being pulled away instantly vanished. The vortex expanded continuously, and soon, a faint shadow appeared on the little fox. The shadow spun around in the air twice before being sucked into the vortex in his hand. After being sucked in, the vortex stopped. The script on his hand flickered a few times before vanishing, as if it had never appeared. Fang Lei rubbed his hand, carefully sensing his body, wondering if he had become a bit stronger. But after carefully sensing for a while, he found no changes. He still felt sore all over and a bit tired. Congratulations. Host, side quest completed. 10,000 points and skill identification credited. Huh? Suddenly, the little fox woke up from its slumber. It looked puzzled, its little paws frantically searching its body, as if it had lost something important. After searching for a long time without finding anything, it started to panic. But when it looked up and saw Fang Lei, it fell silent for a few seconds, then cried out loudly. Huh, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The little fox began to scream at Fang Lei. Although Fang Lei couldn't understand what it was saying, he vaguely felt it wasn't anything good and was likely scolding him. The little fox wasn't satisfied with just shouting. It leaped up, grabbing Fang Lei by the collar, and then cried at him with tearful eyes. Fang Lei looked at its pitiful appearance and felt somewhat at a loss. I didn't do anything to you. Don't look so pitiful, and even if you yell at me, I can't understand you, Fang Lei said helplessly. The little fox hung on Fang Lei, glaring at him for a while, then turned and left, jumping over the wall and running outside. Is it angry? Fang Lei scratched his head. It should come back, right? Fang Lei speculated while rubbing his chin. After all, most people can't afford to keep such a glutton, and its big iron ball is still here. Let it go out and clear its mind. After saying that, Fang Lei ignored the little fox. Just as he was about to go back inside and get some water, a gust of wind blew in. Master, Luan Jiqing slowly landed. Fang Lei rubbed the sand out of his eyes, thinking that Luan Jiqing was definitely a good fan in the summer. Master, after my careful inspection, I can confirm that there are no oversights in the wheat field. It can be harvested now. The defense test has also yielded results. Which one do you want to do first? Let's start with the defense test results, Fang Lei said. If the zombies concentrate their attack at one point, we can withstand the assault of 25 to 28 zombies. If the zombies are dispersed, we can withstand 90 to 100 zombies. These numbers aren't very accurate and depend entirely on how many zombies the last row of explosive potatoes can kill, Luan Jiqing said. Fang Lei noted this data mentally. Although there weren't any zombie visits at the moment, it was better to be prepared. When the zombie horde truly arrives, doing a test then might be too late. Next is the wheat field harvest. Fang Lei shifted his attention to the wheat field in his territory. Harvest. Fang Lei concentrated his thoughts. 100,000 pounds of wheat. Tenfold recovery. 113,000. Decimals omitted. Points have been credited. The current remaining points are 2 million. 2 million points just like that? Fang Lei was somewhat surprised. But upon careful analysis, it was mainly due to the tenfold recovery effect. He hadn't yet left the novice period, so the rewards would be more generous than usual. Perhaps the system didn't expect anyone to start with 100 acres of good farmland. However, speaking of which, he should take good advantage of this novice period benefit. Next, he should focus on farming, trying to earn as many points as possible in the early days. Otherwise, when these 7 days pass, the harvest from planting the entire territory would only be a few 100,000. Chapter 18, Lottery? I'm super lucky. Continuing to farm, Fang Lei ordered Luan Jiqing. But suddenly, Fang Lei remembered something odd. I remember the seeds I bought were also for you to plant freely within the territory. Why did you plant so little last time? Yes. Master is truly wise. Even such a minor detail can be noticed. Luan Jiqing said, I initially planted them one by one. But now I've learned to use the power of the land to scatter the seeds on the ground. That's why the efficiency is higher than before. But it is still quite difficult. Go ahead. Fang Lei nodded and tossed Luan Jiqing a few bags of seeds. Fang Lei sat alone in the villa, quietly looking at the sky. Farming really earns points easily, Fang Lei sighed. I should expand the number of people farming as well. After all, it's all about expanding production. Fang Lei browsed the system and then selected summoning. Entering the summoning interface, there were two options. Designated summoning requires a very high fee, more than double the cost of regular upgrades. However, it allows for customized attributes that fully meet one's needs. Summoning a level 5 costs 300 points. The subsequent summoning has uncertain levels, genders, races, ages, and health statuses. It is possible to summon a level 1 seriously ill old man who might die after just taking a breath, or a young, strong, and highly aggressive demon. However, compared to the first option, the points spent are much less, requiring only 1 point. Why is the second option so bizarre? Fang Lei looked at the detailed description, feeling somewhat speechless. Even the race is uncertain, which means any race could be drawn. However, although the second option doesn't seem very good, Fang Lei still chose the second one. The reason? Of course, it's because it's cheaper. Although he already has a considerable amount of points, that doesn't mean he can spend freely. His only requirement for his future subordinates is that they can farm. Although the second option carries more risk, as long as his luck isn't too bad, it will definitely save more points compared to the first option. It's time to start the lottery and see who his first subordinate is. Fang Lei rubbed his fists in anticipation. Summon. He reached out, and a black gate opened in the air. Immediately, a wave of seawater flowed down to the ground, followed by a jellyfish landing on the floor with a plop. Fang Lei stared at the jellyfish, frozen in place. A few seconds later, the system prompted, "Your subordinate, Mastigius, has died." Fang Lei, what the hell, a jellyfish? Fang Lei, unwilling to give up, approached to take a closer look. He soon discovered the jellyfish was limp and unmoving. Fang Lei clutched his chest, trying to calm down. Although he had prepared himself mentally for subordinates that weren't human, summoning a jellyfish was indeed beyond his expectations. Continuing, he thought, I refuse to believe I'm unlucky. The first time was just an accident. Fang Lei gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, veins popping on his forehead. Summon. The black door opened again, and a large white pig fell onto the floor, shattering it into pieces. Fang Lei covered his chest, trying to comfort himself. Calm down, calm down. At least I've drawn a normal creature. But then he thought, I need someone who can farm, and a big white pig doesn't seem very good at farming. It looks like it's only good at rooting around for cabbage. The big white pig landed on the ground, seemingly thirsty, and began drinking the water on the floor. Fang Lei looked at the pig's dull expression and felt a surge of despair. Fang Lei sighed. I've wasted a precious slot on a big white pig. Can I choose not to keep it? System prompt. You cannot choose to abandon a subordinate. If the subordinate dies, the slot will automatically be returned. Fang Lei waved his hand. Forget it. I'll just keep it for now, until the new year. But then he thought, raising such a big pig until the new year would surely cost a lot of food. I'll wait for Luan Jiqing to return before celebrating the new year. Fang Lei scared the big white pig into the yard and then continued to summon. Summon. The black door opened for the fourth time. This time, there was no water or big white pig. Instead, a pair of feet appeared first. Then, an old man slowly emerged from the black door. Fang Lei was initially very excited. No matter what, he had finally summoned a person this time. But as the old man's face came into view, Fang Lei fell silent again. The old man looked somewhat like a Westerner, with white skin, green eyes, and an exaggerated white beard and hair. He wore a tattered robe that made him look quite shabby. Fang Lei covered his face, unable to bear to look. This old man must be nearing 90, right? With a staff, he looks like Gandalf, and with a hat, he could be Dumbledore. Fang Lei thought that perhaps even the big white pig could farm better than him. Upon seeing his master, the old man trembled and slowly knelt down. Fang Lei felt a pang in his heart and hurriedly went forward to help him up. Old man, you don't need to bow if your health isn't good. Fang Lei sighed and then said, now what do I do? If the summon was a pig, I could kill it without any psychological burden. But now I've summoned a person. Not only is he respectful towards me, but he is also completely loyal. How can I bring myself to kill him? Forget it. He can do whatever he can do. If he really can't farm, he can tidy up the house. I don't lack for food. Just after meeting him, Fang Lei had already planned out his next arrangements. However, at that moment, the old man's attribute panel suddenly appeared before him. Fang Lei was shocked to see that the old man's level was so high. Chapter 19, Marlin Quality, Level 4 Profession, Potion Master Health, 500 Stamina, 87 400 Detailed Introduction, a voice on the pursuit of perfection. Will continue to move forward unless death intervenes. Experience, 499 500. This nearly 100-year-old man is actually level 4, which took Fang Lei by surprise. He remembered Luan Jiqing saying that after level 5, one could be called a hero level. This old man is just one experience point away from hero level. Moreover, the name Potion Master sounds really impressive. Old man Marlin, you are a potion master? Marlin sighed deeply. Yes, I was indeed a potion master, but I'm sorry. My master, I probably cannot provide potions for you anymore. Is there some hidden reason? Please share it with me. Fang Lei's interest was piqued, and he helped Marlin sit down on a chair. Fang Lei had long known that he had his own independent personality, but he didn't expect them to have their own memories as well. My memories are now mostly blurred, but I still remember that I took in 92 apprentices in my lifetime, all of whom, without exception, died due to potions, including my son and my grandson. Therefore, I vowed in my old age never to touch potions again. Marlin sighed as he spoke. So, I hope my master will not make me touch potions again. I can try to do some things within my capabilities. Fang Lei felt a bit disappointed. He had thought he had found a treasure, but it turned out he had found a potion master who couldn't create potions. However, Fang Lei did not give up. Can I ask, what type of potions did you study before? Of course, I used to study explosive potions. Marlin explained, fearing Fang Lei might not understand. The potions I developed had tremendous power. A small one could easily kill several people. Fang Lei blinked, and an idea popped into his head. Is this what you mean? Fang Lei exchanged a grenade from the system. No. Marlin shook his head. Fang Lei thought it might be a similar thing, but with a different name. He then took Marlin outside to detonate the grenade. Seeing the explosion, the originally kind Marlin's eyes widened in shock. You didn't even infuse it with magic power. Just a small ball. How did it explode? Marlin stared wide-eyed. Gunpowder. Fang Lei said matter-of-factly. Isn't it based on a magic power circuit board? And blue soul grass extraction? Marlin, excited, even had his beard trembling. Fang Lei vaguely understood that although this old man's profession is called a potion master, he is actually a weapon expert. His abilities might be a great help to some warlike kingdoms, but for him, they are actually of no use at all. He doesn't want or need such powerful weapons because he still wants to use the surrounding land for farming, and he doesn't want a strong smell of gunpowder. What else are you good at? Fang Lei asked persistently. I can also make poisons, Marin replied. Upon hearing this, Fang Lei shook his head again. Poison is something he doesn't need either. Suddenly, Fang Lei had a bright idea. Can Master Marin concoct restorative potions? You know, the kind that can enhance a person's physical strength without causing harm. Restorative potions and poisons are essentially quite similar. Marin nodded. I should be able to do it. But I have vowed never to. Master Marin, poisons and explosive potions are meant to kill, but restorative potions help people survive. The two cannot be compared. Fang Lei interrupted. Well, that's true, Marin sighed. Then from now on, I'll leave the development of restorative potions to you. If I may ask, who do you want this restorative potion for? Fang Lei said somewhat awkwardly, for myself. While regular exercise can indeed enhance physical fitness, the efficiency is too low. It's much more satisfying to take potions to become stronger without the need for excessive effort, just a good appetite. I'll arrange for 2 rooms for your laboratory in the 3rd circle. If you need anything, just let me know. Fang Lei thought for a moment and then took Marin back to the Lord's mansion. Look at these. Are there any you need? Fang Lei opened the refrigerator. Where various not-so-fresh vegetables lay. These are just ordinary plants. They aren't magical herbs. Marin shook his head. What about those? Fang Lei pointed to his sack of mushrooms that Wang Jiqing had brought back. Upon seeing them, Marin nearly dove into the sack. Moonlight mushrooms, death mushrooms, pure flower mushrooms. These are all excellent magical herbs. Marin exclaimed excitedly. Fang Lei smiled awkwardly. Previously, Wang Jiqing had mentioned that these mushrooms were extraordinary, but he didn't believe it at the time and even suggested cooking a chicken with them. He didn't expect them to truly be so remarkable. Master, I know a formula. These materials are just enough to create a restorative potion, Marin said, holding the mushrooms and turning to Fang Lei. Quick, go get it. Fang Lei urged. I need some things from your kitchen. Marin thought for a moment and then said, use whatever you need. Fang Lei waved his hand generously. After that, Marin wasted no time and carefully sorted the mushrooms on the table. Seeing him busy, Fang Lei didn't disturb him and directly walked out of the room. He went to the 2nd layer of the wall. Fang Lei was going to create 2 rooms for Marin, one as a storage room and the other as a laboratory. He activated his dominion and began constructing the houses. First, he needed to make a dirt wall. Fang Lei manipulated the earth, which surged rapidly. A yellow earth wall appeared. Fang Lei stepped forward and patted the wall. However, he hadn't had it for long before the wall collapsed. Fang Lei nimbly dodged the falling dirt. Why did it collapse? It must be too thin below. The foundation is unstable. Fang Lei absorbed the experience. He then made 4 dirt walls. But when he got to the roof, he encountered difficulties again. How do I get the roof up? He wondered. Should I first finish the ground and then support it up? Fang Lei followed his idea and tried it, but soon the house collapsed again. Looking at the house before him, Fang Lei took a deep breath. I refuse to believe this. After another failure, Fang Lei was fired up. No matter how many points I have to spend today, I must get this house built. Chapter 20. Enhancing physical fitness from day to night. A crooked dirt house appeared before Fang Lei. Looking at his creation, Fang Lei felt a bit guilty. This thing should be livable, right? Fang Lei stepped forward and touched the wall. But with that one touch, the wall shattered, and the entire house collapsed. Fang Lei tried to escape, but couldn't. And he was trapped underneath. He sighed, thinking there was no way out. Wan Jiqing. A gust of wind rushed towards him. Once the dust settled, Wan Jiqing appeared before Fang Lei. Master, please forgive me for not understanding what you were doing, Wan Jiqing said upon seeing Fang Lei trapped on the ground. Fang Lei turned bright red. I was building a rapport with the earth. Now, I don't need it anymore. Pull me up. Wan Jiqing nodded seriously, then pushed the dirt off Fang Lei. Help me build a house. Fang Lei began sketching a rough drawing on the ground. Wan Jiqing glanced at it. Then the ground in front of him began to ripple. After more than a minute, a beautiful dirt house appeared before them. I need 2 rooms. Fang Lei covered his face, feeling somewhat helpless. Seconds later, another beautiful dirt house appeared. Master, what else do you need? The left one should serve as a storage room, and the right one is the laboratory, Fang Lei said. Immediately, shelves appeared in layers in the left room, and 2 experiment tables appeared in the right room. Master, is there anything else wrong? No, that's fine. Fang Lei couldn't find any faults. Then, Wan Jiqing's hands burst into flames. He placed the 2 tables in the flames, drying out the moisture. Fang Lei stepped forward and touched the wall. Very sturdy. Continue farming. Fang Lei thought there was nothing more to say at this point. Remember to come back for dinner, he said as he slowly walked home, beginning to reflect on himself. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, and clearly, building houses is not his forte. Although he intended to save points today and used his skills intermittently, he still spent 20,000 points, which shouldn't have happened. In the future, such tasks should be left to Wan Jiqing. He has other things to busy himself with. Upon returning home, Fang Lei saw that Marin was already waiting for him. Master, this is the restorative potion that can enhance physical fitness. Please drink it all. Marin handed Fang Lei a bowl. Fang Lei took it, and inside the bowl was a potion with sliced mushrooms floating in it. Fang Lei scrutinized Marin. Really wanting to ask, are you a chef? With some hesitation, Fang Lei brought the bowl to his lips. He tilted his head back and drank the warm mushroom soup. Oh no, the warm potion in one go. After drinking, Fang Lei smacked his lips. There's no salt. Salt? That would damage the internal structure of the mushrooms, Marin replied. This is the best formula I could come up with. As the potion entered his stomach, it continuously emitted warmth within him. At first, Fang Lei didn't feel anything significant. However, he quickly noticed that the soreness in his body disappeared, replaced by a gradually released warmth. Once the warmth fully spread, his previously fatigued body became filled with strength. This effect is really good. Fang Lei looked at his body, which now felt so light. Is there more? Give me another bowl, Fang Lei said. That's all I have, Marin shook his head. I spent the entire afternoon making just this one batch. If I had a complete set of equipment, I could do it faster. Complete equipment? After hearing Marin's words, Fang Lei glanced at the shop. Unfortunately, while the shop had a wide variety of items, it didn't have any equipment. I'll arrange for Wan Jiqing to help you make the equipment later. Next, it's time for my reward. Fang Lei looked at Marin, and the 2 locked eyes. What reward do you want? Marin asked. Marin lowered his head in thought, then spoke. I want more potions. I will arrange for people to go to the forest to gather more potions. This isn't really a reward. Fang Lei pondered for a moment and then said, Then I will reward you with a level. As he spoke, Fang Lei allocated a point, and a beam of light flashed by, causing Marin to ascend from level 4 to level 5. Marin looked at the glow emanating from his body, initially not reacting. When he realized he had leveled up, he became as excited as a child, bouncing around. Master, do you know? I've waited 40 years for this opportunity to advance to level 5. But I never got the chance. I am truly grateful to you. From now on, I, Marin, will follow you closely. Marin knelt down in excitement. This time, Fang Lei did not stop him. From his earlier actions, it seemed that the promotion had brought him a lot of vitality, and his body was no longer so weak. Choose a room to rest in, Fang Lei pointed to the villa. Also, your laboratory and warehouse have been completed. You can go take a look. Marin did not hesitate and directly chose the room closest to the front door. This way I can get to the research room faster. Master, I want this one. Fang Lei nodded in agreement. After tidying up the kitchen, Fang Lei began to cook. Marin jogged off to see the completed laboratory and warehouse. A few hours later, Wang Jiqing entered and turned green upon seeing a table full of food. Come, hurry up and eat. Fang Lei hurriedly called out when he saw Wang Jiqing. I haven't made contact. He must be in danger. In the factory's residential area, the Mohican stared at his phone and said to the blond man, Go save him. We can't wait any longer. The Mohican urged again. The blond man sat cross-legged on the bed, looking out at the moonlight, his face clouded. Outside, the zombies were howling continuously, indicating that some powerful zombies had emerged. The blond man slowly spoke. It's too dangerous for us to go out now. We have guns and bullets. What does it matter if there are zombies? Just shoot them down. The Mohican insisted. He hasn't replied for so long. He's either dead or tied up. If it's the former, we need to avenge our brother. If it's the latter, we can still rescue him. The Mohican urged. After listening, the blond man showed clear hesitation. Brother, we should indeed go take a look. Zhao Jincheng was tied up like a dumpling, tossed aside, and spoke slowly. I'm sure there's a lot of food over there. The reason our brother hasn't found it is that it's been hidden. Shut up. The Mohican scolded. You don't have a say here. The blond man waved his hand and then said, Since you want to go, then let us go. You're right. We can't abandon our brother just because it's dangerous. Our mom said, if we die, we must be buried in the ancestral grave. We traveled from the south all the way to the northeast just to be buried here after death, right? The Mohican said, regardless of whether our brother is still alive. We must rescue him. Zhao Jincheng was dumbfounded. You traveled all the way from the south to the northeast just to be buried in the ancestral grave? Brother. There are zombies everywhere now. You've crossed the entire country. Isn't it better to find a factory in the suburbs as a base? Chapter 21. Black Spirit, get ready. Let us go. The blond man jumped off the bed and then spoke. Who should we send this time? The Mohican quickly approached when he saw the blond man getting up. Everyone goes. The blond man grabbed a shotgun. Everyone goes. The Mohican was startled. But if we do that, there will be no one left to guard here. This is a big factory. Even if zombies really enter, we can hide until we come back. The blond man opened the bullet box and counted the bullets. Take me with you. I can use a gun too. Zhao Jincheng shouted. This shout drew the attention of both men. It's already the greatest mercy that we're not killing you. Just stay here obediently. We will confirm whether there is food over there. If we don't see food. The blond man slapped Zhao Jincheng's face with the shotgun. Zhao Jincheng swallowed hard, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Lock the door, gather all the brothers, and we'll set off tonight. The blond man slung the gun over his shoulder and walked outside. Oh. Fang Lei clasped his hands together, praying to heaven and earth. Summon. A black door suddenly appeared from the space. A pile of seawater instantly appeared, followed by a giant kelp falling into the prepared bathtub. Fang Lei stepped forward to take a look, then sighed in disappointment. After dinner, Marin and Wang Jiqing returned to their rooms to rest. Fang Lei continued to summon. Due to summoning too many marine creatures, he directly changed the summoning location to the bathroom. Dozens of points down, and I got a seafood hot pot. Fang Lei looked at the bathtub full of marine life and sighed heavily. Summon. The system prompted, current quota insufficient, please complete tasks to increase quota. Fang Lei felt a bit helpless. He hadn't summoned anything good since Marin. There hadn't been any creatures above level 2. Fang Lei scratched his head, thinking that this summoning might also be related to his own strength. He went to the kitchen to grab a basin, then placed all the summoned subordinates into the basin. 20 minutes later, a delicious seafood hot pot appeared before him. Wang Jiqing, dinner is ready. Fang Lei shouted upstairs. Master, I just finished eating. I'm not hungry. Wang Jiqing quickly replied. Old Marin, are you still eating? Fang Lei called out to Marin's room. Master, I can't eat anymore. You eat by yourself. Marin also declined Wang Jiqing. Fang Lei picked up the hot pot and took a few simple bites. After that, he put down his chopsticks. I can't eat anymore either. For some reason, Fang Lei suddenly began to miss the days when the little fox was around. When he was home, there was never any leftover food. He went to the door to take a look. The little fox still hadn't returned, and the big iron ball was all alone in the nest. Fang Lei sighed. On the first day without the little fox, he started to miss it a bit. What exactly was the shadow that was sucked in by the hand? Was it really too much for the little fox? Forget it, no need to think about it. At worst, when it comes back, he would give it something good to eat. Previously, he had been feeding it low-quality food. When it returned, he would upgrade its rations to a normal level. He temporarily put away the seafood hot pot. Then Fang Lei went back to the bathroom. Summon. Summoning again, a dark shadow fell down. The splashing seawater hit Fang Lei's face. The sudden seawater made it impossible for Fang Lei to open his eyes. He groped around for a towel. But just as he was about to wipe his face, the towel was snatched away by someone else. Fang Lei felt very angry, wondering who was playing such a low-quality joke on him. Just as Fang Lei was cursing, the towel pressed against his face. Then a gentle female voice came. "I'm very sorry, my master. Let me clean you up." Fang Lei's mind buzzed. Could it be that he just had a moment of enlightenment? He hurriedly wiped away the seawater in front of him, then opened his eyes. Suddenly, a deep gap appeared before him. The gap gradually approached, then pressed against his face. Soft. Big. Who pressed a bun against my face? Fang Lei sniffed, and a faint fragrance covered the salty smell of the seawater. "I'm drying your hair." "Please don't move," the voice came again. Fang Lei simply stopped moving, and after his hair was dried, he finally saw her full appearance. The one he summoned this time was not a human, but a low-level beast man. Each time a new subordinate is summoned, an attribute panel automatically pops up. And this time is no exception. Orc quality, level 1 profession. Orc health, 10 stamina, 87 100 detailed introduction, a weak and powerless orc. Perhaps the only redeeming quality is its unwavering loyalty. Experience, 110. Fang Lei frowned slightly at the attributes. "Is your name just Orc?" Upon hearing this, the orc lowered its head slightly, its two furry ears drooping. "A lowly race like ours is not worthy of names. We are usually just called by our race name." Fang Lei curled her lip, clearly disdainful of the term lowly. "Then I'll give you a name." Fang Lei immediately made a decision. "Give me a color you like." Fang Lei couldn't think of a good name for a moment, so she decided to start with a color. "I like black," it said. "Black? Why black?" Fang Lei was a bit confused upon hearing this. Generally, don't girls like cute colors like pink? I can't remember many memories, but I still vaguely recall that during the day, I had to do hard work, and only at night could I rest peacefully. Every day, what I looked forward to the most was the complete darkness that enveloped everything. "So my favorite color is black," it explained after thinking for a moment. Fang Lei was silent for a moment. "How about calling you Black Spirit, the spirit of the night?" "Good." It nodded. At the same time, a voice from the system was heard. System prompt. Name change successful. Orc has been renamed Black Spirit. Name change cost 100 points. Changing a name costs points, huh? Well, spending this 100 is still quite meaningful. Chapter 22. Invasion. You're all wet. Let me get you some clothes. After Fang Lei finished speaking, she went back to the attic. Previously, she had been busy with work and didn't have any women-esque clothes at home. So she found a few of her own oversized clothes for Black Spirit. "You can take a hot shower first to avoid catching a cold," Fang Lei said from outside the door. "I know." A voice came from the bathroom. "The master is really warm-hearted." Fang Lei took a deep breath outside, her heart racing a bit. Something should happen next, right? Sitting on a chair in the dining room, despite her conscious control, she couldn't help but think about it. Fang Lei thought that Black Spirit might be hungry after taking a shower, so she took out a warm seafood hot pot and started cooking it again. Looking at the few ingredients in the hot pot, Fang Lei opened the refrigerator to find some more ingredients to add. Why are these vegetables all wilted? This radish isn't crunchy anymore either. After looking around, Fang Lei ultimately didn't take anything. She realized a big problem. The fruits and vegetables she had prepared before the apocalypse were no longer fresh, and some had even started to rot. "It seems that I can't just plant wheat from now on. I also need to plant some fruits and vegetables appropriately. What I save can be eaten by myself, and the excess won't go to waste. It can be recycled." Opening the freezer, Fang Lei took out some slices of meat. Although it didn't quite match the seafood pot, it wasn't bad either. However, just as Fang Lei was preparing the ingredients, a strange sound suddenly came from outside the house. "Oh." Upon hearing this sound, Fang Lei immediately became alert. Wan Jiqing also walked down from upstairs. "What was that just now? A cry?" Fang Lei looked at Wan Jiqing. "I can't be sure." Wan Jiqing requested from Fang Lei. "I want to go confirm if the owner of that cry poses a threat to us." "Go ahead, don't rush back. And pick up some mushrooms you brought yesterday on the way," Fang Lei said, handing Wan Jiqing a burlap sack. This sack was clearly much larger than the previous one. "Yes, master." Wan Jiqing took the sack and then spread his wings and flew away. Fang Lei stayed at home, continuing to wait for Black Spirit to finish showering. In her spare time, Fang Lei browsed the seeds in the shop. The variety of seeds was quite complete. There were edible and inedible ones, recognizable and unrecognizable ones. Moreover, not only were they complete, but the prices were also very cheap. One could buy a pound for just a few points. However, Fang Lei wasn't particularly satisfied because most of these seeds were one-time use, and she preferred explosive potatoes, which yield produce and also provide defense. Soon, Fang Lei focused on two types of plants. One was the chive archer, and the other was the corrosive tomato. The chive archer is a ground-level group defense plant that, when laid on the ground, can shoot chives at enemies if encountered, if planted over a large enough area. The chive archer can let enemies experience the feeling of being pierced by thousands of arrows, and when there are no enemies, all the chives can be harvested and eaten. The corrosive tomato, on the other hand, is an individual defense plant that can project corrosive tomatoes after being planted. These tomatoes are also edible, but only the ripe red ones can be eaten. The green ones are highly corrosive and would almost certainly kill an ordinary person. The description seemed good. Fang Lei rubbed her chin, thinking seriously. The remote defense is just lacking a bit, so why not plant both? Forget it, I'll just plant the corrosive tomato. The chive archer has too strong a taste. Imagine the future on a hot summer day, sitting outside to cool off. A summer breeze blows in, bringing with it a strong chive scent. Although I don't dislike chives, I don't love them enough to want to smell them with every breath. The fifth floor is still empty. I'll fill it up tomorrow, Fang Lei said, when suddenly an explosion was heard nearby. What happened? Fang Lei instantly became alert. From the sound, it seemed like the explosion of an explosive potato. Could it be that zombies have arrived? Fang Lei thought for a moment, and then smiled. It's been several days, and only now have zombies discovered this territory. If they don't come soon, it would be like a false apocalypse. Boom. Immediately after, another explosion was heard. Fang Lei listened as the explosion sounded closer. A considerable number of zombies? They've already broken through the second layer of explosive potatoes. Or could it be that the zombies are mutated? Before Fang Lei could think more, the third explosion came. This explosion was right in front of her. The wall was blown open, and a stone flew towards Fang Lei, the immense force causing her to fall to the ground. This master is really idle. Building 6 layers of walls. Is their home made of bricks? No matter who they are, anyone who dares to kill our brothers must pay the price. They must be killed. Tear their bodies apart and bury them in the ground. They are devils. Blood splattered out, blocking Fang Lei's vision. After wiping the blood away, she finally opened her eyes. At this moment, a dozen men in various outfits were cursing as they walked in, led by a blond man holding a pile of grenades. Fang Lei was now holding her head in pain, her brain in a haze, unable to resist in time. Old 3, tie this guy's hands. The rest of you go inside and see how many more people are there. Fang Lei's mind gradually cleared up, and she instantly realized the crisis of the situation. Just as she wanted to do something, a shotgun was pressed against her forehead. Don't move, or I'll blow your head off. Upon hearing this, Fang Lei obediently raised her hands. Another shotgun. Instantly, Fang Lei remembered that the last madman who broke in also used a shotgun and wore the same type of clothes. Soon, she connected the two events. These people must have come for revenge. But what to do? Wan Qiqing had already been sent out by her. He had just left. And according to her orders, he probably wouldn't be back for a long time. Marlin is a scholarly type, and the newly summoned Black Spirit is only level 1. Although I have skill dominance, it is impossible for me to defeat a dozen people at once. What should I do? Am I just going to be done for? Don't act recklessly. We'll give you whatever you want. Fang Lei's mind raced, and he immediately began to negotiate. We want food. Do you have any? The blond man looked at Fang Lei and spoke. Yes, I have it, but I've hidden it all away. You have to promise me you'll let us go. And then I'll give you the food. Fang Lei gritted his teeth and said, Humiliation. What utter humiliation. Even a small thug can talk to me like this. Oh, it seems you still haven't realized our identity, the blonde said, and punched Fang Lei in the face. I have a gun, and you don't. Do you dare talk to me like this? Fang Lei fell to the ground after taking the hit, and his mind became clearer. He thought carefully about a solution and then remembered that his dominance could use his subordinate's passive skills. First, he checked Marlin's passive skill. Insight increases sensitivity to magical objects. Fang Lei's heart sank. This skill had no offensive power whatsoever. Since I entered the room, you haven't had any food. It's all my food. You don't deserve to use this to threaten me. And as for the way to address me, let me teach you. You have to call me Daddy when you see me, or just call me Dad. The more affectionate you are, the happier I'll be. And maybe I'll spare your life. Come on, Call out and let me hear. The blond man grabbed Fang Lei by the collar and said. Then, Fang Lei placed his hope on Black Spirit. As an orc, her skills should lean more toward attack. Life increases a large amount of health and can absorb or give life to others. Devouring a person will grant you 1% of their health forever. Seeing this, Fang Lei became anxious. This skill wasn't bad, but for now, it couldn't help him escape his predicament. Seeing that Fang Lei was silent, the blond man sneered. Then stuffed the gun barrel into Fang Lei's mouth. I'm giving you one last chance. I'll count to 3. If you don't call out, I'll send you to the afterlife. The blond man said with a wicked smile. 3, 2. Chapter 23, Slaughter Ah? Suddenly, a sharp scream rang out. Brother, I found a treasure over here. A scarred man walked out of the bathroom. Black Spirit was dragged out behind him, hastily wrapped in a towel. TSK, 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 orc ears, good boy. You know how to have fun. The blond man leered at Black Spirit. I like this type. Take her to the room, and watch me deal with her right here. Fang Lei's eyebrows shot up, and the flames of anger were almost about to burst from his chest. He longed to rush up and fight him desperately. He wanted to level up, but all he received was a system prompt that he couldn't level up. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Fang Lei watched as the blond man stepped closer to Black Spirit, his heart burning with pain as if it were on hot coals. Black Spirit was his subordinate. What kind of lord couldn't protect his subordinates? Seeing the blond man standing in front of Black Spirit with a wicked smile, suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Little sister, why are you so cute? The blond man said, reaching out to touch Black Spirit's face. Don't touch me. Black Spirit stepped back a few steps, but soon, she was backed into a corner. Hide? Now you have nowhere to hide, right? The blond man reached out again, running his hand down her dark hair toward her sensitive areas. However, at that moment, a dazzling white light emanated from Black Spirit's body. The blond man was blinded by the light and closed his eyes, puzzled, wondering if he had accidentally pressed the light switch. The light was too bright, making him want to rub his eyes. But to his surprise, he found that he couldn't feel his hands anymore. Opening his eyes, everything around him was still pitch black. As if he were closing his eyes. He tried to say something, but he couldn't even speak. Just as he was confused, his consciousness quickly became blurry. At that moment, another scream echoed in the villa. Monster! The voice of the Mohawk man was trembling. Several walls of the villa burst open, and a giant beast over 3 stories tall stood where Black Spirit had originally been. In a moment of crisis, Fang Lei thought that since there were no strong subordinates around, he would create one. The orc's attack power must be higher than that of an average Marlin. So he leveled Black Spirit up from level 1 to level 10. With the white light, Black Spirit transformed into an incredibly large, fierce beast. With a single bite, the blond man's head was swallowed whole. The corpse of the blond man fell to the ground. Only then did someone notice his death. Brother! The Mohawk man shouted as he rushed over, picked up the corpse, and cried out in grief. Kill! Kill this monster! Don't spare that man or the old man either. The Mohawk man turned red with rage, picked up a shotgun, and fired at Black Spirit. For a moment, Black Spirit let out a wail, and blood splattered everywhere. Any living creature is afraid of guns. Kill them and avenge my brother, the Mohawk man shouted. Everyone regained their senses, picked up their weapons, and began to shoot. Some aimed at Black Spirit, while others pointed their guns at Fang Lei and Marlin. Seeing this, Black Spirit jumped over and used her body to shield the two. The gunfire continued. Fang Lei was shielded behind the giant body. Although he wasn't harmed, he was extremely worried. His subordinate was taking bullets for him. If she could hold on, he would repay her well. When Luan Jiqing was at level 10, his health could reach 10 million. The orc's main attack method was its physical advantage, so even if the health was low, it wouldn't be too low. Although guns had considerable power, Black Spirit was at level 10, and no matter how powerful the guns were, they wouldn't directly take her life. It was just hard on Black Spirit, who was in pain and had tears in her eyes from taking the bullets for him. Fang Lei clenched his fists. Today, these people are doomed. Not even God can save them. Fang Lei said so. The gunfire continued for 5 minutes before gradually weakening, until the last shot. There were no more gunshots for over 10 seconds. Fang Lei knew that they must have run out of bullets. Kill them all. Fang Lei issued the command, then hid in the cupboard with Marlin. This action, while not very glorious, was quite useful. The opponent's ammunition count was still unknown. If they had secretly saved a few rounds, even a single bullet could pose a deadly threat to him. Outside, there were wails. As time passed, the cries grew fainter. Suddenly, several gunshots rang out. The surroundings fell into complete silence. Master, everything has been resolved. At that moment, Black Spirit's voice came from outside. Fang Lei emerged from the cupboard. Looking around, he sighed deeply. The surrounding walls had collapsed. The villa was left with only remnants of walls. Blood splattered everywhere, and the once white walls were covered in bloodstains. The smell of gunpowder lingered, and Fang Lei felt an inexplicable sense of desolation. How did his territory end up like this? System prompt. Detecting damage to the Lord's mansion. Would you like to spend 50 points to restore it? The system prompt sounded. Only 50. Restore, Fang Lei said. Then, the house was quickly rebuilt to its former state. Not only were the tiles broken by the big white pig repaired, but also the bullet holes in the ceiling were fixed. The feeling of desolation came quickly and left just as fast. Fang Lei quickly adjusted his mindset to deal with the pile of mess at hand. Stepping out of the house, Fang Lei first checked on Black Spirit's condition. Black Spirit had transformed back into her human form, and Fang Lei placed his hand on her forehead to check her attributes. I didn't realize it until I looked. And indeed, Fang Lei was taken aback. Black Spirit, Hero, Quality, Level 10 Profession, Beast God Health, 100 million Stamina, 1000 Detailed Introduction, the God of Life, the Undead. Flesh and bones, and so far, no one has been able to inflict heavy damage on her. Experience. Full. Undead flesh and bones? Isn't that too eerie? Fang Lei stared wide-eyed at the detailed introduction. Moreover, with a health of 100 million, this is 10 times that of Wan Jiqing. Fang Lei thought that Black Spirit would sustain some injuries after blocking those bullets, but unexpectedly, she was completely unharmed. Not even a sliver of her health bar moved. As long as she is fine, that is good. Fang Lei let out a sigh of relief. Master, could you not just pet me? But also rub my head a bit? Black Spirit said. Fang Lei smiled and rubbed Black Spirit's head. Having a subordinate who doesn't overthink made him feel inexplicably comfortable. Black Spirit's tail wagged rapidly, stirring up a cloud of dust. Fang Lei covered his mouth and nose and took 2 steps back. In summer, she would make a great fan. Chapter 24. Lottery. Those people are all dead, right? Marin cautiously peeked out from the villa door. The old man Ma is dead. You can come out now. Fang Lei looked at Marin's cautious demeanor and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Phew. That scene just now really scared me to death, Marin said, patting his chest, relieved to have survived. Yeah, I was terrified too, Black Spirit said. Fang Lei's face was clouded with gloom, but he still joked with Black Spirit. Afraid? Those bad guys are all in your belly now. What do you have to be afraid of? Afraid of not digesting them? Black Spirit chuckled, and the atmosphere became much lighter. Old Ma, there's nothing for you to do here anymore. It's late. You should go to sleep. Marin was straightforward and turned to go back to his room. Master, it's getting late. We should also sleep. Black Spirit can warm your bed, said Black Spirit, hugging Fang Lei's arm. You go to sleep first. I drank a potion, and I'm feeling great now. Fang Lei patted Black Spirit's head and smiled as he declined. If it were earlier, he would never have refused something like sleeping, but after what just happened, he wasn't in the mood. All that filled him was endless rage and murderous intent. Zhao Jinsheng, did I ever mistreat you in the slightest? Yet why do you repeatedly want to put me to death? Plotting against my life. Insulting the women of my territory and turning my land into ruins. You think you can bully me, Fang Lei, as if I'm made of clay? At this point, if you're not polite, don't blame me for being impolite. It has been a bit cold these past few nights. Fang Lei looked at the bright moon in the sky and sighed slightly. Master, winter is approaching, Black Spirit said, sitting beside Fang Lei. Yes, a good season for killing. Fang Lei said thoughtfully as he gazed at the sky. The sky gradually brightened. Wan Jiqing flew back with a full bag. I saw the walls have collapsed, Master. Are you all right? Wan Jiqing asked in a panic after landing. Almost died, Fang Lei replied lightly. Damn it. Who was it? Flames surged in Wan Jiqing's eyes, his murderous intent spilling out without reservation. They're all dead, but not completely. Fang Lei stood up, stretched, and then walked towards the villa. Wan Jiqing, come upstairs with me. We have some matters to discuss. Black Spirit, guard the territory. Anyone who enters must be killed without mercy. In the study. Master, who is trying to assassinate you? Wan Jiqing asked. I don't know. Fang Lei pulled out a map from the drawer and slapped it on the table. So, the first thing I need you to do is investigate the surrounding areas to see where there are human gathering points and where they might appear. As Fang Lei spoke, he marked a point and a circle on the map. The place I marked is where we are, and this circle is the range. They came by motorcycle. I checked the remaining fuel in the motorcycles, and I can determine that their base will definitely not exceed this range. Fang Lei tapped his fingers and outlined a key direction. The south is the key direction you need to investigate because the south is largely farmland, sparsely populated, and most suitable as a base. Yes, master, Wan Jiqing replied seriously. Then Fang Lei continued to take out a stack of white paper. Also, while keeping our original ideas. We need to change the layout. Now, provide me with a few layout plans. Fang Lei placed a pin on the white paper. We need a research area, a warehouse, a planting area, and later, when we have more people, we also need a living area. It's especially important to leave space for planting defensive plants. As Fang Lei spoke, Wan Jiqing drew. Before long, a blueprint was placed in front of Fang Lei. Fang Lei picked up the blueprint and looked at it carefully. Soon, a second blueprint was placed in front of Fang Lei. In no time, Wan Jiqing proposed 5 completely different plans. What is this you drew? A river? Fang Lei asked curiously. That's right, it's a river. The moisture in our land is decreasing rapidly. Without irrigation, the land will eventually become unable to be planted. Wan Jiqing said. Fang Lei then remembered that this was indeed a serious issue. Previously, seeds could grow simply by being stuffed into the ground, which made him overlook the need for irrigation. However, although food grows quickly, it doesn't just appear out of thin air. It also needs moisture and soil absorption. Fang Lei reopened the map and searched carefully, but then frowned. Where is there any river water around here? There is a small lake here. We can fill the lake and then channel the water to our side, surrounding the city with a moat. Fang Lei looked up at Wan Jiqing. How long will this project take you? Wan Jiqing pondered for a moment and then shook his head. Master, this is not a small project. The fastest will take 9 months, and normal construction will need about a year. Fang Lei naturally knew this was not a small project. Since ancient times, managing rivers has been a major task. It is normal for tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of people to participate and take years to complete. For Wan Jiqing to complete such a daunting task alone in a year is already very fast. All right, put this plan on the agenda, and also get some water sources for emergencies, Fang Lei said. Yes, Wan Jiqing replied. I need some suggestions from you as well. Fang Lei thought for a moment, then pulled out a piece of paper and started drawing. Fang Lei drew 2 pictures, both placed in front of him. These are the 2 structures I envisioned. Which one do you think would be better to implement? Fang Lei asked. The 2 pictures represented the power structure of a company and a simplified version of the Ming Dynasty's power structure. This diagram is too grand, master. You truly have the world in your heart. It's truly admirable, Wan Jiqing said as he looked at the 2 diagrams, his eyes shining with brilliance. Fang Lei's face flushed. This was not something he should be admired for. It was clearly the wisdom of the ancestors that was admirable. He was just taking advantage of Wan Jiqing not having studied middle school history. I'm asking for your opinion, Fang Lei emphasized. I think this is too grand. And concentrating power intentionally is unnecessary for you. First, we are completely loyal to you. Your power remains constant. No need to strengthen it. Second, this idea lacks manpower in the early stages, making it impossible to implement, leading to structural deficiencies. Wan Jiqing pushed the company's power structure diagram in front of Fang Lei. I think this would be more suitable for early development and also easier to manage. After hearing Wan Jiqing's words, Fang Lei did not rush to express his opinion but pretended to think seriously for a while. Being too eager to express an opinion would make him seem indecisive and overly hasty. All right, we'll do it your way. From today onward, you will temporarily serve as the Minister of Production. Fang Lei pointed at Wan Jiqing and declared, Thank you for your grace, master. Wan Jiqing excitedly knelt on the ground. Is there anything else? If not, go draw the map immediately, Fang Lei said. 2 things to report, Wan Jiqing said. First, the roar from last night indeed came from the mutated zombies, but they have already been killed. Second, I harvested a large number of mushrooms, one of which feels particularly special to me. All right, got it. Fang Lei nodded slightly. Wan Jiqing turned to leave. Fang Lei was completely unconcerned with the 2 things Wan Jiqing just mentioned. The most important thing right now is how to increase the population. In such a large territory, there are only 4 people including himself, which is quite pathetic. After asking the system, the only way to gain subordinate slots is through side quests or possibly from the lottery wheel. Fang Lei opened the lottery wheel and suddenly realized he had enough attempts for 10 consecutive draws. Chapter 25. How did you know I was out of paper? The cheer outside was deafening. Zhao Jinsheng could hardly believe it. Did we really take it down? He slumped in his chair, letting out a long sigh of relief. That giant zombie had truly scared him when it crushed the wall. Fortunately, he knew how to operate an excavator and managed to push it down the steep slope with some debris. As he got out of the vehicle, the survivors immediately surrounded Zhao Jincheng, stepping on the blood of the deceased, thanking him profusely. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we would have been done for. Yes, that big zombie killed so many people, and no one could do anything. Thankfully, it was you. Looking around at the people, Zhao Jincheng suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. He reminisced slightly and immediately recalled that he had felt the same way when he was at the company. With a slight shift in his gaze, he saw that these people were in a state of being leaderless. Why not take the opportunity to rise and lead them? That way, when the blonde-haired men return, even if they encounter unexpected situations and can't find food, he might be able to save his life because of them. A quick glance revealed that the number of people he had brought back from the vehicle, along with those encountered locally, totaled about 50. Most were women, with only 13 men. Moreover, most of them were timid and fearful for their lives. If he established himself as the leader, there probably wouldn't be any opposition. With this thought in mind, Zhao Jincheng made a move. Everyone, Zhao Jincheng called out to quiet the noisy crowd. The wall is still incomplete, and if zombies come in from outside, we will be in great danger. Upon hearing Zhao Jincheng's words, the previously excited crowd instantly became anxious. All men, come with me to repair the wall, Zhao Jincheng shouted to everyone. Then, Zhao Jincheng organized a sparse team to start repairing the wall. Although the team was thin, Zhao Jincheng did not feel disheartened at all. As long as they were willing to listen to him, things would be manageable. Establishing a leadership image is not something that can be accomplished overnight. With this good start, he believed that within a week, he would solidify his position. He didn't reach the position of vice president just by luck. He also had some abilities. Zhao Jincheng, we found guns in a room, came a voice as they were about to finish repairing the wall. Zhao Jincheng jogged over to take a look and discovered a massive amount of firearms. He gently found a paperclip and pried open the lock. A smile spread across Zhao Jincheng's face. With people armed, the team could really start to take action. Earlier, Wang Jiqing had reached level 10 and received 5 lottery attempts as a reward. This time, the upgrade also granted him 5 attempts, making it a total of 10. Since he had accumulated enough attempts, he decided to give it a try. Maybe he would be lucky and draw 10 subordinate slots. God bless, God bless. Fang Lei held the incense burner and paced around the room. He had never believed in gods and knew that this method was probably useless, but he held on to a glimmer of hope inside. What if he drew something good? What if, moreover, even if this wandering around only made him cough, at least it would bring him some peace of mind. Lottery. Fang Lei put down the incense burner and focused on the system's lottery wheel. He pressed the 10 consecutive draws button, and the cursor began to spin on the huge reward wheel. The cursor gradually slowed down, finally stopping at a very small square. Fang Lei couldn't see what that square was. It didn't matter that he couldn't see it. Soon, the system notification came through. Congratulations, host. You have received a pack of toilet paper. Fang Lei? How did the system know I was running low on paper? Wait. The direction of my complaints seems a bit off. I spent 1 lottery attempt just to get a pack of toilet paper? And why call it that? Why not just call it sanitary paper? Fang Lei inquired with the system and quickly received a reply. System notification. All terms are derived from the host's daily language. Well, it seems I've inadvertently revealed some habits. The lottery continued. The cursor flashed again and soon landed in another spot. Fang Lei didn't have high hopes for this draw and just hoped it wouldn't be more toilet paper. That large roll should last him a long time. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the special skill, Holy Knowledge. Huh, a skill this time? And it's a special skill? Sounds good. But the effectiveness of a skill still depends on its specific effects. The system quickly proceeded to the next lottery without giving Fang Lei a chance to check the skill. Congratulations, host. You have gained 40 subordinate slots. It's a jackpot. It really came through. Fang Lei picked up the incense burner and gave it a hard kiss. Ouch. A bit hot on the lips. Is there anything more exciting than having your wishes come true? The lottery continued, but those draws were no longer important to Fang Lei. He looked at the 30 subordinate slots and was extremely excited. Congratulations, host. You have received the Demon King Bloodline Treasure Box. Congratulations, host. You have received 3,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have received 500 points. Congratulations, host. You have received a cabbage cannon. Congratulations, host. You have received 300 points. Congratulations, host. You have received a cabbage cannon. Congratulations, host. You have received a bag of excellent rice seeds. All 10 lottery attempts were used up. The rewards were displayed on the system interface, each emitting a different colored light. What caught Fang Lei's attention was that the subordinate slots were merely the most ordinary white. just like the 300 and 500 points, which were the lowest tier, the cabbage cannon and 3,000 points, the excellent rice seeds, and the skill holy knowledge were in the same tier, colored blue. The only purple one was the Demon King bloodline treasure box. Additionally, the most unique one was the toilet paper, which had no color at all. Let's check the treasure box first, Fang Lei said, summoning the box. Reading the introduction, Fang Lei realized that he might have truly hit the jackpot this time. The opener of the treasure box randomly obtains the identity of a race from another world that belongs to the same lineage as the Demon King. If a race already exists, the powerful race will override the weaker one. Fang Lei slowly widened his eyes. A treasure box that allows changing races? This is incredible. Without hesitation, he opened the treasure box, and with a burst of light, a pool of liquid appeared inside. What is this? Fang Lei reached out to poke the blue liquid. It felt soft, not like water, but rather a bit gelatinous. Suddenly, the pool of blue liquid moved, flowing over Fang Lei's finger and enveloping his entire body. Chapter 26. Preparation. Everything in front of Fang Lei began to change. The existence of his hands disappeared, and then he felt hands all over his body. The existence of his feet also disappeared, and then he felt feet everywhere on his body. His vision faded, and he began to receive information from his surroundings in another way. I feel like there are eyes all over my body, watching from every angle without any blind spots. Goodness, have I turned into a monster filled with limbs and eyes? I picked up a mirror and discovered a slime staring back at me. Wait, a slime? Isn't it said that slimes belong to the same race as the Demon King from another world? How did I end up as a slime? Isn't a slime the weakest existence in games? You're telling me that this can compete with the chickens at the village entrance for the title of Demon King? Suddenly, a piece of information appeared in front of Fang Lei. Name: Fang Lei. Quality: Level 1 race. Slime King. Health points: 10 experience, 210 active skill, Dominion, passive skills, disguise, regeneration, split, dimensional stomach, subordinate quota. For 41, the race name is Slime King. The health points and experience are pitifully low. When Fang Lei saw his attributes visualized, he immediately wanted to grind himself up to level 10. However, the result was still a response indicating he could not level up. Fang Lei felt a bit strange. His subordinates were all level 10, and he was only level 1. Isn't that a bit odd? A level 10 beast god and a level 10 demon king are loyal to a level 1 slime? This feels a bit strange. Fang Lei continued to look down and found that he had gained many passive skills. Disguise allows him to take on the appearance of digested food. Regeneration can restore any part of his body. Split can create another identical consciousness at any time, and dimensional stomach can store items. With the internal space available for purchase from the system, Fang Lei read through the skills one by one and couldn't help but sigh. These passives really have no attack skills at all. Fang Lei shook his head in disappointment. At least he was rapidly maxing out in the area of self-preservation. Disguise means that if he can't win, he can hide, just find a corner to disguise himself as a small stone or even turn into another person, and pursuers won't be able to find him. The meaning of regeneration is that there are no vital organs in his body that can be killed with a single blow, and with the passive split. Even if he is minced into dumpling filling, he won't die. Not to mention if someone cuts off his arms or legs, even if they chop off his head, he would still be lively. At that time, he could be generous, and if the enemy got bored, he could just hold his own head and chat. The dimensional stomach can store some life-saving weapons. He might look unarmed, but he has an arsenal in his belly. These skills, while looking decent, are not really to Fang Lei's liking. These skills destined him to adopt a timid strategy, attacking enemies from the shadows. He preferred a fighting style that allowed for explosive attacks, doubling damage in a short time, and fighting head-on with bloodshed. Suddenly, Fang Lei thought of a question. In his current state, his movements were very inconvenient. If he wanted to turn into a human, did he have to eat a human first? Answer: no need. The host's previous human body has already been absorbed. It only requires a mental summon. Fang Lei was startled by the sudden voice. After checking, he realized the source of the voice was from the skill Holy Knowledge, which can perform calculations on behalf of the host and answer common questions. Additionally, this skill belongs to the system and does not appear in personal attributes. Fang Lei stroked his chin and thought. It seems that having this skill would save him a lot of trouble. This time's lottery really yielded many good items. A Demon King bloodline treasure chest significantly enhanced his survival ability. The lottery is truly rewarding. It looks like he should level up his subordinates more and save up for another 10 consecutive draws. Focusing his thoughts, Fang Lei transformed back into human form. He took the tissue to the bathroom, then headed to the kitchen. He picked up a knife, hesitated slightly, and then chopped off his own arm. A wave of pain hit him, but there was no blood, nor any flesh or bone to be seen. Beneath the surface was just a puddle of blue slime. The severed arm could still move. Fang Lei reattached his arm, clenched his fist, and released it. The arm was as good as new. This body is really strong. Master. At that moment, someone called him from behind. Turning around, he found that Marlin had woken up. Should he upgrade Marlin to level 10 all at once? Never mind. That's unnecessary. Marlin has no attack power, and his role is to study potions. This old man is only interested in potions. The only thing that can make him happy is leveling up. This level should be kept as a reward for him to create higher level potions. Giving him a level all at once wouldn't be very meaningful. It's better to help him when he needs it. Good morning, Fang Lei greeted. Then looked at the clock. It was still early, just around 7. Getting old means less sleep. Marlin smiled. Seeing himself in the kitchen, Fang Lei decided to cook breakfast. Breakfast was simple, a cup of milk and a sandwich. He made one for Marlin and one for himself. Fang Lei noticed that after just one night, Marlin's hair roots had darkened a bit. What happened to your hair and beard? If the master doesn't like it, I can shave it off, Marlin said. That's not what I meant. Fang Lei shook his head. It seemed to be an effect from leveling up. Increased vitality is a good thing. When Marlin was summoned before, he looked like a dying man, but now he looked much healthier. Fang Lei thought for a moment, and then said, by the way, Marlin, what do you think about taking the position of head of the research department? What responsibilities would that entail? Marlin set down his sandwich and looked at Fang Lei, still researching potions. Fang Lei smiled and said, for now, it's just a title. When our territory has more people, I will assign more staff to help you with experiments. All right. Marlin readily agreed and picked up his sandwich to continue eating. Fang Lei also took a sandwich. It was fine once in his mouth. His sense of taste was still there. Can you make more potions today, old man? Fang Lei asked, feeling very eager to level up. It's not that I don't want to, but there are no raw materials left, Marlin replied. Fang Lei nodded, thinking that made sense. How much effort could mushroom soup take? They didn't even add salt. Fang Lei suddenly remembered that the materials from Wanjiqing had arrived. Hadn't they? The new materials have already arrived. Fang Lei pointed to the large burlap sack beside him. Marlin raised an eyebrow, swallowed his sandwich in one gulp, and then dashed to the sack. Marlin rummaged through the mushrooms one by one. Finally, he held up something that looked like a mushroom and made muffled noises. Fang Lei, who was originally focused on eating breakfast, was puzzled when he heard the muffled sounds. Did the old man get so excited he couldn't even speak? He remembered Wanjiqing saying that there was something good in this batch. Turning around, he saw Marlin turning pale and rolling his eyes. Old man. There's no need to be that anxious. Fang Lei quickly handed him some milk. After drinking the milk, Marlin finally calmed down. Old man, let us finish eating first. There's no need to rush, Fang Lei said, somewhat speechless. A single sandwich almost sent the old man away. Chapter 27. Upgrading the wall these herbs. Marlin looked at the herbs in front of him, stuttering a bit. Can these herbs still make the potions from yesterday? Fang Lei was not concerned about anything else. He only cared about the potions. These materials can make about 3 potions, and there's even some white-headed fungus in here. Master, if you give me a bit more time, I can make a potion with a stronger effect. The new potion can make you immune to fire damage. Immune to fire damage? Fang Lei's eyes lit up at those words. My slime body is already immune to most physical attacks. And if I can also negate the damage from fire, wouldn't that mean that ordinary weapons would have no effect on me? If I encounter yesterday's incident again, I won't have to hide anymore. I can confront them head-on with confidence. I'm really looking forward to the new potion. It must be made, Fang Lei said earnestly. As you said, Marin replied. Can I continue using your kitchen? Of course, Fang Lei nodded. His laboratory is not yet built, so he has no choice but to make potions in the kitchen. He started categorizing the potions on the dining table. Fang Lei sensibly left the villa. Which one should I choose? Fang Lei looked at the 4 designs. I have to say, Wanjiqing is really impressive, with just a bit of thought. He came up with 5 designs that followed his own ideas. After a brief selection, he decided on a particularly exquisite design. The Lord's mansion and courtyard are at the center, with the second ring filled with defensive plants and research facilities warehouses. There are also 2 military camps drawn here. Does that mean there will be soldiers patrolling here all day? Outside, the area is divided into large blocks and 4 small zones. The large area is residential, while the small ones are fixed farming areas. Fang Lei stroked his chin. Wonderful. Although these 4 small plots might expose the second layer to their eyes. I can arrange massive defenses around. The zombies won't reach the walls of the second layer and will just perish, with their blood and bodies becoming natural fertilizer. With this arrangement, it seems feasible to accommodate thousands or even tens of thousands of people. I thought my territory was already big enough. But now it seems a bit small. What are the requirements for expanding territory? Fang Lei scratched his head. Answer: to occupy unfamiliar land. You need to occupy the land for half an hour. It is recommended that the host plant ordinary level plants. Just as doubts arose in his mind, the system's voice emerged. Plant ordinary level plants? That's not difficult at all. Fang Lei composed himself. Expanding territory is a matter for later. What he needs to do next is build the walls. Master, why haven't you paid attention to me for so long? Suddenly, Fang Lei felt his arm being squeezed by two soft lumps. Turning around, he found it was Black Spirit. I'm a bit busy. Let's talk later. Fang Lei patted Black Spirit's head. Master, your scent has changed so much. Black Spirit sniffed carefully at the scent on Fang Lei's body, then said with some confusion, but it still feels like you. Fang Lei smiled gently. My bloodline has changed. But you don't have to worry. I'm still me. Black Spirit nodded, seemingly understanding. Fang Lei pointed inside the villa with a smile. Go inside and choose any room. That will be your resting place. I still have some things to do. Oh, Black Spirit's ears drooped instantly upon hearing this. Then you get busy first. We'll play together later. Fang Lei looked at the map and roughly calculated the proportions before starting to build the walls. Building the walls wasn't laborious. And soon Fang Lei finished. The walls were built, but looking at the brick walls, Fang Lei felt they looked too flimsy. How can I make this city wall sturdier? Answer: upgrading the walls can provide stronger defense. Fang Lei was taken aback. The walls can be upgraded? Why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known earlier, would my walls have been blown apart by a few grenades? Fang Lei placed his hand on the wall, and the attributes popped up. Wall level, 1 health, 10. Fang Lei looked at the wall's data with disdain. How does this wall only have 10 health points? Isn't it as weak as me? Upgrade. Fang Lei focused on all the walls within his territory. Suddenly, a bright light filled the territory. Once the light faded, a tall wall appeared in front of Fang Lei. The wall was no longer the fragile brick wall it had been before. This time, it was coated with thick cement on the outside. Fang Lei touched the cement wall, and the attributes appeared before his eyes again. Wall level, 2 health, 50 defense value increased 5-fold. Fang Lei rubbed his fists in excitement and activated his dominion. A soil column protruded from the ground and struck the wall. The wall shook slightly, but nothing happened. Fang Lei approached to check and found that the health had only changed from 50 to 48. Fang Lei was very satisfied with the wall's defensive capability. However, he didn't intend to stop there. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. Fang Lei shouted 3 times. The original cement wall instantly transformed into a wall made of stacked stones. And the wall gradually gained width, enough to stand a person. Soon after, the stone wall began to change. The wall became wider and taller. Although it was still made of stone, this time the stones looked much more uniform, and their hardness seemed to have improved significantly. With the final upgrade, the wall turned a bluish color, and the stones became special bricks. Fang Lei looked at the wall before him and immediately thought of a term. The Great Wall? Fang Lei was dumbfounded. The Great Wall is coming around to be my wall. If Qin Shi Huang knew, wouldn't he be furious? Never mind, let's upgrade it once more. With a flash of light, an even taller black lump appeared before Fang Lei. Fang Lei reached out to touch it and checked the attributes. Wall level, 6 health, 10. 000 goodness, a wall with 10,000 health points. This time I won't believe anyone can breach it. Fang Lei felt the wall, but soon sensed something was off. This wall can't be solid, can it? Fang Lei looked up at the towering wall. By now, he couldn't even see if a person could stand on top of it. Looking up at the top was quite a strain. Fang Lei rubbed his hands together. How about I upgrade it 1 more level? System prompt. Your current points are 30,000, insufficient to upgrade the wall. Huh, where did my 200,000 points go? Only 30,000 left? I remember just now I was a wealthy man. How did I suddenly become broke? Chapter 28. Broke. Forget it. Money can be earned again. Safety is the top priority, Fang Lei comforted himself. In fact, stopping at the previous level of the wall was quite good. After all, if we put it nicely, it also carries a bit of the aura of a king. The points were accidentally spent. Watch me chop off my hand. Fang Lei held his left hand with a pained expression. He raised his right hand, turned it into a knife hand, and then cut it across his left wrist. The hand fell to the ground with a thud. Fang Lei laughed a couple of times, then cursed while picking up his hand. I'm really bored. Losing so many points, I should start farming vigorously now. I have 51 subordinate slots, currently using 4, leaving 47. Fang Lei opened the trash and then directly selected customization. Don't ask why. Don't ask. Just acknowledge the reality and admit that I have no talent for drawing lots. Level 4 requires 1,000 points. I don't seem to have enough, with only 30,000 points left. So let's go for level 3 since it only costs 200 points. After choosing the level, there were still many small options to select. Fang Lei made his choices one by one. My army should be able to fight and farm. So I chose males. They need to be strong. Weak ones can't farm. The age should be between 18 and 25, which is the prime age. When he saw the profession column, Fang Lei hesitated for a moment. It has to be warriors. Farmers won't do. Warriors have combat skills. And soon I will be flattening Zhao Jinsheng's residence. If I choose farmers, will they take turns with hosts? Although the warriors are not used to farming. It's not a difficult task. As long as they have strength, they can manage. After selecting all the minor options, Fang Lei clicked to summon. A huge black gate unfolded from the air, and then 47 people fell from the gate. Fang Lei looked over and saw that they were indeed all well-built young men. Master. The group bowed to Fang Lei. He looked at them with satisfaction. As everyone looked at themselves, Fang Lei decided to give a speech. Hello everyone. Nice to meet you. My name is Fang Lei. We are currently in the apocalypse, and I will lead you to live safely from now on. However, you will soon face a battle, so please be prepared. Peace is achieved through fighting, not by asking for it. Now, you need to divide yourselves into 4 small teams and decide on a team leader. After saying this, Fang Lei quietly watched. It didn't take long for the 4 teams to be formed and the team leaders to be chosen. The 4 teams stood in front of Fang Lei. He looked over and nodded slightly. Follow me, Fang Lei said, and then went to the second layer of the wall. Passing through the main gate, Fang Lei took them to 4 separate areas. What is going on? Fang Lei said. Your next task is to farm. He left them with several bags of seeds. Work hard on the farming. The person who farms the most will be selected as the combat team leader, and there will be rewards for leveling up. After saying this, Fang Lei returned to the villa. The teams finished their tasks, and now they just had to wait for Luan Jiqing to come back with the map. After everything was done, it was already noon. Fang Lei felt a bit tired. The effects of the magic potion from last night had mostly worn off. Returning to the 3rd floor, Fang Lei lay down on the bed, intending to take a short nap. He was too lazy to take off his clothes. So after taking off his shoes, he wrapped himself in the blanket. Why is this blanket so warm? He thought. Suddenly, a gentle breeze brushed past his ear, and a fragrant smell wafted into his nose. Immediately after, the blanket was snatched away. Fang Lei lay on the bed, feeling the lingering warmth on his body, and was stunned. A woman? How could there be a woman on my bed? Am I hallucinating from tiredness? Fang Lei slowly turned his head and saw Hei Ling lying next to his bed. Hei Ling, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to choose a good room? How did you end up in my room? Fang Lei sat up immediately. Master, don't make noise. I'm trying to sleep. Hei Ling murmured. As she turned, her arm landed on Fang Lei's abdomen. Seeing her arm about to slide down, Fang Lei quickly grabbed her small hand to avoid any inappropriate situations. No, you should go to your room to sleep. Fang Lei truly had no other thoughts. He was really very tired and didn't want to do anything else. Have you ever seen a dog that sleeps in a separate room from its owner? Hei Ling buried her face in the pillow, and then a muffled voice came from her. Fang Lei wanted to say something, but he couldn't come up with a rebuttal. What she said wasn't wrong. Generally, dogs sleep in the same room as their owners. All right, stop being so naggy. If you're sleepy, just go to sleep. Let's sleep together. Hei Ling pressed Fang Lei back onto the bed and even shared part of the blanket with him. Sleep together? Fang Lei frowned. Yes, sleep together. She moved her body, and then one of her thighs rested on Fang Lei. When Fang Lei woke up, it was already evening. He rubbed his face and went to the washstand. Looking back at Hei Ling, he thought, wow, this is something. Fang Lei covered his face and said, nothing had happened between them. They simply slept through the night. Hei Ling was too restless while sleeping, and just now, when she turned over, her arm had hit his face, waking her up. How dare you hit me? Just wait until I turn around to deal with you, Fang Lei muttered softly. After tidying up, Fang Lei went downstairs. Master, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Luan Jiqing hurriedly approached when he heard Fang Lei's call. You're back? Fang Lei and Luan Jiqing walked into the study. Seeing that there was still water in the cup, Fang Lei picked it up and drank. Yes, I'm back. I was really shocked by the grand wall you built. I believe that as long as this fortress is here, Blocking the zombie army won't be a problem. While drinking water, Wang Jiqing continued, I've completed the map. To confirm the number of people and their living conditions, I spent some extra time. However, before that, I have another matter to suggest regarding the issue of the master's children's inheritance. Fang Lei spat out water 2 meters away. What? Inheritance? You were thinking too far ahead. Besides, I really just slept. I didn't do anything with Hei Ling. Really? We just slept? Fang Lei hurriedly defended himself. Understood, Wang Jiqing nodded. Fang Lei wanted to grab Wang Jiqing by the neck and shout, Understood? You understand nothing. He realized he might be making things worse, so he changed the subject. Back to the map. Yes, based on the fuel level of that gang's motorcycle, I checked all possible surrounding areas. Saying this, Wang Jiqing took out a map from the side. So many? Fang Lei looked at the densely packed red dots on the map. Although the area was vast and sparsely populated, there were still 48 population gathering points, many of which were not counted as people living in their own homes. Among them, there are 15 points with populations between 50 and 100, and one point has up to 300 people. According to my observations, it is still expanding its influence. Wang Jiqing continued. A large force, Fang Lei frowned, carefully assessing the differences between the two sides. Although the other side had 300 people, they would definitely not be able to match his level 4 warriors in hand-to-hand combat. However, they might have a lot of firearms. Although his soldiers would be fast, they probably weren't at the level of dodging bullets yet. He thought that once he had the time, he should also experiment with dodging bullets. Wang Jiqing. Which stronghold do you think is the most likely? Fang Lei looked at the points on the map. Master, I've already determined it's this one. Wang Jiqing pointed to a not-too-distant stronghold. I once disguised myself as a human to test it, and there is indeed someone named Zhao Jincheng there. And they have a motorcycle of the same type in their yard. Fang Lei responded lightly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Wang Jiqing watched Fang Lei's expression, his eyes shining with a strange light, and his mouth couldn't help but curl up. We set out tonight. Fang Lei slapped the table and stood up. Yes. Wang Jiqing was extremely excited. Master, I have a few small matters to report. Speak. Fang Lei went down the stairs. According to the blueprint you chose, I have completed the construction of the remaining buildings. Although they can only be used temporarily, the results are still good. As for the 4 teams, they have finished planting the seeds, and the order has been determined. A man named Yang Wang came in first. A few hours ago, I built houses for them and let them rest. When I returned, I also checked our area, and there are several factories and warehouses nearby. Should we find a time to explore them? Let's go back first. The small path leading outside has been blocked by a collapsed wall. So should we clear the entrance? Upon hearing this, Fang Lei's long-standing doubts were resolved. No wonder he had never seen a zombie here. It turned out the entrance was blocked. The other factories around also had walls, and the zombies were trapped inside. Let's not clear it for now, but when we go out, clear the path for us. Fang Lei said. Understood. They walked to the newly built dormitory. Since this dormitory was built by Wang Jiqing with mud, there were no multi-story buildings, only single-story houses. Assemble! Fang Lei shouted. As his voice echoed out, chaos quickly ensued inside the house, and a few minutes later, 4 teams stood neatly in front of him. Grab your weapons. Prepare for battle. Come on, brother. Cheers. On the table, there was a plate of peanuts and a plate of sausage. A fat man poured a glass of erguo tu for Zhao Jincheng. The fat man was dressed in a suit, but the suit was already tattered, showing his former status as well as his current downfall. It's been a long time since we met. The fat man raised his glass and downed it in one go. Brother, where did you used to mix? Zhao Jincheng looked at the fat man. Don't mention it. I started a small company, but now in this apocalypse, it's not viable. Right? You also run a company? Zhao Jincheng was a bit surprised to hear this. How did you get on their vehicle? You have to know. I claimed to be a CEO back then, and that blonde guy didn't let me on the car. Just a lie. I said I could farm. And when they asked about the suit, I explained I came to the city to find a job. They probably hadn't seen a decent suit before. And seeing mine was plain and without a brand, they let me on. The fat man explained while munching on peanuts. The farming part wasn't a lie. I did farm a lot when I was young, and I still can. Zhao Jincheng curled his lips. Why didn't he think of lying earlier? If he had lied, he might have smoothly gotten on the car and avoided such a torturous process. But then again, at that time, he was basking in the glory of being the newly appointed CEO, wanting to shout it out loud for everyone to know. It was normal not to think of it when he was hungry and tired. Brother, you are now trusted by everyone. They all think you are suitable to be our leader, the fat man flattered. Suddenly a lewd expression appeared on his face. I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Just say it. Zhao Jinqing was feeling good, but that didn't mean he lost all rationality. He just wanted the fat man to state his request first. But whether he agreed or not was still uncertain. I have taken a liking to that littling in our team. I wonder if you can help me set them up? The fat man leaned close to Zhao Jinqing and whispered, "Oh, is that all?" Zhao Jinqing laughed twice. A handsome gentleman is well matched with a beautiful lady. This is just human nature. No need to say it so mysteriously. Seeing Zhao Jinqing laugh, the fat man immediately joined in. "Leave this matter to me." Zhao Jinqing patted the fat man on the shoulder, then leaned closer to him and quietly gave him some advice. "For this matter, just take the initiative to make it happen, and then you can rest assured. I will definitely persuade her to be with you." Zhao Jinqing said. The fat man gave a thumbs up. "Great. Really great." The two exchanged glances and then laughed heartily. Zhao Jinqing reached for the peanuts but found nothing. Looking down, he realized the peanuts had already been finished. "Go, get some food." Zhao Jinqing leaned back in the chair and crossed his legs. The fat man smiled and agreed, heading to the warehouse. However, it wasn't long before the fat man rushed back, looking horrified. "It's bad. The warehouse is empty." Zhao Jinqing yawned. "What nonsense are you talking about? That warehouse had enough food for hundreds of people to survive the winter." "Really?" The fat man widened his eyes and shouted. Zhao Jinqing felt something was off, grimaced, and got up to go to the warehouse. Upon entering the warehouse, he saw trash everywhere and couldn't help but gape. What on earth happened? Zhao Jinqing was filled with panic. Who stole the food? The fat man pointed at the mess on the ground. Zhao Jinqing cursed without holding back. Can this even be eaten by humans? We gathered together and couldn't finish it. Zhao Jinqing picked up some trash and then looked at the imprint on the garbage bag. This must have been done by some mutated creature. Is it the same kind of creature you fought before? The monster we faced before was enhanced in size, but this one seems to have enhanced its appetite? The fat man speculated, suddenly noticing something on the ground. Look, this white fur must be from that creature, the fat man said. Seeing the white fur, Zhao Jinqing became even more confused. Could it be an old man zombie? Can an old man zombie have such a good appetite? Brother, what should we do next? We have no food left, the fat man said worriedly. Next, we need to be prepared. Grass roots and tree bark are edible. Also, didn't that person who visited us during the day say there are many strongholds nearby? We need to be ready to raid their food supplies, Zhao Jinqing said, suddenly feeling a bit of a stomachache. You go call everyone over. I need to use the restroom first. Chapter 30. Seeking Revenge. Come with me. Fang Lei got into the vehicle. The vehicle was the delivery truck from before. Fang Lei emptied it of its food supplies, and now it could fit many people inside. 2 vehicles were enough for everyone to go out together, with plenty of extra space. Master, let me drive the other vehicle. At this moment, Wang Jiqing spoke up. No. You stay behind, Fang Lei said. Fang Lei had already planned to take 3 teams out, leaving 1 team to guard. Plus, with Wang Jiqing guarding at home, his territory would be completely secure. Wang Jiqing stood there for a long time without moving after hearing this. Master, you must take me with you. I can be of great help. Wang Jiqing followed Fang Lei, constantly explaining his advantages. But Fang Lei wasn't buying it. He directly gave the main reason. In our territory, there are only 2 people with combat abilities, you and Hailing. This time there may be casualties and Hailing can transfer her life to others. So she is the most suitable to go. I know your intelligence and talents, so I'm very confident leaving this place to you. Wang Jiqing stood still, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Yang Wang went to drive the other vehicle. Fang Lei called out the team leader and then taught him how to drive on the spot. Yang Wang wasn't stupid. He learned quickly. Driving isn't particularly difficult if you ignore traffic rules. Yang Wang drove around the second circle of the territory twice to familiarize himself, then immediately got the hang of it. The team leader sat in the passenger seat, and the team members went at the back. Fang Lei loaded them into the vehicle, then headed to the villa entrance. Hailing was still sleeping inside, so Fang Lei needed to wake her up. Hailing, get up, we are leaving. Hailing lay on the bed without any reaction. Get up. We are going to attack the enemy's stronghold next, and we need you. Hailing moved slightly but only shook her arm. Wake up. Fang Lei couldn't hold back anymore. Without caring for any formalities, he directly pushed her. She grunted in dissatisfaction and then rolled off the bed onto the floor. But even so, she didn't wake up. Fang Lei felt both helpless and puzzled. What is wrong with her? Was she very tired yesterday? No, he hadn't really done anything to wear her out. How could she be this exhausted? Could it be that he was too tired yesterday and forgot? No way, I can't feel anything. Fang Lei repeatedly clenched and released his fists, trying to awaken his sealed memories, but after a long time, it was all in vain. Seeing that Ling wouldn't get up no matter what, Fang Lei rolled his eyes, picked up the blanket, wrapped her up, and then hoisted her onto his shoulder, directly carrying her out of the villa. He tossed her into the trunk, kicking up a cloud of dust. She still remained sound asleep. Fang Lei couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Impressive. This spirit of remaining unflinching in the face of danger is something I should learn from, of course. Snoring and drooling are not worth emulating. Ready to go? Fang Lei shouted. The car started moving. As they passed by Luan Jiqing, Fang Lei wanted to say something. But he saw Luan Jiqing standing there with a blank expression, his mouth turned down. Fang Lei looked at his pitiful face and felt a twinge of guilt. This guy had always wanted to follow him in a battle, but now he was left behind at home. He must be very unwilling. Should I take him along? But if I take him, who will guard the house? Maybe I should just not guard the house at all, send everyone out. After all, there is nothing at home. So there wouldn't be any loss. Let's do it this way then. Get in the car. Fang Lei waved to the people staying behind. The plan changed. No one stays in the territory. Everyone goes out to fight. Hearing this, Luan Jiqing started crying. My supreme master, I am very grateful for your generous grace. You truly care for your subordinates. I feel that offering my life would not be enough to repay your kindness. Luan Jiqing trembled with excitement. Fang Lei was somewhat speechless. Is it really that serious? It's like I've pardoned you from a death sentence. Get in the car and lock the door. Don't let anyone in during this time. Fang Lei waved his hand. Luan Jiqing and the others hurriedly got into the car. Fang Lei also managed to calm down the captain who was originally sitting in the passenger seat, swapping him out for Luan Jiqing and Ling. Luan Jiqing sat in a seat, while Ling was squished up against the side like a lump of mud. Follow me closely. Fang Lei took out the walkie-talkie and spoke to Yang Wang. Soon, the car started moving, leaving the territory. This was Fang Lei's first time leaving the territory since the apocalypse began. However, he didn't feel anything special. His heart was filled with killing intent. Fang Lei looked into the distance. Killers are always killed. Zhao Jinqing, since you chose to kill me, then it is only natural for me to strike back. Don't think you're living well. I will show you through strength. Without my help, you are nothing. The car gradually moved further away. Suddenly, Luan Jiqing closed his eyes. He clasped his hands together as if trying hard. Fang Lei saw a hand grab a stone blocking the road. Do these stones require such effort? Is it because precise control is needed? Perhaps he's been too long without rest and is a bit tired. He is a demon, naturally unable to rest. I need to think of a way to help him quickly. Not being able to rest is torturous. I can't stand it after 3 days without sleep. However, Fang Lei did not know that after the convoy left the territory began to shake violently. Soon, a dirt wall dozens of meters wide rose from the ground, enclosing the entire territory as if a giant bowl had been placed over it. Not good. An earthquake. Inside the territory, Marin hurriedly ran out of the laboratory. However, upon stepping outside, he found it was even darker, with no light at all. Where are the stars? Where is the moon? Marin looked at the sky, but there was nothing there. What is going on? Why is it so quiet? Marin was puzzled. Everyone. Is anyone still here? Marin shouted. Master, I have finished making your potion. The fire-resistant potion will be ready soon. Marin continued shouting, but still, no one responded to him. Where is everyone? Why is no one here? Marin shouted. You all went out and left me behind? Take me with you. Master, we haven't forgotten anyone, right? Yang Wang asked Fang Lei over the intercom, suddenly remembering a question. Don't worry, everyone is here. Fang Lei confidently replied. The car drove on without any major dangers occurring. Yang Wang accidentally bumped into another car once, but after that, he didn't hit anything else. Fang Lei also assessed the zombies they encountered on the road. Most were unranked. And occasionally they came across a few level 1 ones that didn't even require Luan Jiqing to take action. Any level 4 soldier on the car could easily take them down. The journey went smoothly, and Fang Lei arrived at the factory's entrance. The factory was located halfway up a mountain. By the name, it seemed to be an iron smelting factory. Team 1, head to the back of the factory. Don't let anyone escape. Teams 2 and 3 surround from the sides. Team 4 stand by. Be careful not to let anyone in. Luan Jiqing. Carry Ling and come in with me. Zhao Jinqing, I've come to seek revenge. Chapter 31, Contempt? Inside the factory, everyone was gathered together. Why did you call us all here? Are my grandchildren back? An elderly woman nearing 80, speaking with a heavy local accent, stood among the crowd, looking around. No. They haven't come back yet. Those kids have been gone for a day and haven't given a word. A plump middle-aged woman complained, hands on her hips. Your second aunt, you don't look so good. Did you overeat yesterday? The scene was chaotic, with the old woman standing next to the middle-aged woman chatting idly. Of course, we've been hungry for several days. That group of kids suddenly returned with so much good food. I got so happy I couldn't control myself. Even though I ate it all, I didn't digest it. And when I came out of the bathroom yesterday, I turned around and found a perfect shrimp, along with several pieces of egg. The middle-aged woman gestured as she spoke, vividly describing it. A man nearby couldn't help but grin. Spoiled women, just shut up already. Don't gross us out. The fat man stood on a platform, quietly observing the crowd's noise. As he watched, his gaze locked onto a woman. That woman was Xiaoying. Although she was married and had children, she still maintained a great figure. Wow, that curve, wow, that bust. Magnificent, truly magnificent. If I could grab her. The fat man swallowed hard. Soon, she would be mine. She was here all alone. While I had climbed up the tree that is Zhao Jinqing, if I directly approached her, there would be no responsibility to bear. This is the apocalypse, anything goes. No matter how excessive, there won't be punishment. If she dares to resist, I can just throw her out to feed the zombies. Looking closely, ZXIN and the team is also quite good, but she is related to that group of thugs. It might be difficult to act against her. I hope those thugs die outside, then she will be mine too. The fat man thought, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Xiaoying noticed the fat man's smile and instinctively shivered. Why did you gather us here? If there is something, just say it quickly. It's late at night. Do we not need to sleep? Suddenly, a voice from below shouted angrily. The fat man looked at the plump, middle-aged woman cursing with her hands on her hips, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. But at the same time, he was pondering a question. What is Zhao Jinqing doing? Didn't he just go to the bathroom? Why is it taking so long? It's been 20 minutes since I gathered everyone. Even if it's a big one, it shouldn't take this long. Did he fall into the toilet? Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. The fat man tried hard to calm everyone down. The crowd finally quieted down to listen to the fat man speak. Just as the fat man was about to open his mouth, a shout came from outside. This broken gate, do you think it can stop me? Ouch, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. My foot is stuck, my foot is stuck. Help me out quickly. Boom. A loud bang echoed, and dust flew up. Fang Lei pulled his foot out from the collapsed gate and then rubbed his ankle. Kicked it wrong. Does this thing hurt so much? He put his foot down, stomped a bit, and then strode inside. Luan Jiqing was carrying the black spirit and followed behind him. Everyone looked at this strange duo. A big fool striding ahead, followed by a slender, elegant-looking man carrying a woman on his shoulder. For a moment, everyone was confused about what this odd pair was here to do. Oh, so many people are here? Fang Lei walked straight towards the platform. The fat man was also dumbfounded, wondering what this person was up to. Dude, lend me the loudspeaker. Fang Lei snatched the loudspeaker from the fat man's hands. Immediately, Fang Lei's words startled everyone. You are all surrounded by me. I have a question for you. Is Zhao Jinqing here? Fang Lei shouted at the crowd. Who are you? Why should we answer you? A sharp-tongued woman retorted. The people around also cast disdainful glances at Fang Lei. Some even looked at him as if he were a madman. Then, Luan Jiqing gently pushed Fang Lei. A bullet whizzed past. The men had already gone to get guns as soon as Fang Lei walked in. It was the men who fired the shots. Fang Lei looked at the gun point aimed at him, unflinching. He felt nothing, but Luan Jiqing was already furious. Master, may I kill them? You should have noticed, I'm somewhat different from before, right? Fang Lei didn't rush to respond, just asked. Yes, I noticed, but master, if you don't take the initiative to speak, I dare not delve too deeply into your secrets. Luan Jiqing nodded. Follow my orders. This is my experiment, Fang Lei said. Due to the Demon King bloodline treasure, although his body still looked like a human, it had actually turned into a mass of slime. Fang Lei had always wanted to know how much damage firearms would actually do to him. Are you crazy? Don't cause trouble at our base. Get lost. A man with a submachine gun stepped onto the platform, pressing the gun barrel against Fang Lei's chest. Fang Lei sneered and replied, Get lost? First, you framed me and got me fired, then you came to kill me twice. Today, I'm here for revenge, and I have only one purpose. Fang Lei paused and continued, Kill. Who are you? A madman escaped from a mental hospital? Are you bored? This isn't a place for you to go crazy. Hurry up and get lost. Just because of two people, you think you can dominate us? I think you're still half asleep. Below the stage, the crowd was noisy. The man holding the gun frowned and then pulled the trigger. A shot rang out, and several large holes appeared in Fang Lei's body. Wang Jiqing. Yes. Without any movement. Wang Jiqing merely shifted his gaze to those men. Suddenly, a large hole appeared beneath all the armed men. The hole opened and closed. And then the living people vanished without a trace. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Fang Lei looked down and counted. There were 7 holes in total. Checking his blood level, a smile appeared on Fang Lei's face. 10 drops of blood lost 3. Awesome. The Demon King Slime bloodline is really impressive. This life-saving function is truly powerful. It seems it will be hard for me to die in the future. Monster. Monster. The man saw so many holes in Fang Lei's body, and not only was there no blood coming out, but he was also calmly counting, causing a wave of panic. Since you shot to kill me, it means you were prepared to be killed by me, right? A cold glint flashed in Fang Lei's eyes. His body began to melt and transformed back into a massive slime. With a bounce, the slime attached itself to the armed man. What kind of monster is this? I can't shake it off. Fang Lei gradually enveloped the man, and soon the man's body started to disappear under Fang Lei's wrapping. Screams erupted from the crowd. In just a few seconds, Fang Lei completely digested him. Transforming back into human form, no one dared underestimate him anymore. He reached out to touch the black spirit and then activated his dominion. Extracting a bit of life from the black spirit, Fang Lei's health bar instantly filled up, and the large holes on his body began to heal. This was the passive life ability of the black spirit, which could absorb or give to others, while also significantly increasing his own health. He had been able to use it normally throughout this journey. Can everyone answer my question properly now? Fang Lei deliberately slowed his recovery speed, intending to let everyone see in fear. The effect was excellent. The crowd, who had been crying out names of their loved ones, fell silent as if a pin could be heard dropping. Is Zhao Jincheng here? This time, an answer came quickly. Yes, he is our leader. The fat man hurriedly spoke up. He is in the bathroom now. Shall I take you to see him? Fang Lei looked at the fat man. Lead the way. Chapter 32 Shrimp. Zhao Jincheng squatted in the toilet, clutching his stomach with his left hand and tightly gripping toilet paper with his right, groaning in pain. I shouldn't have eaten so much. Zhao Jincheng focused, and after a moment of effort, he sighed in relief, breathing in fresh air. He was soon overwhelmed by the stench of the toilet. This toilet was a pit latrine, a simple little house built over a large pit. The cesspool was built against the wall, and the pit was quite large, with an exposed area outside the factory nearby, right next to a vegetable patch. Clearly, the factory's original owner intended to use the manure to water the vegetables. With the grain gone, there would be no chance to eat as luxuriously as before. Who would have thought that as the head of a grain company, controlling the food of millions, he would ultimately face hunger? If Jean Mao and the others come back, I probably won't be spared. But they haven't returned for so long. They must have died outside. Zhao Jincheng muttered to himself. Lowering his head, Zhao Jincheng's face suddenly changed. How did I accidentally get it on my pants? He hurriedly reached for the paper to wipe. I still have to announce something to everyone. This is my first meeting as leader. As Zhao Jincheng wiped, he ran out of paper. But no worries, there's more in the toilet, just hanging a bit high. Zhao Jincheng stood up to grab the paper, but suddenly felt dizzy as he stood up. Plus, after squatting for a long time, his feet had gone numb. Losing his balance, he fell. By pure coincidence, he fell right into the pit latrine. His frail body managed to fit through the hole. Plop. After a struggle, Zhao Jincheng finally poked his face out. Wiping away the mess on his face, he took a deep breath. But before he could take a second breath, he felt nauseous and vomited again. Oh no. Zhao Jincheng cleaned off the filth on his face, and when he finally saw his surroundings, he felt like dying. Disgusting. So disgusting. Zhao Jincheng struggled in the cesspool, trying hard to swim towards the edge. Since he had never learned to swim, his movements were erratic, and he accidentally swallowed some. After a long struggle, he finally reached the edge and heaved a big vomit. Suddenly, something white caught his eye. Looking closely, he found it was an undigested shrimp. Holding on to the edge, Zhao Jincheng planned to escape this place, but at that moment, a familiar voice reached his ears. Is Zhao Jincheng here? Fang Lei pinched his nose, looking at the toilet. Yes, there is only one toilet in the entire factory. I can guarantee it with my life. All right, if what you said is true, I will spare you. Zhao Jincheng shivered all over as he listened. Isn't that Fang Lei? How could he be here? Could it be that he came to kill me? It must be. I know him too well. Sending 2 batches of people after him was enough to anger him. Now he has come to seek revenge. Didn't you say he must be in there? Give me an explanation. He should be right in there. Zhao Jincheng sneered internally. You would never guess that I'm in the sewage pit. Just then, a loud croak suddenly rang out. This croak scared Zhao Jincheng to death. He took a deep breath and immediately submerged himself. The fat guy saw that there was no one in the toilet and was also frightened. Ignoring the filth, he poked his head out from the gap and looked directly into the sewage pit below. At the same time, Fang Lei, standing outside the toilet, spotted the dagger and pistol at the fat guy's waist. I'm not deaf. That was definitely a frog croaking. Fang Lei's eyes glinted coldly. The fat guy was sweating profusely in panic. It can't be a frog. It must be Zhao Jincheng hiding down there. Zhao Jincheng, you come out. The fat guy yelled hysterically. Zhao Jincheng. Fang Lei's strength was something he had just witnessed. Firearms couldn't kill him, and he had the ability to eliminate people in an instant. The overwhelming strength made him feel no desire to resist. Zhao Jincheng cursed below. Damn it. Why did that frog only croak once and stop? If this goes on, I won't be able to hold my breath much longer. Since Fang Lei came to catch me, he must have a gun. If I show my head, I'm dead. Zhao Jincheng's mind raced. If the frog isn't croaking, should I imitate a frog's croak? But I can't show my head and still croak like a frog. That would mean opening my mouth wide. There's no other way. If I don't do this, I'll die. I can barely hold on. Zhao Jincheng quickly prepared himself mentally, then opened his mouth and used the last bit of air in his lungs to imitate a frog's croak. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Jincheng felt like his mouth had turned into a racetrack, with all sorts of things rushing in. And soon his brain received signals from his stomach that he was full. Being full wasn't the worst part. The most deadly thing was that at that moment, Zhao Jincheng's sense of taste was still functioning. Tofu, eggs, shrimp? Enough. Fang Lei also heard that croak and had no mood to waste time anymore. This place stinks too much. I can't stand it. Luan Jiqing nodded and stepped forward. However, at that moment, the fat guy sensed a deadly crisis. Drew out his dagger and yelled at Fang Lei. I know bullets won't work on you, but I still have this dagger. After speaking, the fat guy charged at Fang Lei like a cornered lion, roaring as he came. A cornered lion is fierce, but unfortunately it encountered a demon. Fang Lei turned to walk back. Luan Jiqing asked from the side, Master, aren't you going to absorb his body? Look at his hands. They're all covered in shit. It's disgusting. Fang Lei smirked. I see. Luan Jiqing lowered his head, as if deep in thought. Fang Lei felt a headache seeing Luan Jiqing's pensive expression, but he couldn't say anything, and in the end, he could only let out a long sigh. Meanwhile, Luan Jiqing, who had endured to the limit, crawled out of the sewage pit. After climbing out of the pit, he heaved a long breath. After a while, he finally regained his composure. Looking at the intact shrimp at his feet, his stomach twisted. He had never felt this awful in his life. Looking outside, there was a field of corn. Zhao Jincheng saw that there was no movement around and immediately dashed into the cornfield, quickly distancing himself from the factory. At the same time, Fang Lei ordered half of the teams surrounding the area to come in and commanded a search for Zhao Jincheng throughout the factory. However, after several searches, they found nothing. Master, could he have run away? Luan Jiqing said to Fang Lei. Seeing that they had searched for a long time without finding a trace, Fang Lei also considered various possibilities. He must have run away. It's my fault for making such a big scene when I appeared. He must have hidden immediately after seeing me. Fang Lei gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. All units, stop searching. Luan Jiqing called back the search teams. Master, what should we do with the remaining women and children? Chapter 33. Winter is coming. Luan Jiqing's question really hit the nail on the head. Fang Lei had already thought of the answer to this question. Take them all back to the territory. Anyone who dares to attack will be killed on the spot. Fang Lei said to everyone. Luan Jiqing was startled by Fang Lei's words. Master, I don't mean to question your orders, but I think you should seriously consider this issue. We have killed their relatives, even if they enter our territory. They can't truly submit to us. They might even conspire to rebel. And don't forget, they wanted to kill you. Luan Jiqing whispered in Fang Lei's ear. But Fang Lei interrupted Luan Jiqing's rambling. I know exactly what I'm saying. Yes. Luan Jiqing immediately fell silent. Fang Lei looked at Luan Jiqing and continued to explain. I believe in clear distinctions between grievances. These people's relatives attacked me, and I have killed them. But wanting to kill me is their relatives' business. It has nothing to do with them. Moreover, do you think this bunch of old and young people has any chance of successfully rebelling? No. Luan Jiqing lowered his head, feeling a bit ashamed. Let me ask you one more thing. What do you think is the biggest problem in their territory right now? Fang Lei looked at Luan Jiqing, suddenly taking on an exam-like tone. Luan Jiqing lowered his head in thought. There are many problems, but the biggest issue right now is the population problem. Our population is too small. Exactly. Our population is too small, and they have no offensive capability. Fang Lei nodded in satisfaction. Isn't this free labor coming to our door? With this, we can have more people to farm. Master is very strategic. I have been too shallow, Wang Jiqing said. Lifting his head, Fang Lei gently helped Wang Jiqing up. You're not wrong. We need to be careful of their revenge. I know better than anyone what it feels like to be betrayed, so I want to give them positions of management. For their entire lives. They will only exist at the bottom, merely as labor. Master is wise. This way, it's a win-win, Wang Jiqing said. Hearing Wang Jiqing's words, Fang Lei couldn't help but smile slightly. When he was the CEO before, he had heard many flattering words and thought he was immune to flattery. But after meeting Wang Jiqing, he completely broke down. He was always flattered to the point of feeling euphoric. Wang Jiqing seemed to be like a worm in his stomach, hitting the nail on the head with every compliment. The small teams outside were searching for traces of Wang Jiqing's escape. The others were sending these people onto the vehicles, preparing to return home. Fang Lei said loudly. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. The crowd lined up, one by one walking to the vehicles. Fang Lei went forward to help them get on the vehicle. At that moment, the chief commander Yang Wang found Wang Jiqing. Lord Wan, the brothers below are puzzled. They came here in a fierce manner for revenge. Why didn't they kill them? Yang Wang asked in confusion. Wang Jiqing smiled mysteriously. Killing them would indeed give me a moment of relief. But then what? Is it over just because I feel good? Wang Jiqing paused. Killing them is easy. Letting them go is the hardest part. This is indeed the case. Yang Wang sighed deeply. The master is truly formidable. Formidable? It's not just a simple word like formidable that can summarize it. Wang Jiqing pointed at Fang Lei's back and said, You look closely. Although the current master seems ordinary, he will be the only king in history to rule the world. Yang Wang was startled by Wang Jiqing's words. The world? My master's heart actually contains the whole world? Yang Wang looked at Fang Lei, swallowing hard, his eyes filled with shock. Take a good look. This will be the appearance of the king of the world that when I will soon rule. Wang Jiqing looked at Fang Lei, his mouth curving into a wild smile. This is such a grand goal. It's hard for us to accomplish, right? Yes, it's precisely because the master has such a grand goal that we must work extra hard. The master has a strong leadership quality, with both dominance and ambition, decisive in killing, and this is not just an empty lofty goal. It is indeed a goal that is achievable for him. Wang Jiqing looked up at the sky, filled with moonlight. If we privately inform everyone of the master's goal, once they all have an idea of what they should do in the future, I wouldn't need to say much more, right? Yes, Yang Wang said excitedly. Meanwhile, Achu. Fang Lei sneezed heavily. Fang Lei looked towards the horizon. The weather has gotten quite a bit colder. Fang Lei zipped up his jacket. Winter is coming. Fang Lei, I want to let you off. Zhao Jinqing walked slowly, moving ahead with heavy steps. He was covered in filth, causing him to feel dizzy. But that was nothing. The most critical issue was that his stomach was now big and round, and he was desperately trying to vomit, but nothing would come out. Whenever he thought about this, Zhao Jinqing couldn't help but retch. Wandering aimlessly, Zhao Jinqing was fortunate not to encounter any zombies along the way, until the sky turned slightly cooler. Wang Jiqing arrived at the edge of a river. Seeing the river water, Zhao Jinqing immediately ran in to wash himself, and even lay down in a shallower part of the river to rest. The stains on his body were gone. Zhao Jinqing felt much better. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from nearby. Sitting up abruptly, Zhao Jinqing was alarmed. Could it be that pursuers had arrived? Straining to listen to their conversation. Brother, this is the upstream. Those damn zombies actually dared to pollute our water source. Everyone who drank the water said it smells like shit. Stop complaining. Let us finish dealing with the pollution source and hurry back. As they spoke, the voices drew closer. A few dark gun muzzles emerged from the woods. Zhao Jinqing looked at the gun barrels, despair washing over him. It's over. It seems the pursuers have come. Raising his hands, Zhao Jinqing shouted, I have no weapons. Don't shoot. A group of people walked out from the dark woods. The leader did not shoot but lowered his gun. Zhao Zong, is that you? Hearing the name Zhao Zong, Zhao Jinqing's heart stirred. I am Zhao Jinqing. Who are you? It's your little brother. Brother, you forgot me? The person pointed to himself. When Zhao Jinqing saw his face, he immediately smiled. Indeed, he was not a stranger. Shalu, what are you doing here? Zhao Jinqing said in surprise. He really knew this person. He was once one of his subordinates, quite a loyal confidant. Zhao Jinqing had been happy for 2 seconds before his expression turned serious again. He knew that he had nothing now, while the other party had firearms. Their relationship had long since changed since the apocalypse. However, He didn't expect that the other person would still call him brother and be so warm. Lu and Sean. It's been a long time. Where have you been lately? To be honest, I'm down and out now. I don't know if you can help me out a bit. Zhao Jincheng thought for a moment and then spoke politely. Hey, brother, don't be so formal. Don't worry, since we found you, you'll have good days ahead. Lu and Sean smiled. To tell you the truth, your younger brother Zhao Yingqing is in charge of a huge force. Zhao Yingqing? He is still alive? Zhao Jincheng was overjoyed to hear this. Chapter 34 Occupation Old Lady. Please get in the car. Everyone got into the vehicle. However, an elderly woman stubbornly refused to get in, seeing that the woman was so old. Fang Lei tried to persuade her. No, I have to wait here for my grandson. My grandson has always been picky and only eats the dishes I make. I have to wait for him to come back. The old woman was very stubborn, refusing to leave. Fang Lei looked at the people in the car. Your grandson is that golden-haired one who drove over to your place to steal food and has tea returned. Someone explained from the side. Fang Lei remembered he had said he had already killed them. Perhaps the old woman's hearing was poor and she didn't hear. Old lady, your grandson was trying to kill me, and I killed him in self-defense, Fang Lei said. The old woman froze upon hearing this. Are you saying my grandson is dead? Upon hearing this, the old woman sat on the ground and cried. She pounded the ground with her hands, crying extraordinarily tragically. Fang Lei was afraid she might have an accident, so he quietly transferred some of his life force to her. My eldest grandson was such a good person. He always listened to me and was filial. He loved to eat my cooking, and I even sewed shoes for him. You killed him. I can't go on living. The old woman grabbed Fang Lei's hand and pressed it to her head. Fang Lei did not move, just watched her vent. After a while, when she had cried enough, she seriously said to Fang Lei, I beg you, just kill me too. I want to go down and see my grandson. Fang Lei stood still and quietly asked a question. Do you want to kill me? I wouldn't dare. I've been honest my whole life. But I also wouldn't dare to kill. Seeing this, Fang Lei nodded, helped the old lady into the car. At this time, the sky was getting brighter. Hei Ling also woke up and stood beside Fang Lei. She had witnessed the entire scene just now, and her eyes were filled with tears. Master, she is so miserable. Her grandson is gone, how pitiful, Hei Ling said. Then do you think that if you were defiled by that golden-haired man, I would feel sorry? If I were shot dead by that golden-haired man, would you feel sad? Fang Lei looked at Hei Ling and casually threw out a question. Viewing things from different perspectives changes the situation. In the old woman's eyes, her grandson's death was painful. But in Fang Lei's eyes, the golden-haired man must die. If he didn't kill the other party, it would be himself who died. Fang Lei didn't want to die. He still had ambitions. And he needed to protect his subordinates. The old woman was not wrong. She felt pain for her grandson. He himself was not wrong. He was just trying to preserve his life. Even the golden-haired man was not wrong. He stole food for his own survival. The wrong thing was this damned world. The wrong thing was this sudden apocalypse. Master, after we go back, treat them well, Hei Ling said from the side. No, after they return to our camp. They want to have a happy life. All they will have is barely enough food to avoid starving and daily monotonous labor, Fang Lei said. Hei Ling looked at Fang Lei in surprise. Fang Lei smiled at Hei Ling. Isn't it suddenly feeling like I'm so cruel? That I'm inhuman? Hei Ling looked at Fang Lei, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Fang Lei was not angry. Although Hei Ling had reached level 10, her heart was still that innocent young girl. Such a character is not suitable for management. I will let her stay by my side in the future, helping me with odds and ends, acting as a secretary. From their perspective, I am indeed very cruel. I will oppress them to farm, day after day. Fang Lei pointed to himself. But look at it from my perspective. I oppress them so that the entire territory can survive better. So that the territory can grow strong quickly. Fang Lei pointed at himself and said, if the territory is strong, their lives will also be stable. And they will benefit too. Isn't it better than having them die from zombies at any moment in the apocalypse, living comfortably until they grow old? What if some of them don't want to live comfortably? Hei Ling blinked and asked, Master, will you kill them? If they don't want to live comfortably and insist on causing chaos in the territory. The word kill almost slipped out. However, when I saw the still pure eyes of Hei Ling, that thought was retracted. I will send them away peacefully, without any killing, Fang Lei said while stroking Hei Ling's head. But these people can wait. Let them try to adapt to our rhythm first. From now on, you will stay by my side, Fang Lei said. With me around. You don't need to understand. Suddenly, Yang Wang came over. Master, we dedicate everything to your great goal. Yang Wang bowed to Fang Lei. Fang Lei was startled by this abrupt greeting. What is he talking about? It's all nonsense. Can you not learn from Wang Jiqing? What is going on? Fang Lei asked. We found a large number of iron tools and 2 transport vehicles in the warehouse. I want to ask if we should take those iron tools. Upon hearing the word iron tools, Fang Lei's eyes lit up. His team was lacking in weapons and armor. Take me to see, Fang Lei said. Yang Wan led Fang Lei to the warehouse. Fang Lei saw the warehouse full of pots, bowls, and pans and felt a bit regretful. This is indeed a steel factory. But it produces kitchenware, mainly stainless steel pots, not weapons or armor. Fang Lei was somewhat disappointed, but it wasn't a big deal. These kitchenware could still be useful. The pots and bowls at home were only enough for himself. With so many more people suddenly, the lack of kitchenware was a problem. Load the vehicles. Take as much as we can, Fang Lei ordered, and everyone immediately got to work. Fang Lei didn't idle, helping to sort through the items. Fortunately, there were 2 more vehicles. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to carry much. While they were busy, a subordinate came to Fang Lei's side. For the master's great goal, we dedicate everything. The subordinate bowed to Fang Lei. Fang Lei? Is this some kind of contagious disease? Why is everyone like this? Just say what you need to say. Fang Lei said. We tracked the footprints to the riverbank, and after that, there was no trace of Zhao Jinqing. The person said. Fang Lei frowned. Damn it, he really escaped. I didn't expect him to be so lucky. Remember the direction he escaped. Let us not worry about him for now. We should head back, Fang Lei said. Right now, he isn't the entire fighting team. He also has many ordinary civilians to ensure their safety. He can't let hatred cloud his judgment. When they came out of the warehouse, it was already bright outside. At this moment, the system sent a prompt. Congratulations, host. You have successfully occupied the ironworks. Chapter 35. Away 18 styles occupied the ironworks. It said that farming is necessary to occupy territory? Answer. Farming to occupy territory is limited to farmland. Functional buildings can be occupied once a week. So, does this mean this place is already my territory? Answer. Yes. Since this is already my territory, should I leave some people behind? Forget it. This place is isolated and helpless. Leaving people here would be pure suicide. Can I give up this territory? Answer. Yes. Click on the land management page of the system to abandon it directly. Abandon. Fang Lei followed the system's instructions and opened land management. You have successfully abandoned the territory. Ironworks. Weekly occupation count refreshed. You can choose to occupy again. The surroundings of his territory were also surrounded by various large courtyard walls. He would send people to scout after returning home. If he were to occupy, he would have to start from nearby. Master, everything is ready, but there are still many goods left. Do we need to smash them? Luan Jiqing walked up to Fang Lei and asked. Fang Lei looked at Luan Jiqing, who was indeed, as described, extremely evil but loyal. He notices every bit of wrongdoing. Yet his loyalty reassures Fang Lei. So loyal that Fang Lei even wished he'd tone it down a bit. Just build a dirt wall at the entrance. Don't let anyone in, and don't damage anything. We can come back to retrieve it when we need it, Fang Lei instructed. Understood. A group of people got into the vehicles and left. Hailing sat in the passenger seat, chattering away. Fang Lei was touched by her youth and vitality, feeling very happy. However, Wang Jiqing clearly seemed uncomfortable, sitting like a wooden block beside her, with a stern face, staring ahead. The vehicle sped along. The noisy sounds attracted a few zombies. The zombies chased after the vehicles. Master, should I go deal with them? Luan Jiqing said. No need. They can't catch up with us. There's no need to take unnecessary actions. Fang Lei shook his head. Fang Lei looked at the zombies by the roadside and suddenly seemed to see something, his eyes widening. I just saw 2 identical zombies. Could they be siblings? Fang Lei said curiously. That is possible, Luan Jiqing nodded. Twins might have been infected together. There seemed to be more zombies, Luan Jiqing observed thoughtfully. Really? Fang Lei casually agreed. But suddenly, Fang Lei realized he seemed to have missed something very important. There are more zombies? Fang Lei asked Luan Jiqing again. Yes, when I came to this area before, there weren't many zombies here, Luan Jiqing said. Fang Lei closed his mouth, also lost in thought. Soon, they passed through a grove. Fang Lei looked at the sides, feeling a chill run down his spine. Some zombies, having no living creatures to eat, began to eat plants. The leaves were gnawed bare, and even hardwood was not spared from the zombies' mouths. Something's not right. Fang Lei felt a sense of dread and immediately sensed something was off. But with so many zombies following the vehicles, they couldn't stop to check. If zombies are eating plants, the outcome could be somewhat terrifying. Do you still have those zombies you caught earlier? Yes, there are still some left, Wang Jiqing said. Due to the danger, we kept them in a vacant lot outside the territory. Fang Lei frowned. It seemed he would need to conduct some experiments on the zombies next. The vehicle continued to drive steadily, but suddenly, Fang Lei slammed on the brakes. Since Fang Lei was driving in the front, when he stopped, all the vehicles behind him halted as well. One vehicle didn't stop in time and crashed into the back. But now, in the apocalypse, even if there was a rear-end collision, no one would be penalized, especially since these vehicles all belonged to Fang Lei. What is blocking the way? Fang Lei wondered. Suddenly, there were many scattered sandbags on the road ahead. Master, let me go clear it, Hailing volunteered. Luan Jiqing saw this and said, then I'll deal with the zombies. Hailing moved forward, and Luan Jiqing went backward. Fang Lei stayed in the car, watching through the rearview mirror while looking ahead. Hailing walked over, and then many men with guns appeared from behind the sandbags. Stop. The men aimed their guns at Hailing. Hailing halted. Fang Lei immediately realized that this was a human-made situation, not an accident. He jumped out of the car. Since it was man-made, it would be difficult for Hailing to handle it. He had to step in himself. He quietly split off a small clone to stay in the car, and then walked confidently toward those men. At that moment, Hailing was about to make a move. Hey girl, what do you like to eat? We have everything here. Leave that man and come with us, one of them said. Yes, yes. We're much better than other strongholds. We have plenty of food, like big sausages, big corn, little mushrooms, little shrimp, everything you can imagine. Guaranteed you'll never run out of food. Look at that man's face. It's so pale, he clearly can't handle it. Come with me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied every day. Have you heard of awakens styles? Filthy words continuously assaulted Hailing's ears. Hailing raised her eyebrows, looking like she was about to charge forward. Fang Lei jogged to Hailing's side and pressed down on her shoulder. Don't kill randomly. Filthy language is despicable, but the crime doesn't warrant death. Fang Lei said softly beside Hailing. He had seen this kind of situation many times. Some people weren't inherently bad, they just liked to talk big. He didn't have that strong of a killing intent, nor did he kill just because he saw someone. Fang Lei looked at the 6 men in front of him and let out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, they encountered Hailing. If it had been Luan Jiqing, their heads would have already been rolling on the ground. Everyone, what does blocking the road mean? Fang Lei stepped forward and asked them. What do you mean? The meaning is very clear. We want to rob you. One of the bald men said arrogantly, pointing at Fang Lei. Fang Lei felt a bit helpless at how straightforward he was with their intentions. What had these people become in this apocalypse? In the original world, he might have had a family of over 10 people. Perhaps he was a small vendor or a gatekeeper at a company. Now, in the apocalypse, as soon as they got their hands on firearms, they transformed from honest, ordinary people to this. Master, let me eat them to fill my stomach, Hailing said. Baring her teeth, Fang Lei quickly stopped her. When we get back to the territory, I'll steam buns for you. You'll be full then, don't eat people. Seeing that Hailing had lowered her guard, Fang Lei sighed in relief. How is it that my subordinates are all so ruthless? Perhaps it was because I was too eager to kill Zhao Jincheng and was too decisive, which didn't set a good example. He decided to let these few people go to set a good example. Communicating peacefully is much better. Why must there be killing? Come on, let's have a chat. Fang Lei said. Chapter 36. Deserve talk to me. I can make it work. At this moment, the bald man stepped forward. Fang Lei gestured for him to come closer. The bald man sneered. Even if you threaten me, they won't let you go. We have many people and guns at our base. If you kill me, you won't escape. Fang Lei rolled his eyes. What are you talking about? Who wants to kill you? Look carefully. The only one who wants to save you in our group is me. No, no. How could I threaten you? Fang Lei patted his pocket, indicating he had no firearms. Once the bald man stood right in front of him, Fang Lei spoke quietly. Dude, do you want resources? Of course. The bald man cursed. Don't give me that nonsense. We want food. Yes, yes. Wanting food is easy to talk about. We can give you food. Fang Lei quickly replied when he saw them raise their guns. Fang Lei wasn't afraid of their firearms. The main concern was that once they fired, the situation couldn't end peacefully. Luan Jiqing and Hailing would definitely kill them all without leaving a single one behind to maintain their dignity. At that point, his goal of educating them to reduce killings would be undermined. The food is in the truck. How about I bring out half for you? Fang Lei suggested. Once I give it to you, you'll be straightforward and let us pass. Don't have any funny ideas, because we also have guns. Be careful, or it will end in mutual destruction. After saying that, Fang Lei felt like he was coaxing children in kindergarten. Ugh, I'm really exhausting myself for their lives. If these guys didn't live on, they would truly be letting me down. The bald man blinked and then looked at Fang Lei. Fang Lei was nervous about their safety. Suddenly, the bald man laughed, which made Fang Lei breathe a sigh of relief. Good brother, you're really on the right track. The bald man patted Fang Lei on the shoulder. Fang Lei's smile was a bit stiff. He turned back to the truck, using the excuse of moving food. At this moment, Hei Ling spoke up. Master, why are you being so nice to them? Wouldn't it be easier to just kill them? Easier? Why does a little girl like you have such a killing intent? Fang Lei pointed a finger at Hei Ling's forehead. Let me tell you, remember this, when encountering others. If you can avoid killing, don't kill. They might also be out looking for food for their families. Have you forgotten about that old lady? Hearing Fang Lei's words, Hei Ling hesitated visibly. After a moment, she responded with an "oh." Fang Lei nodded, feeling a deep sigh inside. Hei Ling was good. She listened to his teachings. Luan Jiqing wanted to teach a lesson, but had no way to do so. Looking at Hei Ling, Fang Lei reflected. Hei Ling, you must strive to maintain yourself. You can't learn from Luan Jiqing. He spent 20 points from the system to exchange for 2 bags of inferior flour, totaling 200 kilograms, which was enough to deal with these robbers. If someone as kind-hearted as Fang Lei encountered survivors on the roadside, he could also give out such a donation. He picked up a bag, intending to carry it on his shoulder, but it was too heavy and quickly turned into a puddle of slime, reforming his body. Fang Lei looked at the flour with some worry. Hei Ling took a glance and then effortlessly hoisted it onto her shoulder. Fang Lei took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Let's go. He slammed the flour bag down in front of the bald man. The bald man pulled out a small knife, cut it open, and confirmed it was flour. Wow, little girl, you have some strength. The bald man exclaimed. Clear the way, Fang Lei urged. All right, little brother, you're quite cooperative. Brothers. Secure the flour and then move the sandbags for him, the bald man shouted. Seeing the other party so accommodating, Fang Lei let out a sigh of relief. He turned to Hei Ling beside him and said, see, this can also solve problems. It doesn't always have to be about eating them. Hei Ling nodded, confused. Fang Lei sighed. He wasn't a teacher and had no interest in teaching people everywhere. But Hei Ling's power was too great. And some things had to be explained to her. Otherwise, she could easily cause trouble. Get in the car, go call Luan Jiqing back, and tell him everything's fine here. Fang Lei shouted. Everyone got into the car. Fang Lei went to the back to call Luan Jiqing. Upon reaching the back of the truck, he found that his combat team had drawn their weapons, ready to charge out at any moment. Get in the car, Fang Lei issued a brief command. Then moved to the back of the last truck. At this moment, Luan Jiqing was fighting a few zombies. It wasn't that the zombies were strong. Luan Jiqing was purposely not killing them. Bang! Luan Jiqing held a stone-made handgun, mimicking the sound of gunfire with his mouth, his hand trembling slightly. And then a stone shot out. What are you doing? Fang Lei approached. Get in the car. It's all taken care of. Seeing Fang Lei approach, Luan Jiqing swiftly finished off the zombies with a simultaneous horizontal sweep of his arm and tail, decapitating all the zombies on the spot. I'm imitating a gun. Thinking about how it works, Luan Jiqing said, I feel like I know too little. I can control the earth, which should be an immensely powerful ability. Yet I can only perform simple attacks. Fang Lei recalled that when he activated dominance before, he saw that Luan Jiqing didn't have a single skill. Get in the car first. Later, I'll give you some suggestions, and you can try them out, Fang Lei said before turning to leave. Yes, wise and noble master. Fang Lei rolled his eyes. What a ridiculous title. Just calling me master was already enough to make him feel embarrassed. Everyone got in the car, and then the vehicle slowly started moving. Fang Lei drove, thinking about how to help Luan Jiqing learn skills later. But just then, gunshots rang out. Fang Lei's heart jumped, and he looked outside the car. He immediately thought of a possibility. Could it be that the other side had changed their mind? Then, the shouts from the other side confirmed Fang Lei's suspicions. Get out of the car. Our big brother just agreed for you to pass, but we didn't agree. Hand over 5 portions of the same food, and we'll let you through. After the voice, there was another round of gunfire. Immediately after, screams and cries from the elderly and children could be heard. Fang Lei leaned back in his seat and sighed deeply. Luan Jiqing. Yes. Luan Jiqing got out of the car. Hei Ling, go see if someone has been shot. Okay, master. In the driver's seat, only Fang Lei was left alone. He looked at the sky, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. He glanced at the rearview mirror and spat. Deserved it. After a moment, Fang Lei told himself, unnecessary. He leaned out of the window and shouted, remember to bring back the food. Chapter 37. Let me treat you to shrimp. The vehicle continued on. Fang Lei stopped driving and went to the back compartment. Someone had been shot in the back compartment. Although Hailing could maintain their lives, the fatal bullets needed to be removed for the wounds to heal. Fang Lei was in a hurry. Although he didn't understand much about medicine, he had more common sense than they did. He removed the bullets one by one and then treated the wounds. Thanks to Hailing, they almost quickly recovered to their original state. No one died. This was the best outcome. Before long, the vehicle came to a stop and Fang Lei got out, only to find that they had returned to their territory. Everyone is safe, Fang Lei said. Everyone got out of the car, and Luan Jiqing began to arrange accommodations for everyone. Seeing him take care of these trivial matters, Fang Lei called the person who had found Zhao Jincheng's whereabouts into the villa. Tell me, where did you find him? Fang Lei quickly sketched a rough map of an iron smelting factory and said. The subordinate drew a line in the southeast direction. Master, I found footprints and the foul smell of feces next to the toilet. After tracking, I discovered they lost their traces by a small creek, possibly following the water downstream. I didn't pursue further after losing the trail and returned immediately to report, the subordinate said, kneeling before Fang Lei. Fang Lei clenched his fists. He didn't expect Luan Jiqing to have really escaped through the toilet. He had easily evaded Fang Lei's ambush right under his nose. Damn it. I thought this time he would definitely not escape my grasp. He recalled that Liu Bang had also escaped through the toilet when he was in a dire situation. And later Liu Bang defeated Xiang Yu. Was he going to be taken down by Zhao Jincheng upon his return? No, I absolutely cannot let this happen. Fang Lei gritted his teeth. What? The subordinate looked confused. Fang Lei waved his hand. You did well. Zhao Jincheng might have firearms on him. And you did the right thing by returning without taking risks. You can go now? Yes. Fang Lei sat alone in the room and then took out the map Luan Jiqing had drawn. He looked at the southeast direction. What forces exist in the southeast? As he looked, Fang Lei's gaze suddenly sharpened. The force points in the southeast were not dense because there was a particularly large force point. The spy Luan Jiqing had mentioned this force point to him before. This force point had more than 300 people and was actively expanding its numbers. Fang Lei estimated in his heart that this was only the 6th day after the apocalypse. At this rate, it might not take a month for them to unify all the territories on the map. Did Zhao Jincheng encounter them while they were recruiting and thus got rescued? It was possible, very possible. Could he contend with them? I think it's still quite possible. After all, although the other side had more numbers, they couldn't compare in quality, but their firearms were indeed tricky. It seemed that only Hailing, Luan Jiqing, and he himself were not afraid of firearms in his entire territory. Fang Lei sighed deeply. His subordinates were still too few. His territory had only just reached 100 people. Should he learn from them and recruit some people? That's a good idea, but I must be careful of potential rebellions. Just as Fang Lei was thinking, Luan Jiqing walked in. Master, it's time to eat, Luan Jiqing said. Fang Lei? Luan Jiqing advocated for dinner? This was truly the first time. Seeing that Fang Lei misunderstood, Luan Jiqing hurriedly explained, it's like this, everyone is hungry. It's not that I am hungry. I can do without food. Fang Lei thought carefully. Indeed, those people had been busy all night and must be hungry and tired. And his soldiers hadn't eaten anything since yesterday. It was time to give them something to eat. Fang Lei stood up and walked out of the villa. At this moment, Hailing was lying on the sofa, holding its stomach. Master, I'm hungry. Let's eat. I'll start cooking now. Fang Lei went out and gathered everyone outside the second layer wall. He asked who could cook, and most of his 40 captives raised their hands. In contrast, only one person from his combat team raised his hand, all alone. Step forward. Fang Lei called that person from the combat team to the front and asked, Can you cook? Yes. Before I became a soldier, I was a chef, that subordinate said. Fang Lei checked his name and then said, Li Chunsheng, from now on, all the food in the territory will be under your management. What kind of position should he give him? Chef department? Kitchen department? Neither sounded good. Forget it. If he couldn't think of anything, he wouldn't force it. I will not disgrace my mission. Li Chunsheng knelt before Fang Lei, looking very excited. All these people are under your management. Currently, I don't have much experience to manage them. You have the right to use them, but you cannot kill them indiscriminately. Any deaths within the territory must be reported to me so I know. In my territory, I do not allow anyone to act recklessly and kill at will. Yes. Go. Start cooking now. As Fang Lei spoke, he opened the system and bought a lot of ingredients. He didn't intend to let them eat the high-end ingredients. He planned to save those for himself. After all, this place was not near the sea. Once seafood was eaten, it was truly gone, unlike vegetables that could be replanted. Everyone busily prepared, and then Fang Lei returned to the room to rest temporarily. He was quite tired from the hustle and bustle of the night and was too lazy to cook himself. He would just wait for the large pot meal. Looking at the few points he had, Fang Lei felt a bit troubled. Suddenly, he remembered that there was still wheat to be collected in the territory. Recycle. Congratulations, host. You have harvested 70,000 kilograms of wheat, earning 700,000 points. 700,000 points. This was too easy to earn. Fang Lei looked at the points, feeling a bit excited. At the same time, he secretly made a decision. In the coming days, he would not go out again. He would focus on farming since the reward was only for 10 days. The matter of Zhao Jinsheng would be put on hold for now, as he was currently missing. There would be plenty of time in the future. He would definitely not let him off the hook. Brother, little brother. Zhao Jinsheng and Zhao Yingqing excitedly hugged each other. The scene of brothers recognizing each other was particularly moving. Brother, you've lost weight. You must not have eaten anything, right? Zhao Jinsheng smiled awkwardly. He patted his stomach, which he couldn't throw up, and it wouldn't be long before he could relieve himself. Come, I'll treat you to a meal. Someone, bring the dishes. Zhao Jinsheng sighed and did not refuse. Brother, you must try this. It's your favorite shrimp from when you were little. Ugh. Chapter 38. Look at them. Master. We're missing some ingredients. We still need a bit of cilantro. Fang Lei was lying on the sofa reading when Li Chunqing walked in. Fang Lei didn't rush to exchange, but got up and went to the refrigerator. He must have bought such common ingredients. Fang Lei opened the refrigerator and found that all the vegetables inside had wilted. The cilantro was also looking limp. Fang Lei frowned slightly and said, This cilantro is about to go bad. Can it still be eaten? However, his words were overheard by He Ling. Let me do it. He Ling pushed Fang Lei aside and snatched the cilantro. Before Fang Lei could finish his sentence, he watched as the cilantro in her hands regained its fresh appearance. Fang Lei was very surprised to see the upright cilantro in her hands. This is part of my ability. Do you know that, master? He Ling didn't understand Fang Lei's astonishment. Fang Lei thought carefully. Her skill was to give vitality, but it didn't specify the target. In other words, any living thing could be affected. Plants are also a form of life. Fang Lei slapped his forehead. Realizing he hadn't thought of using this skill in such a way before, he casually took out a limp chili pepper and activated his dominion, directly sending a bit of life force into it. A few seconds later, the chili pepper still looked the same. Fang Lei was puzzled. What was going on? Was the life force he infused not enough? He directly infused half of his life force. The chili pepper looked slightly fresher, but its condition was still not good. Fang Lei looked at He Ling and then thought of her having 1 billion health points while he only had 10. Reviving a chili pepper probably only used dozens of points, so she could easily revive it, but he couldn't because his health point limit was just here. Fang Lei fell silent for a moment. How could he be so weak? His life force was even less than that of a chili pepper? He handed the cilantro to Li Chunqing, who then went back to cooking. Before long, the meal was ready. Everyone gathered to eat. He Ling's appetite shocked everyone. Oh my god, this little girl, where does all the food go? She can eat so much. Does the food we cook taste that good? Don't rush, slow down. There is more. He Ling, with her single-handed effort, stunned everyone and relieved the tense atmosphere in an invisible way. Fang Lei ate a few bites and quickly felt full. Now as a slime, his appetite had decreased significantly compared to before. Fang Lei watched the others eat and felt a bit awkward, not paying much attention. He believed that things would get better in the future. The aroma of the food wafted high into the air, spreading far and wide. Meanwhile, a nose covered in blood caught the scent. Everyone ate quickly, and the leftovers were all devoured by He Ling, who was still not satisfied. Just as Fang Lei was about to suggest that everyone go farming, he suddenly felt a smooth sensation at his feet. Looking down, he recognized the little fox he had taken in earlier. Ing ing ing. The little fox called out, pointing at its mouth with its paw. Fang Lei nodded and went to the side, calling Li Chunran over again. Master, He Ling can eat too much. Li Chunran looked at He Ling with a wary and hostile expression. Fang Lei patted his shoulder and said earnestly, Let me introduce you to another enemy. Enemy? Who? Li Chunran was taken aback. It's him. Fang Lei pointed at the little fox on the ground. I have a task for you. Feed him. Yes. Li Chunran readily agreed. Then asked curiously, how much can such a little fox eat? Trust me, this little guy has a great appetite, even more than He Ling, Fang Lei said. Okay. Li Chunran nodded, half convinced. They then went to get food for Fang Lei to eat. Fang Lei just watched from the side. Li Chunran's expression went from confusion to shock, then filled with hostility in just half an hour. Quick, bring over the vegetables. Where's the soy sauce? Hurry, we need soy sauce. Is this plate finished? No need to wash it again. Just bring the dishes. Li Chunin shouted excitedly, directing everyone. Fang Lei stood by with his arms crossed. The little fox quickly devoured a plate, and those dozens of people were not eating lightly either, as plate after plate was brought to the little fox. Fang Lei rubbed his belly. It was terrifying. The little fox's appetite was indeed shocking, even more than He Ling's, and it seemed to have been starving these days. Only someone as wealthy as him could afford to raise both of them without going bankrupt. Little guy, what made you think to come back? Fang Lei joked as he looked at the little fox. Ing. The little fox turned its head away proudly and looked at the sky, ignoring Fang Lei. Fang Lei found her demeanor very cute and decided to tease her a bit. What? Why are you ignoring me? If you keep this up, you might find that I won't feed you tonight, Fang Lei said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the little fox suddenly perked up. Ing. Saying this, the little fox jumped onto Fang Lei's body and lay down on his chest. Fang Lei looked at the little fox's brave, yet sacrificial expression and smiled slightly. He reached out to pet her. This feeling is amazing. The little fox gritted her teeth and endured, not resisting, but she let out a few sounds. Fang Lei looked at her expression and instantly understood that she was probably trying to tell him that since he had petted her, he would have to take full responsibility for her meals in the future. Fang Lei was well aware of the little fox's thoughts. Although the little fox was clever, her intelligence was at most that of an 8 or 9-year-old child. Don't worry, there will definitely be food tonight, Fang Lei reassured her. She then quieted down, no longer moving, allowing Fang Lei to continue petting her. As he petted her, Fang Lei reached her head. Suddenly, her attributes appeared before Fang Lei. Near quality, level 6 profession, White Fox King health, 10,000 stamina, 433 600 detailed description, a demon fox from another world. Possessing a proud lineage but is exceptionally friendly to humans. Experience, 5,621 10,000 level 6? This little fox is actually level 6? Fang Lei was genuinely surprised. He had always thought she was just an ordinary fox, but with a big appetite. He turned to look at Luan Jiqing and gave him a deep eye roll. Look at her. She has only level 6 and can eat so much. You're level 10 and still eat so little. Fang Lei scolded Luan Jiqing. Luan Jiqing looked aggrieved beside him. Chapter 39. Pursuers, are you full? Not going to eat anymore? Fang Lei asked the little fox. The little fox lay on the ground, unable to say anything, and made a few sounds in response. Fang Lei smiled and picked her up. Everyone cleaned up the area and then started planting. While they were planting, Fang Lei also had Luan Jiqing rebuild a huge building. This building was to store seeds. Fang Lei found it too troublesome to exchange seeds repeatedly. So he simply created a seed warehouse where anyone could take seeds as needed, and Fang Lei would just need to replenish them regularly. After finishing the construction, Fang Lei exchanged a massive amount of seeds and put them inside, spending a total of 500,000 points. Everyone had stayed up all night and was now feeling somewhat tired, wanting to rest. However, this was not the right time. There were only 4 days left for the tenfold income. He needed them to hold on and wait until the evening to rest. Everyone began to work. And even He Ling was sent by Fang Lei to farm. Fang Lei noticed that the little fox was full and starting to feel sleepy. So he held it and returned to his courtyard. Although the surroundings had changed, its little house still remained. He placed her inside his house. Then Fang Lei went to work in the fields. Half an hour later, Fang Lei was panting heavily from exhaustion. No. He realized that he wasn't suited for physical labor like farming. He discovered that his current body was no better than his original flesh body. If he got too tired now, he could easily revert back to his slime form. While farming, Fang Lei began to melt like ice cream, which frightened quite a few people. Master, you shouldn't push yourself. We're enough here, Luan Jiqing said as he picked up the transformed blob of slime that was Fang Lei. Fang Lei felt a bit helpless and replied, all right. However, at that moment, a noisy commotion came from the north. Listening to the cacophony mixed with curses, Fang Lei realized something must have happened. Take me to see, Fang Lei said. Luan Jiqing nodded and then spread his wings, soaring into the sky. Fang Lei stood on the city wall and saw dozens of people below. They were armed with weapons, both men and women, without exception. At that moment, they hadn't noticed Fang Lei, who was observing them from the shadows. This is it. That white fox that can manipulate ice ran in there. Look. There are still ice blocks left on the wall. Damn it, that little fox, which is barely big, actually ate all our supplies. Kill it. Maybe we can get all our food back. We've been chasing it all morning. We can't just let it go like this. Listening to their words, Fang Lei had already roughly guessed the progression of events. Master, How should we deal with these people? Wan Jiqing asked. Blow a warm wind quietly. Let the ice melt. But don't let them come up, Fang Lei instructed. His current defenses were no longer what they used to be. In the past, a grenade could blow up 2 of his walls, but now he believed their attacks couldn't cause any real damage. Although Fang Lei was confident they couldn't breach the high wall, he still wanted to see how much they could destroy it. So, he instructed Wan Jiqing to hold off for now. Otherwise, if Wan Jiqing acted, the situation might just be resolved like that. Damn it. Why is there an iron city wall here? A thin man touched the wall, puzzled. How can we break through this? The thin man frowned. A scar-faced man, skeptical, picked up a handgun and fired a shot at the wall. The clang echoed. The scar-faced man approached to inspect closely, only to find a small indentation on the wall. This is too thick. I thought there was just a layer of iron on the outside, but now it seems like it's solid. The thin man commented. No. We need to get our food back. The scar-faced man was anxious. Winter is coming soon. If we don't have food, we might as well be waiting to die. The scar-faced man tried to climb up the little ice protrusion, but after just a few steps, he found the ice was starting to melt. Fang Lei watched the scar-faced man climb a few steps on the wall and then exclaimed, "This little fox's ice blocks are really solid. Not only can they hold its weight, but they can even support an adult standing on them." Fang Lei thought to himself that the little fox was at least level 6, which could be considered heroic, so having such abilities was expected. The thin man glanced around and then said, "You all step back. Scar-faced, go get that thing." Scar-faced grinned widely after hearing this. "Brother, you're finally willing to use it. I've been looking forward to this for a long time." Fang Lei raised an eyebrow, wondering what kind of secret weapon they were about to use. The two returned to their vehicle. Wan Jiqing looked from a distance and saw them bring out 2 rocket launchers. Wow, they have heavy weapons. Fang Lei was somewhat surprised. Generally, light weapons, firearms, and ammunition were not hard to come by in the apocalypse. There were plenty in the past. However, heavy weapons were exclusive to old military forces and weren't easily obtainable. These people seemed interesting to Fang Lei. He realized they were not simple and might have more weapons. "I want to know everything about them," Fang Lei said to Wan Jiqing. "Yes," Wan Jiqing nodded. He clenched his fist, causing the ground to tremble. And then a cage emerged from the ground, enclosing all of them and quickly sinking back into the earth. "Go, confiscate all their equipment. Find out the source of their heavy weapons, then throw them into the fields to farm," Fang Lei instructed. "What if they don't comply?" Wan Jiqing asked. Fang Lei thought for a moment. 3 chances. First, give them a light injury. Second, a serious injury. If they dare to resist again after being healed, then they will be killed without mercy. Wan Jiqing smirked. "Master, you are truly decisive and do not waste any time." Fang Lei waved his hand, letting him leave. Wan Jiqing turned to go, but Fang Lei felt something was amiss. Was he being too violent? Hadn't he promised Black Spirit that he would spare those who were unwilling to abide by peace? No, these people were not the same as those. They came to attack his territory, and they couldn't be considered local residents. They were prisoners of war. Those who dared to invade his territory deserved to die. Chapter 40. The Potion, the Thin Man, and the Scar-Faced Man returned. Upon their return, they were taken aback. What is going on? Where are they? Why are they all gone? The two, carrying rocket launchers, were momentarily confused. "Brother, where do you think they went?" The Scar-Faced Man asked. "Not sure. Did they run away from zombies?" The Thin Man was also puzzled. Or did they find an entrance and go in directly? The Scar-Faced Man scratched his head. "Why don't we just blow it up first? If we blow the wall open, they'll hear it and know to come back," the Thin Man suggested. The Scar-Faced Man immediately agreed. "Right. If they went inside, blowing it open will let us see them." With that, he rested the rocket launcher on his shoulder. This type of rocket launcher could be fired by a single person. It wasn't very powerful, but it wasn't weak either. Fang Lei watched quietly. The rocket launcher fired and then struck the city wall. This explosion was different from before. It made Fang Lei feel the wall tremble. When the smoke cleared, Fang Lei discovered a larger pit had formed in the wall, along with a charred area, but nothing else. Fang Lei touched the wall and checked its data. It lost 40 points of health. That's quite painful. However, it's still quite a distance from being completely blown open. Fang Lei looked on, feeling a sense of boredom. He called for Wan Jiqing and then took him down from the city wall. "Master, I've figured out the general situation," Wan Jiqing said as soon as he saw Fang Lei. Fang Lei replied in his human form and spoke. "So it is, they still have some heavy weapons. And even a tank in their territory. These were all scavenged." Fang Lei's eyes widened in surprise. "You can scavenge for this kind of thing?" It should be that there is an army in the city planning to establish a survivor base. The army was deployed, but due to the overwhelming number of zombies, the driver was eaten, and these things were picked up by them. Wang Jiqing made a guess. Fang Lei was a bit puzzled when he heard Wang Jiqing's vivid description. Is this what you guessed? Part of it is what I saw. And part of it is a guess, Wang Jiqing said. Fang Lei then remembered that he had gone out to map the area, which was probably when he saw those things. Are those people willing to work now? Fang Lei asked. Yes, Wang Jiqing smiled. Fang Lei looked at the bloodstains on him and then asked, how many people are left? There are 20 left, Wang Jiqing said. That is just enough to split into 2 small groups. Fang Lei felt something was a bit off with Wang Jiqing's addition. You're not trying to make 2 groups just for the sake of it, are you? Fang Lei said. It's for easier management. Wang Jiqing quickly replied before Fang Lei could finish his sentence. Wang Jiqing curled his lips, unsure of what to say for a moment. Let them go plant vegetables first. For the safety of the territory in the next few days, I'll leave it to you. We'll plant defensive plants later, but we have to wait 4 days. Fang Lei said to Wang Jiqing. Wang Jiqing nodded. Back in the house, Fang Lei wanted to rest for a bit. It was getting late, and soon it would be time for dinner. Fang Lei planned to cook dinner himself and invite the main officials for a meal. He went upstairs to prepare for a short rest, but after entering Zhou Ji's room, he found someone lying under his bed. Fang Lei walked over, pulled the person out, and found it was Marin. What are you doing here? Fang Lei asked, surprised, suddenly realizing that he seemed to have forgotten Marin when he went out. Master, I've been waiting for you to come back, Marin exclaimed, hugging Fang Lei's leg. Fang Lei saw Marin was in tears and quickly asked what happened. Without sunlight, the ground kept shaking. I was so scared. I felt like all the power around me was cut off. I thought I'd never see you again. But I didn't expect to see you now, Marin said, getting a bit incoherent from excitement. The sky has no light? The ground is shaking? What are you talking about? Have you watched too many myths? Marin handed several bottles of potion to Fang Lei. These small potions are the same as the ones I took that day. This one can help you avoid fire damage. I feel so happy to hand it to you myself. I thought you could only find these potions from my corpse. Fang Lei looked at Marin, who was panicking, and for a moment didn't know what to say. In summary, he felt a bit guilty. After all, if he had brought Marin along, there wouldn't have been so many issues. Fang Lei tried to comfort Marin, and after a long time, he finally calmed down. Looking at Marin, who was crying uncontrollably, with his gray beard sticking together from tears, Fang Lei felt a sense of having just met him. In the past, he regarded Marin as a respected elder, but now he suddenly felt he seemed like a big child. All right, stop crying. If you keep crying, I want to drink it, Fang Lei said. At those words, Marin stopped crying. I won't cry anymore, but you must drink it. I want to see you drink it with my own eyes. I want to witness the effect, Marin said, finally stabilizing his emotions. Fang Lei looked at the long-awaited potion and didn't hesitate. He opened the cap and drank it down. The first one he drank was the ordinary level-up potion. After 1 bottle, he checked his attributes again. Name, Fang Lei quality, level 1 race, Slime King health, 10 experience, for 10 active skill, dominate, passive skills, disguise, regeneration, split, dimensional stomach, subordinate quota. 4141 is experience increased by 2 points. Does this mean that if he drinks 3 more bottles, he can level up? Fang Lei looked at the 2 remaining bottles in his hand. He was just 1 bottle away from leveling up. There was no way he was out of materials. After drinking 2 bottles, his experience became 8 points. Next, Fang Lei started on the last bottle of potion. He drank it all in one go, and then he heard the system's voice in his ear. Congratulations, host. You have gained the skill Fire Resistance. Fang Lei looked at Marin. This old man really is reliable. Let us see if I can be immune to fire damage. Marin, can you do fire attacks? Fang Lei asked. Marin nodded. I can do some simple magic. Then a fireball appeared in his hand. Come, throw it at me, Fang Lei said, looking forward to the fireball. He also prepared to absorb health in case it failed. Chapter 41 Confused? The fireball flew towards Fang Lei. He closed his eyes and then felt an energy enveloping him. When he opened his eyes again, he saw flames burning around him, but he felt nothing. Checking his health, he found no change. Did it succeed? Fang Lei looked at his hands. It worked. Marin was very excited. Fang Lei felt it was a bit unreal because he didn't feel anything. He reached out to touch the bed sheet, and soon the sheet caught fire. Seeing the flames growing larger, Fang Lei rushed forward to try to extinguish it. However, his actions not only had no effect, but also caused sparks to fly. And the room quickly caught fire. 2 hours later, Fang Lei looked at his burned-down house, feeling inexplicably sentimental. You can't play with fire at home. Especially not in the bedroom. Fang Lei clenched his hands, thinking how he wished he hadn't been so reckless. Marin stood by, not daring to speak, just quietly watching Fang Lei. Little fox, thank you so much. Without you, this fire wouldn't have been put out. Fang Lei rubbed the little fox's head. Then he raised his hand, and the Lord's mansion was restored to its original state. This potion is good, but it's a bit costly for the Lord's mansion. Speaking of which, calling you little fox all the time isn't a good thing. How about I give you a name? Fang Lei said to the little fox. Ing ing ing. The little fox called out a few times, indicating agreement. What should I name you? Fang Lei thought seriously. You're so white. How about I'll buy? Fang Lei asked the little fox. The little fox pointed at Fang Lei and started calling out, ing ing ing. Although Fang Lei didn't quite understand what it meant. He realized she was probably dissatisfied with the name he proposed. Fang Lei continued to think. Sweet, sweet white donut? Pearl milk tea instant noodles? Or hot pot rice big plate chicken? Fang Lei looked at the little fox. Do you have a name you like? The little fox stared at Fang Lei for a few seconds, as if saying, Are you serious? Then, the little fox turned her head and simply ignored Fang Lei. Fang Lei smiled, feeling a bit awkward for a moment. But Fang Lei was thinking very seriously, and soon he had a light bulb moment. We have Black Spirit in our territory, so how about you be called White Spirit? Little fox, White Spirit sounds nice, right? Let us go with that. How about it? The little fox snorted and nodded slightly. Okay, from now on, your name will be White Spirit, Fang Lei said, with the system's voice sounding. White Spirit's name was officially established. Now that there was both black and white, Fang Lei turned to Marin. Old Marin. What do you think of the name Gray Spirit? Marin shook his head. Master, that name is really not great. If you don't like it, then forget it. Fang Lei shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. It was getting late. Everyone was very tired and stopped farming to eat. Everyone gathered together. And Fang Lei specially prepared pork to reward everyone. Everyone was happily eating. Just as the atmosphere at the meal was high, Fang Lei began to speak to everyone, especially addressing the newcomers, explaining the current situation of the territory to them. In this chaotic world where the strong prey on the weak, there are still laws in my territory. No one can harm their own people unless they have already become enemies. Otherwise, they will face harsh punishment. As Fang Lei spoke, everyone listened. A few people immediately expressed their admiration, but most remained silent. Fang Lei didn't say much. This was a gradual process. And he didn't expect them to accept it immediately. He also didn't expect them to fight. Their daily work was just to farm. Better to be a peaceful dog than to be a chaotic person in troubled times. Fang Lei believed they would soon feel the benefits of being here. However, they surprised Fang Lei. Just the next day, he received a message that shocked him. What? Fang Lei rubbed his ears. Wan Jiqing, did I hear that right? Yes. You heard it correctly. Your subordinate Li Ling has insulted a woman, and now it's caused a stir here, Wan Jiqing said. Do you think this is true or false? Fang Lei's mind was a bit chaotic. This incident was truly unexpected. It's hard to say. You trust your subordinate, but the fighting group is all men. And among the survivors, there are more women. It's possible that your subordinate really did something disgraceful, Wan Jiqing said. Fang Lei rubbed his temples. This situation was really troubling for him. Just as he had taken control, problems arose in the territory. Call him in, Fang Lei said. Wan Jiqing nodded. Suddenly, Fang Lei thought of something and instructed Wan Jiqing. Don't call the woman in yet. First, bring in my subordinate. Understood. Soon, a soldier walked in. Fang Lei looked at him with a serious expression. Speak, Fang Lei said calmly, observing his every move. I didn't do anything really. She called me over. And I thought there was some farm work to do, but when I went in, she started taking off her clothes. I was dumbfounded. I didn't even have time to do anything before she called a lot of people over. Li Ling said, feeling wronged. Didn't have time to do anything? What were you thinking of doing? Fang Lei frowned. I really didn't do anything, my lord. I swear I did nothing. Nothing at all? Fang Lei carefully examined him. Are you willing to swear on your loyalty? I am. Every word I say is the truth, just as my loyalty to you is true. Li Ling knelt and bowed. Fang Lei sighed in relief. He then looked at Wan Jiqing, signaling him to bring in the victim. A woman walked in and immediately began to cry and shout. Fang Lei watched her exaggerated actions and listened to her sharp voice, instantly recognizing that she was acting and feeling quite disgusted. Enough, enough. Fang Lei waved his hand to calm her down. She promptly stopped crying. The sudden silence felt uncomfortable. Now I announce the verdict, Fang Lei said loudly. The woman put her hands on her hips, staring directly at Fang Lei, while Li Ling knelt on the ground. Li Ling has committed the crime of insulting a woman and will be sentenced to death, to be executed today, Fang Lei declared loudly. Everyone present was taken aback by this news. Even the woman did not expect such a result. Just like that, he would be executed? But he's your subordinate. Outside. Hailing rushed in. Master, you can't kill him. Hailing lay down in front of Fang Lei. Fang Lei waved his hand. And Wang Jiqing immediately drove Hailing out of the room. Chapter 42 Torture Execute him. Execute him immediately. It must be done in front of everyone. So they know the consequences. Fang Lei decisively slammed the table and made the decision. Fang Lei looked at the crowd. Everyone was astonished. However, apart from Hailing, no one directly refuted him. Even Li Ling, although surprised, still showed no intention of harming himself. Fang Lei nodded slightly, supporting himself on the table to stand up. Wang Jiqing, carry out the execution, Fang Lei said. Wang Jiqing looked puzzled but still followed orders. You, Fang Lei looked at Li Ling with a disappointed expression. No. I really. Li Ling was momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Jiqing stepped forward and directly took him away downstairs. Downstairs, everyone had gathered. Everyone looked at the tied-up Li Ling. Li Ling was hung on a tall wooden pole, with many firewood placed underneath. Fang Lei looked at it, and then lit the firewood. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. At first, it was fine, but as time went on, Li Ling's screams became more and more desperate. Because Li Ling was at level 4, this process lasted a long time. During this time, Fang Lei forcibly ordered everyone not to leave and to watch him burn to death. Among them, the woman who had framed Li Ling was the first to be unable to bear it. My lord, this is a bit too much, right? I feel this punishment is excessive. Please let him down, the woman said. Fang Lei looked at her, his expression hard to read. Isn't this the result you wanted? Are you saying you want to admit that everything you said was a lie? If so, the one hanging there would be you now. The woman was frightened and stepped back, hurriedly waving her hands. No, I was telling the truth. We just feel that watching a living person burn to death is dirtying our eyes, the woman said. A flash of intense displeasure crossed Fang Lei's eyes. Dirtying your eyes? Is that something a human could say? It seems this apocalyptic world has caused some people to lose their humanity. Everyone, we must strictly condemn such behavior, Fang Lei said. I hope everyone will work hard to report such things. We will punish them severely. The matter came to a conclusion. Li Ling was burned to charcoal. And then Fang Lei ate him in front of everyone. The day continued to be busy. By nightfall, Wang Jiqing quietly approached Fang Lei. Master, was your behavior today a bit excessive? At night, Wang Jiqing quietly offered Fang Lei a suggestion. However, Fang Lei had no mind to listen. Not excessive. Tomorrow will be even more excessive. Wang Jiqing frowned upon hearing this. Do you trust me? Fang Lei suddenly looked at Wang Jiqing. I do. Wang Jiqing did not hesitate at all. Then continue to trust, Fang Lei said without elaborating. Some things lose their meaning once spoken out loud. I think tomorrow will be about right, Fang Lei said. What? Rarely, Wang Jiqing did not understand what Fang Lei meant. The next morning, news of another insult surfaced again. Fang Lei called the people in and found that it was the same woman, but this time the man was a different subordinate. Fang Lei looked and raised an eyebrow, loudly scolding that subordinate. The subordinate pitifully claimed he didn't do it. The woman repeated her claims from yesterday, with hardly any changes. Moreover, this time, many others had gathered around to watch. Death penalty. Just burning him is not enough. He must be dismembered, Fang Lei ordered. During the free time, Fang Lei gathered everyone together. Wang Jiqing repeatedly chopped that subordinate to death. The woman and the others, seeing their subordinate killed, although unable to bear to watch, were extremely happy and even excited. And this time, Fang Lei once again ate the corpse. The crowd shivered but soon returned to normal, continuing their lives. This peaceful life continued for a day. At night, Fang Lei quietly called Wang Jiqing to his bedroom. Hailing has not been sleeping in the same bed as Fang Lei for the past couple of days due to recent events, seemingly out of spite, and has gone to sleep in the warehouse instead. So, in the bedroom, there are only Fang Lei and Wang Jiqing. I have a command for you. It's a bit challenging, but I hope you can help me complete it, Fang Lei said. After a secret discussion between Wang Jiqing and Fang Lei, Wan's eyes revealed a peculiar color. Yes, my master. I will not disgrace my mission. I will not let you down, Wang Jiqing almost shouted. Fang Lei was startled by his voice and hurriedly asked him to lower his volume. Wang Jiqing flew away. Fang Lei smiled as he looked at the sky, lost in thought, and went to bed very late. The next morning, Wang Jiqing came to report again, saying someone claimed to have been humiliated. However, this time the report was different from before. Wang Jiqing's emotions were still unsettled. Master, you should go meet them, Wang Jiqing urged. They went to the study on the second floor, and soon everyone was gathered there. Everyone above level 5 was present, including Marlin. Fang Lei called up the victim. The woman stepped forward again, starting to cry, claiming she had been assaulted. This time her crying seemed genuine, not fake. Fang Lei asked, "Who was it this time?" The woman replied, "I don't recognize them. They are strangers. There were 2 of them, both very strong." Fang Lei said, "How could there be strangers in our territory? You should know everyone here." "Hey, how can you talk like that?" At this moment, someone watching from the side stepped forward, pointing a finger at Fang Lei and scolding him. "Our daughter has been bullied. You need to take responsibility." "Exactly," the woman added, wiping her tears in grievance. "But this is too coincidental. It was you before, and now it's happened 3 times in a row. Under such heavy penalties, would anyone risk their life just to sleep with you? You should know that you are not exactly beautiful. It's hard to believe." The woman sat on the ground, slapping the floor as she cursed Fang Lei. A few of her close friends chimed in to support her. Fang Lei looked at them, and instead of getting angry, a smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Wang Jiqing stepped forward. "Master, last night I rescued 200 survivors. Could it be them?" "Yes, it must be them," the woman immediately replied. "Then you go identify them. If you recognize the culprit, bring them before me," Fang Lei said. "Rest assured, this time I will punish them severely. The punishment will make everyone tremble." "Yes, that's right." The woman, still aggrieved, went with Wang Jiqing to identify the culprits. Before long, they brought back 2 strong men. "Is it them?" Fang Lei asked for confirmation. Chapter 43, False Accusation. "I confirm. It's them. They secretly entered our home." The woman pointed at the 2 men. Upon seeing Fang Lei, the 2 men immediately knelt down and said nothing. Fang Lei looked at the woman, a faint smile on his lips. "You need to confirm again. You should know that in my territory, there must be no acts of insulting women, but at the same time, there can be no acts of false accusation." Fang Lei said, "If you deceive us, you will face punishment." Fang Lei stared seriously at the woman. This time, the woman showed no hesitation. "Yes, it's them. I would recognize them even if they turned to ashes." Fang Lei nodded, picked up a teacup, took a sip, and then said, "Now let me ask in more detail. What exactly did they do?" The woman hesitated at this question. After pondering for a moment, she came up with an idea. "They did everything. The 2 of them took turns and assaulted me in the sorghum field," the woman said through gritted teeth. Fang Lei's smile grew wider. Everything was going as he expected. "Master, stop smiling. She is so pitiful, and you are still smiling at her," Heiling said from the side. Fang Lei looked at Heiling, who had a dissatisfied expression, and reined in his smile. He then glanced at everyone present, carefully observing their states. Wang Jiqing was very excited. Heiling was speaking up for the girl. Marlin sat still, staring blankly at the lamp, as if thinking about potion matters. Yang Wang, the leader of the battle group, frowned, staring at the 2 men, deep in thought. As for Bai Ling, when Fang Lei called her, she completely ignored him, saying she was just a fox that could only whimper and not to call her for anything other than meals. Although everyone was present, not many were focused on this matter. Fang Lei shook his head. "Forget about Bai Ling not coming. You all here must express your opinions. Everyone, please share your thoughts," Fang Lei said without rushing to answer, tossing the question to everyone. Upon hearing the question suddenly directed at them, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Seeing this, Heiling was the first to speak. "Master, kill these 2. Give her a chance to vent her anger." Fang Lei nodded. This response was exactly what he had guessed. He then looked at Marlin. Marlin regained his composure and said, "Master, isn't this the kind of thing you usually handle? Why are you asking me?" "I just want to see your attitude towards this matter," Fang Lei said seriously. Marlin shook his head. "I believe that although there aren't many people in your territory, such trivial matters shouldn't take your time. You could establish a separate department for this." Fang Lei smiled. This old fox knew how to speak. "What do you mean I shouldn't handle this?" This is clearly a reluctance to voice opinions for fear of saying something wrong. Fang Lei chuckled. Perhaps this was why he managed to survive so long in the previous world. He focused solely on researching potions, showing no interest in other matters, and was indifferent to politics. Such people could live well and long. Next, Fang Lei looked at Yang Wang. Yang Wang stood up and said, "Master, these 2 should not be killed directly. They should be put into the army to redeem themselves through merit." Yang Wang stepped forward and saluted. "We can't kill anymore." "Master, really we can't. The people below are in a state of panic. Everyone is worried that they will be falsely accused of insulting women when they wake up after a night's sleep. 2 subordinates have already died. This matter cannot be changed. But my master, please do not continue the killings. If this goes on, there will be no soldiers left in the army. Fang Lei looked at Yang Wang, a slight smile appearing on his lips. He had previously checked Yang Wang's profession. He was a knight. One could hear loyalty and a sense of justice in his speech. After listening to him, Fang Lei slightly nodded. Interesting, he indeed has a leader-esque demeanor. After this statement, Fang Lei had already made up his mind to give him more power in the future. Such a person would be more reassuring to work with. He then turned to Luan Jiqing. Luan Jiqing said nothing. Fang Lei exchanged smiles with him. There was no need for further words. Luan Jiqing should have already understood his entire purpose. All right, then we need to have a verdict, Fang Lei said. These 2 will be sentenced to death. Fang Lei said halfway through, when suddenly someone interrupted him. Wait. Fang Lei looked down and saw the 2 defendants standing up, then handing over a piece of paper. She is lying. She is slandering. One of the men pointed at the woman and said. The woman was instantly furious. I'm lying? I'm slandering. I could tell you how many hairs you have if you took off your pants. Oh, how many? Suddenly, Marlin chimed in. The woman, both angry and blushing, retorted. I was just describing. At that time, how could I really count? You old pervert, what are you saying? Aren't you ashamed? Meanwhile, those watching immediately stepped forward to curse. Fang Lei glanced at the person who was helping out and couldn't help but scold. Don't you understand a bit of respect? What occasion is this? Do you have a say here? I'm sorry. The person quickly apologized. Fang Lei remembered that it was her who was cursing on the street before, making his head ache. He shifted his gaze and then spoke. Can you vouch for her? Yes, of course. I saw it with my own eyes. The person also stepped forward. Fang Lei looked and saw that the person was a woman who seemed to be related to the other woman. Fang Lei smiled at the 2. Okay. You're willing to vouch for her. That's great. Don't stop. Just announce his death. The plaintiff woman said. Hold on. Take a look at that thing. The 2 defendants were very confident and pointed to the 2 pieces of paper on the table. Fang Lei picked up the papers, glanced at them briefly, and then slapped them on the table. What he held was a pathology report. Take a look. Fang Lei tossed the 2 reports in front of the woman. The woman was stunned, and after picking up the report, she was shocked. This is impossible. What is going on? This absolutely cannot be. The woman looked completely bewildered. After Fang Lei looked it over, he grinned. What's impossible? Take a good look at this medical record. It clearly states that they have male reproductive diseases, and their organs cannot function normally, yet you say he has done everything with you? Isn't this slander? Fang Lei scolded. You're being too excessive. Once, twice, or even 3 times, I am not unfair to you people. It's you who have gone too far. Fang Lei said loudly. Chapter 44 Turning Point. My patience has limits. Do not take my tolerance as your capital. Fang Lei slammed the table and suddenly stood up. This is impossible. The woman looked at the report in her hand. We were rescued by Lord Luan Jiqing at the male hospital. And suddenly there was a zombie outbreak while we were seeing a doctor, and then we were trapped inside. The defendant explained. I can prove that what they said is correct. I found them at Sunshine Happiness Hospital. The hospital is quite large, and many people were rescued inside. You locals should have heard of this hospital. The woman was somewhat dumbfounded. Fang Lei widened his eyes and then scolded. What else do you have to say? This is clearly slander. No, they did molest me. Even if they didn't have that ability, they still had that lewd intention. The woman, sensing the situation was unfavorable, immediately changed her tune. This is true. Many people saw it. The woman looked back at the people behind her, trying to gain support from public opinion. Many people were watching outside and began to voice their opinions. You previously said they did everything to you, and now you change your statement like this. Do you think we're fools? Fang Lei glanced at the people behind him and then said loudly. The woman still refused to give up and continued to argue. Fang Lei's face was serious, but inside he was overjoyed. His goal had been achieved. Looking around, some people behind had started to murmur. However, some still firmly believed she was violated. Seeing this, Fang Lei knew he needed to add fuel to the fire. Just as Fang Lei was pondering how to stoke the flames, the woman suddenly moved and pulled down the defendant man's pants. Immediately, the obviously deformed organ was exposed to the crowd. Some women screamed while covering their eyes, but some men stared wide-eyed. It's true. He really can't perform. This clearly can't lead to intercourse. It's all that woman's nonsense. Speaking of which, the 2 people who had died before also claimed they did nothing, and until their deaths. They never changed their story. I originally thought they were stubborn. I didn't expect they were truly wronged. It's too despicable. They caused the deaths of 2 people. If it weren't for encountering 2 disabled individuals this time, who knows if we would have been the next victims. Fang Lei stepped forward to block the sensitive areas of the 2. The 2 pulled up their pants. Is that enough of a disturbance? Fang Lei looked at the woman and said. The woman choked slightly and then replied, even if they didn't have that ability, they still touched me. Even groping is unacceptable. This is an infringement of our rights as women. Fang Lei smiled and then looked towards the door. Has the old lady arrived? Not yet. Go bring the old lady here. Fang Lei shouted. I have something to ask her. Soon, a group of people went out to bring the old lady over. When the old lady saw Fang Lei, she excitedly came over to shake his hand. She arrived in Fang Lei's territory, originally thinking she would be treated inhumanely, like a captive during an invasion. But unexpectedly, after coming here, not only was she well-fed and well-treated, but she also had nothing to do all day. Kid, what do you want? The old lady was already fond of joining in the fun, but everyone else was busy, and she had no one to talk to. Now seeing this situation, her interest immediately piqued. Fang Lei recounted everything he wanted to ask her. So, please take her to the next room to verify her current physical condition to see if she looks like someone who has just been violated. Fang Lei said. Kid. In the past, this was called verification of identity. All right, it's just this little thing. The old lady agreed. Girl, come with me to that room. The old lady and the woman went next door. Not long after, the old lady came out. Everyone stared at the old lady, waiting for her answer. I say, kid, are you joking with me? This girl was violated? She's still a young lady. The old lady said. As soon as this was said, many people's expressions changed. The plaintiff woman's face turned ashen. With this, the plaintiff became the defendant and would also have to bear the responsibility for the previous deaths. The criminal law here was already quite terrifying. She didn't even dare to look, and if she had to face the law, the woman grinned, tears streaming down her face instantly. She cried out for help from the people behind her, but no one paid her any attention. At this moment, public opinion was overwhelmingly unified, all condemning this woman. Fang Lei watched this scene, grinning slightly. The timing was just right. Do you know your crime? Fang Lei asked. I don't. I'm telling the truth. At least the last time was. The first 2 times I did indeed slander them. But the last time they really did touch me. And they teased me, poking me with a broom and mop. And they even hit me. They hit you? Fang Lei raised his eyebrows. Then what about your injuries? The woman pointed to her red face and waist, then said, Here are all the injuries. As soon as she finished, before Fang Lei could speak, someone couldn't hold back. What kind of joke is this? Do you think we're fools? Where are the injuries you pointed to? And you said they poked you, yet you're still a young lady. What a joke. Don't insult our dignity. I even believed you so much before and sympathized with you. Now it seems you are truly a fraud. You deserve to die. You caused the deaths of 2 people. You deserve to be punished. The crowd was incensed. Fang Lei smiled. This situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. But that was even better. You caused the deaths of 2 people. You admit this, right? Fang Lei pointed at her and said, Then next, you will face severe punishment. No, what's going on with you? Didn't many of you see the 2 of them coming out of the room? At this moment, the only ones willing to speak up for the woman were likely those related to her by blood. Fang Lei looked and said, Don't say anything else. You were willing to vouch for her before, so you can't escape either. Now I want to impose punishment. What kind of crime do you think is suitable for her? Fang Lei looked at the crowd and then threw the choice to them. Beheading, disembowelment, hanging. For a moment, various forms of punishment were incessantly discussed. Fang Lei shook his hand and then poured some oil on the fire. Do you think such ordinary punishments are worthy of her? The people she harmed include one who was burned to death and another who was executed by 1,000 cuts. After Fang Lei finished speaking, the venue was filled with a cacophony of noise. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. The various methods of death made the woman's face turn pale. She collapsed onto the ground, unable to speak for a long time. The woman's relatives tried to flee, but were pushed back by the crowd. Then, Wang Jiqing came on stage and directly pinned her to the ground. The crowd was incensed, continuously chanting about the methods of execution, each one more terrifying than the last. Even Wang Jiqing was moved at times. The woman went from pleading for help to asking for a quick death. However, even when she begged for mercy, the crowd showed no intention of letting her go. Throughout this process, Fang Lei remained passive, saying nothing, simply watching the crowd quietly. After a series of routines lasting over 10 minutes, the woman was so frightened that she fainted. Fang Lei ultimately decided to adopt one person's suggestion. Chapter 45 Explanation. Peel off her skin and hang it outside. She will endure unimaginable pain and die from illness a few days later. someone in the crowd said. Upon hearing this, the woman contemplated suicide but was stopped by the crowd. Her face turned ashen. She knew she had missed this opportunity to end her life, and that dying next time might be even more painful. Fang Lei observed the crowd. When punishment falls on others, everyone is delighted, as long as it doesn't happen to them. The woman was sentenced to death, and Luan Jiqing carried out the execution. The horrific scene awakened everyone within the territory. In the days and even months that followed, similar incidents did not occur again in the territory. A few days later, Hei Ling grew increasingly confused and sought out Luan Jiqing. Brother Luan, this seems too coincidental. I feel something is off. Hei Ling found Luan Jiqing, who was working in the fields, and voiced her doubts. Luan Jiqing smiled slightly, looked around, and then took her back to the Lord's mansion. The hall was empty at the moment, so they sat down to chat. Only officials could enter the Lord's mansion now, making it a good place to discuss confidential matters. You also feel something is off. What exactly is wrong? Speak carefully, Luan Jiqing said to Hei Ling. I feel that the woman doesn't seem to be lying. She admitted to deceiving before, so why not this last time? It seems unnecessary, and when I chatted with her earlier, she insisted she was wronged and that those two really did lay hands on her. Is it just these? Luan Jiqing asked. Yes, these have left me puzzled. Hei Ling nodded. Not only that, but I'm also curious why this kind of thing would happen a third time. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Yang Wang returned from washing his hands and, upon hearing the topic, immediately joined in. Such things are already heinous when they happen once. Why would they happen 3 times in a row? I don't believe my subordinates are such fools. Yang Wang shook off the water from his hands and plopped down on the sofa. Anything else? Luan Jiqing asked. Also, the impression the Lord gave me before was quite good, quite benevolent. Why has he become so brutal this time? Hei Ling continued to inquire. Hei Ling's question struck a chord with Luan Jiqing. He smiled slightly, because all of this has been orchestrated by the Lord. Orchestrated? Hei Ling exclaimed in surprise. Does that mean the Lord wanted that woman dead? Hei Ling's eyes darted around, then she spoke. Luan Jiqing shook his head. That speculation is too superficial. Yang Wang chimed in. Could it be that the Lord designed this to set an example and show everyone the seriousness of following the rules in the territory? That woman was just unfortunate, chosen by the Lord. No, that is too shallow. Luan Jiqing immediately refuted. How could that esteemed person think so simplistically? That esteemed individual is the wisest person I have ever met in my life. Every action of his is filled with profound meaning, far beyond your simple thoughts. I can barely comprehend even a fraction of it. So impressive? Hei Ling's mouth dropped open. In Hei Ling's eyes, Luan Jiqing was already quite impressive. And now if he said so, then the Lord must be even more remarkable. Hei Ling suppressed her surprise and silently vowed to understand the mysteries behind Fang Lei's every action. Let me answer your question first. Luan Jiqing said to Hei Ling. You think the Lord wanted her dead? That is simply childish speculation. Before that woman stirred up trouble, the Lord had no idea that such a person existed in our territory. Since he had never seen her, why would he want to kill her? Hei Ling nodded, agreeing with Luan Jiqing's reasoning. Next, Luan Jiqing addressed Yang Wang's speculation regarding the issue of sacrificing one person to enforce strict laws. Your guess is somewhat close to the Lord's intention, but still too shallow. The Lord indeed hopes that everyone in the territory behaves and does their own duties. But how could he resort to such means as sacrificing a subject? It may seem like a good thing at first glance, as if a big profit was made. But how can that be called a leader who loves his people as his own children? Isn't it? Yang Wang's eyes widened. Of course. Luan Jiqing replied, the Lord did indeed sacrifice someone, but what was sacrificed were the rebels, the unsafe factors within the territory. That woman wanted to rebel? Yang Wang was shocked by this statement. Rebel? Rebel against what? Luan Jiqing sighed deeply, holding his forehead. Are you still not getting it? Yang Wang shook his head. All right. Let me be clearer. Luan Jiqing leaned closer to Yang Wang and lowered his voice. In fact, the Lord knew that the woman was lying during the first 2 times. Luan Jiqing stated. What? He knew? Then my subordinates died for nothing? Yang Wang's eyes widened. Not exactly for nothing. They were summoned by the Lord. And now they have merely returned to the Lord's body, becoming part of his power. Why are you angry? You should feel ashamed. Such an honorable thing. And that woman didn't choose you, Luan Jiqing scolded. Yang Wang pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized and sighed. Indeed. It's a pity that I wasn't chosen for such an honorable matter. Hei Ling, listening nearby, suddenly felt a twinge of jealousy towards the two. Soon, she decided to go to the Lord's bedroom and let the Lord consume her. The Lord arranged all of this. When he arranged for me to go to the male hospital to find the disabled, I already had a rough idea of this, Wang Jiqing said. At that time, I was amazed. What the Lord did was equivalent to establishing laws, making everyone think twice before doing something bad in the territory, and also removing the thorns within the territory. These thorns would certainly become weaknesses later. Eradicating them in time allows for peace of mind in the future. Why shouldn't we follow such a Lord to the death? Wang Jiqing raised his fist high. The other two were also excited and raised their fists. On the third floor of the Lord's mansion, Fang Lei quietly observed the changes outside. Watching the sunset, Fang Lei smiled slightly. It's time. Chapter 46. The dark web. Fang Lei transformed into slime and quietly flowed out through the window gap. He then entered the sewer pipe and gradually flowed along the pipe until he reached the ground. Once he reverted to human form, he looked around cautiously. Good. No one noticed. Fang Lei breathed a sigh of relief. Following this, Fang Lei crawled along the ground. At this time, the sky was dim, and no one could notice that a pool of slime was slowly flowing forward on the ground. After advancing for a while, Fang Lei arrived in a house. He slipped in through the crack in the door, and then Fang Lei restored his body. This slime body is really useful. Coming out quietly won't get me discovered, Fang Lei said with a smile. Master. As soon as Fang Lei appeared, two men appeared before him. If others saw these two men, they would surely be speechless with surprise. One of the men was none other than Li Ling, who was believed to be dead. Master, you have finally come. We have been waiting for you for a long time, Li Ling said. Yes, Master, please give me the next task, the other man said. This man, named Huang Wen, was the one who had been executed by Ling Qi. Indeed, both of them were not dead. The fact that he had eaten them was merely a fade. He had kept them alive by leaving them a bit of life force. It was that little life force that maintained their existence. Moreover, he didn't actually eat them. Instead, he used his passive skill, the dimensional stomach. He wasn't foolish. How could he not discern whether it was a lie? He had openly killed them, but had actually kept them alive. Fang Lei hadn't even told Wang Jiqing this time because it was enough for him to know about it alone. He needed those two to complete some special tasks. The reason Wang Jiqing hadn't guessed they were still alive was due to their skills and passives. Li Ling's passive was called Thousand Faces. He could imitate anyone. And after Fang Lei promoted him to level 5, the effect of his skill improved significantly, allowing him to mimic anyone at will. The reason the two reappeared in the territory was because this skill changed their appearance. Huang Wen's passive was called Illusion. He could create an illusion that misled everyone. When his pants were pulled down, that was an illusion which successfully fooled everyone and directed the blame toward that unreasonable woman. It was because of these two skills that Fang Lei successfully directed this performance. He believed this performance had no flaws. If they didn't kneel when they saw him and acted even more innocent, he thought it would be better. Do you both have any ideas for the next steps? Fang Lei asked the two. Li Ling spoke softly. I have no attachments in this world. My only thought is to serve the master. I feel the same. Huang Wen said. Serve? Fang Lei chuckled. Having Wang Jiqing by my side is enough for now. I don't need you yet. So tell me, what roles can you play? We don't know either. We are just pawns in the master's hand, and how to play the game is naturally up to you, Li Ling replied. I feel the same. Huang Wen echoed. Fang Lei had already thought about their roles. He was just teasing them. Li Ling, your skill is most suited for hiding. And it's also perfect for espionage. Huang Wen, your skill has strong deceptive qualities. I need you both to help me check the hidden situations in the territory and report back to me regularly. Fang Lei revealed the thoughts he had been considering for a long time. To manage the territory well, rules are just one aspect. More importantly, everything within the territory must be within his line of sight. Thus, Fang Lei chose the dark web. From today on, your organization will be called the Dark Alliance. You need not be responsible to anyone else. You only need to be accountable to me and tell me everything I want to know. Li Ling, you will be the leader. Huang Wen, you will take the role of deputy leader. I won't provide you with manpower. You will need to recruit and build your own team. Fang Lei pointed at the two. The two lowered their heads. Yes. If you get into trouble, I will only ensure your lives. However, the way I protect you might be spending a lifetime in prison, so I hope you are cautious. The territory is still manageable now, with only a few hundred people, but soon I will have plans to expand the scale of the territory. And the most mixed population is about to arrive. That will be your time to shine, Fang Lei said. As he spoke, Fang Lei took out a small bottle filled with tiny slimes. If you want to contact me, just smash one, and I will know. Fang Lei said. These are his avatars. Although the information cannot be shared, he can still know when an avatar disappears. So using this as a signal to call him is the best option. Yes, we will dedicate our lives to serving the master's grand ambitions. The two said in unison while kneeling. Fang Lei nodded slightly, then reached out to pat their heads. With a thought, both of their levels shot up. Soon, they were both max level. Don't let others recognize you, not even the executives, Fang Lei instructed. Fang Lei wasn't intentionally trying to slow them down. He simply thought that it's better to have fewer people know about such an important organization. The fewer people who know, the safer it is. After saying that, Fang Lei turned and walked away. If I see you again in the future, we won't know each other, Fang Lei said. The two looked at each other excitedly, then nodded deeply. Fang Lei's move had no other purpose but to simply place his pawns. If these pawns were inadequate, he would replace them with others. However, what he said was true. Recently, he indeed had the intention to expand his territory. Yesterday, the tenfold returns had ended. He had accumulated 10 million points. 5 million is definitely not a small amount. Everyone was exhausted from farming, so he gave them a 3-day holiday. During these 3 days, Fang Lei had a lot to do and many preparations to make. He quietly returned to the villa. No one noticed him along the way. But as soon as he got back to bed, he found that Hei Ling was also lying on the bed. Master, where have you been? Hei Ling stared at Fang Lei. Fang Lei felt a bit uneasy under her gaze. I went out to relax. Do I need to tell you about my relaxing activities? Fang Lei said somewhat timidly, but then realized he couldn't be so weak, so he deliberately raised his tone. Chapter 47. The assembly. Hei Ling was startled by Fang Lei's sudden shout and stood there, a bit at a loss. You ask me, but why are you in my room? Fang Lei asked. Did you not say you were angry with me? I'm not angry anymore, Hei Ling said softly. Go, go, go. Get out. Fang Lei pushed Hei Ling off the bed and then pushed her all the way to the door. After that, Fang Lei let out a sigh of relief. That was close. He almost revealed himself. Fang Lei sighed deeply. Outside, Hei Ling was still a bit dazed. What's wrong with the master? Why did he chase me out? Did I do something wrong? Could it be because I ignored him before and now he's angry? Hei Ling lowered her head, feeling a bit dejected. She left sadly. In the elevator, Hei Ling suddenly thought of an idea that could make the master like her again. Before she knew it, the 3-day holiday in the territory had come to an end. Fang Lei had a good rest during these 3 days. So after these 3 days, everyone was in high spirits. The first representative assembly of the territory officially began. Fang Lei stood in his study and was the first to applaud. Soon, everyone joined in the applause. There were many people in the room. This time, in addition to inviting his subordinates, Fang Lei also invited influential individuals within the territory to participate in the meeting. These individuals had the right to raise questions and express their opinions. However, the decision-making power lies solely in Fang Lei's hands. There are a total of 13 people in the room, including Fang Lei himself, Wang Jiqing, Malin, Hailing, Yang Wang, Li Chunxing, an esteemed old lady, a doctor who saved more than 10 people, and several heads of powerful factions. Fang Lei specifically invited these individuals. He knows that although they were forcibly brought to his territory by Wang Jiqing, they still hold significant influence among the crowd. Rather than going through the trouble of dispersing them and raising a new banner, it is better to directly provide them with some benefits and employ them. Having them work for him is much better than having multiple enemies. Although they may not be as loyal as his subordinates, they can still help manage and accomplish various tasks. Everything needs to have a set of rules. From now on, we will hold this kind of meeting once a month, and the participants will be temporarily fixed as you all. If you have any suggestions or improvements, you can bring them up in the meeting, Fang Lei said first. Now, let's begin today's meeting. After Fang Lei finished speaking, he immediately took a seat. Next, it was Wang Jiqing's turn. Wang Jiqing stood up. Everything needs to have a system, and so does this meeting. First, there will be an announcement of the agenda. Once all notifications are completed, everyone can express their opinions and propose ideas. We will then vote to determine whether to approve them. Our master Fang Lei has 1 vote for approval and 1 veto vote. Isn't that veto power a bit too much? At this moment, a small, monkey-like man raised his hand to ask. This question immediately drew approving murmurs from those around. Wang Jiqing's face turned cold, and he was about to reprimand him. However, Fang Lei interrupted him before he could speak. I want to explain my veto power. First of all, this is my territory. If anyone has objections and wants to resist, please refer to that woman who was subjected to extreme punishment. She hasn't escaped yet, has she? Wang Jiqing nodded. She has had her skin removed. We smeared honey on her flesh, which attracted many bees, causing her to itch and hurt constantly. She has realized her mistakes and is repenting. After hearing Wang Jiqing's words, Fang Lei looked at the expressions of the people around him. Their expressions were quite vivid. Indeed, it was very effective. A big stick was given, and beneath it, there was a sweet date. Please believe me, my power will only be used for the good of the territory and will not be abused. Next, everyone will be assigned positions, and please discuss your desired posts privately later, Fang Lei said. The discussions among the crowd gradually quieted down. Wang Jiqing then began to announce some matters. All these matters were prepared by Wang Jiqing in the past few days. While everyone rested, Wang Jiqing did not rest. Regarding the water issue, this will be resolved soon. Not far from us, there is an underground water source. In 3 days, our territory will occupy it. Please be patient with the water issue for now. We expect to establish a preliminary water supply system in 1 day and a complete water supply system in 5 days. Additionally, the underground water can only supply domestic water. Water for irrigation will be sourced from a river that I will bring in. This river will become our moat. Whether the moat runs through the main city or surrounds it, you can provide us with suggestions in the form of blueprints to be submitted before the next meeting. Furthermore, each of you will form small teams. There will be a total of 7 teams, using a rotating schedule with 1 day off each week. This means you can rest 4 to 5 days a month, which is much better than the treatment in ordinary companies. As for working hours, it will be from sunrise to sunset. If it rains, everyone will stay home all day. The main work will be farming. After the harvest, part will be for everyone to consume, and part will be collected by the master. As for the proportion left for everyone to eat, the rest will be collected. Of course, even if it rains, there will still be food, which will be provided by our master to support everyone. Wang Jiqing briefly outlined his plan and then handed out the detailed forms to everyone. As the crowd looked at the meticulously planned forms, they were all surprised. The forms detailed each person's name, and the various rules and regulations were thorough, leaving no room for laziness. We have finished discussing our matters. Now please share your thoughts, Fang Lei said, looking at everyone. For a moment, the room fell into silence. This meeting was called on short notice, and everyone was unprepared. So they didn't know what to say. Just when everyone was at a loss for words, the old lady spoke first. Sir, I feel that I am not suitable for this position. I have been an ordinary person all my life. Even before the apocalypse, I only relied on my children to survive. My favorite and best skill is making shoe insoles. How can an old lady like me be in charge? I don't have the ability or strength. The old lady felt somewhat embarrassed. It's not about being in charge. It's about relaying people's thoughts to you. This is not too laborious. To put it simply, it's like chatting at the village entrance, hearing the issues people mention, and bringing them to the meeting for resolution. Fang Lei said, if you enjoy making shoe insoles, you can do it anytime, even during the meeting. Upon hearing this, the old lady pulled out a bamboo basket from behind, which contained needle and thread and an unfinished shoe insole. If that's the case, then I will really make shoe insoles, the old lady said. Fang Lei smiled gently. Sure, of course, not just now, but in the future as well. Everyone doesn't need to be so constrained. Do what you want, and if you get tired sitting, move around a bit. I have one more thing. This time, it was Xiaoyang who helped me over here. The old lady pointed at Yang Wang and said, in the future, he may not have time. Can I find someone else to assist me? Fang Lei thought for a moment and then replied, of course, you can choose someone when you go back. They can speak for you at the meeting and help you exercise your authority, but you can replace that person with just one word. Oh, that's great. Thank you, the old lady said gratefully to Fang Lei. Fang Lei waved his hand. It's just a small matter. As long as the old lady continues to come, that's enough. Fang Lei only valued the old lady's prestige among the group. Next, if anyone has suggestions or needs, they can speak up. Fang Lei looked at everyone. The old lady stood up. If that's the case, then I'll make a suggestion first. Just throwing out a brick to attract jade. The old lady looked at everyone. Although no one spoke, they were all looking at her. I think we should build more toilets in our territory. A few days ago, when I went out, I stepped in something left by someone lacking virtue, Fang Lei said. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. Fang Lei couldn't hold back either. After the laughter subsided, Fang Lei was the first to express, I cast a regular vote. I support building toilets. I support it too. Fang Lei looked over. And it was not one of his subordinates speaking, but one of the small leaders. Once one person expressed agreement, everyone quickly followed suit. Soon, it passed unanimously, with no one opposing. I suggest adding a rule. If anyone is caught urinating or defecating in public, they should lose a day's rest time. What do you think? Yang Wang said. Another proposal quickly passed unanimously again. As modern people, these matters were simply taken for granted, and no one would object. I believe my laboratory needs staff and a batch of experimental equipment. At this moment, Malin raised his hand again. Let's select some highly educated individuals or those who enjoy research to enter the laboratory and learn from Marlin, Fang Lei suggested. This time, people were not as enthusiastic. Some were deep in thought. In the end, 2 people did not raise their hands, but the proposal still passed. Now that we have people, what about the equipment? Marlin continued to ask. This question truly stumped Fang Lei. Does anyone have any ideas? Fang Lei looked around. At this moment, a bald man spoke up. I know someone who has worked at a glass factory. You can ask him. Fang Lei nodded and instructed him to call the person immediately. During this downtime, Fang Lei continued to talk to his subordinates. See, I can't solve all the problems, but everyone can. This is the benefit of a council. Fang Lei mainly directed this at his subordinates. Previously, when he proposed holding such meetings, they strongly opposed it, arguing that there could only be one master of the territory. Fang Lei hadn't actually intended to share power. He still held all the authority. However, for some ordinary tasks, he decided to delegate them to his subordinates. As the master, it was impossible for him to oversee every detail of the territory. His own experiences were limited, so he could only focus on significant matters. Thus, he entrusted these minor issues to his subordinates, just needing to give them a brief overview. He wasn't a god, just a person. And now he felt like a mere slime. Nevertheless, even as a slime, he didn't have that much energy. Before long, the bald man returned, bringing someone with him. That person was presumably the one who had worked at the glass factory. Fang Lei explained what they needed to do, but unexpectedly, the person shook his head. It's impossible. We can't create such high temperatures with ordinary fire, and making glass requires silicon. At the very least, we need sand. And we don't have any here since we are not by the sea. Upon hearing this, Fang Lei looked at Wang Jiqing, who nodded in agreement. All right. You two cooperate with Wang Jiqing to make this happen. Wang Jiqing, this task is assigned to you, Fang Lei said. Please work hard and prioritize the glass production. Understood. Wang Jiqing replied with a bow. At this point, the others were somewhat puzzled. Fang Lei, what are you talking about? Didn't he just say that it's impossible to create such high temperatures or have sand? Didn't he already say it can't be done? Did you not hear clearly? The bald man interjected. How dare you directly call the master by name? Seeking death. Hei Ling's eyes widened, and she stood up to take action, but was stopped by Yang Wang. Fang Lei awkwardly smiled. Everyone, let me clarify. You might have some misunderstandings about us. Wang Jiqing, he is a demon. The demon who governs the earth and fire. You newcomers may not know this, but the old lady and others should know. They have seen Wang Jiqing use his powers. With just a wave of his hand, houses appeared on the ground. The houses you are currently living in were also created by Wang Jiqing. If there are no accidents. The toilet was also built by him, Fang Lei explained. Upon hearing Fang Lei's words, everyone was incredulous. Wang Jiqing's mouth curled into a slight smile. And then a horn emerged from his forehead, with wings curling behind him. He transformed into a demon, causing the men in the room to scream in panic. Fang Lei worked hard to calm them down, and it took a while for them to regain their composure. Next, we need to introduce Hei Ling. Fang Lei pointed to Hei Ling. She is my secretary and also a sacred beast. Her ability is to transfer life energy, ensuring our health and safety to the greatest extent. Fang Lei said to Hei Ling, don't transform completely, just change your palms. Immediately, a huge claw appeared before everyone. Chapter 49, Warehouse. Upon seeing the claw, the previously calm crowd erupted into chaos once again. Screams, shivers, and some even attempted to flee. However, Wang Jiqing quickly blocked the door. Everyone, there's no need to be afraid, Fang Lei said, trying to reassure them. Wang Jiqing's words calmed them completely. If we wanted to kill you, you would have been dead long ago. It's impossible for you to still be alive now, Wang Jiqing declared loudly. Gradually, everyone calmed down and returned to their seats. Seeing them settle down, Fang Lei nodded slightly. The old lady looked at Fang Lei and then spoke. Young man, you are not human either, are you? Congratulations, you were also quick to respond. Fang Lei chuckled and then looked at everyone seated. Now, this is what I want to say next. Jumping into the air, I reveal my true form. I am actually not human. My true form is a slime. Fang Lei transformed into a round blue slime, quietly waiting for the expected screams. However, after a long while, no one reacted. Could it be that I'm too small and lack an imposing presence? Fang Lei wondered. He then jumped again, making himself a bit larger. He continued to introduce himself. my true form is indeed a slime. However, even after reintroducing himself, the room remained silent. Fang Lei? What is going on? Why was there panic and fear when I introduced them, but when it comes to me, everyone has no reaction at all? What is a slime? The old lady rubbed her eyes, looking closely at Fang Lei as if trying to discern something. It's a beginner monster from a Japanese game, the bald man explained. But as far as I know, they should be very weak. The bald man quietly added the last part and scratched the back of his head. Fang Lei felt like he was about to crack. What kind of reaction is this? It resembles something my granddaughter played with when she was little. It was called crystal mud or something, soft and particularly fragrant, the old lady remarked. Fang Lei's expression darkened. He was clearly a slime. What was this nonsense about crystal mud? Upon reflection, he remembered that he had played with it as a child. It really did look somewhat similar. Fang Lei felt a bit frustrated inside. Grandma, if you really don't know, you can choose to keep quiet. There's no need to bring up something that looks similar to make it awkward for me. Speaking of which, I think my daughter played with that too. The bald uncle chimed in. Fang Lei rolled his eyes and quickly intervened to prevent the meeting from heading in a bizarre direction. I'm telling you, we are not human, so we can do things that ordinary people cannot. For example, Wan Jiqing can create high temperatures and purify elements. If you have any thoughts, feel free to share. Don't be afraid that it can't be done. Perhaps one of us will possess that ability. Fang Lei succinctly stated. I think we need some bowls and chopsticks. We currently eat from earthen bowls, and the taste is always earthy. At this moment, a robust woman spoke up. She was also one of the leaders brought back by Wan Jiqing and had been invited to participate in the competition. The crowd began to vote. Soon, most people raised their hands. Master, making too many bowls and chopsticks right now is not very realistic and not likely to happen, Wan Jiqing quietly said to Fang Lei. I have too many things to handle here, so I probably won't have time to make bowls and chopsticks. After all, these things are not urgent. After hearing this, Fang Lei relayed the message to everyone. Several leaders looked somewhat embarrassed. Master, earthen bowls indeed affect the taste. While bowls are hard to resolve, we can process chopsticks ourselves. Li Chunxing suggested. Fang Lei nodded and decisively said, All right, I'll give you 10 people later. You go nearby to chop some trees and make chopsticks by hand. Suddenly, Fang Lei thought of something and immediately called for a stop. Wait a minute. We might not need to make our own chopsticks. Everyone's eyes lit up. Around us, near our territory, there is a warehouse where we can organize people to take a look and see what good things are inside. Fang Lei expressed an idea he had earlier. Once this idea was mentioned, it immediately received unanimous agreement. Yes, that's a good idea. Maybe we can find some unexpected treasures. It would be great if we could find a lot of bowls and chopsticks. When should we go? The sooner the better. Ideally, we should check the warehouse right now. The more they talked, the more excited they became, and eventually, they even entertained the idea of taking action immediately. Fang Lei also felt that the sooner the better. He temporarily held back the crowd for a final chat. Everyone, please wait a moment. Let me say a few words. This meeting can be considered concluded. Such large meetings will be held once a month from now on, and in the future, the discussions in this meeting will be important matters. Since everyone wasn't prepared today, small matters will be treated as major ones. Fang Lei said, In the future, if there are matters to discuss, you can come to the Lord's mansion. If I'm not here, Wan Jiqing or Hei Ling can talk to them, and they will relay it to me later. They can make decisions on urgent small matters, while non-urgent ones can wait until next month's regular meeting to be brought up. Fang Lei briefly explained the situation. What do you think? Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. However, the bald man spoke up. How about making it once a week? Isn't a month too long? What if something urgent comes up? Should we really wait a month? Fang Lei shook his head. No, this meeting is mainly for discussing not-so-urgent major matters. If something urgent arises, there will be emergency meetings. Everyone doesn't need to worry. Once a month is neither too fast nor too slow. Fang Lei looked at them and said this. In fact, the reason Fang Lei didn't want the meeting to be held weekly was that he wanted the territory to appear fairer, to give them a bit of power. To let them share power and have internal conflicts, thus effectively avoiding internal strife and preventing them from harboring rebellious thoughts. Once a month for meetings is just right. This indicates that most matters are still controlled by him. If it were really once a week, their power would be greater than he envisioned. After the meeting, everyone walked out of the Lord's mansion. Fang Lei called Yang Wang to stay behind. In a moment, you will lead the team to check the goods. How about that? Fang Lei asked. Yang Wang knelt on the ground. I won't disappoint your expectations. In a moment, you take your people and go quickly. The vehicle is handed over to you. First clear the zombies, then transport the goods. Such simple tasks must not result in casualties. Did you hear? Yes. Chapter 50, Planting Vegetables. Zhao Jincheng, are you awake? Outside, Zhao Yinchen's voice came. Zhao Jincheng quickly opened the door. His brother was standing outside. I'm awake. I'm awake. Zhao Jincheng hurriedly welcomed Zhao Yincheng into the room. How have you been? Are you feeling better now? Zhao Yincheng asked with concern. Zhao Jincheng felt a wave of emotion upon hearing this. You know, right now, probably only a close brother would care for him like this. I'm fine now, don't worry. I'm recovering vigorously. After hearing this, Zhao Yincheng nodded and then tentatively asked, Brother, what are your thoughts moving forward? Thoughts? No thoughts. Zhao Jincheng shook his head and sighed. I have nothing now, just being alive is good. Little brother, let me do some work in your territory, anything will do. Brother. Saying that makes it sound like you're being polite. We are blood brothers, twins in fact. You have always been stronger than me, with leadership talent. And you've made it to the position of president, while I just started a small company with your help. If you don't mind, let's manage this territory together. With you as the leader, and I'll assist you. It's important to know one's own limitations, and I am aware that I don't have the ability to manage this territory. Every night I have nightmares, fearing zombies will invade and destroy everything. Zhao Jincheng felt a bit excited. Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. If you can help me take this position, it will save me a lot of worry, Zhao Yincheng said sincerely. Zhao Jincheng's heart stirred. It has always been like this since childhood. He was cunning and sly, while his brother was rather simple-minded, even to the point of being somewhat annoying. Although he established a company, he treated the employees very well and did not exploit them at all, which led to the company struggling. Despite having considerable capital, he didn't resemble a capitalist at all. What he said now should not be a test where he would kill himself if he agreed. He probably really wanted to hand over the position. All right, since you say so, I am willing to help you out. Zhao Jincheng decisively agreed. Zhao Yincheng, being straightforward, said to Zhao Jincheng, is it true? Then good. I'll take you to meet the people in our territory right now. Zhao Yincheng pulled Zhao Jincheng away. Zhao Jincheng followed behind him, a smile appearing on his lips. Originally, he thought he would never have a chance for revenge in this life, but unexpectedly, heaven delivered the opportunity so quickly. Fang Lei, you bastard. It's because of you that I now feel nauseous at the sight of shrimp. I must take revenge for this. Go quickly, and if anything unexpected happens, crush this thing immediately, and we will rush to support. Fang Lei split off a slime and handed it to Yang Wang. I understand. Yang Wang nodded. Fang Lei opened the heavy door and watched as everyone quickly left. Master, which of these many tasks do you think I should tackle first? Wang Jiqing asked Fang Lei. You should start with the toilet. Remember, it must be sturdy, and the waste is the best natural fertilizer. We need to keep it for future use. Fang Lei thought for a moment and continued. Then you can take those large stones at my door to Li Chuanran's kitchen. These are great for chopping vegetables. After that, you can go to the glass factory to help Marin get experimental tools. Fang Lei sighed. Wang Jiqing really is busy. He is much busier than I am. All right, I understand. After speaking, Wang Jiqing spread his wings and flew to the outer city. Immediately afterward, Fang Lei had things to do as well. What he needed to do was set up defenses. Previously, there had been some zombie attacks, but he didn't pay much attention because his city walls were too solid. Ordinary zombies couldn't break through. He had focused all his efforts on planting. Now it was different. With the tenfold effect gone, he needed to consider defense. Arriving in the courtyard was large, but it was now empty, with only a few weeds making it look desolate. Fang Lei first decided to plant some high-level ranged attack plants around his courtyard. Fang Lei opened the system and browsed through the plants he liked to plant, and before long, his gaze settled on a particular plant. Cabbage cannon can bombard any location within the territory, and the cabbage explosion causes wide area damage. This is nice. It's suitable for planting in the center of the courtyard. Speaking of which, I think I drew 2 of these during the lottery, right? Fang Lei said. Fang Lei summoned the rewarded cabbage cannons, and then found that the cabbage cannons were quite large. Planting 2 cabbages took up quite a bit of space. The cabbages looked like 2 thick and big trees. Fang Lei curiously walked up, pulled one off, and then put it in his mouth. It tastes like cabbage. Isn't that obvious? It's cabbage after all. Following this, Fang Lei opened the system again and continued searching for the next suitable planting item. Before long, he found a chestnut tree gatling. This plant is also quite suitable for planting in the yard. When encountering enemies, the chestnut can shoot out like Gatling bullets. A single tree has 5,000 chestnuts, recovering 1 every 10 seconds. Moreover, This chestnut tree gatling has a special ability that no other plant possesses, which is the ability to attack airborne threats. If the enemy is a mutated bird, all plants would be defenseless, but this chestnut tree gatling can handle it. Its attack range is also quite far, capable of protecting the entire city. Fang Lei nodded slightly. Not bad, it's you. He then directly selected the chestnut tree gatling and planted it beside the Lord's mansion. With a tree next to the house, the atmosphere immediately felt different. The courtyard seemed to come alive. After thinking for a moment, Fang Lei planted 2 more. This chestnut tree gatling costs 3,000 points each, which is considered quite an expensive plant in the shop, but for Fang Lei, it's completely trivial. After all, he still has millions of points in hand. 3 trees would be just right. Fang Lei nodded. 1 tree seemed too few. 3 trees were just right, arranged in a triangular shape. If it were summer, he could set up a deck chair here to cool off. Just thinking about it felt refreshing. Then, Fang Lei looked at the remaining empty space. What else to plant? How about planting some corrosive tomatoes? No other reason, mainly because he likes to eat them. After finishing planting, Fang Lei found that there were still some surplus spaces in the yard. What to plant next? Fang Lei looked around and then planted a patch of leek shooters. He continued browsing the shop, but didn't he find anything straightforward to end. However, there was still a lot of space left indoors. Fang Lei thought, forget it. Just plant all defensive plants. It doesn't matter if they don't produce vegetables. It looks really bad to leave it empty. Saying this, Fang Lei exchanged many plants from within. Shotgun leeks, with the leek leaves as gun muzzles, can shoot seeds into the bodies of enemies. And the seeds that enter the enemy's body can grow rapidly. Prison thorn bushes can capture anyone invading the territory. Carrot landmines will explode the first time someone steps on them, with half a carrot shooting out of the ground, followed by a second explosion. Climbing tiger spears, which exist atop the walls, can pierce the heads of invaders with their tender green branches, and this plant can be planted extensively. Fang Lei planted them around the surrounding walls. Since the newly planted plants had very limited attack ranges, Fang Lei leveled them all up after reaching level 6. All plants could cover the entire territory. The upgrade cost for the few chestnut tree gatlings was quite high, so Fang Lei only upgraded them to level 5. Some cheaper plants, like the corrosive tomatoes and leek shooters, Fang Lei upgraded directly to level 10, as these plants needed higher levels to have some attack capabilities. The walls were tall, and the climbing tiger spears were calculated by square meter for points, so just planting on his side consumed quite a bit of points. Fang Lei didn't calculate carefully, but roughly estimated it would take several thousand. Fang Lei looked at the high walls, covered with climbing tigers, which somewhat affected the lighting. He felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. An idea arose in Fang Lei's mind. If the walls continue to level up, would they eventually become transparent, turning into a rain shield? The yard was already full, and Fang Lei decided not to worry about it anymore. He looked at the remaining points in his hand and then decided to give it a try. He pressed on the wall and upgraded it all the way. The wall advanced from level 6 to level 9. At level 9, Fang Lei couldn't see how tall it really was. This was the most magnificent and robust wall Fang Lei could understand. Looking at the points, he had spent quite a bit. But because the wall's surface area was relatively small, he hadn't spent all his points and still saved 8 million. Fang Lei looked at the wall and still felt unsatisfied. If it continued like this, it wouldn't be the sun overhead. His villa wouldn't see light all day. He upgraded again, and then with a flash of light, the wall disappeared. The huge wall was replaced by something resembling a glass dome covering Fang Lei's villa. Fang Lei nodded. This change was indeed as he expected. The lighting improved, and the plants could grow robustly. Fang Lei walked to the wall, and then had a ridiculous thought. Could it continue to upgrade? As far as Fang Lei knew, level 10 was already maxed out. If it could upgrade again, Fang Lei decided to give it a try. If successful, he would have an absolutely safe home that no one could break. If danger arose, he could also retreat inside. Upgrade, Fang Lei said. As soon as he finished speaking, a white light appeared before Fang Lei. When he opened his eyes again, the transparent glass dome had disappeared, leaving only a layer of something resembling water waves. Moreover, this water wave rain shield could be controlled by him at will. It could be transparent, blurred, pitch black, allow people to pass through, or be extremely hard. How this rain shield worked would depend on how he envisioned it. Should he test the performance of this defense shield? Fang Lei looked on, somewhat curious. However, he quickly laughed off the idea. After all, he couldn't even break the low-level wall, so how could he break this level 11 wall? What if this defense shield had a counterattack system? He could be done for in an instant. Fang Lei returned to the house, took a short rest, and then walked out. Yang Wang and the others hadn't returned yet. Next, what Fang Lei and the others needed to do was plant defensive plants. For instance, leek shooters, corrosive tomatoes, and the explosive potatoes that had been there for a long time all needed to be planted to bring harvests to the territory. The squad had already been divided into 7 teams. Fang Lei called 4 teams, distributed seeds to them, and instructed them to plant. The remaining 3 teams continued with the planting task. Currently, they were mainly planting rice because everyone liked to eat rice. Wheat planting was temporarily halted. And some were planting barley, as it seemed someone was a baker and could make bread from barley flour. Fang Lei didn't bother too much with these small matters. He wasn't that idle. After all, these were relatively unimportant for the territory. Complete the planting before dark, and there will be rewards. Fang Lei shouted to everyone who was planting defensive plants. As for the rewards, Fang Lei hadn't really thought about what to give. However, since he mentioned it, he would definitely provide something. But what should he give? Fang Lei blinked, feeling a bit confused. At this time, it was afternoon. Li Chun'an was outside washing pots. Currently, the water being used was all brought from the Lord's mansion, and the water also had to be exchanged for points. 1 point could be exchanged for 10 tons of water. After this round, it had consumed dozens of points. However, Fang Lei was wealthy, and such a few points didn't matter to him. However, Fang Lei knew that using water this way was only a temporary measure. Exchanging points for water could only be a backup plan. Nature didn't lack water, and it was still necessary to use natural water. However, if there were a war and his water source was destroyed, the people in his territory wouldn't die of thirst. Fang Lei looked at the shop list, observing various items that could be exchanged. In the mall, there are not only seeds, but also some poultry and livestock. Fang Lei looked around and decided to buy some chickens as a reward. However, he didn't intend to kill the chickens for them to eat, as that would be too wasteful. What he wanted to exchange for was hens, specifically laying hens. The reward for them would be eggs. For the past few days, their meals had only consisted of vegetables, and the pork they had on the first day was long gone. Chapter 52. Misunderstanding. Fang Lei waved his hand, and a bunch of hens appeared in front of him. After activating his dominion, a cage enveloped them. Fang Lei looked at the cage and nodded slightly, realizing that his control over the land had improved. The hens had been summoned, and he left the rest to Li Chun'an, as he had no experience in raising poultry. Previously, Wang Jiqing had helped Li Chun'an set up a huge building as a kitchen. Since Fang Lei was free, he decided to take a look around. The building had 2 floors. The first floor was for cooking and eating, while the second floor served as a storage area. The storage room was filled with freshly picked vegetables, which were processed and could be used at any time. Fang Lei had previously arranged for the Black Spirit to come to the vegetable storage twice a day to keep the vegetables fresh without needing a refrigerator or worrying about spoilage. Looking at the fresh vegetables, Fang Lei knew that the Black Spirit had just been there. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He had originally thought that the Black Spirit had no useful skills, but it seemed that there were no useless subordinates. Only subordinates that their superiors did not know how to utilize. Everyone had their strengths. The Black Spirit might not be good at fighting, but it excelled at these supportive tasks. Fang Lei moved through the gaps and suddenly heard a conversation. He walked over and found a man and a woman lying on a sack. How disgusting. Don't touch me. Go away. Don't worry. There's no one here. No one will find us. Come on. We need to cook soon. As Fang Lei listened to their increasingly inappropriate conversation, he cleared his throat as a warning and walked over. The 2 quickly stood up, their clothes in disarray, hurriedly trying to fix themselves. Do you have something to say? Fang Lei asked the man. The man was terrified, his face turning pale. He knew all too well about Fang Lei's methods. They had witnessed the previous tortures firsthand. The woman, seeing this, gritted her teeth and immediately said, "We are willing participants. It wasn't forced. I initiated it, so if there's any punishment, just punish me." Fang Lei was taken aback. So it turned out he had misunderstood. Since it was consensual, it didn't seem appropriate for him to intervene. After hesitating for a long time, Fang Lei finally managed to say, "Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Why are you here?" "We're currently sharing dorms, and it's not convenient," the man replied. Fang Lei then realized that they had no other place to go, which is why they chose this spot. "I'll resolve this issue soon. You can report it to your leader. Just bear with it for now. Next time, we'll address it at the meeting," Fang Lei said. The 2 nodded vigorously. Then, Fang Lei turned and left. It was too awkward to stay any longer. Once downstairs, he found Li Chun and had arranged the chickens at the entrance. They had already started cooking. As soon as Fang Lei appeared, Li Chunran came over. Master, we don't have enough eggs, Li Chunran said. These dozens of hens have only laid a few eggs, and it's impossible to make boiled eggs, let alone enough for everyone. Upon hearing this, Fang Lei exchanged for a bunch of eggs. Go ahead and boil them, and use some for stir-frying with the vegetables, he instructed. Even though the other teams didn't win, they worked hard too, so let's give them a little. Li Chunran waved, and soon a few people came to help carry the eggs. Be careful, don't break them. Handle them gently, do you understand? Li Chunran scolded a clumsy person behind him like a living judge. Fang Lei smiled slightly, realizing that he had set up a pretty good kitchen. Master, it's getting close to evening, and we need to start preparing the dishes. Do you have any other instructions? Li Chunran asked Fang Lei. Raise the chickens well, and later I'll get you some other creatures. It would be best to assign a few people specifically for raising these creatures, Fang Lei said. Upon hearing this, Li Chunran showed a difficult expression. Master, to be honest, we only have a little over 20 people, and many of them are clumsy and not very useful. Their efficiency is low. If they go to raise livestock, we won't have enough people here. Can you find some experienced ones? 5 inexperienced people are not as good as 1 experienced one, Fang Lei nodded. You all manage for a bit. I will resolve this issue. Come to my office tonight, and we'll discuss it in detail. He patted Li Chunran on the shoulder and turned to leave. Although the territory seemed to be thriving, there were still many internal issues to address. Li Chunran was in charge of the civilians' meals, which was a very important aspect that he had to manage well without any slack. If people felt they weren't getting enough to eat, they would lack motivation to work and might slack off. Fang Lei understood this all too well. Pretending to work hard was useless. Efficiency was what mattered. Moreover, there was another more pressing issue, the lack of manpower. The kitchen staff were inexperienced, which would definitely slow down efficiency. The contribution these people made in the kitchen was even less than what they could do outside farming. Although Wang Jiqing had brought back a wave of people, a solution was still needed. Fang Lei looked at the territory and sighed deeply. At that moment, a bird suddenly landed in front of Fang Lei. The bird lay on the ground, making a pitiful noise. Soon, 2 children ran over and stood in front of Fang Lei, clearly frightened. Previously, he had made all the adults watch the execution, but he hadn't involved the children for their mental health. However, seeing their terrified expressions, it was likely that their parents had spun tales about him after returning. You two, what are your names? Fang Lei asked, smiling at them. There were just over 200 people in the territory, mostly middle-aged and young adults, with very few elderly people left, many of whom had perished at the hands of zombies. There were perhaps only these 2 children in the entire territory. So Fang Lei thought it would be nice to chat with them and build a good relationship. I'm Sun Hao Yan. If there's anything, come at me, said the older boy, standing in front of the younger boy with his arms outstretched. Fang Lei looked at him and smiled slightly. He could even imagine how those people would describe him as a devil. However, he didn't deny that if he could lead this territory to live safely in the apocalypse, then being seen as a devil wouldn't matter. Chapter 53. Flight, don't worry, I won't harm you, Fang Lei said, looking at the child's wary face. The child looked at Fang Lei and then pointed at the bird, saying, give it back to me, I shot it down. Fang Lei looked at the bird, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. I want this bird too. Can you give it to me? No way, I shot it down. I've only managed to get one all day, the child insisted. Fang Lei looked at the situation and then exchanged a basket of eggs from the system. He took out 4 eggs and handed them over. The bird had little meat and not much to eat, so Fang Lei said kindly, how about I give each of you 2 eggs? The child hesitated for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Fang Lei kept his promise and gave away 4 eggs, which was nothing for him. The child took the eggs and left. Fang Lei picked up the bird and slowly devoured it. After consuming it, he examined his body carefully, turned around, and transformed into a little sparrow. Flapping his wings, Fang Lei gradually took to the skies. This was exciting. He finally had the ability to fly. He worked hard to ascend, and everything on the ground gradually shrank. Upon reaching a high altitude, Fang Lei stopped flying higher and hovered in the air. Looking down at his territory, he noticed that it had expanded significantly in recent days. Fang Lei nodded in satisfaction. There was a new area outside the city walls, and it was not small. Fang Lei looked around. To the south was a forest and mountains, while to the north, he could see the sea, though it was a bit far away. The west was also forested, and the east was a city. Fang Lei spotted a zombie in the city that was as tall as a building. At first, he thought he was mistaken and that the building was moving. But upon realizing it was a zombie, Fang Lei was particularly surprised. Since he was flying, Fang Lei decided to explore. He lowered his altitude and landed at the alley entrance, which was still blocked. Fang Lei moved forward and devoured the debris and trees blocking the way. Afterward, he suddenly sensed something around him. What was this feeling? Was it a zombie? No, zombies only made him feel threatened. Fang Lei carefully searched the area and then discovered a mushroom. He didn't know what it was called, but it looked quite ordinary. However, it emitted a feeling that strongly attracted Fang Lei. He focused on this feeling. That's right. Wan Jiqing had brought back a bunch of mushrooms before, and some of those had a similar feeling. Could this mushroom be a magical herb? Fang Lei jumped over and picked it up with his beak. He decided to take it back to Marin and see if it could be useful. Fang Lei flapped his wings and was about to leave. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt as if his wings were being pinned down. Looking down, he saw a huge hand. What was going on? Who was grabbing me? Turning around, Fang Lei realized that it was not a person, but a zombie. He was not panicked, as zombies couldn't harm him now. Fang Lei transformed back into a slime, dropped to the ground, and then morphed back into a small bird. This allowed him to easily escape the zombie-esque grasp. He spread his wings and soared into the sky, returning to his territory. He landed in front of the research institute and transformed back into his human form. Old Ma, what are you doing? Fang Lei walked in. Marin was leaning against a chair, sleeping. Upon hearing Fang Lei enter, he quickly got up. Why aren't you sleeping in your own room? You didn't even change out of your clothes to sleep. Fang Lei noticed Marin looked exhausted and said, You're wasting time. In this world, time is the most precious thing. Marin rubbed his eyes and tried to perk up. In just 1 minute, I can produce a result. I don't want to waste time on changing clothes and going home. Fang Lei sighed at Marin's words. Research fanatic. Here, this mushroom is for you, Fang Lei said. Handing the mushroom he had found to Marin, Marin took the mushroom, looked at it, and then placed it on a nearby shelf. He turned to Fang Lei and asked, What next? What about the rest of the potions? Fang Lei was taken aback. There are none left. How could there be none? Don't you always bring back bags full of them? Marin seemed puzzled and a bit disappointed. Fang Lei felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. I found this by chance and thought it might be useful for you, but it's the only one I found. Marin sighed. All right, master. I'm running low on the potions I use for experiments, and it looks like I'm about to run out. Fang Lei felt a bit embarrassed. Okay, I understand. He had kindly brought the mushroom, only to find that Marin didn't think much of it. Speaking of which, it had been a while since he last harvested herbs. Should he ask Wan Jiqing to go again? That wouldn't be good. Wan Jiqing was already busy enough. Should he go himself? That could work. He had been cooped up at home for too long and was feeling restless. It would be good to get some fresh air. It wasn't safe to go alone. So he would take Black Spirit along. Black Spirit was a mobile power bank, and with that 1 billion health points, it could exhaust any enemy. He would also have Yang Wang assemble a small team. He could spare enough points as a safety net. If things got tough, he could upgrade all team members to level 10. Yes, this plan seemed solid. He could definitely return safely this way. In an instant, Fang Lei thought of many things. Master, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? Marin asked. Fang Lei shook his head. Nothing, just considering how to equip you with potions. Speaking of which, what have you been researching lately? Fang Lei showed interest in Marin. Upon hearing the word research, Marin perked up and began to chatter excitedly. Master, I've been studying the new properties of the Haoyue mushroom. This mushroom is highly toxic. If an ordinary person eats it, they will die. But you are not an ordinary person, so I'm considering whether there is a mushroom that could increase your own toxicity after consumption. Perhaps a poison that spreads upon contact, or a corrosive toxin, or even a quickly spreading poison. Marin spoke enthusiastically. Fang Lei listened to Marin's words, somewhat surprised. Old Ma, didn't you say you wouldn't research poisons anymore? Yes, I won't study poisons that kill people, but I'm researching functional defensive potions that can help you become even stronger. Marin explained. I feel this doesn't violate my oath. Seeing that Marin had said so, Fang Lei naturally couldn't say anything against it. Chapter 54. Upgrade. To be honest, the things he mentioned genuinely intrigued Fang Lei. If he could add some toxicity to his own abilities, his attack power would increase significantly. He was really looking forward to it. You keep working on it. I'll provide the herbs, Fang Lei said. By the way, do you still have that kind of potion from before? Fang Lei suddenly recalled something and asked Marin. Which one are you referring to? Marin replied. The one that enhances physical strength, Fang Lei said. He was just 2 experience points away from leveling up. If he reached level 2, he might become stronger and be able to summon better things. Yes, the Haoyue mushroom you just brought back is the most important ingredient. We couldn't make it before due to the lack of this ingredient, Marin said. Then hurry up and make it. I'll wait here, Fang Lei said. Marin nodded and went to the side, took out the mushroom, chopped it up, and placed it in an iron pot, adding a few other mushrooms. Soon, Marin poured the concoction into a bowl. Fang Lei thought to himself, is this a potion maker? This looks more like cooking. No. At least a cook knows to add some salt. The soup he made didn't even have salt. Master, it's ready. Drink it while it's hot. Marin brought the bowl to Fang Lei. Fang Lei nodded and drank it all in one go. He wasn't afraid of it being hot. He just drank it. After downing it, Fang Lei's body began to emit a soft glow. He knew this meant he was about to level up. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. Fang Lei felt like he was on the verge of collapsing. What was going on? Why was he so tired? Answer: system upgrade, temporary maintenance. The host will fall into a brief sleep. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? I wasn't prepared at all for this sleep. Fang Lei's eyelids grew heavier. Soon, he completely closed his eyes and lost consciousness. He didn't know how long it had been. Fang Lei slowly opened his eyes and saw everyone surrounding him. Are you okay? Master? You suddenly fainted and really scared us, said Wang Jiqing. Master, can you move? Are you feeling unwell? Yang Wang asked. Did someone plot against you? Was it Marin? Just wait, I'll take care of him, Hailing said, clenching his fists. Fang Lei, who had still been feeling drowsy, was startled awake by Hailing's words. Quick! Let go of old Marin, he has nothing to do with this. It was me who upgraded, and he is not only innocent but also a hero. Fang Lei hurriedly said. Fang Lei transformed into human form and quickly got up. He then saw that Marin had already been tied up by everyone and was even placed on a rack, with firewood prepared, just waiting to be burned. Good thing he prepared in time. If he had been any later, Marin would have been done for. If he was gone, where would Fang Lei get his potions? He couldn't level up by fighting monsters or eating. It all depended on Marin's potions. Everyone, return to your posts. I'm fine, Fang Lei said loudly. The crowd looked at him, and then slowly dispersed. After everyone left, Fang Lei saw Bai Ling beside him. Bai Ling noticed Fang Lei's gaze on her, snorted coldly, then turned away and left. Fang Lei secretly smiled. This little one, although she hadn't fully forgiven him, was still worried about him. Master. Yang Wang knelt before Fang Lei. It's good that you're okay. Fang Lei looked at Yang Wang, and then realized, you're back. Yes, I've returned, Master. This time we found a lot of good stuff. So much that it's hard to explain. Would you like to go take a look? Lord Wan arranged a warehouse for us separately. Do you want to check it out? Yang Wang said. Let's go take a look, Fang Lei nodded. He was also curious about what was in that warehouse. The two went to the warehouse, and when it opened, it was filled to the brim with packages. Fang Lei squinted his eyes at the packages. Isn't that a package transfer point? Fang Lei said curiously. They had piled up a mountain of packages in the warehouse. Well, these things can be sorted out. Many of them are usable, Fang Lei said. Our territory is currently lacking in daily necessities, so this is just what we need. Yes. Yang Wang nodded. This time on the road, there were no casualties. And they went to fetch goods again. Perhaps after 10 trips, they will have moved almost everything. 10 consecutive trips? Fang Lei nodded. That should indeed be a package transfer point. Moreover, in other warehouses, we also found some wood and other miscellaneous items. You can check them out yourself. Many of them are unrecognizable and seem to be for construction, Yang Wang continued. When Fang Lei heard the word construction, his eyes lit up. In fact, their houses were made of mud, which, while sturdy and able to block the wind and rain, meant that most people had no blankets and just lay on straw. The environment was quite harsh. However, if they had some wood, they could make proper structures to block the moisture from the mud. If there were blankets, everyone could also get a good night's sleep. Fang Lei nodded. Take me to see. Master, that's outside the territory. Are you sure you want to go? Yang Wang looked at Fang Lei with concern. Yes, why not? Fang Lei replied. But that's outside the territory, there's a risk. You might encounter monsters and could be in danger, Yang Wang said worriedly. Fang Lei rolled his eyes at him. I'm going. My goal is to turn that place into territory, Fang Lei said. His territory was only a few meters away from that warehouse, just separated by a road. If he occupied that area, he would almost connect his territory. Fang Lei had looked before. This territory was not small, covering dozens of acres. The system said he could occupy a stronghold in a week, and if he took that one too, his territory would almost double. Moreover, those ready-made houses had cement floors. And when building houses, the citizens could temporarily stay there. Realizing this, Fang Lei became increasingly aware of the importance of this occupation. After making the decision, Fang Lei immediately set off. He called for Hailing, and then the group walked straight out through the main gate. It was probably mealtime now, but Fang Lei wasn't hungry. Hunger could affect his health, but he happened to have a power bank with him, which was enough to recharge him. Chapter 55, Shopping Mall. Upon reaching the boundary of the territory, this was originally the entrance, but now it was piled with some straw. We should take the straw back. It's great feed material, Fang Lei said, looking at the piled straw. Yes, Fang Lei nodded. These will keep us warm. Where's the entrance? Fang Lei asked. Looking at the wall. The entrance is on the side. Yang Wang pointed to one side and said. So, if we want to enter the territory, we need to turn? Fang Lei squinted. Yes, Yang Wang replied. Demolish it. Fang Lei gave Hei Ling a look. Hearing this, Hei Ling scratched his head and thought for a moment. Master, you mean to demolish the wall, right? Hei Ling guessed. Of course, demolish the wall. What else could I mean? Are you going to tear down the whole warehouse? Fang Lei said irritably. Hei Ling nodded and then transformed, slapping the wall, which shattered as if it were made of paper. Make it clean, Fang Lei instructed. Immediately, Hei Ling used his claws to dig up the remaining bricks from the ground. From now on, vehicles can drive straight through here, Fang Lei said. We can't be too rigid. We need to learn to be flexible. Fang Lei looked at Yang Wang. Yang Wang nodded, indicating he accepted this. However, at that moment, Fang Lei faintly heard some screams. He looked around. Inside, there were rows of warehouses. Are there people inside? Didn't you check every warehouse? Fang Lei asked. No. We just took a quick look at the first few rooms and then got busy with sorting the packages. Yang Wang shook his head. Fang Lei immediately pointed to several nearby openings. Go, open a few holes and see how many people are inside. Fang Lei was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected there to be survivors living so close by, and these people had been living here silently for more than 10 days. Hei Ling gently dug into the wall with his claws, and a large hole appeared. Just as the first hole was dug, screams rang out. Inside, screams echoed, men's, women's, various voices, but all were filled with terror. Hei Ling, come back, Fang Lei said. Master, I scared them. Hei Ling returned, transforming back into human form. Yes. So let's enter through the main door, Fang Lei said. He turned to Yang Wang beside him. You go back and tell people to receive them. Inform them that it's first come, first served. Yang Wang nodded and quickly ran back to the territory. Hei Ling and Fang Lei reached the warehouse door. Fang Lei transformed his hands into slime, devouring the lock, then kicked the main door open. Immediately, a foul odor wafted out. Fang Lei looked around. There were many people in the room, seemingly warehouse workers and the warehouse owner. Counting roughly, there were actually over 100 people. Nearby, there were corpses, suggesting that some kind of struggle had taken place. Judging by their appearance, they seemed to be Chinese. Had the diseases spread by foreigners been cured? One person who appeared to be a leader spoke to Fang Lei. Fang Lei curled his lips. This mutation was the end of humanity, and yet they thought it was an attack from others. However, it was understandable. They had been hiding here since the apocalypse and had received no information from the outside world. These people had it tough too. Fang Lei looked at them and didn't say a word. Since Fang Lei remained silent, they naturally didn't dare to move. They only had some iron rods and wooden sticks in their hands, which looked particularly shabby. Soon, Fang Lei's subordinates arrived. Fang Lei turned around with Hei Ling and left. Dealing with the follow-up of these people was not something Fang Lei should manage. Not long after, the system's voice rang in Fang Lei's ears. Congratulations, host, on occupying warehouse. This week's quota has been used up. Fang Lei nodded. It was likely that in a few more days, his territory would have 200 acres of foundation. Of course, 200 acres was not the ultimate goal Fang Lei pursued. In fact, this goal wasn't even a primary target. In recent days, Fang Lei had also clarified his development goals. He set a primary target for himself, to develop the territory to a population of 500,000. And the territory should reach 100,000 acres. This would roughly match the population and foundation of the city back then. In other words, his goal was essentially to restore the prosperity of the past, with the first step set in the Qing dynasty. He had looked at the map before, and his location happened to be a plain. His initial goal was to take over the entire plain. After checking all the warehouses, Fang Lei had a rough idea. There were many daily necessities, as well as a lot of construction materials. In particular, there were many materials for road construction in the warehouse. It was said that these were originally intended for the nearby highway. With these items, an idea was born in Fang Lei's mind. After returning to the Lord's mansion, Fang Lei carefully considered the possibilities. Upon returning to the Lord's mansion, Fang Lei received a message. The system prompted that the current Lord's mansion could consume 1,000 points to upgrade to level 2. Would you like to upgrade? The system prompt made Fang Lei's eyes light up. Wasn't this a coincidence? Whatever he thought about came true. He had just wanted to renovate his territory from the inside out, and now he received the news of upgrading the Lord's mansion. Fang Lei didn't hesitate and immediately arranged for the upgrade. A strong light lasted for several seconds. Fang Lei waited for several seconds. Soon, the light fell down. A much larger Lord's mansion was completed. Fang Lei looked at the expanded villa and quickly went to take a look. The interior had hardly changed. Although the exterior looked quite different and more imposing, the inside remained the same as before. Fang Lei was quite happy that there were no changes to the house. If it had really changed, he would have felt uncomfortable. He had already gotten used to the structure of this house and had no intention or thought of changing it. Master, what is going on here? Luan Jiqing returned and asked. It's nothing. The main city has upgraded. You can continue with your work. Fang Lei waved his hand, urging Luan Jiqing to leave quickly. Now, Luan Jiqing was the busiest person in the territory. The system upgrade immediately increased Fang Lei's subordinate quota to 105. Fang Lei felt a slight joy. At the same time, there was another prompt message within the territory. Congratulations, host, on upgrading the Lord's mansion to level 2. The option to summon citizens is now open. Upon hearing about this skill, Fang Lei was momentarily stunned. Citizen summoning? What is that? He opened the system and found it in the marketplace. Chapter 56, Commoners. Next to it was the subordinate summoning. Could this be a skill specifically for summoning citizens? Let me give it a try, Fang Lei said as he clicked to summon. Summoning once cost 1 point, just like the previous random summoning that cost several points. However, the effect was worlds apart. After Fang Lei clicked summon, a strong man in his prime appeared before him. Fang Lei was overjoyed. This was the first time he had summoned a strong man. Previously, it had been either old men or weak beast men. Looking at the attributes, this man was level 1. And his profession was a chef. Report to the kitchen, Fang Lei immediately arranged. The man nodded and left the Lord's mansion. Soon after, Fang Lei performed 10 consecutive summons. 10 people appeared in the room. Fang Lei looked at the 10 people. There were old and young. Most were middle-aged. And there was even a level 2 woman. Fang Lei paid special attention to that woman. Are you healthy? Fang Lei asked her, although he had previously drawn Marlin. By that time, Marlin was already on the verge of death. So Fang Lei was worried about drawing another sickly person. I'm very healthy, the woman nodded. Do you want the Lord to check? She stepped forward and then opened her chest. Fang Lei grinned and waved his hand. It seemed that in terms of personality, she hadn't changed. Everyone had an independent personality. Fang Lei carefully made distinctions. You few, go find them to share a rental. You 3 stay. Fang Lei pointed at a few people and then let them leave. The remaining 3, Fang Lei kept in front of him. Among these 3, one was a mason. The woman was a scholar, and the other was somewhat special, with the profession of a farmer. These 3 professions were quite special, requiring Fang Lei to identify them specifically. You are a scholar? What do you study? Fang Lei asked the woman. I study relationships between the sexes and the impact of substances on love. The woman winked at Fang Lei. Fang Lei sighed. Why was this woman always staring at him? Go find Marlin. His workshop needs help, Fang Lei said. The things she studied were currently useless in the territory. However, since she was a research talent, she could learn anything later. Slowly learning. He believed her abilities could excel in potion studies. The woman reluctantly left. Fang Lei had a premonition that he wouldn't have many opportunities to see her again. Next, he turned to the mason. What are you good at? Fang Lei asked. Me? I'm good at making bowls and jars, the mason replied. Fang Lei waved his hand. You go farm first. Go outside and find a group. He didn't need such people right now, as they had no shortage of bowls and chopsticks. So he would let them serve as laborers for now. Finally, Fang Lei focused on the last person. The last person's skill was farming. You study farming? What exactly do you focus on? Fang Lei asked. Since he couldn't understand just by looking at the name, he had to ask. I just farm. Every day I study how to plant more. I can use some machinery. He didn't finish his sentence, and Fang Lei's eyes burst with dazzling light. Knowing how to use machinery and farm, these 2 points combined made Fang Lei see the hope of modernized farming. He raised his hand. First, level up to 5. The person was particularly excited, thanking him profusely. Level 5 was a threshold for hero level. Once upgraded to hero level, there would be a qualitative change. At the same time, Fang Lei heard the system's voice in his ears. The system prompt indicates that Zhangzhen has been subdued as a subordinate. Has he really become a subordinate? Is getting promoted considered subduing a subordinate? Master, what is going on outside? Why are there suddenly so many people? Also, What's the situation with the person you arranged for me? Why is she still just a girl? Marin's voice came as he saw Marin staggering into the room. Looking at Marin's expression, he seemed very weak. Checking his attributes revealed that his health was only a little over 100. At this rate, he might just kick the bucket. After all, even if his body had improved, he was still old, and this long-term high-load work was too much for him. Fang Lei activated the Black Spirit's health to directly restore Marin's health. Marin instantly felt much better. Thank you, Master. I feel much more energetic, Marin said. But then, Marin looked back at the girl with a worried expression. Master, what does this girl mean? She started undressing as soon as she saw me. Fang Lei could hardly listen to this and quickly interrupted. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Fang Lei rolled his eyes at the girl. He probably didn't explain clearly at the time, which led to her misunderstanding. However, starting to undress right away was a bit too much. What I mean is, she's a research talent. Let her assist you. She's smart. Otherwise, those useless fish would be much better, Fang Lei said. I don't want her. Marin looked at the girl with disgust. Fang Lei smiled helplessly. It seemed Marin was quite conservative, which was somewhat similar to himself. No, Fang Lei said sternly. Let her be your assistant. Moreover, she has another function, which is to urge you to take breaks. If you don't take breaks regularly, that. Fang Lei looked at the girl, but forgot her name. Master, I'm Tina. The girl introduced herself automatically. Right, Tina, if he doesn't take breaks. You must force him to rest and ensure his health is maintained, Fang Lei instructed. This old man can't just study things if he is not careful one day. He might just die. Fang Lei thought for a moment and then leveled Tina up. Tina, originally at level 2, jumped straight to level 3. Fang Lei found it inappropriate and upgraded her to level 4. Tina was very happy and came over to lay on Fang Lei. Master, I have nothing to repay you with, so let my physical body. As she spoke, she began to help Fang Lei undress. Fang Lei rolled his eyes. This girl was too proactive. Just then, the Black Spirit walked in. Master, the Black Spirit saw the scene before her. She dropped the teapot she was holding on the ground. Fang Lei swallowed hard, thinking, this is bad. Now it's going to be a misunderstanding. Black Spirit. It's not what it looks like, Fang Lei tried to explain. But the Black Spirit widened her eyes and looked at Fang Lei with a pout. Why, Master? Can the Black Spirit do this too? Why let someone else do it? Fang Lei felt overwhelmed. Marin turned away. After a long time, he shouted, stop it. The two girls reluctantly put their clothes back on. Marin, Tina, you two go out now. Marin, take Tina with you. If you create something good, I'll give you a generous reward, Fang Lei said. Then he waved his hand to dismiss them. Fang Lei wanted to take a sip of tea, but discovered the broken teapot. He felt a pang of pain. That teapot had accompanied him for a long time. Looking at the Black Spirit, Fang Lei sighed. Master, Wan Jiqing has come back, he said. There are suddenly so many strangers in the territory. Did you do this? Yes. That's right. It was me, Fang Lei nodded. You never cease to amaze me, Master. Your greatness commands my utmost respect, Wan Jiqing said. Our territory has always lacked population, and now this is just right. You can remedy this shortcoming. Wan Jiqing stood beside Fang Lei. Fang Lei took out a map and laid it on the table. How many people do you think we should have? Fang Lei asked tentatively, looking at Wan Jiqing. In fact, he already had an answer in mind. Without hesitation, Wan Jiqing said, based on our current situation, it's best not to exceed 500 people. Fang Lei nodded, but then shook his head. Given the current situation, we can indeed only have that many people. Any more would require restructuring, which would be chaotic. Fang Lei said, but what if I do this? Fang Lei asked, as he quickly sketched a few lines on the map. Wan Jiqing's mouth curled into a slight smile upon seeing it. You really are thoughtful. I never quite understood why you wanted a circular wall. But now it seems there is an answer, Wan Jiqing said excitedly, kneeling down. I've misunderstood you for so long. I truly feel ashamed of my stupidity. Fang Lei smiled. The very center of the city is my residence and yours, that remains unchanged. Move all the ordinary buildings inside the second layer of walls out. The second layer of the territory will be turned into an administrative area. We need to establish a conference hall specifically for meetings and various administrative offices. Those responsible for food need a building, and we also need to set up a separate building for the combat team, as well as a hall to display the likenesses of all those who have made significant contributions to our territory. This is brilliant. Wan Jiqing nodded, deeply agreeing. After that, we'll fill all the gaps in these areas. The places originally designated for the populace will no longer serve as such. We'll now plant a lot of defensive plants there. The areas originally designed for farming will remain empty for wartime farming, but can also be cultivated during peacetime. Outside the city walls will become a place for the populace to rest and live, with military camps set up outside the city gates. Unless summoned, ordinary people are not allowed to enter. The populace can farm safely outside. They can build houses along the city wall, which won't be dangerous, as there are so many plants inside the walls. Besides that, no one can claim a single explosive potato, which can serve as a guard for the courtyard. Fang Lei spoke confidently. As for the area inside the second layer of walls, I plan to use cement for the entire ground. We can use the materials we just acquired to avoid slipping in muddy ground during winter battles. If enemies invade, let them come in. We need to establish a tall shelter. What do you think? Fang Lei finished and looked at Luan Jiqing. Not bad. A very mature idea. Luan Jiqing nodded. You have considered development while also thinking of crisis response plans. You truly treat your people like your own children. It's a blessing to be your subjects. Fang Lei laughed a few times, clearly pleased with Luan Jiqing's words. By the way, Master, I have something to report to you, Luan Jiqing said. The tasks you assigned to me have all been completed. The toilets have been built, all located at the edge of the fields outside the city. I've also fired a portion of the equipment and will continue to do so in the next couple of days. Marin said it's enough for now. By the way, please make me a teapot tomorrow, Fang Lei said, looking at his broken teapot and adding, just make it like before. I believe you've seen it and remembered. Yes, Luan Jiqing nodded. And one last thing, our water source has been established. Would you like to take a look? Luan Jiqing asked. It's already done? Fang Lei was a bit surprised. Luan Jiqing's efficiency is simply terrifying. With so many tasks, each one sounding quite tedious. How did he finish them so quickly? Especially the issue of the water source. That's a huge project. Looking outside, it's barely dark yet. Is he really that fast? Impressive. My Luan Jiqing. Let's go take a look, Fang Lei said. The task of summoning the commoners had come to a pause. And the urgent matter now was to check on the water reservoir that Luan Jiqing had set up. For convenience, Luan Jiqing flew over with Fang Lei. Fang Lei could transform into a bird to fly, but he didn't want to reveal that ability. Such a large water reservoir, we can raise fish in it. Fang Lei exclaimed in surprise. If we need a reservoir, we can make a separate one. This one mainly serves the commoners' daily water needs, Luan Jiqing replied. Fang Lei responded with an "oh," then fell silent. We need to be wary of someone poisoning this water reservoir, Fang Lei said thoughtfully as he looked at it. How about we let Marin and the others settle here? They can study and also keep an eye on the reservoir. He can have a separate resting room and sleep here at night, so he won't go back to the Lord's mansion, Luan Jiqing suggested. Fang Lei nodded in agreement. It was indeed a good idea. He was currently in dire need of personnel. It wasn't feasible to assign capable people solely to guard the reservoir. Plan well tonight. After tomorrow, I will start the project, Fang Lei instructed. Yes, my lord, Luan Jiqing replied, though he looked a bit tired. Chapter 58. 1,000 people. It was late when Fang Lei returned to the Lord's mansion, and it was already deep into the night. After getting home, he did nothing and went straight to sleep. The next day, early in the morning, Fang Lei selected a few candidates. The candidates were none other than his subordinates. Hu Xiaodian, you lead the construction department. Lu Guang, the agricultural department is yours. Lu Xiao, you take charge of the territory defense department. Choose your own people and organize them. Hu Xiaodian, your primary task is to build the military camp first. I entrust all of you with important responsibilities. Be sure not to disappoint me, Fang Lei said, looking at the few people in front of him. These people were not outsiders, but rather captains among the soldiers he had summoned earlier. Now, Fang Lei entrusted them with important tasks to maintain the territory's stability. If anything happens, decide on your own if there is no time. If there is time, consult us. If we are not around, consult Luan Jiqing. If that doesn't work, discuss among yourselves to find a solution, Fang Lei instructed. The group looked serious and nodded earnestly. Seeing this, Fang Lei nodded slightly. Their serious attitude reassured him. My lord, I think some of your statements may not be entirely precise, Luan Jiqing interjected. Fang Lei smiled. I know, of course I know. I remember I said before that you would be in charge of the agricultural department. I think you're overqualified for that role. So, I've decided to make you my secretary. Do you have any objections? Fang Lei looked at Luan Jiqing and said loudly. Of course not. Luan Jiqing knelt down. It is my honor to serve you. However, I have a question. Is my role as secretary the same as Miss Heiling's? Luan Jiqing hesitated. Not the same, Fang Lei said. Fully aware of what Luan Jiqing was thinking. Heiling's current role mostly involved serving tea and occasionally checking the warehouse. She could truly be considered idle at this point. Luan Jiqing was worried he would end up like Heiling. Rest assured, I won't let the meritorious go unrecognized. You have abilities, and this is a promotion for you. Everyone, listen carefully. In the entire territory, below me is Wan Jiqing. In the future, if there's anything while I'm not around, consult Wan Jiqing. His word is my word. Minor matters don't need to go through me, and you don't even need to inform me. He can handle it alone. If someone disobeys, handle it according to the rules, Fang Lei said, looking at the people in the room. They all shuddered. It should be noted that the woman was still alive, and her daily existence was quite torturous. Wan Jiqing paused, feeling extremely excited. I will not fail your expectations, Wan Jiqing exclaimed. This was a huge trust in him. What Wan Jiqing didn't know was that Fang Lei said this simply because he was too lazy to manage the small details himself. He entrusted all minor matters to Wan Jiqing, who had extraordinary work efficiency. Follow me down, Fang Lei said to everyone. They went downstairs to the training ground. At this time, everyone was already awake, having breakfast and preparing to work. Fang Lei remembered that he had previously mentioned a reward for the first team to finish planting the defensive plant seeds. After that, he hadn't paid attention to it. Who won before? Fang Lei asked Wan Jiqing. The third team won, and the rewards have already been distributed, Wan Jiqing replied. Fang Lei nodded and looked at an empty space, then began to summon commoners. Soon, over 1,000 people appeared before Fang Lei. Go select people. Fang Lei instructed the three behind him. Expand your forces, but the number gap shouldn't be too large. The three nodded and began to organize. Of course, Fang Lei was not idle either. He called over some special individuals. Your profession is combat? Fang Lei waved, and a selected person walked over. Yes, I excel in fighting. Killing is my specialty, the thin man said. Fang Lei looked at him. He was only level 1. You are so weak. Why do you say you excel in combat? Fang Lei asked out of curiosity. Because I know the weaknesses of living beings, the thin man smiled and replied. Every living being breathes. As long as you find a way to stop their breathing, that being will die. Fang Lei nodded. That made sense. You will go to the combat team as an instructor. Fang Lei pointed to the combat team leader. He's a talent. Fang Lei roughly counted. Among the people he summoned, there was 1 level 5, 2 level 3s, both in suboptimal condition, around 100 level 2s, and nearly 1,000 level 1s. The level 5 individual was also a hero-level figure. Although he was only in his 40s, he was already gravely ill and on the verge of death. Fang Lei had Hailing maintain his life, then leveled him up. After recovering, he learned that the man was a warrior and also a swordsman, reputedly called the Sword Saint. From this title, it seemed his original kingdom standards were not very high if a level 5 could become a Sword Saint. Fang Lei didn't elaborate and directly sent him to the combat team, giving him a captain position. After all, he was now level 6 and not low in rank. On par with the team leader. If he received too low a position, he might not be satisfied. The 2 level 3s were a mute formation master and a magician without arms. Fang Lei kept the formation master and sent him to the research institute, while the magician was sent to the combat team. Of course, Fang Lei cured their lifelong ailments. They were tearfully grateful and pledged loyalty to Fang Lei. Fang Lei used his slime form to consume the dragon's vocal cords and eardrums, then leveled up and infused life force, causing them to regrow healthily. The magician underwent the same process. Fang Lei consumed his shoulder, and he grew brand new arms. Although Fang Lei knew that even if he hadn't saved them, they would still be loyal. He couldn't help but feel soft-hearted and couldn't bear to see his subordinates struggling to survive. During lunch, the team was neatly arranged in front of Fang Lei. Although there were both old and young members in the lineup, Fang Lei didn't mind. After all, it was a military parade. Fang Lei was quite happy, but Li Chun'an was about to go crazy. Although he had gained more than 10 colleagues, the number of people needing meals had suddenly multiplied by more than 5 times. Over 50 chefs were working up a sweat in the kitchen, preparing dishes as if they were in a battle. The crowd ate in batches, and it took 2 hours to finally feed everyone. Master, please give me a bigger kitchen. We still need at least 1 person for that stubborn rock, Li Chun'an complained. Also, we need a bigger pot. This one is too small. Fang Lei looked at Li Chun'an with sympathy and agreed to all his requests. Additionally, how many people do you think we need for livestock farming? Fang Lei asked. Li Chun'an sighed. 20 people, I suppose. All right, go choose the people, Fang Lei said. 20 people were nothing to them now, as each small team had around 100 or 200 members. Go ahead, get it organized. By this afternoon, everyone should have a place to stay. Don't interfere too much. Let them handle it, Fang Lei instructed. Wan Jiqing nodded and then walked into the crowd, saying something. Fang Lei quietly entered the building behind him. At that moment, Li Ling was kneeling in front of Fang Lei. You called for me. What is it? Fang Lei asked. There have been many bad voices among the crowd. Especially after more people arrived, Li Ling said. Who are they? Fang Lei inquired. There are 2 people leading them, Li Ling replied, pulling out 2 photos. Fang Lei looked at the unfamiliar faces and guessed they must be from the latest batch summoned. Kill them, Fang Lei said without hesitation. Leave no traces. After saying that, Fang Lei left the room. However, he was still curious. Why were those summoned not loyal to him? The answer was, subordinates summoned would be absolutely loyal to their master, while summoned civilians would not be loyal, only showing some respect. Fang Lei nodded, understanding now. Subordinates summoned by the heart would not be loyal, only holding some awe. But that didn't hinder anything. Luan Jiqing, Fang Lei called, and Luan Jiqing immediately stepped forward. These people aren't very loyal, so find a way to make them loyal. I will give you 3 days to manage them well, and then I will reward you, Fang Lei said. Upon hearing about the reward, Luan Jiqing's eyes lit up. Clearly excited. What I give you is not just anything. Don't worry. It's exactly what you need, Fang Lei continued. Now go step back, and I will come to check the results in 3 days. Luan Jiqing left, his speech filled with motivation. Fang Lei returned to the room and picked up a pen to start writing something. The upgraded system had opened up new features for Fang Lei. Besides the most basic resources, he had also gained many valuable items. This included skills. Many roles and many attribute skills were now available for Fang Lei to learn and use, but correspondingly, a certain amount of points was required. This time, Fang Lei decided to give Luan Jiqing some skills to make him even more terrifying. However, some skills were quite simple and could be mastered with a bit of practice. So Fang Lei was currently transcribing them for him to learn. With a little practice, Luan could master them, saving Fang Lei's points. Though it did take a bit of time. However, he was not afraid of wasting time at the moment since he had plenty of it. The territory was steadily expanding and growing stronger. The recent addition of 1,000 people would require time for assimilation, so Fang Lei was not in a hurry. He would take it slow. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 3rd day, Fang Lei walked out of his room with a stack of notebooks. Inside were the skills he had transcribed. All senior officials, meeting time, Fang Lei called out. Although he didn't see anyone around, soon the yard was filled with people. They went to the 2nd floor, but found it already too crowded. Master, the new conference hall is ready. Should we hold the meeting there? Luan Jiqing asked. Fang Lei was a bit surprised. Has it been completed already? Yes, the first thing we built was this location, Luan Jiqing smiled. Fang Lei stepped outside and saw a tall and imposing building. Looks good, Fang Lei nodded. It indeed looked magnificent, somewhat like a conference hall. Though he wasn't fond of overly grand structures, he appreciated that this hall conveyed the territory's dignity and might. Fang Lei liked it very much. Entering the conference hall, the ceiling was very high, and there seemed to be no 2nd floor. At the back of the hall, there was a raised seat, higher than the others, followed by a wide corridor leading to the entrance. On either side of the conference hall, there were 2 rows of tables, likely for accommodating lower-ranking officials. The entire hall could seat nearly 1,000 people. Fang Lei nodded. With only about 1,000 people in the territory now, this building could accommodate everyone. And in the future, it could serve all officials. It was perfect for celebrations or discussions. Inside, everything was made of mud. The main hall was predominantly black, appearing solemn and dignified, with large pillars at the back. The pillars were bare, with nothing on them. Our flag should be hung from the ceiling, Fang Lei said. Right now, it looks too bare. Please decide on one, Luan Jiqing suggested. I decide? No, this time I want to give everyone the chance to decide. Notify everyone to come up with designs for the flag. I will grant a request to the chosen design, Fang Lei declared. Yes, everyone answered in unison. Their voices combined into a massive sound that echoed off the ceiling for a long time before fading away. Fang Lei nodded. This place was indeed well done and very much to his liking. Ultimately, Luan Jiqing understood him well. Luan Jiqing, you did a great job with the conference hall. So I am going to reward you, Fang Lei said, looking at the bare pillars, an idea forming in his mind. I reward you with the right to have your own flag hung in the hall, on top of the pillars, Fang Lei announced. Your flag, which everyone can admire, will only be second to mine, Fang Lei proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, Luan Jiqing was so excited he couldn't find words. Master, is that really possible? Luan Jiqing's cheeks twitched, clearly struggling to contain his emotions. Yes, I allow it, Fang Lei shouted. It wasn't just this one thing that made him happy. Luan Jiqing had done a lot, so Fang Lei decided to bestow this honor upon him. After all, he was a pillar of the territory. And Fang Lei was never stingy with rewards in that regard. Yes, thank you for the reward, master. I would like to wait until your flag is hung before I hang mine. Is that all right? Luan Jiqing asked. That is fine, Fang Lei nodded, appreciating Luan Jiqing's ability to remain humble even in joy. Chapter 60. Meteor Volcano. After finishing his words, everyone looked at Fang Lei. Master, I want one too, Heiling said. Her words clearly represented the thoughts of everyone present. Wait until you achieve some results before asking me for rewards, Fang Lei said. All right, Heiling pouted, clearly a bit disappointed. The matter passed for now. All the subordinates, dozens of them, lowered their heads, thinking about how they could obtain this banner. Wah wah wah. At this moment, a sound came from beside Fang Lei. He looked down and found Bai Ling by his side. Speaking of which, it had been several days since Fang Lei had seen Bai Ling outside. He picked her up and held her in his arms, stroking her body again and again. Fang Lei nodded slightly. Not bad. Still very comfortable. It's still that initial feeling. Now, everyone, it's your time, Fang Lei said. Luan Jiqing, distribute this according to the names. Luan Jiqing looked around and then directly distributed it. This is the reward I give you all. You've worked hard during this time, Fang Lei said. In 3 days. Fang Lei certainly wouldn't only be copying skills. During this time, he prepared a set of skills for each person. These skills were tailored based on each person's profession, abilities, and personality. Everyone practiced diligently. The first person to master all the skills can hang the banner first. Those who master them later can also hang the banner. But their positions will be behind, Fang Lei said loudly. Upon hearing this, some people immediately expressed dissatisfaction. Of course, this dissatisfaction was not directed at themselves, but at Luan Jiqing. So, Luan Jiqing hasn't mastered the skills yet, and he is supposed to sit in the first position? Yang Wang spoke first. He and Luan Jiqing clearly had a conflict. Fang Lei didn't feel disgusted. In fact, he thought it was to be expected. Yang Wang had been promoted and was now level 9. His profession was a paladin. The paladin profession was inherently opposed to the demon king. Their conflict was also natural. No, he won't have a seat, Fang Lei interrupted him. Luan Jiqing will stand by my side. He is my secret technique. As soon as these words came out, there were surprised expressions, some with awkward faces, but more were filled with joy. If Luan Jiqing wasn't counted for a position, then who would take the first position? That was very interesting. For now, everything was still undecided, and everyone had hope for their seats. Especially the leaders of several departments, their eyes widened, all coveting this position. Fang Lei watched them compete and smiled slightly. Their competition was fine. It was a good thing, as long as it didn't exceed his control. This is the skill I have assigned to you. I have written detailed cultivation methods inside. Once you learn it, come find me privately, and I will tell you why I did this, Fang Lei instructed. Now you may disperse. He waved his hand, letting them leave. Luan Jiqing, wait a moment. As everyone was about to leave, Fang Lei called out to Luan Jiqing. Master, did you call for me? Luan Jiqing stopped. Yes. How did it go with the army that I asked you to organize? Fang Lei asked. Not bad. I have established some rules for them. Especially after you showed them that woman. Everyone has become very obedient, Luan Jiqing replied. Don't let that woman die. Keep her alive, Fang Lei said. She will become a benchmark. Of course, Luan Jiqing nodded. Let's go. Take me to see. The banner is my reward for you to build the Grand Hall. Organize the troops. I have other rewards as well, Fang Lei said. Luan Jiqing nodded and then took Fang Lei flying out. After flying around the territory briefly, Fang Lei nodded upon seeing the orderly crowd. Everything was arranged according to his plans, which made him very happy. In the future, when our territory expands, we should build a huge wall to encircle the civilian area as well. What do you think? Fang Lei asked Luan Jiqing. That sounds great. Our wall wouldn't require labor. Just you alone would be enough, and it wouldn't consume too many resources. In that case, the more walls, the better, Luan Jiqing said. Fang Lei smiled wryly. Without consuming too many resources? Points don't come for free. But indeed, in ancient times, how many emperors were overthrown because of excessive corvée labor? If we could let farmers farm in peace, there wouldn't be so many dynasties. That's right, doing well. Everyone is living and working in peace, Fang Lei nodded. Luan Jiqing looked at Fang Lei, blinking his eyes with anticipation. Don't worry, it's your reward. I won't deny you. Come forward, Fang Lei said. Luan Jiqing came over and bowed his head. Fang Lei said. Luan Jiqing knelt down and placed his head in front of Fang Lei. Fang Lei nodded slightly and then pressed his hand on Luan Jiqing's forehead. Fang Lei closed his eyes and then entered the system, purchasing a skill. This skill was one that Fang Lei had long been eyeing and had prepared for him. After purchasing it, Fang Lei directly used it on Luan Jiqing. Get up. Fang Lei withdrew his hand and said, System prompt. Skill, Meteor Volcano, successfully gifted. Luan Jiqing can use this skill. Fang Lei smiled slightly. Luan Jiqing stood up and looked at his hands, his eyes suddenly wide open. Lava began to flow from his hands. This is the skill I gave you, Meteor Volcano. Fang Lei said, From now on, your fire abilities and earth abilities will merge together, and you will be able to use this fusion skill. Fang Lei observed for a long time and found that this skill was the most suitable for Luan Jiqing. Master, you really? Luan Jiqing's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. Fang Lei was slightly surprised upon seeing this. He realized that Luan Jiqing could actually cry. He had never seen this before. All right, work even harder in the future. That would be the best repayment to me, Fang Lei said. Master, I want to try the skill, Luan Jiqing said. Hearing this, Fang Lei hesitated for a moment. It was good for Luan Jiqing to test the skill, but he was already at max level. A slight movement could cause tectonic shifts, leading to earthquakes. Fang Lei thought seriously. How about you go out to sea and try it far away? He didn't refuse Luan Jiqing's suggestion. Okay, Master, Luan Jiqing said. Let's go now, so you can fully use the skill. Luan Jiqing nodded, clearly excited. It was evident that Luan Jiqing had never used his skills to their full extent since his birth. It might cause an earthquake, but I will find a way to stop it as soon as possible, Luan Jiqing said. Fang Lei created a clone and sent it to Luan Jiqing. You fly over there first, and when you reach the sea, give me a signal, and I will have everyone prepared. Chapter 61. Heavenly Might. Luan Jiqing nodded and then turned to leave. He flew quickly, but there was still a long distance to the sea, which meant it would take him some time. Fang Lei wasn't in a hurry and specifically went out to inform everyone of this news. Everyone, be sure to prepare. There may be an earthquake. When the earthquake happens, don't panic. Come to the shelter. Consider this a practice drill. Don't worry, no one will die. I guarantee it, Fang Lei said. Everyone nodded in response to Fang Lei's words. Not long after, Fang Lei felt his clone being crushed. He quickly prepared everyone for what was to come. Soon after, he felt the ground start to shake. Earthquake. An earthquake is coming. This is bad. Run. What are you panicking for? I already said this is a drill. Quickly. Run to the shelter. The adults will protect us. The people started to panic, out of curiosity about what was happening in the distance. Fang Lei let Yang Wang take charge, and then he transformed into a sparrow and flew high into the sky. An island? Fang Lei widened his eyes in curiosity. However, he wanted to observe more closely, but the sparrow's vision was limited. He couldn't see clearly beyond a certain distance. Luan Jiqing exchanged for a high magnification telescope, adjusted the angle, and looked into the distance. Upon seeing the scene, Fang Lei was taken aback. A mountain suddenly appeared on the sea surface, and it was a massive volcano, continuously spewing lava from its crater. Upon closer inspection, the volcano was emitting lava, but it seemed to drip out only once every few seconds. And the height was not very high, as if it were accumulating some kind of power. Suddenly, Fang Lei had a bad feeling in his heart. Thinking carefully, he was startled. This meteor volcano has the ability to continuously erupt many lava projectiles. Could it be that it was holding back a projectile? Where was it aiming? Fang Lei couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. After all, the power was too terrifying. It was clear that this projectile would be extraordinarily powerful. In a moment of panic, he remembered that Luan Jiqing was his loyal subordinate, which calmed him down quite a bit. If Luan Jiqing were his enemy, he would be instantly killed, given that level of power. Fang Lei couldn't help but think of Hailing. Although Hailing looked silly now, seemingly not very smart, she was at least max level. Would she also eventually exhibit power comparable to Luan Jiqing? Yes, he needed to train her well. After all, she was a max level character. How could she just act like a young girl? Suddenly, a huge gust of wind blew in. Fang Lei was knocked over by the wind. System prompt. Host's current health is insufficient. Imminent death. Please replenish health quickly. The system prompt scared Fang Lei badly. Upon checking his health, it was rapidly decreasing. Fang Lei quickly activated his leadership ability, drawing blood from Hailing. 50 drops of health were instantly replenished, and only then did he feel relieved. He then realized that the power of this wind was too great, likely related to Luan Jiqing. He picked up the telescope and looked into the distance. He found that the mountain peak had withered down, nowhere near as tall as before. It could be described as withered. A massive projectile was flying in the sky, half of it even piercing through the clouds. Now it was descending, heading in the opposite direction of his territory. Fang Lei gasped. That projectile was enormous. Glowing red all over, almost like the sun. Fang Lei could only imagine that if this projectile landed over his territory, he would be left with nothing but despair. Boom. Fang Lei saw the projectile hit the ground. He immediately put away the telescope and hurriedly hid in his lord's mansion. The walls activated to the highest level, and Fang Lei crouched by the window, quietly observing the changes. First, a hurricane swept through. Many trees and houses were blown into the sky. Fang Lei's eyes widened. He had never seen such a terrifying scene. But soon, an even more terrifying sight appeared before him. The ground began to shake violently. His sturdy walls felt like paper, lifted by an immense force. The entire territory was no exception, shaking back and forth like a sheet of paper. After the first wave passed, several more tremors followed. Soon, the walls started to crack. All the walls were splitting. Fang Lei's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. His walls were level 6. Not only solid, but made entirely of metal, yet they were destroyed by the aftershocks from 1,000 miles away. How could Fang Lei not feel terrified? He had to redefine Luan Jiqing's power. He had truly underestimated Luan Jiqing before. The shaking continued for a long time, and then a massive rumbling sound came. Fang Lei could only hear the sound. He couldn't see what was happening. At this moment, the wind stopped, and Fang Lei transformed into a sparrow and flew out. Just as he flew up, he discovered a shocking scene. The ground had split open. To be precise, the ground split from the coastline all the way into Fang Lei's territory, reaching right up to his range shield. It even seemed that the range shield had stopped the crack. Fang Lei's eyes widened. The sight before him was truly shocking. The seawater rushed in wildly, and soon, the seawater began to spread throughout the territory. Gather! Fang Lei shouted loudly to everyone. The seawater was rushing in furiously. He absolutely could not let the seawater flood into the territory. Otherwise, the tall walls would turn the territory into a fish tank. Find a way to close the crack, Fang Lei shouted. At this moment, Fang Lei felt a bit regretful. Why did he let Luan Jiqing unleash all his power? The place where he unleashed his power was too close to the territory, resulting in heavy damage. However, it was too late to blame Luan Jiqing now. The urgent matter was to protect his territory. Fang Lei activated his leadership ability and tried hard to control the land to close the crack. He wanted the seawater to flow outside the territory. His subordinates around him were also helping to close the land. They were using shovels to scoop dirt or throwing other things into the crack. But the crack was too deep. Their efforts were futile. Fang Lei had just reached level 2, although his ability to control the soil was significantly stronger. It was still no match for a crack of this magnitude caused by a heavenly force. You all hurry up. I'll go check on the civilians, Fang Lei said. The seawater would take a few minutes to come in. So Fang Lei needed to see if there were any civilians with Earth-related skills. He vaguely remembered there being an Earth-related skill before, and he had even marveled at it. Chapter 62 Consequences. Fang Lei quickly found that person in the crowd. You. Come here. Fang Lei rushed over and immediately leveled him up to max. Upgrading a civilian instantly made him Fang Lei's subordinate. However, after being upgraded, his class was not demon, but something called Earthwalker. Fang Lei didn't have time to care about what that name meant and pulled him out. Now, immediately fix this crack for me. I want to see a smooth surface, Fang Lei shouted. At this moment, he could see the seawater rushing in, almost at his feet. Stop! The woman raised her hands and glared. Immediately, the ground began to visibly close. However, the closing speed was relatively slow. But soon, the cracks within the territory disappeared. Thankfully, it was far enough from the coastline. Otherwise, it would have been unbearable. With the cracks closed, Fang Lei hurriedly repaired the walls. The seawater did not enter the fortress, nor did it even enter the territory. The seawater slightly overflowed and then stabilized. Fang Lei sighed. The crisis was finally over. Apart from the collapse of some houses and a loss of points, no one died as a result. In the conference hall, Luan Jiqing knelt in front of Fang Lei, and everyone was watching him. Do you know that all our efforts were almost destroyed because of you? Yang Wang reprimanded. Luan Jiqing glanced at him, but said nothing. I'm sorry, I really apologize to everyone, Luan Jiqing said, lowering his head and repeatedly apologizing. It's fine. It was my decision to send him. Any mistakes in the process are also my fault. Fang Lei attempted to deflect all the blame. However, Luan Jiqing did not appreciate it. Master, this is not your fault. The fault lies with me, Luan Jiqing gritted his teeth and said. I have committed great sins. It was I who blew up that island, which triggered such a severe earthquake. I take full responsibility and will not escape, but I hope you can spare my life. I still want to serve you. However, even if you execute me, I will have no complaints. Fang Lei's face darkened. He was taking the blame for him. And such a good opportunity, yet he still wouldn't admit it? After all, nearly destroying the territory is no small crime. If he took full responsibility alone, he could avoid the death penalty. Wait, you blew up that island? Suddenly, it seemed Fang Lei found the key point. Are you saying you blew up the island? Fang Lei asked. Yes, Wang Jiqing nodded and then sincerely apologized. I'm very sorry, my master. This was something I did not foresee. No. Fang Lei was completely uninterested in his apology. How big was the island you blew up? Very big. Although my shelling was not small, it only hit a small area. However, it quickly triggered a chain reaction. The ground began to shake, and the island rapidly cracked and disappeared. After that, I was unclear as I was already on my way back, Wang Jiqing explained. Fang Lei fell silent for a moment. Big island. This side is northeast. If you go out this way, there should only be one big island. It must be that island nation. Did Wang Jiqing accidentally collapse the island nation? Too terrifying. It couldn't be true, could it? Wait, speaking of which, the island nation is at the intersection of two continents, and its location is already sensitive. It frequently experiences earthquakes. And it is said that in 100 years, it will all sink into the water. This land is inherently fragile. If that's the case, it's not completely impossible. Fang Lei's eyes twitched, looking at Wang Jiqing again. He completely didn't realize what kind of feat he had accomplished. Master, what punishment are you going to give me? Wang Jiqing asked, lowering his head and gritting his teeth. Punishment? No, how could I bear to punish you? In fact, I even want to reward you. Fang Lei suddenly laughed heartily. There's a kind of exhilaration called revenge taken. Good, you really did a good thing. Fang Lei patted his shoulder and then said. Wang Jiqing stood there, confused, completely unaware of what had just happened. Everyone else was equally puzzled. Master, are you really going to let him go like this? There must be punishment for wrongdoing. It can't be just because the master likes him, Yang Wang said. This is unfair, master. He Ling also spoke up. Marin frowned. Although he didn't speak, he was also quite dissatisfied. Everyone opposed, but Fang Lei was not in a hurry. Next, let me tell you a story. Fang Lei cleared his throat and then began. This is a story about an elder brother and a younger brother. Long, long ago, the elder brother was very smart. Very cultured, everything was so advanced. The younger brother saw this and wanted to learn, and the elder brother immediately agreed, helping the younger brother learn and build houses. Fang Lei told the story for a long time. However, during a time of crisis, the younger brother struck the elder brother. Went to the elder brother's home to rob things, stole a lot of gold, silver, and jewels, killed the elder brother's wife and children, and then set fire to everything. Before the story was finished, He Ling couldn't take it anymore. I can't stand it. This younger brother is really not worthy. Such a person should die. It's simply ungrateful. He Ling said angrily. Seeing this, Fang Lei stopped telling the story. Everyone began to discuss among themselves. Master, could it be that this younger brother represents the people on that island? Yang Wang speculated. Yes, Fang Lei pointed at Yang Wang, affirming it. Everyone was shocked. I really didn't expect that there was such a past here, Yang Wang said in surprise. All right, if there's nothing else, you can disperse. Wang Jiqing. You have both merits and faults. This time there will be no reward or punishment. Go repair the seawater and create a direct passage to the sea. What we need to do next is to conquer the sea. Fang Lei waved his hand and then returned to the room. Everyone dispersed. And in a frenzy to secure the first position, they began to practice the skills above. Marin, seeing this, immediately followed. Wang Jiqing knelt on the ground, quietly watching Fang Lei leave, his heart filled with waves of emotion. His master, in order to protect him, actually spun such a story. How could that not be moving? If he does not do something for Fang Lei in the future, he would be failing the cultivation Fang Lei provided. Wang Jiqing gritted his teeth, then stood up. He turned and began to complete the task Fang Lei had assigned to him, repairing the cracks into a regular navigable route. In the future, ships would launch here to explore the sea. Marin followed Fang Lei back to the room. By this time, it was getting late, and Fang Lei was preparing to rest. However, Marin followed closely behind him and said, Master, I have something to give you. Chapter 63. Seeking medicine, what is it? Fang Lei was a bit curious. Soon after, he saw Marin take out a bottle of potion and place it in front of him. Fang Lei looked at the red potion, which had a poisonous feel to it. The color looked anything but friendly. This is my latest developed potion, using almost all high-end magical potions. This potion can enhance your attributes and give you a special toxicity. Once it contaminates your body will gradually begin to decay until death. Of course, all of this is under your control, Marin explained. This potion is poisonous. Fang Lei sighed. Yes, it is poisonous, Marin nodded. Master, please drink it quickly. I'm waiting to record the effects. Marin urged. Fang Lei hesitated slightly while looking at the potion. After all, it was still a poisonous potion. This potion won't cause me any harm, right? It won't. You can rest assured, Marin assured him. Fang Lei gave him a doubtful look. How about you try a sip first? Fang Lei wasn't doubting his loyalty. The main issue was that the color of the potion really didn't look right. It looked bad. It seemed to exude an ominous aura. I can't drink it. There are many toxins in it that are harmless to you, but deadly to me. Marin shook his head and refused. Fang Lei looked at the bottle, which had a black skull drawn on it. The potion felt cool in his hand, yet it was still bubbling ominously. Everything about this potion revealed its ominous nature. Master, please drink it quickly. It will be fine, Marin urged again. Fang Lei opened the cap, and a foul odor wafted out. Swallowing hard, he pinched his nose, closed his eyes, and then poured the potion into his mouth. Immediately, Fang Lei felt filled with energy. Looking again, the experience bar of 50 points had already accumulated to 40 points. Only 10 points remained to level up. This truly delighted Fang Lei. Leveling up would further solidify his fortress. However, after carefully checking, he did not find the corrosive effect he mentioned. There was no corrosion effect. Just a simple increase in experience. Fang Lei said to Marlin. Marlin frowned, lost in thought, looking down and scribbling in his notebook. This potion needs to be adjusted again. Master, we are out of raw materials. We need to gather more, Marlin said to Fang Lei. Fang Lei deeply understood the seriousness of the situation. Marlin represented the development of his own level, and now that Marlin had run out of materials, it meant his level development had come to a halt. This wouldn't do. Everything could pause, but not his level. Should they continue to have Wang Jiqing go gather materials? That didn't seem appropriate, especially since Wang Jiqing's reputation had just been affected. He was now more suited to working in front of people, showing everyone how hard he worked. So, who else in the territory could go? Fang Lei thought. And suddenly an earthquake shook the ground. The earthquake came quickly and left just as fast. Fang Lei's house barely trembled, likely due to Wang Jiqing's influence. Wang Jiqing had directly sunk the island. Who knows what impact that would have? He hoped the sea level wouldn't rise. They weren't far from the shoreline. And if it rose, their territory would be submerged. If that happened, they could at least summon marine creatures to stock up. Regaining his focus, Fang Lei continued thinking about work. In the end, Fang Lei made up his mind, since no one else was available and everyone capable was busy. He might as well go himself. It was better to take matters into his own hands than to trouble others, to be honest. He had been cooped up at home for a while and hadn't exercised his abilities. He should test his strength since he was almost at level 3. He decided to put it off until tonight. The next morning, Fang Lei got up and informed everyone about his plan. As expected, he faced unanimous opposition. Everyone forbade him from leaving the territory. Fang Lei's expression was as if he had eaten 2 pounds of bitter melon. No, I must go out. Fang Lei was resolute. He spoke in a commanding tone. No way. Master, it's really dangerous outside. Yang Wang interjected. Master, there are many matters in the territory that need your attention. Li Chunran added, holding a broken kitchen knife. Master, did we do something wrong? Why do you have to leave us? Hei Ling stared at Fang Lei with wide eyes. Fang Lei looked at this group of people, feeling overwhelmed. I am going out mainly to gather potion ingredients. I will have a pair of soldiers accompany me. And Hei Ling will be by my side, Fang Lei said firmly. The others sighed, seeing Fang Lei's determination, and reluctantly agreed. After all, with the escort team and Hei Ling present, it wasn't too dangerous outside, and they were enough to ensure the master's safety. At that moment, Wang Jiqing also approached upon hearing Fang Lei's intention to leave the territory. Master, I want to go too. Take me with you, and I will ensure your safety. No, I need you to ensure the safety of the territory. Fang Lei replied. The aftershocks haven't passed. You must stay here and guard the home. If any emergencies arise, you can handle them, Fang Lei insisted. Wang Jiqing listened to Fang Lei's words, sighed, and silently lowered his head. I am entrusting the entire territory to you. Please take good care of it until I return, Fang Lei said to Wang Jiqing. Seeing he couldn't change Fang Lei's mind, Wang Jiqing instructed Hei Ling. Make sure to protect the master's safety at all costs. Any accident would be a huge loss for our territory. Hei Ling nodded seriously. This seriousness was quite rare for Hei Ling. Just then, a soft whimpering sound came. Whoa! Fang Lei looked down and saw Bai Ling lying at his feet. What's wrong? Are you hungry again? Fang Lei asked. Whoa! Bai Ling pointed to herself and then to Fang Lei, as if suggesting she wanted to go with him. Sure. Let's go together, Hei Ling agreed first. Bai Ling climbed up Fang Lei's clothes and lay on his head. Fang Lei felt helpless about the little fox on his head. He shook his head, but it wouldn't budge. The little fox instead tapped Fang Lei's forehead with her paw. Fang Lei said with a wry smile, "You can come with me, but at least you need to get on my shoulder. Otherwise, I can't even look up." Chapter 64, Level Crossing Master. How about I go too? Marlin stepped forward. I can identify potions and ensure they are properly kept. However, at that moment, Wan Jiqing held him back. This trip is mainly for the master to have fun. The potion part is secondary, Wan Jiqing said. Fang Lei rolled his eyes. He had it exactly backward. Fun was secondary. This time, the potion was the priority. If you go, you won't be able to protect the master and will only be a burden, Wan Jiqing argued. Marlin lowered his head and sighed. Study the manual I gave you well. Those are things you can accomplish. Although you could use your abilities before, you didn't realize how to turn them into extraordinary powers, which resulted in a lack of offensive capability. Seeing Marlin looking a bit down, Fang Lei walked over and patted him on the shoulder in comfort. Once you've mastered everything, I'll take you out. Marlin nodded and turned to leave. Hei Ling clung to Fang Lei's arm. Master, where are we going? Yes, master, at least give us a direction, Yang Wang chimed in. If anything happens, we can find you. What kind of accident could happen? Fang Lei frowned. Can't you say something encouraging? Are you hoping for me to encounter some kind of mishap? Fang Lei looked at Yang Wang and then sighed, eventually sharing his intended direction. I'm just going to the forest to gather some herbs, and then come back, Fang Lei stated. The others took note seriously. Fang Lei really had nothing more to discuss with them, waved his hand, and prepared to leave. These people were really too bothersome, asking too many questions. The group saw that they didn't stop Fang Lei. Master, please be careful. Everyone bid farewell to Fang Lei. Fang Lei waved his hand in response. The group exited the fortress and then left the territory. They didn't drive out because the vehicle was busy transporting things, so they opted to walk. Along the way, Fang Lei encountered quite a few zombies, mostly first level and ordinary zombies with no level. These zombies didn't even warrant his attention. Killing them was meaningless. Occasionally, he would come across some second-level zombies, but most were mixed in with the first-level ones and were taken down by his soldiers. It was all one hit, no different from the treatment of the first-level ones. I can't go on. Let's take a break. After walking for a while, Fang Lei felt his stamina dropping quickly and said, Master, come up on my head. I'll carry you, Hei Ling offered. Fang Lei looked at Hei Ling and found her showing no signs of fatigue. Fang Lei sighed. After all, she was level 10. She had the confidence to say that. Fang Lei transformed into a slime form and jumped onto Hei Ling's head. Hei Ling swayed her head side to side, feeling a bit uncomfortable, then switched to holding Fang Lei with her hands. It's fine not to hold on, but once I do, Fang Lei immediately feels a pressure on his head. He looks up and finds that it's the enormous and worship-worthy Hei Ling. Both Hei Ling and Fang Lei speak at the same time. Then they exchange surprised glances. Hei Ling describes Fang Lei as soft because he has turned into a slime, making his body exceptionally flexible and pleasant to the touch. Fang Lei asks, Hei Ling, where are you sleeping now? Hei Ling replies, I'm sleeping in the warehouse. Everyone has already chosen all the rooms in the house. Even the study has been taken by Lord Luan. I have no place, so I sleep in the warehouse outside the city. Hei Ling says pitifully. Fang Lei thinks for a moment and says, in the future, come sleep in my room. I need someone to warm my bed. Upon hearing this, Hei Ling becomes particularly excited. Really? She exclaims. Yay. Hei Ling jumps up in joy. Bai Ling, who is sleeping on her shoulder, glances at Hei Ling and then continues to sleep. The group continues talking as they walk. Suddenly, a nearby house collapses. A man runs out in a panic. Is he human? Help me. Please save me. I'll give you anything. The man runs up to Hei Ling and clings to her thigh. Hei Ling looks at him with disgust. What happened? Fang Lei asks. The man, ignoring who spoke, immediately replies, I was chased by a monster. Help me. Help me. As soon as he finishes speaking, the house collapses again. A monster over 2 meters tall appears in front of Fang Lei. Fang Lei checks the monster's level and finds that although it is large, its level is not very high, only level 3. However, this is the first level 3 monster Fang Lei has encountered. He transforms back into human form and waves to the people behind him, saying, You all step back. I'll handle this monster. As he extends his hand, a handgun appears. He had long stored these firearms in his dimensional stomach for emergencies. However, he is not planning to use it to save his life. Instead, he wants to test the power of a level 3 zombie. Fang Lei aims the handgun and starts shooting. The bullets hit the monster's body. The bullets indeed break the skin, but that's all. They can't penetrate further. So I can only inflict minor wounds, no serious injuries? Fang Lei says, then takes out a Gatling gun. He aims and shoots. This time, it's not a small caliber handgun, but a heavy weapon, Gatling. After a burst of bullets, Fang Lei waits quietly. As the smoke clears, the zombie is still standing. The bullets are being pushed out of its wounds, and its flesh is regenerating. Fang Lei frowns slightly. It's very difficult to destroy a level 3 zombie with hot weapons. The solution for such zombies is either cold weapons or direct grenades. Fang Lei does have grenades in his dimensional stomach, but he doesn't plan to use them. At this moment, Fang Lei wants to test his own strength. After all, he has just leveled up to level 2. And he wants to see if he has the ability to challenge a higher level. In novels, the protagonists always have the strength to deal with monsters across levels. Today, Fang Lei will try it out too. Dual blades slowly emerge from his hands. These blades are not pre-stored but are transformed from his body. Chapter 65, Demon. Fang Lei roars and charges forward with the dual blades in hand. He swings the blades down simultaneously. The blades cut through flesh, stopping after several centimeters. The zombie raises its arm and easily blocks Fang Lei's attack. Fang Lei is not frustrated. Instead, he is quite happy. After all, this weapon was formed by him, and now it has such powerful capabilities. He realizes that this blade can indeed kill the opponent. Just as Fang Lei is lost in thought, the zombie launches its attack. Its arm sweeps across, and its long, thin claws slice Fang Lei in half at the waist. Fang Lei is not flustered at all. He transforms back into slime. The two blobs of slime merge and then transform back into a complete Fang Lei. Fang Lei smirks, points at the level 3 zombie, and says, "Very good. You are strong. I admit it. You are worthy of being my opponent. Today, in the name of my territory, I vow to defeat you." Fang Lei grips the dual blades tightly and charges forward. The zombie roars and rushes towards Fang Lei. Meanwhile, Hei Ling and the guards sit aside. Some even leaning against a car, yawning. It's too dull, too boring. Everyone present has at least level 6. Hei Ling has even reached level 9. The only level 6 is the little fox, but he can't be counted as combat power. He's just Fang Lei's pet. And his only role in this outing is to be petted when Fang Lei has idle hands. For anyone else, defeating that zombie would be a simple task. If someone struggles against a level 3 zombie, they would look down on him. But this person happens to be their master, Fang Lei. The man who was saved sits beside Hei Ling, looking around with a somewhat malicious gaze. After a while, he pulls out a dagger from behind. This dagger is not an ordinary one. It is entirely golden, embedded with various gemstones. It's not just a craft, but a magical artifact. Inside the blade's groove, there is black blood, which almost confirms that this is a magical weapon. The man stares at Hei Ling for a few seconds, then, holding the dagger, he lunges towards her head. At the same time, the man reveals his true form. Horns sprout from his head, fangs extend from his mouth, and his eyes change from black to deep red. That's right, he is a demon. His goal is to assassinate humans. Just now, he lured away the strongest member of the team, leaving only the weak and sick in the group. This woman looks decent and seems to have some strength. So she becomes his next target. A flash of golden light. The demon's mouth curls into a victorious smile. However, at this moment, Hei Ling catches his dagger. She gently squeezes, and the golden dagger shatters. The demon's eyes widen, but he reacts quickly. His wings spread out, and he flaps them, soaring into the sky. Ah ha ha ha. The demon laughs loudly. You are unlucky to encounter me. My goal is to kill all humans. You actually have some strength. It's impressive that you could easily break my golden death dagger's attack. But your luck won't come again. He points at the crowd and laughs again. Suddenly, the demon's laughter cuts off. Hei Ling appears behind him in the blink of an eye. With one hand, she grabs the demon's head. What are you shouting about? Don't delay us from watching our master's battle. After saying that, Hei Ling squeezes hard. With a gentle grip, the demon's head bursts. It falls to the ground. The people around immediately come over to ask, Lady Hei Ling, what just happened? Hei Ling shrugs, saying, how would I know? Are you okay? Hearing this, some people immediately dispersed, but there were still a few who asked with concern, is there something wrong? Yes. A big deal. I'm hungry. You all go find something to eat, Hei Ling said to the crowd. Master is here, you can rest assured. The crowd nodded and then began searching for food nearby. Nowadays, the streets were deserted, so even though this was a snack street, there was nothing to eat, only desolation and ruin. Lord Hei Ling, we found something. There's food here. It's a supermarket. Suddenly, someone shouted to Hei Ling. Upon hearing this, Hei Ling instantly perked up. A supermarket? This term he had only heard from Fang Lei before. However, she couldn't go over now. She still had to watch over Fang Lei to ensure his safety. And more importantly, to remember Fang Lei's heroic posture in battle. You all bring the food over, Hei Ling said. After that, everyone began to help Hei Ling move the items. Hei Ling sat there, eating while watching Fang Lei. Bai Ling was also very hungry. Fang Lei's battle had lasted for several hours. Now that she started eating, Bai Ling couldn't hold back either, so she began to eat alongside her. You. Stop eating so much, leave some for me, Hei Ling said discontentedly as she watched Bai Ling consume so much. Whoa. Bai Ling was quite unhappy with Hei Ling's words and started to eat more vigorously. Hei Ling glanced at Bai Ling and then deliberately gave her the unopened packages to eat. However, Bai Ling was not afraid of these, even though the packaging was unopened. She bit down with her mouth and then tore it open with her hands. The speed was incredibly fast, and it didn't delay her eating at all. You. What a guy. Hei Ling watched Bai Ling eat, feeling annoyed, and then started to eat earnestly as well. Seeing this, Bai Ling also ate even faster. At that moment, the two had a strange feeling of competing against each other. Meanwhile, Fang Lei was gasping for breath on the side. You, really impressive. I admire you. But even if I admire you, I have to kill you. I admit, you're a good opponent, but can you withstand my move? Dual blade style, Ghost Slash. Fang Lei rushed up, shouting the move he had seen in a comic back in the day. With one strike, it was easily dodged by the opponent. Soon after, Fang Lei realized that always being evenly matched with the opponent wasn't a solution, so he conjured a third blade. Ashura. At the same time, eat less. I have none left. Whoa. Am I stealing from you? I'm not. Whoa. The two were locked in a standoff. However, at that moment, news came in. Not good. Lord Hei Ling, Lord Bai Ling, the supermarket is empty. Chapter 66. Forced mission. Fang Lei looked at the corpses beneath him and let out a long sigh of relief. 2 days, 2 consecutive days. This battle lasted for 2 days, and it finally had a result. Fang Lei sighed deeply. After his relentless efforts, he had finally killed the opponent. Isn't it just a level 3 little monster? I killed a level 2 one. Is cross-die monster killing that hard? Fang Lei held his head high, his confidence at an all-time high. Stepping on the opponent's corpse, Fang Lei took a deep breath, but soon after, a wave of fatigue hit him. Hei Ling, Fang Lei called softly. Hei Ling immediately appeared beside him and caught Fang Lei, who had turned into a slime. Master, are you okay? Hei Ling rubbed his sleepy eyes. It's fine. I'm just too tired, Fang Lei said. Next, let's rest for a while. Rest? No need to rest. Hei Ling shook her head. In these 2 days, we've rested enough. There has been nothing. And the only thing we did each day was clear out the little monsters attracted by the noise. These zombies are not high-leveled. And they pose no threat to us. They aren't even worth stretching our bodies for. We're not tired. Master, you take your time to rest. Leave the rest to us. Hei Ling said, pushing Fang Lei. At this moment, Fang Lei was already extremely sleepy. His fatigue wasn't due to a lack of health points, but rather a matter of energy. He was now exhausted and needed mental rest. For instance, sleep. Fang Lei lay in Hei Ling's arms, quietly closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing that Fang Lei had fallen asleep, Hei Ling ordered the others to continue moving forward. They had only been fighting. The task of finding herbs had not even begun yet. The group got a vehicle and headed towards the forest. How's it going? Zhao Yincheng walked into the room. Zhao Jincheng sat inside, letting out a long sigh. It's going okay, but the issue of wild beasts invading is really troublesome. Zhao Jincheng sighed again. He then looked out the window. Outside was a wooden fence. This was their territory, where these survivors had built their own fortress. The tall walls made it impossible for ordinary monsters to breach. A group of people was currently repairing a large hole in the wall. This large hole was created by the howling moonwolf. That beast is really a headache, coming every few days. Our defenses can't withstand its attacks. What should we do? Zhao Jincheng looked at Zhao Yincheng. Zhao Yincheng shrugged. Brother, if you can't handle it, why are you asking me? I have even less power to do anything. We need to form a small team to find a way to destroy its den or directly kill that wolf. Otherwise, if it keeps coming every few days to destroy the wall, it's not a solution for us to keep patching it up. It's bound to cause a disaster sooner or later. Zhao Jincheng's gaze turned cold, as if plotting something. Then who should go for this small team? Zhao Yincheng asked. Who else could it be? Isn't Hui Twin from our team said to have abilities? Let's send him. He just joined and hasn't made any contributions yet. This is a great opportunity for him, Zhao Jincheng said. What if they can't kill it? If they can't kill it, then it's over. We won't accept them anymore. Although our territory is large, there's no room for idlers. Zhao Jincheng squinted. His team had many old, young, and women, and besides, he had intentions of rebellion. If he dared not to go, they would turn against him right away. Zhao Jincheng took out a cigarette, placed one in his mouth, lit it, and smoke filled the air. Zhao Yinqing looked at Zhao Jincheng and felt a wave of fear. Don't be afraid. I'm doing this for everyone's good, Zhao Jincheng said. Zhao Yinqing nodded, sighed, and then left. Anyway, you can manage this. I won't care about it. I'll just honestly grow vegetables. Zhao Jincheng confidently said, rest assured. This organization under my leadership won't get worse. It will only get better. Zhao Yinqing sighed. Yes, Zhao Jincheng was indeed doing better than him. In just 2 weeks, the population within the territory had nearly reached 5,000. Not only did everyone have a new territory, but they also had new fields. They not only integrated resources but also provided everyone with a comfortable life. This was truly rare. The surrounding forces had been drawn in, and now everyone in the territory was united, with no one wanting to rebel. This was really not easy. Such skill, such decisiveness, was indeed quite rare. Zhao Yinqing left. After that, Zhao Jincheng looked at the horizon. Fang Lei, I haven't forgotten about you making me eat shrimp. Just wait for me to find an opportunity. I will definitely repay this grudge. I want you to eat shrimp until you're full. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Zhao Jincheng's excited mood was interrupted. Come in. Soon after, a person pushed the door and walked in. The person who walked in was none other than Hui Tian. Zhao Jincheng, did you call me? Hui Tian crossed his arms and looked at Zhao Jincheng. Zhao Jincheng squinted his eyes slightly at his attitude. Yes, I have a task for you. Zhao Jincheng said. If you complete it, our territory will fully accept you. Sure, no problem. Hui Tian was very confident and agreed without even hearing what the task was. You are quite confident. Zhao Jincheng smiled and said to him. Of course. Hui Tian said, and 2 flames appeared in his hands. I'm an ability user. Handling a small matter for you is a piece of cake. The flames in Hui Tian's hands made the air feel extremely hot. Just a glance revealed the power of the flames was not ordinary. Zhao Jincheng laughed when he saw this. Ha ha ha. Good. It's great to have this confidence. Looking at you. I don't need to motivate you further. Your current state is just fine. Very good. Zhao Jincheng said. Next, I want you to kill the howling moon wolf. Zhao Jincheng said. Upon hearing this, Hui Tian's smile instantly vanished. What did you say? You want me to deal with the howling moon wolf? Are you out of your mind? That beast is incredibly powerful. When it invaded before, many people couldn't do anything about it. Are you asking me to seek death? Hui Tian's eyes widened, and he said. Zhao Jincheng smiled. Compared to Hui Tian's earlier confidence, his current expression was quite comical. You have no way out now. Chapter 67. Wolf Ah, the air has gotten better. Black Spirit looked at the surrounding forest and took a deep breath. Isn't the air in our territory good? Fang Lei lay on Black Spirit's lap, lazily rolling over and murmuring. Not good. I really dislike the smell of chives. Black Spirit wrinkled his nose. Fang Lei smiled. He also disliked the smell of chives, but the chive shooter was indeed a good defensive plant. Some defensive plants are one-time use. Once used, they are gone. This plant grows daily, making it very useful for defending against zombies. Master, we will need to walk next. We still have to collect herbs. You can rest in my basket. Black Spirit said. Fang Lei nodded and then laid down in the basket. The basket was woven from grass, made by the elders in the territory. Originally, Fang Lei had a dimensional stomach and didn't need such things at all. However, if he could help the elders in some way, he would, rather than letting them feel like they were just mooching off him. Fang Lei thought to himself, turning over. The basket was a bit prickly. Fang Lei sighed. Still, the thigh is soft. Master, please bear with it for a while. Black Spirit said. There's no way. Fang Lei sighed and turned over, then dozed off again. He didn't need to worry about collecting herbs at all. Black Spirit and White Spirit had exceptionally good noses, and the 2 of them split into 2 teams, skillfully gathering various herbs in the forest. The number of herbs wasn't particularly high, although there were many people. They had been picking for a long time and were far less efficient than when Luan Jiqing went out before. It might also be because there weren't many herbs in the surrounding area. Hey, look. Suddenly, Black Spirit seemed to discover something. These herbs here seem to have been picked by someone. Look, see here, isn't it? The mushrooms are only half left. Black Spirit pointed to a spot. Whoa. White Spirit said. No, this shouldn't be eaten by beasts. There should be imprints if it were. Look at this. It's clearly been cut. Black Spirit shook his head. denying White Spirit's view. Fang Lei, listening behind Black Spirit, was completely confused. These two could really converse. After a few woes that he couldn't understand at all, he had to guess, while Black Spirit could express meaning so precisely. Black Spirit was quite impressive. Fang Lei quietly poked his head out from behind. He yawned. All this way, Fang Lei said he was resting, but he hadn't really slept at all. He just closed his eyes and squinted. With all the bumps along the way, it was impossible to sleep. When he opened his eyes, he found that, indeed, as Black Spirit said, the mushrooms had been cut. Let's leave here. This area has been picked. Our goal is to collect magical herbs, so let's try to avoid contact with them. Fang Lei gave the order, then went back inside. Upon receiving the order, everyone changed direction and continued forward. After a few turns, they began to gather herbs again. However, as they progressed, everyone felt that the surroundings were unusually quiet. Because of this quietness, Fang Lei was soundly asleep. He was sleeping incredibly well. However, just as Fang Lei was sleeping soundly, suddenly he was attacked. An attack shattered the basket, and Fang Lei was thrown out. Master, Black Spirit cried out in horror. Fang Lei was slammed against a wall and slowly opened his eyes. Huh? What on earth is going on? Fang Lei was a bit puzzled at first. As his consciousness gradually returned, he realized he had been attacked, and the attacker was a green wolf. This wolf was exceptionally large, and the surrounding trees seemed small in comparison. Its fur was entirely green, and there was a moon symbol on its forehead. Fang Lei yawned and casually healed his damaged blood. Using his detection skill, Fang Lei's eyes lit up. Level 4. This wolf is actually level 4. Fang Lei was particularly happy. You must know that he had just killed a level 3 beast. Now, a level 4 beast had come knocking at his door. This was truly making him incredibly happy. Killing monsters across levels was no longer a big deal. True protagonists could now kill monsters across 2 levels. Fang Lei transformed into human form, swung his hands, and 2 long knives appeared in his hands. Everyone, don't move. This monster is mine. Fang Lei shouted and charged forward. However, the more handsome his charge was, the more miserable he looked when he got hit back. The wolf slapped Fang Lei against the trunk of a tree. Black Spirit panicked and hurriedly came forward to heal him, slowly extracting Fang Lei from the tree's groove. This slime was indeed too difficult to extract, if not done properly. There would easily be residues. Fang Lei had just briefly lost consciousness under that massive and fierce attack. When he revived, he regained his state. Don't move. This beast is mine, Fang Lei said loudly to them. Everyone sat in a row, quietly watching Fang Lei's battle. A group of level 6 individuals watched a level 2 challenge a level 4. Fang Lei was slammed out again and again. Black Spirit was grinding his nails down. Master, if it really doesn't work, let me handle it. Black Spirit couldn't bear to watch any longer and said, although he didn't lack Fang Lei's 50 points of health. Why go through this? Enduring this over and over again. Anyone present could easily kill this wolf. No, just watch me, Fang Lei replied. Then, Fang Lei stood up again. This time, I've summarized my experience. I don't plan to use close combat. I'm going to use magic attacks to take it down, Fang Lei said. He activated his dominion, clasped his hands together, and soon a cage made of dirt appeared. The cage only had one opening left, and Fang Lei took a deep breath, directing it towards that sole remaining opening. The breath he exhaled transformed into flames, which quickly engulfed the cage. Impressive. At that moment, a gasp of amazement erupted from the crowd. This flame could dry up the cage, reinforce it, and also prevent the flames from spreading. The master must have done this out of fear of a forest fire. The master's awareness of environmental protection is truly beyond what we can comprehend. The master has learned to change attack modes, which is really wise and brilliant. Transitioning from melee to ranged has made a significant difference. Everyone praised Fang Lei. Fang Lei felt proud because of his flames. At that moment, the wolf had already been charred black. Fang Lei grinned. What is so difficult about killing monsters across 2 levels? It all depends on intelligence, Fang Lei said with his head held high. However, the next second after Fang Lei spoke, the wolf broke free from the cage and charged at Fang Lei. With one swipe, it sent Fang Lei flying. Chapter 68. Tired Fang Lei once again lost consciousness from the blow. This time, it took him a few seconds to regain his senses. Master, are you okay? Hailing asked, cradling Fang Lei with a worried expression. I'm fine, Fang Lei said as he tried to stand up, but fatigue caused him to stumble. I'm fine, I'm not tired. Fang Lei insisted on standing, but after just a few steps, he collapsed back to the ground, reverting to his slime form. Fang Lei took a deep breath. Saying he wasn't tired was a lie. In reality, he was on the verge of exhaustion. He had already fought for nearly 3 days. And now he was continuing to battle against an opponent 2 levels higher than him. This was more than he could bear. Fang Lei sighed. Well, forget it. I'll leave it to you. He had the desire to kill, but he lacked the strength. Hei Ling nodded at Fang Lei's words and then looked at the wolf. At that moment, the wolf was seething with rage. Fang Lei's attack had burned off all its fur. For a wolf, losing its majestic fur made it no different from a large dog. Therefore, it was particularly furious now. It hated that human to the core. It wanted to kill him. Its eyes were red with rage. Baring its teeth, it stepped forward to seek revenge. Seeing this, Hei Ling raised an eyebrow and then extended a hand. An aura of authority instantly radiated from her. The wolf saw this and immediately lay down. It felt extremely unwilling. But it did not dare to defy the fear that came from its bloodline. Hei Ling's profession was a holy beast, which could be considered the pinnacle of demonic beasts. The suppression from the bloodline was absolute, leaving no room for resistance. Master, how should we handle him? Should we take him back to the territory? Hei Ling asked. Kill him, Fang Lei replied. Don't tell anyone in the territory about this. Let it rot in our stomachs. Fang Lei definitely could not let such a disgraceful matter be reported back to the territory. Events where he was thoroughly beaten would not be allowed to spread widely. Although this wolf could still provide meat after being killed, Fang Lei would decisively choose to discard it if it would affect his reputation. Meat is just meat. It's not like he had never eaten before. Moreover, wolf meat belongs to the category of game. Fang Lei wasn't that tempted. Game can be dangerous to consume. Hei Ling nodded at Fang Lei's words, then stepped forward, gently slicing her finger to cut the wolf's throat. Blood gushed out as the large wolf fell to the ground. Continue harvesting, Fang Lei instructed. Afterwards, Fang Lei returned to Hei Ling's backpack. There were plenty of supplies prepared for the journey, so there were replacements available. They moved forward, climbing the mountain. Upon reaching the mountain, they encountered several ferocious beasts, but they were swiftly dealt with thanks to Hei Ling's influence. Perhaps due to the abundance of fierce beasts, many herbs on the mountain had also gone untouched. After climbing the mountain, they could pick a herb every 2 or 3 steps. In the end, everyone's baskets were filled, and they had to put the excess into Fang Lei's dimensional stomach. The dimensional stomach had 10 points per square meter. Fang Lei boldly opened up 100 square meters, spending 1,000 points. Originally, Fang Lei planned to open 1,000 square meters, but that would be too large and unnecessary for now. As the herbs went into his stomach, Fang Lei lay down in the backpack to rest. Let us head back as soon as we finish picking, Fang Lei said. He was utterly exhausted and desperately wanted to rest. In his current state, he had no way to relax. All right, once we finish picking nearby, we'll return to the territory. Hei Ling replied. Everyone else was still full of energy, having just taken a break, so they felt completely fine. Only Fang Lei was tired. So he insisted on resting for a moment. As they left the wolf's corpse behind, soon another group arrived. They really did it. Enjoying the high life while I risk my life for them. And they say it's for the good of the territory. In my opinion, it's clearly for their own benefit. Hui Tian muttered under his breath. What are you mumbling about? Someone behind him patted Hui Tian's shoulder. Nothing, Hui Tian said with a smile. I was just saying. Why is this road so difficult? Why haven't we seen that howling moon wolf yet? The person behind him scoffed. What are you anxious about? When you really encounter it, you'll have plenty to be afraid of. Am I scared? Hui Tian scoffed. Although he felt some fear and anxiety inside, he didn't show it at all. I'm not scared at all. If you kill the howling moon wolf, then you can say that. By then, you'll be a great hero, and everything will go your way. The person said. Hui Tian scoffed again. The people behind him claimed to be there to help, but they were actually just there to monitor him. If anything happened, they probably wouldn't even help him, turning and running away instead. Suddenly, everyone stopped in their tracks. From the side, a series of howls could be heard. Instantly, the group of 10 or so fell into a state of heightened alert. Where are we? Hui Tian asked. We've already entered the activity range of the howling moonwolf. Someone replied. Hui Tian swallowed hard. Flames ignited in his right hand, ready to be thrown at any moment. This was not a display of fighting spirit. Rather, it was a sign of his nervousness. If he had confidence, he certainly wouldn't feel so uneasy. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from the bushes, followed by a series of howls. Hui Tian immediately became alert. The people around him began to howl and then turned to flee in panic. Before they could even see the attackers, they had all run off. Hui Tian stood his ground, gritting his teeth. The howling moon wolf is up to you. The fleeing group entrusted the heavy responsibility to Hui Tian as they ran. These cowards. Hui Tian no longer held back and shouted angrily. In truth, He was also very scared and wanted to run. However, he could not flee. He had no way out now. Zhao Jinsheng's territory had become the largest gathering place for survivors, and many of the older people in the group were his relatives. If he did not prove his value to the territory, his relatives would be driven out. This was a battle that had to happen. This was a fight that must be fought, even to the death. Who is it? Come out. Hu Tian shouted. However, a long time passed, and nothing came out. Chapter 69. The body is gone. It seemed that the previous cries in Ahsoka's voice were merely auditory hallucinations. Hu Tian swallowed hard and stepped closer to the bushes. Gently pushing aside the foliage, he was met with a shocking sight. In front of him lay a charred corpse, and beside it was a wild boar, seemingly ready to feast on the body. Hu Tian's mind buzzed. He instinctively stepped out of the grass. The wild boar was startled upon seeing Hu Tian. After confirming that the wild boar was the creature that had made the earlier sound, Hu Tian sighed in relief at its small size. He unleashed a fire attack, and the wild boar squealed a few times before quickly turning into a charred lump. Hu Tian approached and confirmed that the two corpses were definitely dead. He then sighed in relief. How am I going to deal with these bodies? I'm afraid that the corpses will attract more wild beasts, perhaps even the howling moonwolf. Looking at the two bodies, Hu Tian felt a bit puzzled. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if I drag this big corpse back and claim that I killed the howling moonwolf? Hu Tian stared at the corpse and examined it closely. Yes, it could work. This giant deceased creature also belonged to the canine family. Claiming it was a wolf would raise no suspicions. Yes, that's what I'll do. If the howling moonwolf appears again, I'll just pretend I don't know. After all, I've already killed the howling moonwolf. The rest is none of my concern. Besides, the howling moonwolf never stated there was only one. It could very well be a pack or even a male and female. That's a good explanation for later. If I get sent out again, I'll just pretend to have failed and turn back home. When they question me, I'll say I didn't encounter it or that I failed. With previous successes, they shouldn't take it out on me. Moreover, I am the only one in the territory with awakened powers. Rarity is valuable, so I'm still quite sought after. Hu Tian's thoughts shifted to many future possibilities. Determined, he decided to bring the corpse back to the territory. But how could he transport such a massive body? Not to mention the wild boar's body next to it. After thinking it over, Hu Tian decided that both corpses should not go to waste. The wild boar was a rare delicacy. His family had been eating biscuits daily and were practically sick of them. This wild boar would be perfect for a change in their diet. Hu Tian took out his dagger and quickly gutted the canine corpse. He stuffed the wild boar's body inside it, then inserted some branches to complete the makeshift transport. He then dragged the canine corpse toward the territory. Together, the two bodies weighed thousands of pounds. However, Hu Tian's body had also awakened, giving him significantly greater strength than an average person. So, he could manage to drag it, albeit with difficulty. Hu Tian moved slowly back, hoping not to encounter any more fierce beasts. He was already exhausted from dragging the two corpses and really couldn't handle another fight. After a considerable effort, he managed to drag the bodies close to the territory. Hu Tian was too drained to continue dragging, so he called for help. Luckily, during his absence, no powerful beasts had taken the corpses. He even came across another wild boar. Soon, news spread that Hu Tian had killed the howling moonwolf and brought back two wild boars. The entire territory was in an uproar. The howling moonwolf was a formidable beast. They had witnessed it kill a mutated zombie with ease. Now, this once feared howling moonwolf had been brought back by Hu Tian, along with additional spoils. Zhao Jinsheng was also startled and immediately went to personally meet Hu Tian. Wow. Zhao Jinsheng was taken aback upon seeing the charred corpse. He stepped forward to inspect it. Having dealt with unpleasant situations before, Zhao Jinsheng had developed immunity to disgusting things, allowing him to face the corpse calmly. He examined the beast's mouth, noting the exceptionally sharp teeth. Nodding, he confirmed that these belonged to a canine creature. Then he looked at the fatal wound. The cut was a clean slice. Zhao Jinsheng glanced at Hu Tian, who only had a dagger, which he had specifically approved before Hu Tian's journey. They had almost had a falling out over the lack of a firearm. Yes, this wound's depth matches the dagger's length. Moreover, there were signs of burning around it. It was known that Hu Tian's ability was to control fire. All the evidence pointed to the fact that Hu Tian had killed this beast. Zhao Jinsheng was about 80% convinced. He then called in an expert in zoology to confirm, as well as victims who had previously been attacked by the howling moonwolf. Everyone agreed that the corpse was indeed that of the howling moonwolf. Hu Tian breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this outcome. As long as everyone accepted it, he feared dissent. Now, he and his group could establish a foothold in this territory. Seeing that everyone had confirmed it, Hu Yitian felt reassured. He then began to eloquently recount how he had killed the beast. The crowd listened, awed by Hu Yitian's bravery. This time, he not only completed the task but also gained a following. Zhao Jinsheng listened to a few lines of his story before tuning out. He was very busy. While this matter was important, it couldn't take up too much of his time. All right, you can stay here. Welcome to our big family. You should rest for a few days, and when you're feeling better, come find me. I have a small task for you then, Zhao Jinsheng said, patting Hu Yitian's shoulder. Hu Yitian nodded excitedly. I'm hungry, said Hailing, holding his stomach. Time to eat. Fang Lei casually produced some food. Fang Lei's points had been steadily increasing every day. So he was more generous now. Usually, he exchanged for low-quality food. But today, he had ordinary-grade provisions. I want meat. Our food is too bland, Hailing pouted. Get someone to bring back that wolf's corpse, Fang Lei instructed. They had walked some distance, but not too far, so Fang Lei sent someone back for the body. It wasn't a problem to eat it on the way back. A subordinate received the order and ran back to find the corpse, but after a few minutes, he returned and said, Master, the body is gone. Chapter 70. After waking up, Fang Lei was surprised by this report. Gone? Are you sure? He asked. I'm sure. The entire corpse has disappeared. Perhaps something ate it, the subordinate replied. Hailing spoke up. The monsters in this forest are increasing. Fang Lei nodded, looking into the distance. There were more and more monsters in the forest. Previously, there had only been some small zombies, but now there were many more beasts, and their levels were rising. He needed to find an opportunity to reinforce his territory, otherwise, his people might be harmed. Well, if it's gone, Fang Lei waved his hand. Just have a light meal, and we'll have a feast when we return to the territory. This trip has really brought us a lot of gains. The herbs in Fang Lei's belly have already occupied 1/5 of the storage space, which is about 20 square meters of potions. Fang Lei couldn't be bothered to differentiate the quality. He figured it would be enough for Marin to use for a while. At the same time, Fang Lei made up his mind. Moving forward, there should be a team that goes out to gather herbs at fixed times. It's impossible for him to go out every time. After such a long time without returning to the territory, there are still many things waiting for him. Occasionally going out for fun is enough. Fang Lei breathed a sigh of relief. Time to go home. He waved his hand and then rushed into the embrace of Hailing. Hailing hugged Fang Lei, and he felt some fatigue lift as he enjoyed the softness. The planned route back also yielded quite a few potions along the way. Fang Lei believed that it wouldn't be long before he could level up to level 3. By then, upgrading the territory to level 3 would surely bring about significant changes. Leaving the forest, they arrived in the city. At this point, the originally bustling district had turned into a complete ruin. Due to the near-apocalyptic earthquake, most of the buildings had collapsed. Looking at the ruins, Fang Lei knew that there were probably no survivors left in the city. All the houses were down, and the ground was cracked everywhere. The road was bumpy due to the earthquake. Fang Lei looked around with a deep sense of emotion. Just a few months ago, this place was so lively, and now, it had become so desolate in such a short time. All of this was caused by humans. Glory comes from humans, and so does ruin. The vehicle moved on, quickly heading from the city center to the suburbs. Upon reaching the suburbs, Fang Lei found his territory to be quite conspicuous. The surrounding territories had all collapsed, making his tall city walls stand out even more. Approaching, Wang Jiqing had already sensed Fang Lei's arrival and was waiting at the door to welcome him. Master, you are back. Wang Jiqing bowed upon seeing Fang Lei. At this moment, Fang Lei was extremely tired. Oh, I'm back. He waved his hand and walked into the territory. Fang Lei noticed that an additional wall had been built outside. These walls were constructed at my request, Wang Jiqing explained. Recently, the number of zombie attacks has increased several times. Although our defensive plants are powerful, they are not foolproof. Many people have still fallen victim because the defense plants weren't timely enough. So I had them build this wall. At least it provides some security. Fang Lei nodded upon hearing this. Not bad. You are very thoughtful. He had little interest in talking more with Wang Jiqing, merely giving a brief compliment before turning to leave. He was genuinely exhausted and really wanted to sleep. At this moment, upon learning that Fang Lei had returned, Marin also arrived at the territory gate. Master, about those materials. Marin looked at Fang Lei eagerly. Fang Lei did not disappoint him, transforming into slime form. He suddenly spat out a large pile of herbs. Marin excitedly dove into the pile of herbs. There are still some in Hailing's bag. Remember to get them. Fang Lei reminded him before returning to the Lord's mansion. Standing in front of the window, looking at his territory, The tired Fang Lei yawned. He realized that he had been out for about a week, and he found that being in his territory felt much better. Everything outside was just too exhausting, especially since his strength was really lacking. He couldn't defeat anyone. The level 3 zombie was manageable, but he wouldn't dare say he killed it himself. It was more like he starved it to death, and in the end, the zombie had no strength left to resist when he chopped off its head. As for that wolf, he had only burned its fur, making it look charred, but it hadn't suffered any particularly serious harm. The real reason it died was because of Hei Ling's casual attack. Lying on the bed, Fang Lei sighed deeply and then fell into a deep sleep. With the herbs in hand, Barren should be able to produce new potions soon, if nothing unexpected happened. He would wake up and be able to drink the potion to level up to level 3. By then, he would upgrade the territory, and as for the wall, he would also upgrade that. He would plant some defensive plants outside the wall. The battle spear climbing tiger would be a good choice. Fang Lei drifted into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was actually 2 days later. Master, you are awake. Luan Jiqing stood by his bedside. Fang Lei was used to sleeping in human form. Upon waking, he transformed from human form to slime form. Let's go to the study. There must be many matters that haven't been dealt with, right? We'll take them one by one, Fang Lei said. Luan Jiqing nodded, and then carried Fang Lei to the study. The study had become significantly larger since the upgrade to level 2. Fang Lei noticed a fluffy large cushion that Luan Jiqing had thoughtfully prepared for him on the main table. Fang Lei rolled around on the cushion, marveling at how soft and comfortable it was. Then, he realized he couldn't continue like this, so he quickly regained his composure. Reports. Fang Lei looked at Luan Jiqing and said, Yes. Luan Jiqing lowered his head. I'll report from the heaviest to the lightest. First, Barren has been waiting to see you since yesterday. He told me he has developed many new potions. Luan Jiqing said. Fang Lei guessed correctly. The latest development was indeed this. Call him in, Fang Lei instructed. He has already left, but the potions are here, Luan Jiqing replied. He told me that all his potions are for oral use, and he should be busy with other matters now. Do you think I should go call him? Upon hearing that the potions had already been left behind, Fang Lei shook his head. No need. Since he has left the potions, just bring them here, Fang Lei said. Luan Jiqing clapped his hands, and soon 2 women walked in. The 2 women were dressed in maid uniforms, each carrying a tray of potions. At first glance, the number of potions seemed quite large. Chapter 71. New suggestions. Fang Lei counted the potions carefully. The quantity was surprisingly over 50 bottles. Wait, shouldn't my focus be on the potions? How did these 2 maids appear? Luan Jiqing, what about these 2? Fang Lei pointed at the 2 women. Luan Jiqing smiled slightly, immediately understanding Fang Lei's meaning. These 2 are maids for cleaning the house. The uniforms were found in a shipment, and we discovered several sets at once. So I had them wear them, Luan Jiqing explained. Fang Lei grinned. Hee. Good. Very good. Luan Jiqing, you did well in this regard. Fang Lei looked closely at the 2 maids. Indeed, they were to his taste. You 2, come here, Fang Lei said to the 2 women. These 2 were probably selected from among the commoners. Both were level 1, unremarkable, but their obvious advantage was their beauty. Now that the territory had grown, Fang Lei had the capability to keep ornamental beauties. Fang Lei extended his hand and gently patted their heads. Level up. With a thought, their levels rose dramatically, stopping at level 4. From now on, you can work here at ease, focusing on cleaning. If you need anything, just tell me. I won't treat you unfairly. Fang Lei said to the 2. Fang Lei's mood was genuinely good now. Just looking at the 2 was enough to please him. He had quickly leveled them both up to 4. Master, we have another sister. She is resting today. Wait until she comes to work tomorrow, and I will reward her in the same way. Fang Lei spoke without hesitation, readily agreeing in one breath. Luan Jiqing watched from the side, somewhat surprised. He had thought that perhaps the master would like his settings, but he did not expect the master to like them this much. Directly giving her a level 4 is a treatment that many key talents do not have. Master, such a heavy reward, shouldn't you thank him quickly? Luan Jiqing said to the 2. The 2 hurriedly knelt before Fang Lei, and then bowed, saying, Thank you, master. Having upgraded them both means they are now his subordinates. Calling him master is not wrong. In the future, just slightly squat down and nod your head. Fang Lei said, Western service should not use Eastern etiquette. That would be strange. Yes, the 2 women replied. You may leave. Luan Jiqing waved his hand. The 4 legs wrapped in stockings left the room, and Fang Lei finally returned to his senses. Fang Lei looked at Luan Jiqing. You understand me well. Luan Jiqing immediately straightened his expression and then spoke to Fang Lei. Master, I have important matters to report next. Speak, Fang Lei nodded. Which of these two women will be sent to your room tonight? Wang Jiqing stared seriously at Fang Lei. Upon hearing this, Fang Lei's face flushed, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. I didn't mean that. Oh, did I misunderstand? Are you saying both will be sent over? Wang Jiqing said. I just said you understood me, but you took it a bit too far. It's good to speculate on the master's intentions, but thinking randomly won't do. Wang Jiqing, do you think I'm that kind of person? What do you mean? Do you think I'm an old pervert in your eyes? Fang Lei reprimanded loudly. Wang Jiqing felt Fang Lei's anger and immediately knelt down to apologize. I'm very sorry, my master. I may have misunderstood your meaning. Wang Jiqing obediently admitted his mistake. I at least think you should consider the issue of offspring soon. Fang Lei straightened his expression and then said, in this territory, there will only be one master me. Do you understand? As a slime, my lifespan is boundless. You will not have another master in the future. Yes. Wang Jiqing was so frightened that he didn't dare to say much, only able to respond with one word. Fang Lei was very satisfied with his reaction and nodded slightly. It's good to know you were wrong. Fang Lei was quite pleased with this statement. Having chastised him a bit, leaving him to think about unnecessary things all day. Continue, let us talk business. Fang Lei said. Wang Jiqing stood up and then said, we have made breakthroughs in planting equipment. Our current output is about 100,000 kilograms per day. Fang Lei thought for a moment. 100,000 kilograms, ordinary wheat exchanges at a 1-to-1 ratio. This means we can now earn 100,000 points per day. Earning 100,000 points per day is not a small amount, but it's not too much either. That's 3 million points a month. This amount can be improved somewhat. Wang Jiqing said, but we need you to summon more people. I've calculated that our territory can currently sustain about 2,000 people. We currently have around 1,400 people, so we need another 500 to 600. Hearing Wang Jiqing's words, Fang Lei nodded. Isn't this easy? It's just a matter of population. Just summon them. I'll handle this later. You continue. Fang Lei said. He clearly had more to say. Also, regarding the titles within the territory. I have drafted a process based on this book, Wang Jiqing said as he picked up the book in his hand. Fang Lei looked at the book he was holding. Detailed explanation of historical titles? Fang Lei was somewhat surprised. He did not expect Wang Jiqing to directly apply the knowledge he had just learned to his own territory. I have ranked all the titles within our territory by levels, from 1 to 9. Wang Jiqing began to detail what he had compiled. We have 2 main departments, the Guard Corps, responsible for defense, and the Combat Corps, responsible for offensive actions. Below them are the warehouse management and the cafeteria. The head positions of the 2 major groups are all first rank, with deputy positions at second rank, while the cafeteria and warehouse management are at third rank. Our territory does not have that many people, so our ranks are not as detailed as they could be. Wang Jiqing chattered on. Fang Lei understood the general idea. This position arrangement is completely based on functionality. I want to add that the Guard Corps cannot be fully occupied in planting. It should be parallel. Also, we need to establish a new department specifically for collecting herbs outside, and it should have a fixed schedule, for example, going out once every 3 days. Fang Lei said. Wang Jiqing shook his head. I feel it's unnecessary to establish another department. We can assign tasks to them. Fang Lei thought Wang Jiqing's point was reasonable and nodded in agreement. Next, regarding the defense of the territory. I plan to fill the defenses in the farmhouse at the end of the alley. What do you think? Chapter 72 Construction. This suggestion is good. But we cannot plant powerful plants. Let us distribute some lesser power plants, such as chives, spear vine, and corrosive tomatoes. Every household should have these. And we can plant more explosive potatoes outside the territory. Wang Jiqing praised this suggestion. Yes, I'll have everyone spread the word. Wang Jiqing said. Also, regarding the issue of ships, I've repaired the crack on the continent into a port. Master, should we build ships and then go explore? Wang Jiqing asked. It's already a port? Yes, it's outside the territory and at a considerable distance. Wang Jiqing said. We want to build ships for now. It's not time yet. Fang Lei said. Our territory is not yet fully developed. Taking 2 big steps can lead to problems. Wang Jiqing nodded. Yes, I understand. Then, Wang Jiqing spoke again. I have another issue that needs your resolution, Master. What issue? Fang Lei sighed inwardly. He had only been away for a week, and upon returning, there were so many things to handle. It seems it's better for him to go out less in the future. Handling a little bit each day doesn't feel too busy, but if he concentrates everything in one day, it will feel extremely hectic. Fang Lei sighed heavily. It's that our citizens are somewhat malnourished. Just a few eggs are not enough to eat. Recently, someone even stole chickens. And there was a small-scale riot where one person killed over 10 chickens. Wang Jiqing said. Fang Lei suddenly remembered. It seems that Black Spirit also mentioned before that he wanted to eat meat. He doesn't lack meat here, but they eat in the large cafeteria. And it's natural that they would cause trouble if there is no meat. Fang Lei nodded. He could understand this riot, as food is the most important thing for them. This contradiction will only deepen, and in the end, if he does not improve the system in time, it could even lead to rebellion. However, now that he knows, rebellion absolutely cannot happen. Take me to the warehouse, Fang Lei said. Immediately, Wang Jiqing was about to carry Fang Lei. However, Fang Lei pushed him away. Wait, is Black Spirit here? Call her over, Fang Lei said. Black Spirit is not here, Wang Jiqing said. Then let that maid from earlier come report to me. Fang Lei directly asked for the maid. Yes. Wang Jiqing did not feel disappointed because Fang Lei dismissed him. He called the woman over, then carried Fang Lei downstairs. Fang Lei felt the pressure from above. It's not as great as Black Spirit S, but it's still manageable. Speaking of which, I should get Hei Ling a set of mystical clothing another day. It seems she's still wearing my clothes. We need to have a dedicated tailoring department in the territory soon. Or maybe we can go to the city and check. We might find that kind of clothing in the ruins. Mystical clothing is relatively common. Master, where are we going? The maid asked Fang Lei. To the cafeteria. Fang Lei replied. Dinner time was approaching, so it was just right for him to see what everyone was eating in the evening. Upon reaching the kitchen, people were queuing for their meals. Master, do we have to queue? Wang Jiqing asked. No, let's go directly to the back kitchen. Fang Lei shook his head. He understood what Wang Jiqing meant. Queuing here would make him appear approachable and down-to-earth. However, Fang Lei was not here to eat. He came to check on the food situation. The group went straight to the back kitchen. After a careful look around, Fang Lei noticed there was hardly any meat. Just some oil, and they were mainly stir-frying vegetables with little meat. Fang Lei frowned at the scene before him. Although there were eggs, not all vegetable and egg dishes taste good. The only decent dishes were tomato scrambled eggs and chive scrambled eggs. Looking at the tomatoes and chives, Fang Lei asked, Are these vegetables from our defensive plants? Yes, exactly. Our defense team has the task of picking chives and tomatoes every morning, Wang Jiqing confirmed. Fang Lei nodded but then frowned again. In the future, don't assign this to the defense team. Their task is solely to defend, understand? This should be given to the farmers to collect daily, Fang Lei said. But if we do that, the defense team will have nothing to do every day. Wang Jiqing replied. Fang Lei frowned. Do I need to say this? Let them train. Do I need to teach you how to train the army? Fang Lei raised an eyebrow. Wang Jiqing hesitated. But I know what you're trying to say. Our current defenses may indeed be unnecessary. But just because they are unnecessary now doesn't mean they will always be unnecessary, Fang Lei said. This time, Fang Lei felt completely different from previous outings. He could clearly sense that the beasts outside were generally leveling up. The situation was entirely different from before when the numbers were terrifying. It wasn't the same concept. The defenses provided by the plants alone were not enough. We must get this done tomorrow, Fang Lei scolded. Not having swords and having swords that are not used are two different things. Not being prepared and being prepared but not using it are also two different things. The former can lead to the destruction of the territory, while the latter can ensure its longevity. Understood, Wang Jiqing said, although he had his own views. He still listened to Fang Lei. Next, they needed to solve the meat issue. Fang Lei looked at the vegetarian dishes. Everyone, do you think it would be better to have meat every day, but with limited quantities, or to concentrate on having meat once a week? Fang Lei posed the question to them. Having meat every day? The people's responses were almost unanimous, with very few differing voices. Fang Lei nodded. He understood the people's opinion. I promise that starting tomorrow, you will have meat every day, Fang Lei said. At this moment, Li Chunran walked over. Master. Li Chunran quickly greeted Fang Lei upon seeing him. What brings you here? I'm just about to cook. What do you want to eat? I'm not here to eat. I'm here to discuss serious matters. Fang Lei shook his head. You're here? Just in time, I have something to notify you. I just promised everyone that they would have meat at every meal, so you'll have to work hard from now on. Chapter 73. Recruiting people. Li Chunran looked shocked. Master, what have you promised them? This is an impossible task for me. I also want to get meat, but we only have a few chickens. By the way, we might need to expand for about 500 to 600 more people. So I allow you to recruit more in the kitchen and expand the cooking team to 100 people, Fang Lei said. Li Chunran's mouth dropped open. unable to speak for a long time. More people again. Li Chunran was dumbfounded. Seeing his expression, Fang Lei couldn't help but smile wryly. As for the meat issue, I will establish a farm to raise various animals. You can kill and eat them anytime, and you'll have fresh meat, Fang Lei said. Upon hearing this, Li Chunran gradually regained his composure. Master, Li Chunran wanted to say something, but he found that there were too many points he wanted to complain about, and he couldn't express them all at once. In the end, all the words piled up in his throat, and he let out a sigh. Well, whatever the master says goes. I'll do whatever you say. Li Chunran shook his head, helplessly. Fang Lei laughed heartily at Li Chunran's demeanor. By the way, what rank are you? Fang Lei asked. 6th rank, Li Chunran answered truthfully. Isn't that a bit low? Fang Lei looked at Wang Jiqing. Wang Jiqing shook his head. Not low at all, just providing food already counts as a high official. Fang Lei nodded. He could actually understand Wang Jiqing's point. Wang Jiqing wanted to build up a framework and then gradually integrate the citizens, developing the current territory step by step into a city and then further into a nation. There was nothing wrong with this approach. Fang Lei actually recognized what Wang Jiqing was doing. However, recognition aside, Fang Lei still had different views on some things. For your promotion, I'll give you a 3rd rank, Fang Lei said. Thank you, master. Li Chunran was momentarily stunned by this statement before hurriedly expressing his gratitude. Wang Jiqing hesitated to speak. Li Chunran stood up, touched his head awkwardly, and smiled. Actually, this position doesn't really mean anything to me. I'm just a cook. What I think about is how to feed everyone. This mindset is commendable. Fang Lei gave a thumbs up in praise. Next, I'll provide you with people. And you set up the slaughterhouse. I'll arrange the livestock for you. Every day, there must be fresh meat available, and there should also be prepared jerky. In the future, you will be responsible for resource management. Do you think you can handle that? Fang Lei said. Before Li Chunran could respond, Wang Jiqing suddenly slapped himself on the back. What? Why are you hitting yourself? Fang Lei was confused about what he was doing. I was too short-sighted. I just wanted to stop you from casually appointing officials. But I didn't realize you were giving him too much responsibility first. I might have been handling too many matters recently and became too arrogant. Please forgive me, master. I will definitely reflect on myself in the future. Wang Jiqing knelt on the ground and sincerely said. Fang Lei smiled. Get up. Li Chunran. You go ahead and get busy. After you finish, come find me tomorrow, and we'll discuss the details then, Fang Lei said before leaving the room. Li Chunran turned back and shouted to everyone, continue chopping vegetables and getting ready. We have several hundred more people coming for dinner, so hurry up. Once outside, Fang Lei prepared to summon the commoners. There wasn't enough housing. Wang Jiqing went to build houses. Fang Lei stood outside, feeling the cold wind. The weather was getting colder. If it got any colder, they would need to wear cotton clothes. However, there were hardly any cotton clothes in the entire territory at the moment. It seemed that making winter clothing should be prioritized. Fang Lei thought to himself. He was about to summon, but suddenly realized a problem. If he summoned in the usual way, he would likely end up with a group of level 1 and a few level 2 commoners. However, if I have reached level 3 myself, then what I should summon next should be a large number of level 2 and a few level 3. And maybe even some level 1, but the proportion will decrease. Isn't that just right? Marin just sent me a bunch of potions. I currently have 40 experience points. And I am about to level up, so it would be better to summon after leveling up. Thinking this, Fang Lei returned to the house, picked up the potions, removed the cork, and then drank them down. After consuming 5 bottles, a glow emanated from Fang Lei's body. His consciousness gradually faded away. This familiar drowsiness struck again, and Fang Lei quickly lost consciousness. After an unknown period, Fang Lei opened his eyes again. Master, are you okay? The maid knelt in front of him, looking at him. I'm fine. Fang Lei transformed back into human form, stood up, and looked around. A system prompt appeared. The Lord's mansion can be upgraded. Do you want to upgrade? Looking at this long-awaited upgrade information, Fang Lei felt a bit excited. He decisively clicked on the upgrade. Almost instantly, he was transported outside. Why am I outside? Fang Lei wondered, but soon the system provided an answer. Answer: the house is currently upgrading and cannot be used. Remaining upgrade time is 59 minutes and 57 seconds. Cannot be used during the upgrade? Well, the upgrade time isn't long, so I'll just wait a bit. After all, it's just an hour. What is there to be anxious about? Just right, he would use this time to summon his civilians. 600 civilians, just 600 points. Fang Lei raised his hand. And then a bright light burst forth. Summon. Hundreds of people appeared in front of Fang Lei, looking at each other, unsure of what to do. At this moment, Wang Jiqing flew back. Master, the house is ready, Fang Lei said. Okay, I'll call everyone over. Wang Jiqing nodded and said. Wang Jiqing flew into the sky, took a deep breath, and then his voice spread throughout the territory. All personnel, come to select. Wang Jiqing announced. Visibly, Wang Jiqing's voice created ripples in the air. Immediately, whether they were eating or resting, everyone rushed to the venue. This area was a square, specifically built to gather people, and it could accommodate many. Everyone was quickly grouped and organized. A few elite individuals were also taken in by Fang Lei as subordinates. After the upgrade, Fang Lei had an additional 500 subordinate slots. It turned out that the more slots there were, the more they were given as time went on. Fang Lei then understood why the 40 slots during the lottery were so worthless. Chapter 74. Arrangements. This recruitment brought in a total of 400 level 1, over 200 level 2, and 50 level 3. Within the territory, the higher ranks were becoming increasingly numerous. Dozens of level 3 were gathered by Fang Lei, and their formations were arranged one by one. This fresh blood would soon join the territory and play a role. 2,000 people is not a small number. If gathered together, it could be a terrifying force. However, Fang Lei was not very satisfied. He wanted to recruit more civilians to work for him. Fang Lei looked at Wang Jiqing and then discussed with him. What do you think? If I were to establish a livestock department, how many people should I summon? Or should I reassign from the existing departments? Fang Lei asked for Wang Jiqing's opinion. Wang Jiqing thought seriously for a moment. I think you should summon about 100 to 200 more. First, this number is manageable for our territory, and second, these people will be more than enough to take care of the livestock, Wang Jiqing said after careful consideration. You're right, that number is indeed appropriate. Fang Lei raised his hand and summoned 200 people again. Afterward, apart from a few high-level and specially skilled individuals, Fang Lei kept all the rest. He called over Li Chun'an and let him take charge of these people. Li Chun'an jogged over and was startled to see an additional 200 people in the venue. Master, how did so many people appear again? Li Chun'an exclaimed upon seeing the playground. The 40 just summoned will go to the kitchen, and the remaining 160 will go to livestock, Fang Lei said. Upon hearing this, Li Chun'an turned around and ran off. Master, wait a moment. I'll go tell them to prepare more dishes. After saying this, Li Chun'an disappeared. After a long while, he returned, panting. Have they been informed? Fang Lei asked. Yes. They're already preparing. After today, the vegetable stock will probably be reduced by more than half, Li Chun'an said with a stiff smile. It's fine. If the vegetables run out, we can plant more later. Fang Lei waved his hand generously. If it really isn't enough, I can always provide more. Yes, master. Li Chun'an had nothing more to say and simply responded. Fang Lei beckoned him over. Next, I will hand over the breeding farm to you. Do you have any ideas on how to manage it? Like, how can we run this breeding operation well? Fang Lei asked Li Chun'an. How about you summon some livestock every day, and we can slaughter them fresh each day? We can kill as many as you summon. Li Chun'an scratched his head. Fang Lei's sudden question caught him off guard, and he tentatively proposed the most straightforward answer. What you said is indeed feasible, but that's only short term. Have you considered the long term? How can we ensure that soldiers and citizens can eat meat regularly? Fang Lei looked at Li Chun'an, observing his expression and response. How about you summon a lot at once, and then we can regularly supply them weekly or monthly? We can keep some and slaughter some, Li Chun'an suggested. That's interesting. But it's still not enough, Fang Lei replied. I can't think of anything else. Li Chun'an shook his head. Right now, my mind is full of cooking ideas. Your question was too abrupt. I don't even know where to keep the livestock. Within our 3-ring area, there are 4 vacant plots which were originally strategic reserves. Now that they're empty, they can be used for livestock, Fang Lei said. The creatures I summon have random genders and sizes. If you encounter a large female pig, keep it to breed. If it's a small pig, raise it until it's big enough to eat. I will supply you once a month, but in the early stages. You need to make a lot of jerky. Do you understand what I mean? Only then did Li Chun'an nod. I understand. What you want to do is indeed great. This will directly solve our territory's meat consumption problem. Fang Lei nodded. As long as you understand, now go and assign them, and you can choose the manager yourself. I give you this authority. Okay, I understand. Thank you, master. You really trust me, Li Chun'an said, nodding. Hearing this, Fang Lei couldn't help but smile at the straightforwardness of his words. What kind of talk is this? Why is it so blunt? It's truly a different style of speaking. If it were Wang Jiqing, he definitely wouldn't say it this way. Fang Lei looked around, noticing that it was getting late. The lockdown of the house had also been lifted. The house, after the upgrade, appeared more imposing and larger, even adding an extra floor. Fang Lei walked in and found that the interior was much more spacious, although the overall layout hadn't changed. The house now had many more rooms. Previously, the dark spirit had complained that there wasn't enough space. Now with an extra floor, it would be sufficient. It could accommodate many people. Fang Lei arrived at his room and found that it had not changed much. It still looked the same. The only difference is that the top has risen significantly, and there is an extra compartment that is empty. The bedroom remains unchanged. Fang Lei nodded. As long as nothing has changed, that's good. By the time he returned to the house, it was already quite late. Although Fang Lei had just woken up, he still went back to sleep for the sake of his biological clock. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. On the morning of the second day, Fang Lei sat by the window sipping tea. He then upgraded the third maid to level 4. Looking outside, he saw the teams busy at work. After waking up yesterday, he promptly revised many policies, and now everyone was adapting to the new methods. Li Chun-en was assigning personnel. Fang Lei planned to raise 4 completely different types of livestock in 4 areas: chickens, ducks, cows, and pigs. These 4 types of animals are relatively easy to raise and are the most common in rural areas. The meat yield for these animals is quite high. Initially, Fang Lei also considered raising sheep, as he really enjoyed mutton. If he could raise some sheep and slice some mutton for hot pot, that would be fantastic. However, unfortunately, the meat yield for sheep isn't very high, so he decided to stick with cows and pigs. However, he could raise some horses as well. Since cars have essentially become useless without gasoline, they are just heaps of metal. Therefore, horses can serve as a fast means of transportation. Of course, even so, they can't compare to Luan Jiqing flying directly. Chapter 75. Fourth Ring Hay. Fang Lei listened to the sounds of military training outside. This was a task he assigned to Luan Jiqing. He sent him to train the troops. The army must be trained. It's acceptable to not train the expeditionary force temporarily, but the defensive troops must absolutely be trained. There are 500 defensive troops, which include both men and women. Currently, the territory is still short on manpower, so having these 500 defensive troops is quite a feat, especially considering it includes both genders. The combat team is even smaller. Many members of the combat team have been promoted to officials, leaving not many behind. When counted carefully, including the completely new recruits, there are only a little over 200 in the team. It's still a period for stable development, so there is no need for an expedition. Therefore, the number of the combat team is not large, and Fang Lei doesn't have the intention to increase it. 700 people, that is Fang Lei's current total combat power. Half are level 1, half are level 2, with very few at level 3. Each soldier wields a weapon that was automatically given upon summoning. Fang Lei looked at their mismatched weapons and clothing and felt a strong urge to replace them all with standardized gear. However, he knew that this would cost a lot of money, and even the millions he currently has might not be enough. Fang Lei sighed. Being poor is tough. He must endure it for now. After finishing his cup of tea, Fang Lei stood up. Next, he needed to tidy up the livestock area. Fang Lei went downstairs and then outside. Currently, there are no livestock in the territory. He needs to exchange for them from the system. He arrived at the 4 isolated areas outside the third ring and directly exchanged for 500 pigs, 2,000 chickens and ducks, and 300 cows. He installed these animals in the 4 areas. He called Luan Jiqing over, and they quickly built shelters and pens for the livestock. However, there was no straw or anything inside. How to place and clean those is up to the staff. Seeing that there weren't many pigs, as he also needed to make cured meat, Fang Lei decided to prepare some in advance. With a wave of his hand, he summoned another 500. Among them, sows and piglets made up about 2/3, including some exceptionally large old pigs and a few pregnant sows ready to give birth. After calculating, about 500 to 600 pigs would be left. After that, Fang Lei found some notes on raising livestock in his study, compiled them into a booklet, and made several copies to distribute. After all, some people might not know how to raise poultry, although some people do know and can teach others. It's far less efficient than this summarized experience. After distributing the materials, Fang Lei set up a pig slaughtering area. This area is not in the cafeteria or the pig pen. Instead, it was placed in a corner of the square. Setting it in the square has its significance. If people were to kill humans, it would go unnoticed. This could easily breed crime. So, Fang Lei placed it in public view, where everyone could see it. After all, it's just slaughtering pigs, and there is nothing embarrassing about letting people watch. This approach has its advantages, but also its disadvantages. The obvious downside is the strong smell. Whenever one goes to the square, they are always greeted with a strong stench of blood. However, the square is adjacent to the cafeteria, so the aroma from the meals can mask some of the bloody smell. Additionally, Fang Lei built a separate warehouse, distinct from the previous warehouse area. As of now, he already has 4 warehouses, one for seeds, one for grains, one for vegetables, and another for cured meat. These 4 warehouses are comprehensive. So far, the basic necessities for the people's lives have been mostly self-sufficient within Fang Lei's territory. During this time, Fang Lei's territory has gradually expanded. Originally, Fang Lei only had over 100 acres of land, but now, after occupying that warehouse, it has grown to over 200 acres. Fang Lei believes that given some more time, he can strive for 300 acres. It has been over a week since the last territorial invasion, and Fang Lei was originally able to seize another piece of land. However, due to Wang Jiqing's impressive display of power, most buildings in the city have collapsed. Fang Lei now has them cleaning the surroundings daily, and then planting vegetables and wheat in the cleared areas. The comfortable days passed like this for a week. Suddenly, one day, light snow began to fall from the sky. It fell for a while and then stopped. The sun melted the freshly fallen snowflakes, making it seem as if they never existed. Master, Fang Lei was resting in the courtyard when suddenly Wang Jiqing walked in. Master, we should get some cotton clothes. The weather is getting cold. Wang Jiqing said upon entering. Yes, winter is approaching. If it gets too cold, we may not be able to farm. We need to store food as soon as possible, Fang Lei nodded and replied. The wheat provided by the system is indeed impressive. It can be planted in spring, summer, and autumn, and no matter the type of land, it grows in half an hour, with particularly good yields. However, in winter, it becomes impossible. In winter, everything dies. There are few living things. Fang Lei's seeds are, of course, no exception. Fang Lei opened the system to check for cotton clothes and was surprised to find that there were no cotton clothes available, only poultry down jackets, priced at 50 points each. Fang Lei saw that the effects listed in the system were quite good, claiming to withstand temperatures as low as -50 degrees. But what good is that? I have never doubted the quality of the system, but the price is too high. Moreover, this is just for the upper garment, not including pants, hats, gloves, cotton shoes, or cotton socks. Altogether, how could it not cost 200 points? Goodness, 200 points for a set of clothes. And there are 2,000 people in the territory. Wouldn't that be 400,000 points? That is way too expensive. Fang Lei looked at the prices with a pained expression. No way, I can't afford it. Fang Lei had over 1 million points in his hands, then said, he's out of points. What? Someone asked him how he ran out of points. How else could it be? He upgraded the 4th ring wall. The 4th ring wall cost much more points than the first 3 rings combined. The 4th ring wall is longer, and the area enclosed is larger. If it weren't for the frequent zombie invasions killing his people, Fang Lei might not have been willing to establish the 4th ring wall, especially in the past 2 days. A mutated zombie killed more than 10 people and wiped out over 100 of his ducks. If the news hadn't reached him in time, he might have lost all his ducks. Chapter 76. Investigation. That mutated zombie was level 4. Ordinary attacking plants couldn't kill it, so his buddy was armed like a hedgehog, rushing and covered in ketchup. After that, Wang Jiqing upgraded all the plants to level 4. This meant that unless a hero-level zombie appeared, there would be no significant harm to the territory. At the same time, Fang Lei noticed some clues. The beasts from the north suddenly increased in number. He didn't know why, but he saw a group of bears running frantically southward. Not just bears, many animals were fleeing from the north. After seeing this, Fang Lei felt something was wrong. He suspected that something might have happened in the north. However, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was going on. He sent Wang Jiqing to investigate, but nothing was found. The north remained very calm, with towering mountains and nothing happening. Master, we can't let the people freeze to death. Right? We have to find a way to solve this, Wang Jiqing said. Fang Lei frowned in frustration. It's so annoying. In these past few days, I haven't had a moment's peace. How can such a small territory have so many problems? Despite the internal complaints, things still had to be resolved. He ordered the combat team to set out to gather clothes from the city. If there were any clothes on the zombies, they were to strip them off and bring them back. Fang Lei said, although they aren't cotton clothes, wearing a few layers is still useful. In winter, I don't expect them to work. They can just stay warm by the stove every day. Understood, Wang Jiqing nodded, taking the order and turning to leave. He handled tasks efficiently without any hesitation. Fang Lei sat quietly in his chair, deep in thought. Recently, he was out of points and needed to earn some quickly. But how to earn points? Should everyone be put to farming? That's one way, but it probably wouldn't yield many points. Even if they produce some, it might only turn 10,000 into 20,000. However, the weather was getting colder, and soon he might not accumulate enough points to survive the winter. Wait. How about upgrading the wheat variety? The wheat he previously planted was of ordinary variety. Should he switch to high-quality varieties? Fang Lei carefully checked the introduction of high-quality varieties. The seeds of high-quality varieties require 1 day's growth time, 100 points per pound, with the seed price and recovery price being the same. Fang Lei immediately made a decision. In fact, their planting method was to plant in 1 day. They would plant during the day, and by midnight, the mature wheat would be automatically harvested and stored in the fields. The people would leave the vegetables and grains they needed for themselves, and the rest would be automatically recovered by Fang Lei when he woke up. If he planted this 1-day maturing wheat, there would be a 1-day gap. The next day, the wheat would yield more than 10 times the harvest. With the yield unchanged and a higher recovery price, he could earn 1,000,000 points in a day. If everyone participated in farming, that would be 150 to 200,000 points. The thought of 200,000 points made Fang Lei excited. In this way, he could completely save enough points for winter within a few days. Fang Lei thought about using the remaining points to exchange for a large number of seeds, then went out to find the minister of the planting department. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Me. Hu Tian pushed the door open. Zhao Jinsheng was sitting in his chair smoking, holding a book, reading under the dim light. Have you rested well? Zhao Jinsheng looked at Hu Tian and said. Hu Tian forced a smile and replied, rested well. Although he had a smile on his face, he was cursing inwardly. Zhao Jinsheng was really infuriating. He hadn't fed his group for a day, and now he comes to ask if he rested well. You might as well have sent someone to find me directly. What's the point of all this roundabout? Does it make you look smart? Or make it seem like you know how to do your job? Ugh. Trash. You haven't slept so late? Hu Tian asked. Yes, I've been waiting for you. I've been waiting for several days, and you finally came. Zhao Jinsheng extinguished his cigarette, put down the book, and slowly looked at him. Close the door. Okay. Hu Tian obediently closed the door. After shutting the door, Hu Tian sighed, and the smile on his face vanished. At this moment, there were only the two of them in the room. There was no need for pretense. What are we pretending for? Just to feed my people, Hu Tian said coldly. Cutting off his group's food supply was indeed a ruthless move. His grandmother was lying in bed, too weak from hunger to stand up. He had to plead for some food. Of course, I can help. But I need you to do something for me. Zhao Jinsheng straightforwardly stated his request. Deal, Hu Tian agreed decisively. In reality, he had no other options. After all, even if it meant his own death, he couldn't bear to watch his family starve. Although Hu Tian never considered himself a good person, he didn't think of himself as a beast either. I haven't even said what to do yet. Why are you so eager? Zhao Jinsheng smiled. Immediately, Hu Tian looked at Zhao Jinsheng. Fine. Zhao Jinsheng nodded, and there was no need to say more. He made a phone call, said a few simple sentences, and then hung up. The food has been delivered, Zhao Jinsheng said. Hu Tian breathed a sigh of relief. So what do you want me to do? I want you to gather intelligence and take a look around here. Zhao Jinsheng took out a map and pointed to a location. Just this? Hu Tian widened his eyes in disbelief. You went through all this trouble to call me here, and it's just to have me take a look around? Yes. This is a task only you can accomplish. Although some people in our team have also developed abilities, none are as strong as yours. Only your abilities can keep you alive, Zhao Jinsheng said. This location is the enemy's base. I need you to investigate and tell us everything you see. Zhao Jinsheng looked into Hu Tian's eyes. Hu Tian couldn't help but laugh. For this, you think it's worth calling me over? You could just send someone with a motorcycle. Due to the earthquake, many roads have collapsed. The urban area is no longer passable. I need you to go around from the suburbs, Zhao Jinsheng said seriously. Especially, if you are discovered, you must not lead them to us. Otherwise, your relatives will be displayed at the door. When Hu Tian heard this, his expression suddenly changed. You dare. I hope you return safely and tell me all the information you gather, whether there is or isn't, Zhao Jinsheng said. Chapter 77. Cotton Clothes. Congratulations, host. 2,750,000 points have been credited. Current balance is 4,030,000 points. Fang Lei was overjoyed. This was even better than he had anticipated. In just 1 day, he had received 2 million points. However, there was bad news as well. The weather was getting colder rapidly, and many people were catching colds. Doctors are gradually becoming insufficient. Although Fang Lei exchanged some cold medicine, it didn't have much effect. 10 days. It's estimated that there are still 10 days left before winter truly arrives, and the territory will need to rest completely. Even if it's not 10 days. If it snows again midway, the citizens will need to start resting. Fang Lei is quite anxious. He is hoping that the cold weather will come more slowly. At the same time, he is hoping that the team will return quickly. Those people went to find clothes and haven't come back after 2 days. He doesn't know what they encountered. If he had known, he would have gone with them. If something unexpected happened, he could have controlled the situation. Of course. Although he says this, the truth is that ever since he leveled up to level 3, he has been itching to fight. Previously, he killed level 3 monsters while being level 2, and now he really wants to try whether he can defeat a level 4 monster with his current level 3. Killing monsters across levels is what a real protagonist does. In his current state, watching a farmer plow feels like he is just a landlord. Which doesn't really give him that protagonist feeling. What kind of protagonist isn't destitute? Even those who aren't destitute are under family oppression with no resources. Why does he feel like a foolish landlord, casually throwing around millions? They're back. A sound of vehicles approached. They have returned. Fang Lei hurriedly walked out to greet them. They drove all the vehicles out, and even one car that didn't have gasoline was towed out. Now they have returned safely. Yang Wang, are you okay? What happened to that wound? Fang Lei rushed to Yang Wang as soon as he saw him return. But when he got closer, he found that Yang Wang had several wounds on him. It's important to note that Yang Wang is level 7. The highest level he encountered outside was only level 4. Is the level outside changing so quickly? I encountered a monster by chance, got ambushed, and took some damage. But it's nothing serious. It won't delay anything, Yang Wang said. Fang Lei looked at the black spirit behind him and said with a hint of reproach, "What is wrong with you? Why didn't you treat Yang Wang?" I didn't not treat him. I did. His health is full. It's just that the wounds haven't healed, the black spirit said aggrievedly from behind. He was gone for 2 days, and the moment he returns, instead of saying he missed me, you blame me. I'm angry. Saying this, the black spirit huffed and turned to leave. Fang Lei wanted to say something to keep her, but he noticed the direction she was heading was the cafeteria. Forget it. Let her be. She hasn't eaten anything good for 2 days and must be starving. How did the clothes turn out? Wang Jichin was still quite worried about the clothing issue. We found a mall, quickly dug through the ruins, and collected a lot of clothes. The reason we returned so late is that we ran out of gasoline, and we had to push the car to find a gas station. After a lot of effort, we finally found one. Otherwise, we would have almost pushed the car back. Yang Wang waved his hand. Then everyone started unloading the goods. Fang Lei looked at the large pile of clothes and smiled with satisfaction. These clothes could solve the immediate problem. You need to go again. These clothes are still far from enough. Fang Lei roughly estimated and then said, these should definitely be more than 6,000 pieces. 2 or 3 pieces per person is no problem, Yang Wang said, somewhat confused. Fang Lei shook his head. You can't calculate it like that. You should know that what you brought back are all summer or autumn clothes. There are no winter coats at all. These clothes can hold up for now. But they will be completely useless in winter. People will freeze to death. I see, Yang Wang said thoughtfully. Master, we searched around and didn't find many winter coats. Where do you think there would be winter coats? I don't think there will be winter coats anywhere, Fang Lei said. Yang Wang? What do you mean? Yang Wang had a puzzled expression, not understanding what was being said. During the apocalypse, it was basically autumn. How could there be winter coats? It's not the right season. Fang Lei said. I believe it's impossible. If you go to the residential area to dig for scraps, you might occasionally find some clothes and perhaps a few winter coats, but that would be too much effort. Fang Lei shook his head and said, if it doesn't work, you can check the residential area for winter coats. This time, I allow all of you to move out. Fang Lei sighed, looking troubled. If it really doesn't work, you can bring back more sheets and blankets. Fang Lei said, everyone can just try to endure the winter in their blankets. All right. We did see several bedding shops, Yang Wang said. Let us take a break for a while, and then we'll go search for warm items again. This time we will do our best to find them. Fang Lei sighed deeply. At this point, there is nothing else to be done. How to help his citizens survive the winter is truly giving Fang Lei a headache. The earthquake turned everything into ruins, and many things became waste. Otherwise, he could get some sewing machines and let the female workers make them themselves. There is still some cotton in the warehouse, which might have been intended to be sent to the processing plant. Suddenly, Fang Lei seemed to think of a critical issue. Wang Jiqing. Fang Lei shouted loudly. As long as Fang Lei shouts loudly within the territory, Wang Jiqing can appear in front of him within 3 breaths. Wang Jiqing tucked away his wings and then landed on the ground. He knelt on one knee, placed his right hand over his heart, and then lowered his head to speak. Master, did you call me? Yes, I called you, Fang Lei replied. Go take a look around and see if there is any cotton processing factory nearby. Yes, Luan Jiqing responded and then flew away. Northeastern China doesn't produce cotton. Only the West produces cotton. The cotton is brought to the warehouse, which should be sent for production. Following this logic, if he is lucky, there should be a cotton processing factory nearby that can process clothes and quilts. The more Fang Lei thought about it, the more excited he became. If there could be a cotton processing factory, then perhaps the current predicament could be resolved. The northeastern winter is indeed cold. This kind of cold is no joke. It can really take lives. Fang Lei wrapped his clothes tighter and then returned to the house. He carefully examined the map that Luan Jiqing had given him. This is still the map from before the earthquake destroyed everything. Chapter 78. Solving the issue related to cotton factories. Fang Lei looked around the map but didn't find anything. Then, Fang Lei gathered the officials and had them ask around. There are probably several hundred locals in the territory. Master, there really is one. Luan Jiqing flew down excitedly to tell Fang Lei. Moreover, it's south very close. Although it's in ruins, many machines are still usable and not broken. Soon, a manager found Fang Lei. Mr. Fang, some of the female workers were originally from the factory. Later, they escaped to the warehouse to survive. They are familiar with the operations and can return to work at any time, the manager said. The manager's words undoubtedly brought Fang Lei a tremendous piece of good news. There are actually former factory workers who can be mobilized for production at any time. Fang Lei laughed heartily. Great, great, great. He said great 3 times in a row, and then immediately issued orders. Everyone, get moving immediately. Yang Wang, you lead a team to clean up the site. Get the factory back into a state where it can produce. Fang Lei pointed at Yang Wang and said. Then, looking at the manager whose name he didn't know, how many textile female workers are there? 20 to 30, the manager replied. How many pieces can they produce in a day? Fang Lei continued to ask. Around 40 to 50 pieces. After all, many people have died, and only a few survived. The manager said. Fang Lei nodded. Although 40 to 50 pieces a day is relatively small, they can first make one batch. And then the remaining people can gradually line up to receive winter coats. Within a month, he would have everyone in the territory dressed in cotton clothing. Fang Lei shifted his gaze and immediately began issuing orders. Luan Jiqing, you go find a team to transport the raw materials. Since you say it's not far, let them carry it on their backs, no vehicles. I have other uses for the vehicles. Luan Jiqing replied. Who will carry it? The planting team? No. We can't use the planting team. Use the garrison. Mobilize 50 people to work in shifts, Fang Lei instructed. Understood, Luan Jiqing responded. Get on with it, Fang Lei commanded. Luan Jiqing turned and left. Fang Lei then looked towards the management team. You gather all the female workers together, and then gather some skilled seamstresses. Bring them here. I allow you to work across groups. Gather all the women in the territory, Fang Lei said. The management team acknowledged and then turned to leave. I would like to let you all rest, but winter is coming. Once it snows, our planting will have to stop to prepare for winter. So it's hard work for you, Fang Lei said to Yang Wang. The combat team is on standby. We will complete the mission without fail. Yang Wang knelt before Fang Lei. Divide your subordinates into 3 groups. One group stays here to watch over these women. Then send them to the factory and garden shifts. You will settle there. Luan Jiqing will build houses for you. That group should not return for now. The second group will continue with the mission to gather cotton clothing, cotton shoes, and cotton and other raw materials. Try to send those with higher ranks. The third task is to chop wood. We need firewood for winter, Fang Lei said, looking into the distance. Yes, I understand. I will do it right away. Yang Wang replied, bowing his head. Understanding is not enough. You must execute. Fang Lei fixed his gaze on Yang Wang. Do well, and I will have a reward for you. Upon hearing the word reward, Yang Wang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can I ask you to help me level up? Yang Wang said. Fang Lei looked at Yang Wang and asked, why do you need to level up? I'm level 7, but Luan Jiqing is level 10. I can't accept that, Yang Wang replied through gritted teeth. Yang Wang's profession is paladin. Fang Lei had always been curious. What would happen if he leveled up to the max? Would he become a king knight? However, despite his curiosity, he did not directly agree to Yang Wang's request. I don't like it when you talk about rewards before you have done anything, Fang Lei said quietly, watching him. Yang Wang listened to Fang Lei's words without getting angry. He smiled, turned, and left without saying a word. Fang Lei sighed in relief, looking at the women gathering in the square with a slight smile. We can make it through this winter. Meanwhile, in the forest, let me check the situation. TCH. It's probably another extremely dangerous mission. I don't dare to go, afraid of dying, so they leave it to me. That old sly fox better not fall into my hands, or he won't have a good end. Serve him? No way. Let me check. I refuse to go. After wandering around outside, I'll go back. Hu Etian sat on a tree stump, roasting wild boar meat. The wild boar meat was golden and greasy, sprinkled with some salt, making it a supreme delicacy. One bite in, what a terrible pig meat, stinky and rotten. Domestic pig is much better. The salt couldn't cover up this taste. Damn Zhao Jinsheng, if you hadn't tricked me out, could I be here eating wild food? How infuriating. Previously in novels, the protagonist hunts, and within the time it takes to eat a meal, they can find a wife. The roasted meat is delicious, making the female lead drool and come over unconsciously. What a load of nonsense. With this stinky smell, if there's a dung beetle around, that's the temptation to go home. Hu Etian cursed while roasting the meat. Suddenly, a zombie rushed over. Seeing it was an ordinary zombie, Hu Etian didn't move and simply blasted a fireball at it. The zombie screamed as it met the flames, staggered a few steps, and then collapsed on the ground, motionless. What luck, I only ran into a zombie. And what's worse, it's a male zombie. Male pig meat, male zombie, and I, a single man, Hu Etian. Took a couple of bites before throwing the meat away. Damn it, whoever wants to eat can eat it. I'm not eating. Can this thing even be called food? As for the task of checking, I'll just make up some nonsense later. Who would take such a big risk? Let them go to their deaths. Don't look for me. Those high-ranking bastards, why do they stand over my head? As Hu Etian cursed, he slowly made his way back. A day out was enough. Time to go back. This broken place isn't fit for humans. If I keep eating wild food, I'm afraid I'll end up with health problems. On my way back, I'll say I didn't take a detour. I walked in a straight line, which is faster for back and forth. As for that house, I'll say it was a wall, a pile of wreckage, and a bunch of broken straw houses. If they don't come out, they won't realize I'm lying. Chapter 79. So noisy Fang Lei picked up the cotton clothing and examined it carefully. How is it? Yang Wang's heart was in his throat. Very thick, Fang Lei nodded. My evaluation is secondary. Mainly, what do you all think? Fang Lei looked at the people behind him. Some of the citizens behind had already put on the cotton clothing. The others who hadn't worn the cotton clothing wrapped themselves in 2 or 3 pieces of clothing. Just barely able to keep warm. It's very warm, said one person wearing the cotton clothing. It would be even better if we had cotton pants. Fang Lei nodded. Don't worry, everyone, be patient. Everything will be fine, Fang Lei assured, then continued. Yang Wang, you did well in this matter. Thank you, master, Yang Wang nodded. Tell those female workers that the cotton clothing must use sufficient material and must be frost-resistant. No matter how greedy their previous boss was, how he made them save fabric. I will not allow it. There's plenty of cotton. We are not lacking raw materials. Make it solid, Fang Lei instructed. I will convey it accurately, Yang Wang nodded. Fang Lei looked up at the sky. The weather was somewhat overcast, looking like it could snow at any moment. Rest assured, everyone, there will be cotton coats. And it won't be long before we have cotton pants too. Before the snow comes, we will definitely provide everyone with a full set of gear, ear warmers, gloves. And scarves will not be missing, Fang Lei said loudly. Ear warmers? What are ear warmers? Someone in the crowd asked. Fang Lei knew that some people in his territory were from the south and had never experienced the cold of the northeast. However, before Fang Lei could explain, a big brother had already stepped in to clarify. Ear warmers are what you put on your ears. The northeast winters are so cold that your ears can freeze. If they freeze completely, they might fall off with just a tug. So you need to cover your ears with cotton to prevent frostbite. No way, really? Ears can freeze off? Someone exclaimed in surprise. This isn't alarmism. This is the truth. In the northeast, it's okay during the day, but at night, people avoid going out if they can. What about going to the bathroom? The person still didn't believe it. You solve it with a basin inside. Then dump it out every morning, the big brother continued to explain. This is so ugly, no way. Are you guys trying to trick me? Ears can really freeze off? I've never heard of this. Hey, if you don't believe it, just wait. It's only going to get colder. This is just the beginning, the big brother chuckled, not saying more. Fang Lei smiled. It was normal for southerners who had never seen snow to be skeptical. However, when the time really came, they would believe it. Moreover, Fang Lei was also becoming cautious in his heart. He recalled that in rural areas, there were often incidents where livestock froze to death in heavy snow. He could not allow such things to happen. Everyone, hurry up and start farming. The cafeteria will have delicious food to reward everyone tonight, Fang Lei said to the crowd. The crowd responded and immediately picked up their shovels to start planting. With Fang Lei's promise, everyone's fighting spirit was high. Fang Lei had already decided that today everyone would get a duck. He had grown to utterly loathe ducks. So he planned to kill them all, regardless of how big or good their eggs were. They had to be killed. It was too noisy. 2,000 ducks quacking all day long. Fang Lei could only dare to sleep when the ducks were asleep. After killing all the ducks, he planned to plant some fruit in that area. The fruits would also be aggressive, but Fang Lei intended for them to exist simply as fruit. The territory's infrastructure was already quite complete at this point. However, it still lacked luxury items. Fang Lei planted fruit with the goal of making it a luxury item, while also supplementing their vitamins. He had it all planned out. Only on rest days would they receive a small amount of fresh fruit or canned juice. The rest would have to be earned through rewards. Of course, even if they didn't eat fruit, their bodies wouldn't have problems. They already got plenty of vitamins from their daily vegetables. Fang Lei smiled. With this, his control over the territory would be even firmer. My lord. Did you call for me? Li Chun came over, wearing an apron and holding a shovel. Have someone kill all those ducks. We won't raise ducks in our territory anymore. Fang Lei said. Allocate manpower to prepare them as extra dishes for dinner, half a duck per person, saving the rest for stir-fry. My lord, we can't kill the ducks. Li Chun exclaimed anxiously. Those ducks lay big, fragrant eggs. We can either boil them or make salted duck eggs. Fang Lei grabbed Li Chun by the collar. His eyes wide open with visible red veins. Kill them for me. Not a single one left before dark today. He was someone who needed quiet. Even a little light or sound would keep him from sleeping. In the days with ducks, he hadn't slept well for several days. Li Chun swallowed hard. I understand. Fang Lei sighed, just about to turn and leave when he suddenly thought of something. You go prepare lunch. I'll help with the duck killing. Fang Lei said, then headed toward the ducks. Luan Jiqing. Fang Lei called out loudly. A few seconds later, Luan Jiqing appeared beside him. Master, what can I do for you? Call Hiling over, Fang Lei said. Yes. Luan Jiqing flew off, and not long after, he returned holding the struggling Hiling. Fang Lei watched Luan Jiqing flying around. If he had too many subordinates who could fly, he would have to establish flying rules. Fortunately, at present, the only one in the entire territory who could fly freely was Luan Jiqing. There was another subordinate who could float in the air, but that couldn't be considered flying. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Hiling struggled. Fang Lei noticed the grease around Hiling's mouth. Where did you find her? Fang Lei asked. She was stealing food in the kitchen, Luan Jiqing replied honestly. Hiling wiggled her head and chuckled. Hee, that's nothing, master. Next time, just call me, and I'll come right away. Why make him bring me over? His hands hurt me a lot. Fang Lei sighed helplessly. He hoped that she could have destructive powers like Luan Jiqing, but she was only thinking about the kitchen? That was too disappointing. How are you two doing with your skills? Fang Lei asked. Skills? What skills? Hiling scratched her head, looking confused at Fang Lei. Chapter 80. Skills. Fang Lei's expression darkened instantly. Oh, you mean skills, Hiling said, patting her head. Fang Lei saw Hiling's greasy hands touch her head and sighed even more. Irrespective of her love for food, she was still a bit messy. I accidentally forgot, master. I'll go practice right now, Hiling said, turning to run. Fang Lei stretched out his arm and pulled her back. All right, I know. If you haven't practiced, then you haven't. It doesn't matter if you didn't contact before. What is important is to start practicing now. I called you over just to contact you. Fang Lei said, the ducks are too noisy, so I plan to kill all of them. You can use the ducks to practice your skills. After Fang Lei finished speaking, Hiling's expression instantly drooped. I don't want to. I haven't eaten yet, Hiling said, trying to run again. Fang Lei waved his hand, and several blobs of slime shot out, wrapping around Hiling's hands and feet. During this time, Fang Lei hadn't been idle. This was a skill he developed based on the system. This move could control the enemy's actions. Fang Lei didn't expect to use it at this moment, which left him quite speechless. Hiling struggled for just a few seconds before breaking free from the slime. Seeing this, Fang Lei nodded slightly. Breaking free was normal, after all. She was only level 3, while Hiling was max level. Being able to control her for a few seconds proved that his skill was already quite strong. Moreover, right after she broke free from Fang Lei's skill, Luan Jiqing's hand came in to grab her. Master, how should we handle her? Go. Take her to the duck farm, Fang Lei said. The group arrived at the duck farm, and Fang Lei looked at the manager, waving them over. You won't need to manage the duck farm anymore. Go boil a big pot of water and prepare to kill the ducks." The manager was shocked. "Why is the Lord here? If you just said something, I could have handled it. How many do you plan to kill?" "I have some freshly killed ones here. I want to kill them all." Fang Lei looked at the group of ducks. The ducks were unaware of the disaster approaching them, still quacking away. Fang Lei looked at them, his eyes now bloodshot. It was them that caused him to lose sleep. "Kill them. It's necessary." "No way, my lord." "Are you serious? You really want to kill all the ducks?" The manager was very surprised. "I just took office a few days ago, and my work was just getting on track." Fang Lei interrupted him. "Don't worry. You will be given more advanced tasks later." Fang Lei walked into the duck farm and found a good spot. Wan Xiqing raised his hand, and a platform appeared. The manager brought over a knife. But Fang Lei shook his head and didn't take it. None of them needed such things. "Do you all remember what skills I gave you?" Fang Lei asked. "I remember all of them. I've learned half of them," Wan Xiqing replied. Fang Lei was very surprised. "You remember all of them?" Fang Lei opened Wan Xiqing's attributes and was astonished to find that, just as he said, the previously empty active skill list now had many skills added. Earth Cage. That should automatically be learned with use. Swamp. This move is very practical. You've learned it? And Thorn Trap. This has decent single target and area damage. You've even learned Quake Core? When did you train in Mountain Roar? That is a large area attack. Fang Lei looked at Wan Xiqing's skills, unable to suppress his astonishment. Every time he looked down, the names of the skills would trigger Fang Lei's surprise. "I secretly practiced outside the territory," Wan Xiqing said. Fang Lei nodded. "So that is how it is. You go out every night to practice your skills, huh? Are you tired? I mean, are you exhausted? Don't you want to rest?" Fang Lei asked. "The demon clan is about to face eternal pain, and the torment is endless." Wan Xiqing spoke up. Fang Lei looked at Wan Xiqing in surprise. "It's not about wanting or not wanting. It's about being unable to rest. What an uncomfortable thing this is." "All right. Back to the skills, Wan Xiqing. What you need to practice is the skill called Death Breath. You probably haven't practiced it much, right? Lacking a target." "Yes, master. I wouldn't dare to kill recklessly without your command." Wan Xiqing nodded. Fang Lei also nodded, looking at him with appreciation. "That's good. Not doing things recklessly without my command." Then Fang Lei turned his gaze to Heiling. "You too. You should learn from him." Heiling, upon hearing this, happily leaned in, then hugged Fang Lei's arm and said mischievously, "Master, can you give me a command to go eat now?" "No." Fang Lei rejected firmly and quickly. "Now. You two need to connect with your skills here. Wan Xiqing, your skill is Death Breath. Heiling, the skill you need to connect with is Give and Take. The Give skill is actually about restoring vitality to vegetables every day." Fang Lei said, glancing at Heiling's attributes. "What the hell? Why is your skill still empty?" Fang Lei said angrily. Heiling shrugged, looking as if he didn't care at all. Fang Lei was really furious. He had assigned tasks days ago, and Heiling had completely forgotten about it. Not a single thought remained in his mind. At this moment, Fang Lei really wanted to open Heiling's head and see what was going on in there. You need to train multiple skills, Life Deter, and Invigorate. These are all skills you need to learn. Fang Lei explained. Life Deter is very similar to Wan Xiqing's Death Breath, both directly causing lower-level opponents to die, while Invigorate increases the life value of the whole team and boosts their status. This skill is very useful in war. If we have this skill when two armies clash, our army's combat power can reach a very high level. So, you better practice well and not be lazy. I'm hungry. I don't have the energy to practice. Heiling pouted, expressing dissatisfaction. I promise you, if you learn it all, I'll reward you. This reward will be whatever you want, and I can agree to any of your requests. Fang Lei said with a smile. I can have whatever I want. So that means I can do whatever I want? Heiling's eyes widened, repeatedly confirming. Yes, but only once. Fang Lei emphasized. Goodness, if it were many times, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Chapter 81. I am the Joker who goes first? Fang Lei grabbed a duck and placed it on the platform. He slightly controlled the movement of the soil, and soon the duck's neck was fixed to the platform. You go first. Heiling pointed at Wan Xiqing. Wan Xiqing was quite eager and stepped forward. Wait, since Heiling said he wanted to go first, let him go first. Fang Lei said to Heiling. Heiling really had become increasingly lazy. He truly needed to cure this ailment of Heiling. No, master, you misunderstood. I meant to let him. I know, you're impatient. You go first. It's fine. Wan Xiqing won't mind waiting a bit. Fang Lei selectively chose not to hear. Master, that's not what I meant. I'm saying, Heiling retreated while speaking. Enough. Don't say anything. I already understand your meaning. Fang Lei stepped forward, grabbing Hailing and not letting her escape. He then forcibly brought her to the platform. Hailing sighed. Given the current situation, she couldn't avoid it. Practice first. Take away the opponent's life from a distance. Fang Lei said. Hailing stood 10 meters away and then reached out towards the duck. Her hand opened and closed. Master, it's done. Fang Lei paused at her words. Done? What do you mean done? Fang Lei ran up to take a look, and sure enough, the duck was dead. Dead? Fang Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. Fang Lei checked Hailing's skill list and found that there was indeed a new skill called Take Away. Clicking on the skill, he found that the description was quite fierce. It can take away the life of any being below level 5 within sight? Fang Lei's eyes widened. This is too exaggerated. She just experimented and then mastered an incredibly powerful skill? Hailing, your talent is quite impressive. However, there might have been some luck involved. Next. Hailing probably wouldn't have such good luck. Hailing, continue. Fang Lei said. Next, practice the Give Life skill, which is passive and shouldn't become an active skill. Now you should try group attacks. Fang Lei grabbed several more ducks. He directly threw the dead duck to the staff watching nearby. They had already boiled water and were preparing to process the duck. Fang Lei tossed it over, and they immediately started plucking feathers. Fang Lei watched with satisfaction. Quack. Let you quack. Now you can't make a sound, can you? For group attacks, make sure to control the range well. Fang Lei stood behind Wan Jiqing and said. Fang Lei was only at level 3 right now. Hailing's skill was below level 5, capable of annihilating uniformly. Naturally, Fang Lei didn't dare to get too close. If Hailing wasn't careful, she might end up hurting herself. Standing behind Wan Jiqing also provided an extra layer of security. At this moment, a group of ducks surrounded Hailing. The ducks were running around chaotically. This was what Fang Lei had planned. He wanted Hailing to feel the difficulty. Next, he would randomly call out a direction and then let Hailing directly control them to kill. Such precise control was quite difficult. So this was a good way to humble Hailing's confidence and, in turn, encourage him to be more diligent and not just think about eating all day. Hailing killed a few ducks standing on the platform. Fang Lei commanded. Hailing immediately complied. Nodding, she quickly began to work. She reached out, clenched her fist. The duck died. The surrounding ducks were still lively. Fang Lei? What is going on? Has Hailing been practicing secretly? How did she become so powerful? No. If she had been secretly practicing, then by now she would have a whole bunch of skills. Clicking on Hailing's active skills, he saw that she had gained a new skill called Life Takeaway. This name had 2 more words than before. However, the detailed description had upgraded more than double. The skill description stated that it could control the survival of all life below level 5 within the field of consciousness. Goodness, this is terrifying enough. But how big is this field of consciousness? Fang Lei curiously asked. Very far, how should I put it? It can cover the territory and still have some leeway. Hailing said. Fang Lei looked at Hailing, staring at her for a long time. Damn, Fang Lei cursed. How great would it be if this skill were mine? Hailing's skill was exactly what he wanted. If he had her skill, he could become a messenger of the gods. He wouldn't be so weak and useless anymore. Initially, he felt that it was a good thing to struggle for 3 days against level 3 monsters and achieve a victory. But now Hailing's strength could already wipe out level 3 monsters in groups. However many came, they would all die, and the opponents might not even see Hailing's face. Bullying people, this really is too much bullying. Fang Lei wanted to cry at this moment. He was very curious. Was he the weakest in his territory? It should be, right? This group of people around him were all extraordinary beings. Only he was the weakest. Woo-woo, isn't this bullying? Is there no justice left? Master, what's wrong with you? Wan Jiqing noticed something was off with Fang Lei and asked. I'm fine. Fang Lei shook his head. He quickly calmed down, then grabbed a duck. He increased the difficulty for Hailing again. This time, killed a duck that is flying. Fang Lei said, Ducks can fly? Hailing didn't understand. Fang Lei held the duck and threw it into the air. Hailing was stunned for a moment, then realized she had misunderstood. She reached out and grabbed the duck. When the duck landed, Fang Lei went over to check. The duck had already turned into a dead duck. Fang Lei sighed. One success. No matter how he put it. She achieved it instantly. This was really infuriating. He had even wanted to teach her a lesson before. Now Fang Lei finally understood that the clown was actually himself. Master, what should we train next? Hailing asked. Life intimidation. Fang Lei said. Fortunately, he had prepared a lot. The skills were rich. Before training the new skill, you should kill all the ducks around you first. Fang Lei said. Don't let those duck killers idle. Fang Lei watched as those people finished dealing with the ducks, and had been waiting for a long time. Okay, I understand. Hailing nodded, closed her eyes, then suddenly opened them wide. All the ducks around were lying on the ground. Fang Lei grinned. Terrifying. If Hailing were thrown into the enemy camp, wouldn't the entire enemy die instantly? Scary, really scary. But why wasn't this skill a passive skill? Why was it an active skill instead? Chapter 82. How many ducks to catch? Chapter 82. How many ducks to catch? Fang Lei suddenly thought that passives could also drain the opponent's health. Moreover, it seemed that not only could it drain health, but it could also heal himself. Fang Lei pinched a duck and tried it out. He found that Hailing's passive could only transfer health, which could transfer all health but wouldn't kill the opponent, and at most, they would be left with a breath. Of course, this state wouldn't last long, about 10 seconds, and then they would be dead, but there was still a difference between the two. 10 seconds was still a difference. Passives couldn't kill, but the active skill that Hailing just learned could. That was the difference. In addition, Fang Lei thought that the opponent's health could increase his own health. Hailing, can you feel your health increasing? Fang Lei asked. No increase. Hailing shook her head. I only increase my health by swallowing the opponent, then try to devour. Fang Lei said. It's useless. Let's just cook them instead. My health bar is too thick right now. A few ducks would only add a few dozen drops of health. Hailing scratched her head and said, eating them raw is too wasteful. It's better to make them into roasted ducks. Fang Lei waved his hand, telling her to shut up. Why did the conversation suddenly go off track? Why is she always thinking about food? Can't there be other thoughts in her head? You know, in a sense, Hailing, your skill direction is scarier than Wanjiqing's. For humans, there is still a possibility of survival from earthquakes and natural disasters. But you directly deprive life. That's quite terrifying. It's a matter of certain death versus having hope for survival. This is the difference between despair and hope. Let's try the skill and test life intimidation. Fang Lei went to catch ducks again. But before he could take a few steps, he was stopped by Wanjiqing. Master, you can leave this to me. There's no need for you to do it yourself. Wanjiqing said. Fang Lei nodded. Let him go wherever he wants. The smell in the duck nest is also not pleasant. Master, how many ducks should I catch? Wanjiqing stretched his neck into the duck nest and shouted. 2. Fang Lei said. More than that wouldn't be useful. The next skill to practice doesn't have much lethality. The life intimidation skill mainly makes the opponent feel fear towards you, leading to a feeling of submission. Fang Lei explained. Oh, I see. Hailing nodded. Use your pride to crush the opponent. Fang Lei thought of a good description. Oh, I got it. Hailing was trying hard to think and understand what Fang Lei said. Although Hailing nodded, Fang Lei could tell she didn't quite understand. Start. Fang Lei hid behind Wanjiqing again, quietly plucking feathers from the duck on top of Wanjiqing's head. These duck feathers seem to be usable for down jackets, right? Fang Lei suddenly thought of something. After killing all these ducks, he could send them to the cotton processing factory. The warmth effect of down jackets is better than that of cotton jackets, right? Fang Lei shook his head. He didn't know if it was good or not. What he knew was that before the apocalypse, down jackets were much more expensive than cotton jackets. A down jacket could cost several thousand, which was the norm. Life intimidation. Hailing shouted loudly. Then nothing happened. Why did nothing happen? Fang Lei looked at the lively ducks and wondered. Let's try again. Hailing yelled at the top of her lungs. Life intimidation. But still, nothing happened. The ducks remained standing, confused. They just quacked continuously, showing no signs of intimidation. Fang Lei frowned. When you dealt with that wolf before, you naturally unleashed that power. Why can't you do it now? Master, maybe the ducks are too weak, and I can't find that feeling. Hailing said with a sad face. Keep going. You need to reach a state of control. Fang Lei wouldn't let Hailing stop. Hailing had no choice but to continue. But half a minute passed. Hailing had already shouted so much her voice was hoarse. Fang Lei felt that if this continued, Hailing's beautiful voice would almost be trained. All right. You go to the side and find your feeling. Next, let Wanjiqing come. You rest in place. Note, I mean in place. Fang Lei emphasized deliberately. Fearing Hailing would turn and run, Hailing stood to the side, lowering her head. Why can't I release this momentum? Is it because I lack momentum? Hailing looked at her hands, guessing. Fang Lei thought that Hailing was right on the mark. No need for a doubtful tone. You really do lack momentum. All day long. You act like a little glutton, squatting in the kitchen stealing food. You are a dog. Wanjiqing, you come by yourself. I'll watch you, and if anything goes wrong, I'll tell you. Fang Lei said. With Wanjiqing, he could relax. He didn't have to worry about anything. Wanjiqing would practice on his own. Wanjiqing went to catch a duck, then placed it on the table. After that, he tried again and again. A few minutes later, the duck was dead. Fang Lei glanced at the skill bar. An additional skill called Terrifying Presence appeared. Fang Lei nodded. This is good. Soon after, Wang Jiqing practiced on his own. Wang Jiqing's practice didn't require Fang Lei to say much. He controlled his strength and tried step by step. Soon, he gained another skill called Command. This skill called Command is not ordinary. Fang Lei looked at the description and was indeed surprised. This skill can command people below level 5. And their every word and action will be controlled by Wang Jiqing's words. However, this skill still needs more practice. Although the skills are well written, Luan Ziqing can currently only control the ducks to walk or stop. This mesmerizing skill may be a demon's exclusive ability, although it wasn't mentioned in the passive skills section. With a little practice, it can be used directly. Next, control your strength and learn the remaining skills. You can only use small ones that won't affect the territory and can only kill ducks, Fang Lei said to Luan Ziqing. You've already practiced the simple skills, so I'll tell you how to operate some more complex skills. Although it's all written in a booklet, it's still limited in expression, Fang Lei said. Okay, master. Luan Ziqing nodded. First, the first skill is the groundquake core, Fang Lei introduced. Control a circular piece of ground, split it in the middle, and then trap the enemy inside. Just imagine what a bear trap looks like, and that is how you make it with the earth. Chapter 83. Learn. Luan Ziqing nodded. He put his hands together and then controlled the land. However, at first, the ground he manipulated was too large. So Luan Ziqing tried again, and after a while, he successfully mastered it. The ground bulged, and then it squeezed the ducks in the middle. As the ground slowly opened, the ducks had already been flattened. How can we eat this? The manager said, looking at the dead ducks. Pluck the feathers, then turn it into meat paste to make meatballs, Fang Lei said. The manager nodded and then had thousands of duck corpses removed. Soon after, Fang Lei guided Luan Ziqing to learn several more skills. Luan Ziqing studied very seriously. All right. You can go do other things for now, Fang Lei said to Luan Ziqing. Luan Ziqing nodded and then asked, Master, what about me? Hailing looked at Fang Lei, pointing at himself. How dare you ask? Fang Lei looked at Hailing, helplessly saying, Did you learn? No, I can't find that feeling. Can't find the feeling? Then take your time to find it. I have nothing else to do. I'll patiently watch you practice, Fang Lei said, sitting nearby. Hailing muttered something to himself, practicing catching ducks one after another. After a few hours, at dinner time, Hailing released his pressure, and the ducks lay on the ground. Not dying directly, but looking very scared. It worked. Hailing jumped up happily. Fang Lei nodded, finally letting out a long sigh. Master, I did it. Can I go eat now? Hailing asked. No, you just learned one skill. There is still an important skill left. Hailing elongated his tone, looking dejectedly at Fang Lei. What else? Excitement, Fang Lei said. It can increase morale and attack power. How do you do that? Basically, it involves increasing the life value of everyone. However, this life value has a ratio, and it might even be different for each person, Fang Lei explained. If a certain life value overflows, that person will enter an excited state, and if it overflows too much, they might even die from it. Train on ducks first, if the ducks succeed. Then practice with them, and finally, when I enter an excited state, you'll succeed, Fang Lei said to Hailing. Meanwhile, the people who were plucking the ducks heard that they would be used for the experiment and its terrifying consequences. Their faces turned green. Lord, could you please be merciful and not use us as managers? However, before they could finish, the duck in Hailing's hand exploded. Blood splattered in front of him. The manager touched his cheek, then let out a strange scream. I don't want to. I don't want to. The group shouted and ran away. Stop. Fang Lei glanced at them and then calmly uttered 2 words. Those 2 words seemed to have a strange magic, freezing them in place. In fact, Fang Lei was also a bit hesitant. Should he let them do this experiment? If not, his reputation would suffer. After all, if they didn't execute his orders, it would greatly diminish his authority. But if he did, would he be too inhumane? After all, it was genuinely dangerous. Hailing's actions were unpredictable. If it really posed a danger, wouldn't that harm them? He didn't want to recklessly take lives either, right? Don't worry, I will take it slow. Even if it doesn't work, I can guarantee your safety, Hailing said with a dark face, seeing everyone so scared. Fang Lei spoke. Did you hear what she said? Who dares to hide? Come back. The crowd sheepishly returned. Fang Lei saw that his words had some effect and nodded slightly. It seemed his authority was still intact. However, soon, Hailing killed another duck. The duck died a miserable death. Its body exploded into pieces. The crowd panicked again. However, Hailing quickly mastered this skill. Soon, Hailing could use it normally. The ducks began to get excited, quacking loudly, and even showed some aggressive tendencies. The ducks wanted to attack Hailing, but Hailing then controlled them with pressure. Fang Lei couldn't help but chuckle. She is really applying what she has learned. Come on, who wants to go first? Hailing looked at the crowd excitedly. No one in the crowd responded, and there wasn't even a sound of breathing. Everyone lowered their heads, silently backing away. You go first, Fang Lei pointed at the manager. Why me? The manager's face suddenly turned pale. No reason, just you, Fang Lei said, pointing at him. Hailing walked over to the manager and began to manipulate the life value. This practice lasted until late. Fang Lei looked at the sky and realized it had already darkened. Let us take a break, you can go eat. We'll start again tomorrow, Fang Lei said. He decided to let her off for the day. Fang Lei returned to his house and started cooking. Hailing went to the cafeteria to eat. Although Hailing lived in Fang Lei's house, she didn't eat with them. Hailing and Bailing had terrifying appetites. They needed dozens of people to serve them at mealtimes. With them around, there were never leftovers in the cafeteria. How many ducks are left? Fang Lei finished his meal and was out for a stroll when he ran into Luan Sicheng, who was repairing the toilet. 700, Luan Sicheng said. He knew everything about the territory. Fang Lei could safely ask him any questions. All right, tomorrow tell all the guards to go kill ducks, one for each. Let them see some blood, Fang Lei said. What about the combat team? They don't need to. They've seen blood and have killed plenty of zombies by hand. What about the cotton clothes? Fang Lei asked. How many more days? This time, Luan Sicheng thought for a moment before speaking. The cotton clothes may take a bit longer. About half a month. Fang Lei was a bit dissatisfied. Can't it be faster? Didn't we say before that we found another machine? So it could speed things up? There are more machines, but there aren't enough female workers, so all the capable ones have been gathered. Our territory doesn't have anyone left to produce more. Once the female workers finish this wave, let them take apprentices. I remember we can manufacture machinery, right? Fang Lei said. Yes, Luan Sicheng nodded, clearly remembering as well. Have him start making sewing machines and bring along a group of apprentices. Also, has the blacksmith shop been built yet? It's built, but we're temporarily short on iron and raw materials. All right, I understand. I'll handle this, Fang Lei said. Chapter 84. Mutation. After saying that, Fang Lei looked at Luan Sicheng. Are you quite busy lately? Fang Lei asked. Not busy. I have a lot of free time. Luan Sicheng shook his head. I see you've been busy lately and haven't had much time for me. With the territory expanding, it's inevitable that there are more things to deal with. Fang Lei sighed and patted Luan Sicheng's shoulder. You're really working hard. It's not hard. Serving you is my lifelong wish, my ultimate goal, Luan Sicheng said, feeling flattered. How's our territory's flag coming along? Have you decided on your design? Luan Sicheng nodded and then pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. I was just about to report this to you. Our territory's image has already been drawn. It's this one. Fang Lei looked down and was startled. This comic? Not bad, it's quite nice. Fang Lei stroked his chin and spoke thoughtfully. The drawing depicted a knife, blue in color, with a few drops of water on the blade, appearing to be swinging downwards. Looking at it for a long time, the cold gleam made one feel a chill run down their back. The killing intent was unmistakable. Fang Lei took the drawing. This technique feels so familiar to me. Fang Lei felt like he had seen something similar before. In our territory, there are people who can draw comics. This was provided by her. And she drew it so well that after I saw it, I felt that everyone else's work looked inferior, Luan Sicheng said. Fang Lei frowned, then sensed something was off. This is a flag. It's nice and well drawn, but we can't make this into a flag, Fang Lei said. It shouldn't take long to make one, Luan Sicheng replied. But Fang Lei countered. After winter, the territory will grow strong again. By then, one flag won't be enough. There's a second design here, Luan Sicheng said. Pulling out another piece of paper, Fang Lei took it and found that the design was of a very frightening skull. Isn't this too scary? Is this the impression we want to give to others? Fang Lei frowned and said. Fang Lei stared at the skull for a while. How about we use this as your flag? You haven't thought of anything yet, right? Fang Lei pointed at the skull on the paper. This fits your temperament quite well. I really haven't had the chance to prepare, and I haven't even started considering it. I think we should prioritize completing yours, Luan Sicheng said. Fang Lei waved his hand. Don't overthink it. I've decided this will be your flag. You can have someone add some details later to match your characteristics. Fang Lei frowned and walked in silence. He was deep in thought. The flag issue is indeed a big deal. This flag could symbolize the territory. Usually, the most distinctive features of a territory appear on its flag. What kind of flag should I make? A dragon flag? Imitating the Qing dynasty? Forget it. That's too hard to draw. And it doesn't fit my aesthetic. Those big eyes look ugly no matter how I see them. A red flag? No, that's not good. Dog lives matter. How about a white flag? In wars, white flags represent surrender. If I have a white flag, it would imply surrender. But I want our army to never surrender. Sounds principled, but I still feel like people will laugh at us. Should I be willful this once? Forget it. I can't be shameless. Plus, white fabric gets dirty too easily. A little conflict could turn it into a different color. If it gets some blood on it, wouldn't it turn red? Yikes, that's a bit dangerous. Just thinking about it makes me sweat. So what flag should I make? A blue one? After all, I am blue. Or a black one, representing slaughter, slaughtering all living beings. Fang Lei's brain was racing. He thought of many possibilities. Finally, he sighed. No, I can't think of anything. It's too hard. Fang Lei rubbed his head and decided to stop thinking about it. Days passed little by little. Suddenly one day, when he opened his eyes, Fang Lei found the sky was pitch black. Snowflakes were falling from the sky. It snowed. It finally snowed. I waited for this day. In recent days, he had accumulated quite a few points. Fang Lei had nearly 2 million points. The snow fell on the ground, starting to absorb warmth, gradually making it cold. Cotton clothing had already been distributed to 60% of the territory. The priority was given to the army. The soldiers now each had a set. Daily training could proceed normally. As for the civilians, they still couldn't provide each person with a set, but they could manage one set per household. In a house with 5 or 6 families, whoever went out would wear that clothing. Although it was a bit shabby, there was no other way in the current situation. Additionally, there was something that particularly caught Fang Lei's attention, the recent increase in zombies. They had increased quite a bit. At first, his territory had no zombies because the surrounding buildings blocked them, but now it was different. Every day, 300 to 500 zombies would appear at the city wall. Initially, the guard team organized daytime patrols, but one night, the corrosive zombies appeared and nearly breached the wall. Now, the guard team was stationed on the wall day and night to prevent this from happening. At first, Fang Lei thought it was because all the surrounding buildings had collapsed, making his own building stand out. But today, with the snow falling, Fang Lei realized something was off. It was really off. Many zombies were surrounding the city below. He had to deploy the guardian plants. He hadn't let the guardian plants move earlier to train the guard team, but later realized that there were too many zombies around, and they couldn't handle it. Master, you're awake. A peculiar zombie has come. Wang Jiqing walked in and began to speak to Fang Lei. A peculiar zombie, meaning a mutated zombie. Wang Jiqing had started to use this term after reading some comic book. Is that so? Take me to see it, Fang Lei said. Then, Wang Jiqing led Fang Lei out of the Lord's mansion. The two of them arrived at the outermost city wall. Now, the guardian plants were also at work, and Fang Lei could feel various plants flying over his head at all times. Standing on the city wall, Fang Lei looked down. Then a zombie caught his attention. Chapter 85, Mountain. Boom. The wall made of trees was kicked open. Machine gunners, prepare. Zhao Jincheng shouted. Soon, a gigantic zombie emerged. Then, the bullets poured down, aiming for the tiny head of that massive zombie. The zombie fell under the gunfire. Everyone in the territory breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it didn't break through. Otherwise, humanity's last refuge would have been destroyed. Now is not the time to rest. Quickly, repair the wall to prevent the zombie invasion. Zhao Jincheng shouted. In the past 2 days, the number of zombies had suddenly increased. Usually, they would encounter at most 3 or 4 in a day, but now, there were far more than that, 300 or 400 at least. The team had been on high alert for a long time. Once a zombie entered the territory, they had to be ready to fight at any moment. They dared not let their guard down for even a second, as any lapse could allow the enemy to rush in and destroy everything. Zhao Jincheng looked at the wall. He hadn't slept for 3 days straight. The zombie tide suddenly came without warning, and each wave was stronger than the last. At first, there were only ordinary zombies, but later on, they even encountered zombies with special abilities, enhanced limbs. Zhao Jincheng didn't know when it would end. However, he had no choice but to persist, because the only result of not hanging on was death. He didn't want to die. Suddenly, someone came over and shouted at Zhao Jincheng. There are corrosive zombies in the west. They have corroded the wood. You need to kill that zombie. Zhao Jincheng said anxiously. We can't kill it. The corrosive liquid has made it impossible to drive the stakes down, and our wall has a big hole now, the person replied. Zhao Jincheng heard this, and his head buzzed. His mind was already in chaos. But at this moment, he could not give up or relax. Take me to see. Zhao Jincheng insisted on checking the scene to see how dire the situation was. When he arrived, he witnessed a devastating sight. Just as the person had said, the ground was covered in corrosive liquid, making it impossible for the trees to survive. Moreover, the gap was not just 1 or 2 stakes, if it were. As Zhao Jincheng had thought before, they could just lay them horizontally. But the reality was that the gap was extensive, with green liquid all over the ground. Such a large area couldn't be cleared easily. Even a shovel would corrode immediately upon contact. What should they do? Many people followed Zhao Jincheng, looking worried and asking. Zhao Jincheng gritted his teeth. He wanted to tell everyone, I don't know either, so stop asking me. But if he said that, everyone would fall into despair. And if they all gave up fighting, death would be imminent. Don't panic, Zhao Jincheng tried to calm everyone down. There will definitely be a way. Just then, a woman stepped forward. She wore thick glasses and was not particularly beautiful, but she appeared cultured. However, this elegance seemed a bit weak in the apocalypse. I want to give it a try, the woman said. Don't cause trouble, go away. Someone in the crowd scolded. Zhao Jincheng glanced at the woman. If you want to try, then go ahead. The woman nodded and said, then I'll start. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone watched as the ground began to move. The thick soil rolled up the corrosive liquid on the surface and then rolled it away. What? Zhao Jincheng's eyes widened. He truly hadn't expected that there was another ability user in his team besides Hu Yitian. Zhao Jincheng looked at the woman excitedly. What else can you do? The woman was taken aback by Zhao Jincheng's intense gaze. Oh, nothing much. I can simply control the soil, and I think I can also control the wind, she said. Lowering her head, her face slightly flushed, and spoke softly. Wind. Upon hearing the word wind, Zhao Jincheng's eyes lit up. To what extent? Can you make it fly? I can't fly, but let me show you. The woman replied, extending her hand toward Zhao Jincheng. Immediately, a gust of wind blew up sand, forcing Zhao Jincheng to close his eyes. Impressive, Zhao Jincheng praised sincerely. With her around, he would have to worry a lot less. Her abilities could be used in many ways. However, before he could celebrate for long, a loud bang echoed. What is going on? Who knows what is happening? Hurry. Tell me, explain it. Zhao Jincheng shouted, and another loud bang followed. Panic-stricken, Zhao Jincheng looked around. It's coming from a distance. At this moment, someone reminded Zhao Jincheng. He snapped back to reality and followed that person to a lookout tower. Where? Zhao Jincheng asked. The person in charge of the lookout opened his mouth wide, trembling all over as if he had been greatly frightened. He sniffed the air, and a foul smell filled his nostrils. Damn, did you pee? Zhao Jincheng scoffed at the person, thinking, what does it mean to remain unflustered in the face of danger? A little crisis has you scared like that. Zhao Jincheng grabbed the binoculars and looked into the distance. After searching for a while, he found nothing. Why is there nothing? Wait, what is that dark thing? Zhao Jincheng's eyes widened. He felt his pants growing warm, and water was dripping from the hem of his pants, covering his chest. He was almost overwhelmed by the terrifying sight. He struggled to breathe before calming himself. What on earth is that? In Zhao Jincheng's view, a black mass appeared. He initially thought it was the shadow of a mountain. However, when he lowered the binoculars, he realized it wasn't a mountain. It was a living creature. And it was moving. That must be 1,000 zombies combined, right? Someone beside him swallowed hard. Not just that, it's probably tens of thousands, Zhao Jincheng said. Somewhat dazed, Zhao Jincheng wiped his pants. Why are they wet? He put his fingers to his mouth, and a familiar taste surged back. It was similar to the smell he encountered in the restroom that day. He had actually scared himself into peeing. Not because of anything else, but purely out of fear. Chapter 86. Kill. This thing is really disgusting, Wang Jiqing said. Yes, it's indeed disgusting. If they charge and hit the city wall, it won't be good. Fang Lei replied. They had also encountered that mountain-like creature, which was made up of countless zombies. As this mountain moved, it continuously dropped and devoured zombies. The fallen zombies could continue to attack, but those that entered that mountain became part of the collective. Master, should I take action? This zombie mountain is likely too much for our territory. It's taller than our city wall, and if the zombies break into the residential area, it would cause significant damage. Wang Jiqing looked at Fang Lei, seeking permission. No need to rush. Fang Lei shook his head. For other territories, this might be a disaster of despair. However, for him, it wasn't that serious. At least it was still within a controllable range. After all, Luan Jiqing was confident in his ability to resolve everything. However, these zombies were terrifying. Their massive bodies could easily be mistaken for small mountains at a glance. With heavy footsteps, each step created a loud noise. Even Fang Lei felt a bit uneasy. However, He believed that his territory had the capability to defend itself. After all, he still had so many plants. They would wait until that small mountain was within their shooting range and see if they could take down that big guy. If not, Fang Lei had other ideas he wanted to experiment with. The monster was getting closer. Soon, the combat team was dispatched. This was not an order from Fang Lei or Luan Jiqing. It was entirely Yang Wang's personal decision. Fang Lei had nothing to say. He was quite satisfied. Yang Wang had the ability to assess the battlefield, so it was completely fine to leave the combat team to him. Master, how do you think we should attack? Yang Wang saw Fang Lei on the city wall and asked him a question. Fang Lei shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, everything would be handled by Luan Jiqing. So he wasn't in a hurry or flustered. I'll leave it all to you. You can solve it yourself, Fang Lei said to Yang Wang with a testing attitude. Suddenly, Fang Lei remembered that he had promised Yang Wang a reward once the task was done. The reward he had mentioned earlier was at the same level as Luan Jiqing. At that time, he thought he was being a bit too greedy. He hadn't originally planned to give him such a reward. However, now it seemed that if Yang Wang could perform well in this battle, he could consider his request. The black giant mountain was getting closer. The chive archers all began to shoot. The chives seemed to turn into a rain of arrows, rushing toward the mountain. A wailing sound came, and the mountain top was stripped of a layer. However, the mountain was still enormous and heavy. Although the chive archers' defense was useful, the effect was limited. Next came the corrosive tomatoes attack. The tomatoes concentrated their fire, and a large chunk of the mountaintop rotted away. However, it was just a chunk. It didn't affect much, not even creating a small obstacle. Charge. Yang Wang led everyone to start the attack. Those who could cast spells attacked from a distance, while those who couldn't rushed in, killing one after another. However, compared to the massive mountain, this was hardly enough to slow it down, and it didn't even count for much. At this moment, Yang Wang stepped forward and stood in front of everyone, drawing a cross on his chest. Then, a white cross shot up into the sky. Wings sprouted from Yang Wang's back. After rising into the sky, Yang Wang grabbed the ethereal light. He then swung it downwards. With the swing, the area became bright, and everyone had to squint to see. However, this seemingly powerful strike did not directly cut the black giant mountain in two. Although it wasn't a fatal blow, it did significantly impede its movement. Yang Wang was surprised that this thing could easily withstand his most powerful skill, the Sword of Faith, in its first appearance. He hadn't expected such an unfavorable start. Yang Wang felt a bit dejected. The light retracted, and it was clear that the time for the big move had passed. Yang Wang's gaze shifted, and then an idea came to him. He swung the now smaller light sword once more, cutting off the giant mountain's feet. The mountain fell to the ground and could not move, becoming a target for the others to attack. Under the defense of the plants, the mountain visibly shrank. Fang Lei nodded. That's good enough. Yang Wang had some talent for leadership. He understood that time is life, and when facing an unbeatable enemy, delaying time was the most important thing. Fang Lei was almost certain that he would be able to meet Yang Wang's request. When everyone had a cotton coat, it would be time for him to reward him. Just when everyone thought this matter had come to a temporary conclusion, suddenly, a roar echoed. A roar? Where did that come from? Fang Lei looked around and confirmed that the sound was coming from the giant mountain. However, Fang Lei was also puzzled. How could the mountain seem to have gained some intellect? He had always thought it was just a simple collective entity. But now it seemed like it had developed some reasoning. This was not good news. At that moment, a red light shone on Yang Wang. Then, visibly, the mountain made of zombies suddenly transformed into a human shape and charged toward Yang Wang. A gigantic arm swung down toward him with great force. Yang Wang looked up and could even see the zombies howling. Their eyes were so red, and their mouths were drooling. If that hand came down, thousands of zombies would be crushed. Seeing this, Yang Wang decisively retreated. Everyone spread out and head toward the territory. If you can't retreat, hide in the gaps between my fingers, Yang Wang shouted. This sudden mutation of the zombies was unexpected for everyone. Fang Lei returned to the garden of the Lord's mansion. Next, he wanted to try something he had always wanted to test. This thing was called the cabbage cannon. Fang Lei had obtained it a long time ago, but he had never had time to use it, as previous conflicts had been minor skirmishes. Chapter 87, Explosion Touching the Cabbage. A map of his territory instantly appeared before Fang Lei's eyes. He carefully examined his territory. His territory hadn't grown much. However, this was understandable. After all, he had devoted all his energy to planting, and in recent days, he hadn't expanded his territory, so naturally, there had been no harvest. Then, Fang Lei noticed that all the zombies in the area were visible to him, including the giant. Fang Lei focused his will on the giant. And then the cabbage cannon detached from his hand, shooting straight into the sky and then changing direction to fly toward the giant. All of this happened in an instant, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache and a violent explosion. The two sounds were very close, but Fang Lei still discerned the difference. He jogged and soon reached the top of the city wall. How is it? Fang Lei looked outside the wall. Outside the wall, where was the giant zombie? All that remained was a huge pit and scattered cabbage pieces. Fang Lei's eyes widened as he stared at the enormous pit. He had imagined how powerful the cabbage explosion could be, but seeing it with his own eyes was still shocking. The pit was too big, truly unbelievable. Was it 10 meters in diameter? No, it had to be 50 meters. Master, the effect is really great. Wang Jiqing exclaimed excitedly as he looked at Fang Lei. Just one shot, and it was resolved. However, some of our soldiers were affected by the shockwave. Several almost lost their lives. Hearing this, Fang Lei's pupils suddenly contracted. Someone was injured? Quickly send them to the medical room. Fang Lei said, Yes, I've already arranged it. I didn't mean anything by it. Just next time you use this weapon, please let me know, Wang Jiqing replied. Fang Lei felt a chill in his heart. He had been careless. He must remember this next time. This matter could not be taken lightly, as it concerned the lives of his territory's people. However, with the Black Spirit around, it would be difficult for anyone to die. Those people, with the help of the Black Spirit, should be fine. Well, probably. Fang Lei felt a bit guilty. Fang Lei looked again at the zombies in the area. Because of the explosion, the zombies had been mostly cleared away. The territory was basically clean, but in the distance, a few zombies were still running toward them. Fang Lei nodded, thinking that the largest wave had likely passed, and there wouldn't be so many zombies coming next. Let's go check on the injured, Fang Lei said, waving his hand and then speaking. This was the first time there had been injuries in his territory. Before this, their territory had been developing peacefully, with the most work being farming and such. The clinic was established on the 3rd level, and the area is divided by 4 city walls. Each section had a clinic. They were injured in the south, so they were sent to the nearest clinic. Fang Lei walked into the southern area and was somewhat surprised. His territory had become prosperous at some point. Various buildings looked quite thriving. There were also various signs, and even the appearance of vendors selling simple daily necessities. However, due to the lack of currency, most people were bartering. Fang Lei smiled slightly. That idea should be advanced even further. He entered the clinic and immediately heard a series of groans. The smell of disinfectant rushed into his nose, making Fang Lei feel somewhat uncomfortable. Master, what brings you here? Suddenly, a voice came. Fang Lei turned to see a somewhat unfamiliar person, but he vaguely remembered that this person should be one of his initial subordinates. The man had a bandage on his head and another on his arm, looking quite seriously injured. What happened to you? Fang Lei sighed inwardly. It was his mistake. If it weren't for this mistake, they would all be lively now. I was injured when an explosion suddenly occurred. I was thrown out by the shockwave and, unfortunately, crashed into a large rock, fracturing my arm and head, the man said. Fang Lei was somewhat surprised. Is Hei Ling not here? She is inside. The man pointed to a room. Fang Lei was even more puzzled. Since Hei Ling was inside, why hadn't your injury been completely treated? Fang Lei asked. I don't know either. The doctor seemed to say it wasn't necessary, the man replied. Upon hearing this, Fang Lei was instantly furious. Not necessary? On what grounds is it not necessary? Come with me. Saying this, Fang Lei pulled the man and walked into the room where Hei Ling was. Where is Hei Ling? Where is she? Fang Lei shouted loudly. Hei Ling was sitting in the room. What are you shouting for? The doctor scolded without raising his head. Upon realizing it was Fang Lei, the doctor became aware of his slip of the tongue. My lord, what brings you here? The doctor asked. I came to check on my soldier's injuries, and here I find this, Fang Lei said, pointing at his subordinate beside him. Why wasn't he treated thoroughly? You said it wasn't necessary? I think it is very necessary. No one in my territory should die because of uneven resource distribution. Fang Lei spoke loudly, attracting many gazes. Fang Lei glanced at Hei Ling and then at the doctor. Subsequently, Fang Lei's gaze locked onto the doctor. Hei Ling knew very well that she wouldn't be so heartless. In fact, she was overly compassionate, so this matter should not have been her doing. The one responsible for this should be the doctor. Give me a reasonable explanation. Or else. Fang Lei narrowed his eyes, clearly showing his murderous intent. Explanation? Of course, I have an explanation. The doctor smiled upon seeing Fang Lei's demeanor. I did this to conserve Hei Ling's strength. The doctor looked into Fang Lei's eyes and then spoke. Fang Lei responded, clearly not understanding what the other meant. How much do you know about Hei Ling? The doctor asked Fang Lei. Fang Lei was about to speak, but the doctor concluded, "You don't understand her. I've studied her for a long time. Her vitality is actually related to her state. Losing too much vitality will also affect her, although she has a lot of vitality. It cannot be used endlessly." The doctor adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. Chapter 88. I want you. Upon hearing this, Fang Lei was taken aback. This was something he didn't know. It was the first time he had heard of it. This was quite fresh. Fang Lei did not rush to express his opinion and quietly listened to the doctor's speech. Everyone has a health threshold. When the state reaches 75%, the illness will naturally recover in no time. For minor issues like fractures, recovery won't take long, perhaps 10 days, especially since his level is not low. He might recover in a few days. So, it wasn't necessary to be so thorough. The doctor pushed up his glasses and continued. Fang Lei was suddenly astonished. This person has some skill. What he said was coherent and included things he had not noticed before. This was indeed quite interesting. Instantly, Fang Lei's anger dissipated, replaced by a sense of appreciation for talent. This was a talented individual. How could he not make him his subordinate? No, I must find a way to recruit him. Fang Lei looked at the doctor. He had no impression of him at all. How could he have no impression? He should have some recognition of everyone he summoned. No, he should not have been summoned by me. I remember seeing him once at the conference. However, he had not spoken or made any presence. Did you participate in the conference? Fang Lei asked. Yes, I represented the conference. I was one of the selected members. The other 6 were all leaders. And I was the only doctor. The man smiled and replied. Fang Lei nodded, confirming that he had not misremembered. However, returning to the topic. Could he accept an ordinary person? Yes, you can still level them up, but they won't have that absolute loyalty to you. However, you can observe their loyalty value. The doctor said. Fang Lei frowned slightly. You can still level them up, but they won't be completely loyal? In an instant. Fang Lei thought of Zhao Jincheng. He still hadn't forgotten about Zhao Jincheng. This was undoubtedly a great pain for him. He had once trusted him so much, and his betrayal was a huge blow to him. Fang Lei stared at the doctor for a long time. What's wrong? Do you feel unwell? If you do, just tell me, and I will treat you. If not, my lord, please go out. I am very busy and exhausted. There are many people waiting behind me. The doctor said and attempted to push Fang Lei out. Fang Lei fixed his gaze on him, squinting his eyes to discern something. But in the end, he failed. He saw nothing, except that he truly cared about the patients behind him. Fang Lei looked at him, frowning, hesitating again and again. Finally, he took a deep breath, stopped in his tracks, reached out his hand, and pressed it on the doctor's head, then concentrated his thoughts. Level up. From level 1, he directly upgraded to level 5. For an ordinary person, Fang Lei would typically only upgrade them by 1 level as a reward, but for such talent, he absolutely had to upgrade him to level 5. Once this talent became a hero-level individual, it would greatly benefit the territory. After all, a hero-level doctor would likely have improved treatment effects. Looking at the doctor, Fang Lei found that he was stunned. Fang Lei said to the system in his heart, "System, check his loyalty value." Immediately, a number appeared before Fang Lei's eyes. Answer: the other's loyalty value. 5 of Fang Lei? What is the highest loyalty value? Answer: the highest is 100. Fang Lei: the highest is 100, and this guy only is 5? What if I regret upgrading him? Fang Lei truly felt some regret. What was wrong with this guy? Why was his loyalty value so low? This was indeed a number. System: why is his loyalty value a single digit? Answer: because the other party knows you are the territory lord, but due to your mistake, his work increased. The reason he didn't yell at you is because of his high quality. Fang Lei heard the explanation and fell silent for a moment. What's wrong with me? Why do I suddenly feel like my brain has cleared up a lot, and many things I couldn't understand before now make sense? It's me who has raised your level, Fang Lei said. Level? Where can I see this? The doctor looked at his hands in surprise and then began searching his own body. This can't be seen, but it definitely exists. You should also know who raised your quality, right? This is what I did. From now on, you will be my subordinate. And I hope you can treat the people of my territory more in the future. Without realizing it, Fang Lei also used the word please. After he finished speaking, he slightly bowed. Oh, the doctor was taken aback by this scene and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Please get up, I still have patients here, the doctor said as he stepped forward. Fang Lei bent over and rolled his eyes at an angle where no one could see. He really is wholeheartedly for the people. But it's fine. If you don't appreciate it, it's okay. I'm not saying it for you. I'm saying it for the people behind me. After getting up, he looked back, and the people behind him were all deeply moved. This guy is really annoying. He is truly the only subordinate I dislike. However, he is quite safe. If he only wants to heal and save people, then it wouldn't matter if he never obeys me for his entire life. As long as he fulfills his responsibilities, I won't say anything. Fang Lei sighed and looked seriously at the doctor. With such low loyalty, there shouldn't be any rebellion, right? Move aside, it's Lord, please step aside. There's a patient whose mild condition has turned serious. A bed was pushed to the door from behind, but it was blocked by Fang Lei. Fang Lei looked and saw that the patient on the bed was none other than Yang Wang. What is going on? The doctor rushed to the patient and then asked. He was just lying there but insisted on moving, and now he is internally bleeding, said another doctor. Internally bleeding? We need to operate quickly. The operating room is in use. This is bad. The surgical equipment is already incomplete. It's hard enough to put together one set. And getting an operating room is very difficult. The doctor's expression changed. Fang Lei smiled as he looked at the dying Yang Wang, patted his shoulder, and woke him up. Can you kneel before me? Fang Lei asked. Yes, Yang Wang replied. Then, Yang Wang began to crawl on the ground. Someone nearby stepped forward to stop him, but Yang Wang shouted, I want to pay my last respects to my lord. No one can stop me. Chapter 89 Loyalty. You're going to die if you keep this up. The doctor shouted. So what if I die? I'm already a useless person. I want to pay my last respects to my lord. Yang Wang pushed aside those who tried to stop him and shouted. Fang Lei looked at the loyal Yang Wang and couldn't help but feel touched. For himself, he is willing to give up his last loyalty. For himself, he is willing to give up a life that could still be prolonged. In this situation, it really can't be fake. Fang Lei knew that feeling excited and happy at the moment when his subordinate was seriously injured and about to die was somewhat perverse. However, he couldn't help this emotion. Moreover, with him here, how could Yang Wang just die without a reason? Fang Lei's lips curled up wildly. He quietly watched Yang Wang. Yang Wang struggled to kneel, then, disregarding his torn wounds, directly bowed his head to Fang Lei. Lying on the ground, blood flowed everywhere. I received your sincerity, Fang Lei nodded. After hearing this, Yang Wang's body seemed to have all its strength drained away, and he fell directly to the ground. Quickly go ask how long the operating room will take. You go apply pressure on the wound. You go find the hemostatic clamp. I'll take emergency measures. And also prepare for a blood transfusion. Match the blood type. The doctor commanded, and the people around immediately began to move. At this moment, Fang Lei pushed through the crowd and walked up to Yang Wang. Stand up. What are you talking about? The patient looks like this. How can he stand up? The doctor scolded. Fang Lei didn't even look at the doctor. He just stared at Yang Wang. Yang Wang struggled for a moment, but was powerless. In the end, he lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and painfully said sorry. Let me do it. At this moment, Hei Ling spoke and was about to step forward. But Fang Lei shook his head. Hei Ling stopped in her tracks. She believed in Fang Lei 100%. She trusted that Fang Lei had his own plans for doing this. Fang Lei squatted down and then reached out his hand to the forehead of Yang Wang. Fang Lei repeated what he had said before. I want you to stand up. Are you crazy? The doctor shouted loudly. However, at this moment, Yang Wang slowly stood up. The people around noticed that the wounds on Yang Wang's body not only healed, but were also incredibly smooth. Not even a scar was left. The doctor's mouth dropped open, looking at the scene before him, utterly astonished. Fang Lei smiled at him. I have rarely come out, and have always been in direct contact with Wang Jiqing and Hei Ling. The common people and refugees hardly know my strength, so they have no idea what my abilities are. It's not surprising that it's their first time seeing such a thing and being so astonished. A light slowly appeared on Yang Wang, and then the light became more and more intense, to the point where, in the end, the light suddenly showed a crack. Fang Lei had just raised Yang Wang 2 levels. He went from level 7 to level 9. He was just one step away from the maximum level 10. His previous profession was Paladin. After leveling up, he became Paladin King, and after the second upgrade, he became Archangel. Fang Lei considered himself quite generous. He currently had a large number of points, and rewarding his subordinates with some levels was something he wouldn't be stingy about. However, this time he didn't directly upgrade Yang Wang to the maximum level, because he was a bit afraid, because level 9 was already Archangel, according to his system. If he leveled up again, Fang Lei would be a bit confused about his development direction. After all, there was a direction that he was not very comfortable with. Thank you very much, my lord. Yang Wang knelt before Fang Lei. Fang Lei looked at the upgraded Yang Wang. Now Yang Wang's body had begun to become somewhat ethereal. He had shed his physical form and was becoming a purely spiritual entity. He wore armor made of fine steel, with a shining sword at his waist, radiating cold light. And behind him were a pair of huge wings, white and incredibly pure. Fang Lei took one look, and his first impression was one of flawlessness. Fang Lei looked closely at Yang Wang and thought, yes, he doesn't look too great. If he were a bit more handsome, it would be even more fitting. I have seen your loyalty, and I am deeply moved. Today, I will reward you. This reward comes from your loyalty and your good performance in this task. You can choose any reward, as long as you speak, I will grant it. Fang Lei stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Yang Wang floating in the air. Fang Lei gave him the choice of wishes. Yang Wang bowed his head in contemplation, thinking for a long time. Then spoke, My lord, I want everyone in the combat team to level up by 1. Hearing this, Fang Lei's eyes twitched. I am indeed wealthy. But what wealthy person can withstand such a large expense? The combat team has 200 to 300 people. Leveling them all up is a huge amount of points. However, now that it has come to this, Fang Lei couldn't go back on his word. After all, he had made such a big statement. Fang Lei's gaze shifted. And then he spoke. Rewards can be given, but I will only reward those who were injured in battle, especially those who were severely injured. I will reward them with extra emphasis. Fang Lei said. Seeing a chair nearby, Fang Lei simply sat down. Doctor, what is your name? Fang Lei asked. My name is Yu Qi, the doctor replied. Okay, Yu Qi, you are responsible for diagnosing the injuries. Those who are not injured in battle will not receive any rewards. Fang Lei stated. Upon hearing this, the audience was in an uproar. The news quickly spread. Soon, the outside of the room was packed tightly. Inside the room, one severely injured patient after another was brought in. Outside the door, 2 beds were lined up waiting. 2 acquaintances saw each other and greeted one another. Buddy, what's wrong with you? Me? I've broken several ribs, and shattered bones have pierced my organs. TSK, not bad. I've got ruptured organs. You're worse off than me. You might level up twice. Hey, you're too kind. Don't you have a shard of shrapnel stuck in your head? Your injury is pretty bad too. Don't be modest. You should also be able to level up twice. The 2 chatted. However, at that moment, someone pushed their way in. The doctor pushed through the crowd, shouting, Get out of the way. Move. This one is not going to make it. Following that, a bed was pushed into the room where Fang Lei was. The 2 men saw this and exclaimed, Look at them. They're really lucky. They were blown to the brink of death. Yeah, you know. If our injuries were any worse, that would be great. The 2 people connected to the oxygen tubes struggled to chat. One of them coughed up blood while speaking, looking quite terrifying. Yet, both of them wore smiles on their faces. Chapter 90, The Cost. Fortunately, that monster didn't come our way. Luckily, we had some time. Otherwise, our territory would have been completely destroyed. Hu Tian looked at the giant mountain that had already moved far away and then sighed in relief. The zombie tide also seemed to have come to a halt. Zhao Jinqing also breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone can take turns to rest, but before that, we need to check the territory's fences to ensure they haven't been destroyed and confirm the survival of the population within the territory. Then everyone can rest, Zhao Jinqing said. Upon hearing this news, everyone sighed in relief. Indeed, you did very well in the face of this difficulty. The next reconnaissance task will be handed over to you. Zhao Jinqing patted Hu Tian on the shoulder and then spoke. Hu Tian cursed inwardly. Damn it. It looked like a praise and reward, but in reality, it meant he could rest first while Zhao Jinqing could observe for a while longer. Hu Tian yawned. He hadn't slept well for several nights. His body had mutated, allowing him to barely withstand it. Although he was very tired, he should be able to hold on for a while longer. Moreover, this reconnaissance was indeed very important. Although he was unhappy about Zhao Jinqing making him stay, he had no choice. Someone had to do the job. Swallowing his anger, he then gathered his spirits. In a sense, he was now inseparable from this group. Zhao Jinqing returned to the room, not taking off his shoes or changing his clothes, and just collapsed onto the bed. These past 2 days had really been tough for him. Fortunately, he had been lucky enough to find the armory recently and armed all the combat-capable soldiers in the area. Otherwise, this wave of zombies could have cost him his life. Zhao Jinqing pulled out the map and stared at it intently. Fang Lei, I wonder if you are still alive. The earthquake did not destroy you, but I fear that this gigantic monster will. He thought to himself, you only have a few small broken houses. Perhaps by the time I'm thinking this, you are already done for. However, to confirm that you are indeed dead, I cannot be too careless. Next, after everyone rests a bit, I will send out the army to destroy your territory. Heh, Zhao Jinqing, You are doomed. Zhao Junsheng's expression darkened as he thought this, then closed his eyes and fell asleep. Fang Lei awarded the injured individuals one by one. The more severe the injury, the more generous the reward Fang Lei gave. In fact, it was because those with higher levels were generally less injured. Yang Wang was an exception because he fought almost at the center of the explosion. He was severely injured. Coupled with secondary injuries, he ended up in a life-threatening situation. The belief that the more severe the injury, the greater the reward was a misconception. It was because those with lower levels had more injuries, and most of them were serious. Facing lower-level individuals, Fang Lei was generous because leveling up did not require excessive spending. Thank you, Master. Each of the treated individuals expressed their gratitude to Fang Lei. Yuqi had become numb to it all. Fang Lei seemed truly omnipotent. With just a wave of his hand, he easily resolved many seemingly incurable diseases. In even the direst situations, as long as there was still a breath of life, he could bring them back. If that's the case, then what do I need to be a doctor for? You are so omnipotent, why not just do it yourself? Yuqi looked at Fang Lei, momentarily unsure of what to say, his heart filled with mixed feelings. Fang Lei smiled. Upon checking Yuqi's loyalty, he found that he had already accumulated 20 points. It seemed that his actions had been quite effective. At least he had achieved his goal. Master, another person has arrived. At that moment, a shout came from outside. He looks like he won't make it. Master, please save him quickly. With the shout, a man was pushed in. Fang Lei looked at the man and found that his abdomen had been pierced by a sword. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Fang Lei noticed something odd. This sword looks a lot like my own sword. Could this guy have deliberately injured himself for the reward? Fang Lei checked the other person's level. Level 6. Not low. This should also be someone of captain level. Looking at the profession, a wind element magician? In an instant, Fang Lei had guessed the situation almost perfectly. This guy should have hurt himself, then come here to fool him. The wound was indeed very serious and required immediate treatment. He was at risk of severe bleeding at any moment. Yuqi conducted a simple examination and then spoke. Fang Lei couldn't help but chuckle. Is it really necessary? Just for a reward, you risked your life. However, in this situation, not saving him would also be difficult. After all, being level 6 was quite high. If he really died, it would still harm the strength of the territory. But if he saved him, wouldn't that mean he had been tricked by his cleverness? Wouldn't that make him look foolish? Fang Lei looked at the injured person, standing there hesitating. Taking a step forward was not an option. Sitting back down was also not an option. Quick, save him. What are you waiting for? If he doesn't get treatment, he probably won't last half an hour. Yuqi urged. Fang Lei smiled wryly. What are you urging for? This is a tough problem. I haven't thought of a solution yet. The current problem was that saving him was not an option, but not saving him was also not an option. Although he didn't lack points. He didn't want the other person to take advantage of him. If this set a bad precedent, future battle losses would likely increase exponentially. But if he didn't save him, he still couldn't bring himself to let go of such a valuable officer. Level 4. I definitely won't rescue if I say I won't, and I should establish rules for the territory properly, but this is level 6. Above level 5. One can be called a hero level. A level 6 dying is a significant loss for the territory. Healing a level 6 doesn't cost much. But if that level 6 dies, the loss on my part will be substantial. Just when Fang Lei was hesitating, suddenly a person rushed in from outside. Doctor Yu. The treatment is finished. The operating room is available. Upon hearing this voice, Fang Lei instantly became alert. Soon, he came up with a good idea. Dr. Yu, you can perform surgery, right? That's right. What's the matter? Then I'll leave it to you to treat him. Remember, no anesthetics are allowed during the process. Consider this the price for deceiving me. Fang Lei smiled, and then turned to leave. Chapter 91. Shift the conflict finally, it's over. After several days of calm, the zombies are finally gone. Zhao Junsheng was extremely happy. The previously overwhelming pressure relaxed instantly. After living a simple life for a few days, Zhao Junsheng came up with a bad idea again. Should he send a small team to ambush him? Zhao Junsheng thought silently. Soon, he dismissed this idea. No way. A small team won't work. It's too few people. If the other side still has some strength left, he might get bitten back. This time, if we go, it has to be a large force, using overwhelming advantages to destroy them. Fang Lei, you're finished this time. Remember how I escaped from the toilet like Liu Bang? Xiang Yu's biggest regret was letting Liu Bang go. Your biggest regret should be not capturing me that time. As long as I don't die, I'll become even stronger. Fang Lei, just wait. I will come to find you. I hope when you see me, You want to be too scared to speak. Zhao Jinqing clenched his fists, and then for some reason, he thought of shrimp. Ugh, damn Fang Lei. This time I'll let you taste shrimp. Let us go. We need to let Zhao Jinqing give a lecture. He has your own brother, of course. He is on your side. He is sitting in this position. He will maintain justice. Let him see who is wrong. A commotion came from outside Zhao Jinqing's door. Who is out there? Zhao Jinqing said loudly. Soon, a group of people walked in. Leading the two factions were his own brother and the manager of the construction team. Zhao Jinqing looked at these two with a look of animosity. His head throbbed. The former was his brother, and the latter was a high-ranking person in the territory. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhao Jinqing finally spoke. What is going on with you? Since they had come before him, he at least had to ask what had happened. He is occupying farmland. Zhao Jinqing pointed at the other person and spoke first. What is farmland? The construction area is insufficient. We need to first satisfy the area for construction before talking about planting, the man said, adjusting his white hard hat and putting his hands on his hips. Zhao Jinqing looked at the two of them and sighed deeply. This kind of nonsense again. Since the number of zombies decreased, conflicts in the territory had erupted. Such things had happened frequently. It was always various departments having conflicts, then coming to him for coordination. It was really hard. If not handled well, the territory might risk splitting. Today's mediation would be even more difficult because one of the people involved was his brother. It wouldn't do to wrong his brother, but he also couldn't be too lenient. His brother was now in charge of all the farmland, which gave him a certain amount of power. Therefore, wanting to consider both sides' feelings, this blood relationship became the biggest obstacle. Zhao Jinqing rubbed his temples. Suddenly, he stood up. What time is it? You're still here arguing. Zhao Jinqing reprimanded loudly. A good idea was born in his mind. What is wrong? The man with the construction hat was stunned for a moment after hearing Zhao Jinqing scolding, then asked in confusion. With the enemy about to attack, you are here, bickering over trivial matters. Zhao Jinqing said sternly. Zhao Yincheng was also shocked by his brother's words. Brother, what is wrong? Didn't the zombie tide just pass? Zhao Jinqing looked at the two who had fallen for his trick and then spoke. I sent Hu Etian out to scout before, and he found that there is a powerful force near our territory, and they have discovered us. They might attack at any time. As soon as Zhao Jinqing finished speaking, everyone's face showed shock. They had just escaped from the jaws of zombies and now faced the threat of another force. What? There is a force that can threaten us? The man in the white hat asked in surprise. Hu Etian's name was now quite loud in their territory. He had almost become a hero in everyone's eyes. Since Zhao Jinqing brought out Hu Etian's name, they more or less believed what he said. So even if they had some doubts, it was about whether that force was as strong as he described, not whether it actually existed or was a made-up lie. Zhao Jinqing faced the white hat's doubts and cleared his throat. To be honest, he felt a bit guilty. The report he received said that the other side was just a simple village. Their strength might not be as strong as theirs, but they posed a certain threat to them. Zhao Jinqing continued. His words were quite thought-provoking. He deliberately obscured the strength of the other side, merely stating that there was a certain threat. After all, being able to kill a few of them could also be considered a certain threat. Wasn't really lying? When will they attack? Should we notify the guard team? Zhao Yincheng panicked and immediately spoke. Zhao Jinqing stopped him. Don't rush. Next, I want to hold a meeting. We need to decide on the method of attack, who will attack, and who will stay behind. Zhao Jinqing said. The enemy's attack will take some time. We don't need to be anxious. We can discuss it and then send troops. Oh. Zhao Yincheng nodded and then fell silent. The man in the white hat also stared at Zhao Jinqing, quietly waiting for arrangements. Zhao Jinqing looked at the two who had calmed down, and he was really smiling inside. It's not scary to have internal conflicts. They can all be redirected outward. Attacking the small broken village where Fang Lei was located wouldn't cause any damage at all, so he would have time to research new systems and solve existing problems. Everything would be resolved smoothly, leading to the best outcome. The tactic of shifting conflicts outward was often used by many large countries with serious internal conflicts before the apocalypse. Zhao Jinqing had seen it many times in reports and had also seen news media criticize this phenomenon. Although it sounds unpleasant, it really works well. Two people who were originally about to fight instantly united against a common enemy. You go notify all the cadres. We need to hold a meeting to discuss the specific time and details of the expedition, Zhao Jinqing said to Zhao Yincheng. As for the trivial matters between you two, we don't have time to resolve them now. How about you both take a step back? Of course. Zhao Jinqing didn't forget to resolve the conflict between the two. No problem. I want to hold this against you for now. I will redesign the blueprints and it won't affect the farmland, the man in the white hat said. Zhao Yingqing readily agreed, and with a few words, the matter was put aside. Chapter 92. Explosion. Master, can I leave now? He Ling looked at Fang Lei with big eyes. All right, today's practice ends here. We'll continue tomorrow. Fang Lei nodded, and then He Ling quickly ran away. After He Ling left, Fang Lei sighed. What a powerful talent. What a fierce skill. Why doesn't she cherish it? If she had the skill for herself, she would definitely show off everywhere. The ability to control the lives of others at will. How powerful is that skill? Shaking his head, he decided not to think about it anymore. He Ling's progress has been quite rapid. She can now use the invigorating skill normally. Currently, she is practicing a skill called Life Armor. This Life Armor is also a group skill. Once used, it can encase everyone in armor, but of course, this armor consumes life points. Although He Ling has high health, if the army increases, she won't be able to handle it. After all, the consumption for an army is terrifying. Fortunately, Marin had approached him before, saying he had developed a potion that could restore life points. Fang Lei stood up. Speaking of which, he hadn't been to the lab for a while. Since Marin said there was such a potion, he decided to personally check it out to show its importance. After all, if He Ling's life points could be quickly restored, it would mean that life armor is a sustainable skill. This is no small matter, and it deserves his attention. He got up and strolled toward the laboratory. However, just as he reached the lab's entrance, a gust of air blew Fang Lei out. He transformed back into slime mid-air and landed softly. Once the commotion settled, Fang Lei looked back at the lab and suddenly noticed that the roof had been blown off, with thick black smoke inside. Goodness! Fang Lei was startled by the scene before him. Someone! Quickly, someone! Seeing that no one came out from inside for a long time, Fang Lei shouted loudly. Soon, many people gathered around. Master, what's wrong? Luan Jiqing asked. Save the people. First save the people, don't worry about me. Fang Lei pointed at the laboratory. Although he didn't know what had happened inside, the fact that no one had come out indicated that they must have been injured. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to stay safely in such thick smoke. Everyone displayed their prowess. First, a man in midair waved his hand lightly, dispersing the thick smoke. Then Yang Wang and Luan Jiqing rushed in, each bringing out 2 people, and then turned to continue rescuing others. At this moment, He Ling also descended from the air. Seeing the injured, without needing Fang Lei to say much, she immediately began to heal. Fang Lei was quite happy to see everyone performing their roles. He looked at the man in midair. He remembered that the man was a member of the battle group, who had previously been leveled up by him, and now seemed to be at level 8. Fang Lei checked his list and remembered his name, Song Jianhua. His profession was quite strange, called Wind Spirit. Fang Lei was curious about what his name would be once he reached the maximum level. With everyone's cooperation, they quickly rescued everyone. Although the rescue was timely, 2 apprentices still passed away. Fang Lei looked at the pitch-black Marin and guessed that he was the culprit. What is this old man doing? At his age, why is he still researching such dangerous things? Speaking of which, if he can produce such effects from researching beneficial supplements, then if he studies poisons or explosives, the risks for his research team would naturally be even greater. No wonder his whole family is gone. What he does is too dangerous. Although Fang Lei didn't feel heartbroken about the deaths of the 2 apprentices, they were still his subordinates. If Marin didn't give him a reasonable explanation, he wouldn't let it go. Under He Ling's assistance, Marin slowly regained consciousness. Fang Lei walked up to him and stared at him. Master, why are you here? Marin rubbed his head, clearly dazed from the explosion. What were you researching that caused such a big commotion? Fang Lei asked. Is it that potion that can restore life points? That potion is quite simple. There's no difficulty in the research. As long as the raw materials are good enough, it can have a pretty good effect, Marin said as he rubbed his face. Briefly recovering his spirits, then stood up to explain his thoughts to Fang Lei. I wanted to create a special potion that can protect lives. Even when life is hanging by a thread, drinking this potion will put you into a state of false death, minimizing bodily consumption. Hearing this, Fang Lei's eyes lit up. Isn't this exactly what he currently lacks? Many members of the battle group have also approached me, asking if I could research this potion. I believe this potion will have a significant effect on the territory, so I agreed. I already have a rough idea in my mind. But there are 2 types of potions that are too volatile. When they come into contact, they explode. Although I consciously kept the 2 substances separate. The apprentices didn't listen to me, Marin explained. Fang Lei finally understood what had likely happened. He sighed deeply. So you're saying this explosion was caused by the apprentices? Fang Lei asked. Exactly. A drop of potion fell on the table. and I was about to find something to clean it up when one of the apprentices curiously added another herb, which triggered the explosion. I was close enough to stop them, but it was too late, Marin sighed. Fang Lei looked at the people lying outside. No wonder the two deceased apprentices were as black as Marin, while the others were much better off. This laboratory can no longer be used. The smoke is toxic. Marin said, "We'll clean up the lab later, so I'll need you to provide me with a new laboratory." After hearing this, Fang Lei was taken aback. Goodness. It's toxic too. Fang Lei's lips moved as if he wanted to say something more, but in the end, he kept quiet. Although he wanted to scold them a bit. They were all researching for the lives of the Territory's soldiers. Research inevitably comes with some accidents. Is the potion for restoring life points still available? Fang Lei asked. It's still there. The successfully developed potions are stored in the underground warehouse, Marin replied. Chapter 93, Attack. Fang Lei breathed a sigh of relief. All right. As long as the potions are still there, at least it means there wasn't too much loss. Be sure to be more careful in future experiments, Fang Lei advised. Looking at the two individuals, he thought they deserved it. This outcome was self-inflicted. Why play with something so dangerous? But then again, what exactly is this substance that can cause such a strong chemical reaction just from 2 drops of liquid colliding? If this were used to develop bombs or something. Wouldn't his territory have a lot of large weapons? Forget it. I doubt he would agree, Fang Lei thought, as they had already made prior arrangements. He sighed and turned to leave. This matter would be set aside for now and discussed later. Fang Lei turned and left, wrapping his coat tighter. He could clearly feel that the weather had been getting colder recently. However, within the territory, they had already managed to ensure that everyone had at least one coat. You have made a promise to yourself about having 2 sets of clothing, and there is still a distance to go. But I believe that in another month or half a month, it will be achievable. In fact, Luan Jiqing had also reflected on the issue of one person having 2 sets of cotton clothes. Cotton clothes are durable. If they get damaged, they can be repaired with just a needle and thread. 1 set per person is enough, so why have 2 sets? Fang Lei and Luan Jiqing have different views on this. 1 set of cotton clothes represents barely having enough to eat and wear. Everything is very strained. He does not want his people to live in such a state. 2 sets of cotton clothes, although there is only a difference of 1 set, represent a sense of abundance. 1 set means life is just barely manageable, while 2 sets mean life is prosperous. Those cotton fibers have no other use. It would be better to make them into clothes. Suddenly, a series of bell chimes rang out. After 3 consecutive chimes, Fang Lei realized that the battle group had returned. Last time, when the battle group came back, they brought back a large bell from the temple. Fang Lei saw that the bell was not very useful, just hanging there. So he asked Luan Jiqing to build a bell tower for the agricultural park to display it. Normally, when the battle group returns, they ring the bell 3 times. If the bell continues to ring, it indicates a crisis in the territory, and all civilians should rush to the shelters for safety. Now, after the bell rang 3 times, there was no further sound. This means the battle group has returned. Fang Lei, having nothing to do, just finished eating, decided to take a stroll over to the battle group to see if they brought back anything good. He casually walked to the warehouse. The miscellaneous warehouse mainly stores some spoils of war. Every time the battle group returns, they unload their items here. Back? Fang Lei asked, walking forward with his hands behind his back. Yes, master. Everyone knelt down upon seeing Fang Lei. A tall man stepped forward. His name is Tang Hu, the vice captain of the battle group. Previously, when Yang Wang did not go out with them, Tang Hu went instead. The battle group has grown in size, so Yang Wang's position cannot be too significant. With Luan Jiqing's help, Fang Lei elected many officials. Fang Lei usually selects officials based on their skills. Notably, Tang Hu has a very good skill called intimidation. He can intimidate anyone of a lower level than himself, if the level difference is 2 or more. Activating his skill is essentially a crushing victory, allowing him to win without a fight, even against someone of equal rank. Their combat effectiveness is reduced by at least 30%. Because of his skill, Fang Lei promoted him to level 9, the same level as Yang Wang. I'm just here to take a look, Fang Lei said as he walked forward. What did you bring back this time? This time, we didn't gain much. We picked up some items, but the rest are buried under the ruins and need to be dug out thoroughly, Tang Hu replied. Fang Lei noticed a flute strapped to Tang Hu's back and pointed at it, asking, "Do you know what that is?" "Oh, this? I picked it up." "I'm not sure what it's for," Tang Hu said. "This is a flute. It can be used to play music," Fang Lei explained as he took the flute. "Oh, I see. Master, you really know everything. Unlike us rough folks, we only recognize tools for killing. Tang Hu chuckled awkwardly. Fang Lei sighed helplessly. He could tell that the other party was trying to flatter him, but this flattery felt a bit forced. With a long sigh, Fang Lei couldn't help but think of Wang Jiqing. Wang Jiqing is great. Everything he says is so pleasant. Unfortunately, he is busy now and can't be by my side every day. If there are no gains, what about the herbs? Fang Lei looked at some scattered items in the back of the truck and asked. It is crucial to develop key potions now. There can be no mistakes with the raw materials. The person responsible for the herbs hasn't returned yet, Tang Hu answered. The nearby herbs are becoming scarcer. Although some occasionally pop up, the recent demand has surged, and they have to go farther than we do. Oh, that is really hard on them. Running so far in this cold winter, Fang Lei said. It's what they should do. After all, it's for the territory, Tang Hu said, feeling flattered. Fang Lei nodded, feeling somewhat bored, then turned to leave. He arrived at the area where he previously raised ducks. Some fruit trees were planted here. Fang Lei used the plastic sheets he found earlier to create a greenhouse. The fruit trees inside are growing well, and the fruits are colorful and look delicious. Stepping into the greenhouse, a burst of fruity fragrance wafted in. Fang Lei took a deep breath, unable to resist the intoxicating aroma. Now is not the time. Wait a bit longer. Soon, these fresh fruits will be on the tables of the people. Master, I'm back. A gust of wind swept in from the horizon. Wang Jiqing stood before Fang Lei and spoke. Fang Lei nodded. Thank you for your hard work. How was it? It seems something has indeed happened in the north. The survival strongholds in the northern cities no longer need walls. All the zombies have disappeared, and they are all moving south, Wang Jiqing said. Fang Lei was surprised. There are no zombies left in the north? Yes, and a massive number of zombies are on the way. They will pass through our territory in a few days. Wang Jiqing replied. Chapter 94, Preparation Comrades. Let us set off. Zhao Jincheng shouted loudly. Then, the gate opened. 4,000 people with handheld weapons walked out. Why are there no vehicles? No vehicles? Are we supposed to walk there? Bring out the vehicles. It's going to be exhausting to walk. After stepping out, everyone protested upon realizing there were no vehicles. Everyone, please calm down. Zhao Jincheng hurriedly tried to maintain order, but everyone was talking at once, and no one could hear him clearly. Zhao Jincheng worked hard to get everyone to quiet down. The previous meeting has already decided. Let Hui Tian lead everyone to clear the obstacles. The other 2,000 will stay back in the territory. Coincidentally, just before departure, Zhao Jincheng discovered a cave that could accommodate many people. Therefore, this group almost took all the young laborers and nearly all the firearms. Zhao Jincheng looked at the crowd, feeling a headache. Managing so many people is too difficult. With so many people, it was impossible to hear what he was saying. Everyone, this time there are no vehicles. And the journey is expected to take 4 hours. Let us set off early today and come back later. The fuel for the vehicles is limited and should be used for more important matters. I'm sorry, but I can't provide for everyone. Please be quiet and listen to me, okay? Zhao Jincheng shouted hoarsely. His task this time was to stay behind. Originally, he wanted to lead the troops into battle. But almost everyone vetoed his idea. Now he is the leader of the territory, and such matters do not require him to take personal action. Others will handle these issues naturally, so he doesn't need to get involved. He must observe the overall situation. Of course, that's what he said openly. But in reality, the members of the council had their own agendas, though Zhao Jincheng did not know the specifics. He knew that those people might have their own thoughts. Yet he still agreed. Although it is a bit regrettable that he cannot personally destroy Fang Lei's territory. However, the army he sent to destroy his territory did a good job. Did everyone understand? Follow the formation we practiced earlier, squad leader, keep an eye on the others. Zhao Jincheng shouted earnestly, but he realized that no one was listening to him, and no one was paying attention. In fact, some had already begun their expedition and were walking towards the outer forest. Coincidentally, the microphone in Zhao Jincheng's hand broke. Zhao Jincheng sighed. Forget it. He originally wanted to do a pre-battle mobilization to inspire everyone, but now it seemed unnecessary. Let us just go. I won't bother. Anyway, someone is leading them. 4,000 people left the territory in a grand procession, heading towards Fang Lei's territory to attack. Is what you said true? Is there going to be a huge wave of zombies coming? Fang Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes, Wang Jiqing said, lowering his head. How many enemies are there? What level are they? What kind of strength do they have? Fang Lei asked in rapid succession. I can't see their levels. But the zombies I saw were like mountains. As for the numbers, many, very scattered. Perhaps some will impact the territory. I estimate there will be about 5 to 10 of them, Wan Jiqing replied. Hearing this, Fang Lei was immediately frightened. Ever since the territory was successfully established, he had not faced much pressure. But hearing that there might be 5 to 10 mountains coming into his territory made Fang Lei feel overwhelmed. This had never happened before. Master, we should take measures quickly, Wan Jiqing urged Fang Lei. Fang Lei nodded. Clearly, he also understood the seriousness of the situation. If this wasn't handled, the territory would be destroyed. What was the name of that flying one? Ah, right, Song Jianhua. Fang Lei slapped his forehead, then remembered that level 8 subordinate. What do you mean? Wan Jiqing bent slightly. He can fly, he can scout from the air. Call him to the Lord's Manor now. Fang Lei turned and entered the Lord's Manor. Wan Jiqing received the order and then spread his wings and flew away. Fang Lei sat quietly in the villa, looking ahead. There were chairs in front, but Fang Lei wasn't looking at them. He was deep in thought, contemplating strategies. Master, did you call me? At that moment, Song Jianhua and Wan Jiqing walked in together. Yes, I did call you. I have a challenging task to assign to you, Fang Lei said. What task? Song Jianhua was a bit excited. This was the first time Fang Lei had called him in private to assign him something. He couldn't contain his desire to show off. As long as you say it, Song Jianhua, will definitely complete it, he said, patting his chest. I want you to scout the situation of that group of zombies to the north. Report back to me every day. If I'm not here, just tell Wan Jiqing. Fang Lei instructed, then suddenly remembered something. Right, Wan Jiqing, for the next few days, stop all your work and stay by my side to fully respond to the crisis. Yes, Master, your decision is undoubtedly wise, Wan Jiqing said, bowing his head. Zombies? What zombies? Our defense forces haven't seen more than 10 zombies for several days. Song Jianhua said. Fang Lei gave Wan Jiqing a look. Wan Jiqing then began to explain to Song Jianhua, piece by piece, what he had seen and heard. At first, Song Jianhua was still confused, but as he listened, his eyes widened, and he even broke out in a cold sweat. Well, that many? Song Jianhua exclaimed, his mouth agape. Our task for you is to carefully check their numbers and see if they might come into our territory, Fang Lei said. Yes, I understand. Leave this matter to me, and I will definitely handle it. After saying that, Song Jianhua left. How long do you think we have? There was a moment of silence in the room. Then Fang Lei spoke. At most, 3 days. 2 days is also possible, Wan Jiqing replied after thinking for a moment. In fact, when they are close, we will be able to hear their heavy footsteps. All right, tonight, we rest as usual, but you need to spread the news. Make sure everyone knows about this. Fang Lei began to arrange countermeasures. Also, send all those livestock to the refuge space and start planting crops there. A cold glint flashed in Fang Lei's eyes. Those areas were originally strategic reserve pastures, and now they would come in handy. Chapter 95. Internal troubles that night. Fang Lei couldn't sleep. After a night of urgent arrangements, by the next evening, all strategic areas were set up with defensive plants. Due to the commonality of the chive shooters, Fang Lei not only planted them inside the houses, but also in every place within the territory where they could be planted. In the first and second rings, Fang Lei even planned to plant chive shooters throughout the entire territory. For a time, the entire territory was filled with the smell of chives. Fang Lei proceeded to upgrade the chives, raising all of them to level 3. Level 3 could not be considered too high, but the quantity was overwhelming. Over 200 acres of land were all filled with chive shooters, which was a terrifying number. Master, you should rest now. After working until morning, Wan Jiqing could no longer bear to see it and came over to advise Fang Lei. If you keep this up, you'll wear yourself out. Fang Lei remained silent. I want the territory to get through this crisis, Fang Lei sighed. Furrowing his brows and closing his eyes, Fang Lei took a deep breath. Master, you should rest first. Let me handle the small matters, Wan Jiqing said. Fang Lei shook his head. Small matters? There are no small matters here. Every citizen is my responsibility. 5 mountains are already beyond what can be handled, let alone 10. Each mountain has the power to destroy us. Fang Lei briefly calculated a math problem. If there would be 5 mountains entering Fang Lei's territory, what should be done then? First, Wan Jiqing could deal with 1. He had area attacks and could manipulate land and fire. Then there were his cabbage cannons. He had 2, which meant he could deal with 2. So far, that made 3. If the chive shooters teamed up with Yang Wang's combat group, with their combined efforts, they could probably take down 1. Fang Lei calculated again and found that the cards he had in hand would only be enough to kill 4. How to block the 5th? With what to block it? Fang Lei sighed. There was no way to solve it. He had worked hard to establish such a large territory. Now, the people were prosperous, everyone had food. There was no wealth gap and no discrimination. The strong formed teams to resist enemies for the weak. Everything here, in the eyes of many, was a dreamland. Fang Lei absolutely could not allow it to be destroyed. Damn, why am I so weak? Why can't I have more strength? I'm only level 3, and yet there are level 3 chive shooters all over the territory. Fang Lei couldn't stop sighing. Picking up a cup of water, he wanted to take a sip, only to find that the tea was already gone. Master, you should take a break. You look too exhausted, He Ling also said. At this moment, Fang Lei had dark circles under his eyes and could hardly speak without yawning. Everyone was very worried. Rest? Not yet. Fang Lei waved his hand. Where's Yang Wang? Call Yang Wang and Tang Hu over. I have important matters to discuss with them, Fang Lei said. He Ling stood by, wanting to say something, but at that moment, footsteps were heard. Clearly, it was Yang Wang and Tang Hu whom Fang Lei had called, and they walked in. Yang Wang saw Luan Jiqing and shot him a hostile glance, snorting coldly. Luan Jiqing was not in a good mood either. Upon seeing Yang Wang, he rolled his eyes. Luan Jiqing looked down on the other party entirely. Whether in actions or daily exchanges, he found him exceedingly annoying. Yang Wang felt the same way. He equally disliked Luan Jiqing. After seeing Fang Lei, he knelt down on the ground. Fang Lei glanced at the two of them. Luan Jiqing. You kneel down next to Yang Wang, Fang Lei said, forcing himself to stay composed. Luan Jiqing, though unsure why, still obeyed Fang Lei's command and knelt down obediently. You too, kneel properly. Fang Lei glared with blood-red eyes at the two of them. I know one of you is an angel and the other a demon. One will stop at nothing for his goals, while the other acts for justice. You are simply two extremes, completely opposite types of people. I can understand why you don't get along, and often I don't intervene in your disputes. Most of the time, I choose to watch from the sidelines. But now, it's different. The territory is in crisis, and there's no room for your quarrels. In the coming time, I do not wish to see any more news of your discord. If you want to fight, fine, but do it later. Right now, the territory cannot afford that. Fang Lei slammed the table, his voice echoing in the room for a long time. Go, make some tea. Fang Lei's throat was dry, and he gave He Ling a look. He Ling nodded and turned to make tea. She picked up Fang Lei's cup and secretly added a white powder into it. You two, reconcile in front of me. Swear together that all disputes will be set aside for the safety of the territory, and you must not let your fighting lead to the destruction of the territory. Fang Lei said loudly. Fang Lei's concerns were not unfounded. In times of peace, occasional conflict is normal, and he often had no mood to mediate. But now it was different. If the two of them started fighting and sabotaging each other, the territory would likely be doomed. The nation cannot have divided loyalties. Once the highest leader sets a goal, there cannot be other voices. Only then can the nation unite. This is also how it can defeat seemingly unconquerable enemies. Fang Lei sighed deeply, feeling the weight of the mountains pressing down on him. Yes, Luan Jiqing and Yang Wang both lowered their heads. The two then shook hands. From now on, please take care of each other and work together for the territory. All right, for the territory, I am willing to cooperate with you. Making sure the people of the territory live good lives is my lifelong pursuit, Yang Wang and Luan Jiqing said, smiling at each other as they shook hands. In Fang Lei's eyes, their smile seemed quite fake. But it didn't matter. As long as they reconciled for the time being, that was enough. Now, everyone needed to focus on how to resolve the issues at hand. Fang Lei checked the time. There wasn't much left, according to the report from Song Jianhua. They had about 12 hours left. Suddenly, a figure flashed past the door, who just passed by outside. It looked a bit like Marin. What is he doing here? Could it be that he has some new potion? Fang Lei thought to himself. He had been regularly drinking the previous potions that could accumulate energy, but their effects were diminishing. At first, they could slightly increase his experience, but now, no matter how much he drank, it wouldn't enhance his experience at all. He still needed half of the experience to level up. This was just right. He could upgrade before facing danger. Perhaps he would barely manage to get through this upgrade. Master, the tea is ready, He Ling said as she walked over with a cup. Fang Lei nodded. Just put it here. I think I just saw Marin. Fang Lei got up, intending to go after him, but He Ling stopped him. Master, please drink the tea first, then we can talk about other matters, He Ling said. Fang Lei thought she was right. Being anxious wasn't wrong, but there should be time to drink a cup of water, especially since he was extremely thirsty. He picked up the cup and drank it all in one go. Just as he stood up to pursue Marin, a sudden wave of dizziness hit him. What the hell is going on? Fang Lei held his head, feeling the world spin, struggling to keep his balance. Soon he fell. He Ling rushed forward and caught him. What is happening? Why am I so dizzy? My head. Fang Lei tried to open his eyes, but found he couldn't stop his eyelids from closing. He struggled to say something, but his breathing had already calmed down. His lips moved, but no words came out. He didn't even have the strength to speak. He raised his hand, but it only moved slightly. Then, Fang Lei heard the sound of his own snoring. After his body succumbed, his consciousness followed. Fang Lei's thoughts began to slow down. Eventually, he simply stopped thinking altogether. With a break in consciousness, he fell directly into a deep sleep. Wow, this is so useful, Hailing exclaimed, holding the now slime-like Fang Lei excitedly. Of course, this drowsy herb has a very strong effect, not to mention normal people. Even the strongest magical beasts would fall for it. At that moment, Marin walked in from outside. Marin stroked his white beard and chuckled. Good job, Marin. You handled this matter well, Wang Jiqing said as he stood up. However, you shouldn't have passed by the door just now. If it weren't for Hailing's quick reflexes, you would have been discovered, and we would have been exposed. Wang Jiqing added. Hee, who made me so clever? Hailing scratched her head, grinning without a hint of embarrassment. However, at that moment, Yang Wang stood up, looking furious. You guys, how dare you poison the master? Yang Wang said as he drew his sword. His wings spread behind him, and a holy light filled the entire room. Wang Jiqing, seeing this, showed no fear. He raised his head, and a dark red flame surged from his body, blocking part of the holy light. In an instant, the room was divided into two extremes. One side was radiant, while the other was pitch black and dark red. It's just a sleeping potion. It won't harm the master's body, Wang Jiqing said. But Yang Wang was still relentless. What exactly do you want? You treacherous guy, are you plotting a rebellion? Do you want to say that with the master asleep, the entire territory will be under your control? Yang Wang's brows furrowed, and the long sword in his hand radiated a rainbow of light. One glance was enough to feel the terror of that sword. Meanwhile, Wang Jiqing was equally unyielding. His neat attire was torn apart, revealing his demonic body, dark red flesh with cracks, through which golden lava could be seen swirling. If you two are going to fight, take it outside, Hailing said, looking at them, and then sighing. The two exchanged glances, but soon both sheathed their weapons. I also know that you are doing it for the Lord's sake, but I can't accept this method. Yang Wang shook his head and said, he won't go back to sleep without taking the drug. I know our Lord too well. He is a persistent perfectionist. Once he decides on something, he will definitely do it, especially if it's something he cares about, making it hard for him to sleep. Wang Jiqing smiled and then reached out his hand to him. Can't you try harder to persuade him? Yang Wang said. It's no use. He's too stubborn. The arrangement is already complete, and there's no need for the master to insist any longer. When the great mountain comes, we can call him then. Let's let him rest for now. He hasn't closed his eyes in days, Wang Jiqing said. Yang Wang sighed. I really can't stand you. Although he said that, Yang Wang still extended his hand and shook hands with Wang Jiqing. This handshake clearly had more significance than the previous one. This time, it truly represented their resolution to turn hostility into harmony. The two had genuinely reconciled, not just going through the motions like before. By the way, why did the master call us over? Tang Hu, kneeling to the side, looked confused. Once they entered, it had nothing to do with him at all. The whole time, they were talking about Wang Jiqing and Yang Wang. The master's intention is to have you learn and practice a formation, this one. As he spoke, Wang Jiqing walked over to the table and took out a blueprint. Yang Wang looked at the blueprint and was quite amazed. What is this blueprint? Yang Wang raised his voice. A method specifically to counter the Great Mountain's attacks? That's right, Wang Jiqing nodded. Look here, there are specific annotations. This combat method was worked out by Lord Fang Lei after a whole night. When you train, take our territory's guard team with you. Each of you can lead a squad. This way, we can take down 2 great mountains. Even if we can't kill them, we can at least hold them off for a while. Wang Jiqing pointed at the blueprint and explained. Yang Wang nodded, listening seriously and frequently agreeing. Our main approach is to use ranged attacks, and the defense of the guard troops should be at a certain distance. When the great mountain turns into a giant, then we can launch close-range attacks, first chopping off its feet, and then gradually wearing down those zombies. The positioning of the troops should resemble a pocket, with the bottom of the pocket requiring the ranged soldiers to have mobility. In critical moments, if they can't win, they must be able to run. Moreover, the task of chopping down the zombies mainly falls on the 2 of you, so pay attention to that. The battlefield is outside the territory. Do you understand? Chapter 97 Comparison. Don't worry, leave it to me. I won't make any mistakes, Yang Wang said confidently. Good. Wang Jiqing looked at his confidence and nodded slightly. Then I look forward to your performance. Don't let me down. After saying this, Wang Jiqing squinted, seemingly deep in thought, and said, I will single-handedly challenge a great mountain. You should watch closely. I hope you may not match me, but still put in the effort. With that one sentence, the atmosphere instantly became tense. I can't match you? Are you kidding? How could I not match you? Yang Wang's eyebrows shot up, and his voice rose. Let the facts speak for themselves. Wang Jiqing smiled and said, I hope to see your heroic demeanor in battle. Don't be so arrogant. I'm already a level 9 hero. I can take on 2 by myself, Yang Wang emphasized. Waiting for Wang Jiqing's response. I don't understand what you're trying to express. Wang Jiqing shrugged. After all, I don't quite understand the feeling of being level 9. Because I'm level 10. Is that so? I'm going to surprise you next. I want my banner to be in the first position. My new skills will debut in this battle, and I want everyone to be amazed. Yang Wang gritted his teeth and said. However, Wang Jiqing had no intention of holding back at this moment and provocatively said, even if you hang in the first position, you are still beneath me. After all, the banner closest to the master is mine. With that, Wang Jiqing turned and left. Yang Wang stood there, trembling with anger. Tang Hu saw this and asked, Old Yang, what's wrong? I'm really trying hard to get along with that guy, but it seems we can't become friends. He has too much. It makes me want to beat him up. After this battle, you guys should go to the north. It's spacious there, and you can both let loose. Tang Hu didn't try to dissuade him. Instead, he encouraged him, quickly settling on the location. Yang Wang nodded deeply. Yes, I will. Although I'm 1 level lower than him. I may not necessarily lose to him. Right. You must teach him a lesson. If you beat him, the left position might be yours since it's still empty. Although Lord Heiling said he was the master's secretary, it seems he doesn't want that position. Tang Hu said, Old Tang, help me. If I get that position, I will help you fight for the first position, Yang Wang said. Tang Hu scratched his head. That's not what I meant, but your affairs are my affairs. I will definitely help. Good. Yang Wang took a deep breath, then raised his head and clenched his fists. At this moment, on the top floor, Fang Lei's bedroom. Heiling tucked Fang Lei into the blanket. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder from behind. Heiling was startled. Sure, be quiet. Don't wake the master. Wang Jiqing was behind him at this moment. What are you doing here? Heiling looked at Wang Jiqing and said, The attic is not a place anyone can enter. All along, only 2 people have had this honor. Besides Fang Lei, it was only Heiling and Wang Jiqing. These 2 were Fang Lei's earliest summoned subordinates. I have something to discuss with you, Heiling said. Be careful not to wake the master, who just fell asleep. No worries. The master is sleeping soundly and won't wake up. I have something I need to say in front of you and the master, Wang Jiqing said, adjusting his expression. What is it that must be said in front of the master? Heiling asked in confusion. For this battle, I hope you stay by the master's side and protect him well. No matter what, even if we all die, you must not let the master go to the battlefield. Can you do that? The master is so weak, he shouldn't rush into battle, right? Heiling glanced at Fang Lei in his slime form and said, Generally speaking, he indeed wouldn't. But what if he sees his subjects being killed and wounded, or if I or other close subordinates die in battle? Wang Jiqing said. Upon hearing this, Heiling immediately fell silent. Then he would probably go red-eyed and rush into battle to fight the zombies. Heiling speculated, then spoke. So, I hope you swear that even if you have to use force, you must not let the master step onto the battlefield. You must protect his safety at all costs. Wang Jiqing stared at Heiling, serious and earnest. Is there really such a great risk this time? Heiling couldn't understand. With you here, we shouldn't be able to attack. But we can at least defend, right? I have seen them with my own eyes, and I feel that this time I might not come back. It's not about level, but about numbers. Too many ants can take down an elephant. Saying this, Wang Jiqing took out a letter and placed it in Heiling's hand. This is my will. If I don't return, help me deliver it to the master. Wang Jiqing said. Ah, what a pity, my skills don't work on zombies. Those already dead beings, otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Heiling frowned and said, I understand. I swear by my loyalty that I will definitely protect the master and absolutely not let the master join the battlefield. Heiling placed his hand over his heart and looked at Fang Lei. Good, then I can rest assured. Wang Jiqing nodded and then turned to leave. You don't need to worry about the battles that follow. Just stay here and watch over the master. If things go south, I will give you a signal. And then you leave quickly. Heiling looked grim and nodded solemnly. Wang Jiqing sighed and then walked out. When he reached downstairs, he suddenly found that Bai Ling was missing from the small room below and wondered where she had gone. I need to find her for something, and now she's gone. Wang Jiqing frowned and said, He spread his wings and flew into the sky. Originally, he planned to look for Bai Ling in the kitchen. However, he suddenly saw a commotion outside the fourth ring. Seeing the disturbance, he flew over. After all, finding Bai Ling wasn't urgent. He landed on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Fang Lei looked at the crowd next to the house. Why aren't you all going to the evacuation point? Why are you still here? It won't be long before war breaks out, and staying here could cost you your lives. A couple was holding a pair of twin girls, and the mother opened her cotton coat to place her daughters inside. Sir, my daughter's cotton coat is still inside the house. Then hurry and get it, Luan Ziqing said matter-of-factly. But the person distributing the coats said we can only take 2 per person, no more. He was very fierce, the hesitant man said, fear evident in his expression. No matter who is distributing them, demanded. Just say I said so. Let us see if they dare refuse, Luan Ziqing said firmly. The family quickly nodded upon hearing Luan Ziqing's words, and then turned to leave. Luan Ziqing slowly walked to the door. Bai Ling, are you in there? There was no response from inside the house. Wah wah wah. Luan Ziqing reached out, intending to knock on the door, but was met with a sudden burst of loud cries. Luan Ziqing was taken aback. I need to find you, he continued. Wah wah wah. Wah wah wah. The cries inside intensified. Luan Ziqing spread his hands, realizing there was no way to communicate like this. Well, I'll leave first. I don't know what you're doing, but come find me when you're done, Luan Ziqing said, then turned to leave. Although he had matters to discuss with her, it wasn't urgent. Bai Ling seemed very anxious, and there was no need for him to be unreasonable. Luan Ziqing turned and left to continue with his next tasks. Next, he needed to check the progress of plant cultivation, the repairs of the city walls, the transportation of attack weapons for the plants, and observe the joint drills of the combat and defense teams. Luan Ziqing spread his wings, but just then, someone suddenly fell down. What happened to you? Luan Ziqing instantly recognized the injured person as Song Jianhua. Luan Ziqing was genuinely shocked. After all, Song Jianhua was not a low-level figure. He was a solid 8th-level hero. How could he be injured? It's a minor injury. I can hold on, Song Jianhua gasped, leaning against Luan Ziqing. Luan Ziqing held him and looked down at his hands, realizing they were covered in blood. He had been injured from the back. In an instant, Luan Ziqing's mind raced with possibilities stemming from the wound. Quick, take me to see the master. Song Jianhua pressed his hand against his wound and said, Wait a moment. Luan Ziqing landed and carefully examined Song Jianhua's injury. There were 2 deep wounds on his back, and some even reached the bone. Looking at the front, he found that Song Jianhua's stomach had been split open, with signs of internal organs protruding. Although a faint green light was attempting to heal the wounds, a red flame was also burning, continuously causing the wounds to bleed and torturing Song Jianhua. At this moment, Song Jianhua's complexion was pale. Although he claimed it was a minor injury, Luan Ziqing knew it was anything but. If the wounds didn't heal quickly, he could lose his life over time. Luan Ziqing reached out to extinguish the flames, but when he touched them, they felt hot to him. What is going on? Luan Ziqing's eyes widened. This was the first time he encountered a force that resisted his will in relation to flames. Resolute, Luan Ziqing extended his hand, releasing a stream of fire from it. He burned the entire area of Song Jianhua's wound with his own flames, extinguishing the unquenchable fire. The process was inevitably painful. Song Jianhua fainted midway. After burning it all, the green light began to restore the wounds. Seeing this, Luan Ziqing breathed a sigh of relief. You rest for a moment, I'll go find Hei Ling, Luan Ziqing said, then took off into the sky. Before long, he returned, carrying Hei Ling under his arm. It hurts. Can't you be gentler? Even if you won't hold me, can't you at least carry me on your back? Hei Ling complained. Being carried while flying was truly uncomfortable. But Luan Ziqing preferred it this way. Hurry, transfer the life force. Luan Ziqing ignored Hei Ling's complaints and urged. Upon seeing the pale Song Jianhua, Hei Ling understood the seriousness of the situation and immediately began to heal without further ado. After restoring Song Jianhua's life force, Hei Ling's condition was somewhat depleted. Drink a potion, Luan Ziqing instructed Hei Ling. But aren't those potions supposed to be used during battles? There are plenty of potions, and a horde of zombies could come at any moment. So you need to stay at full capacity, Luan Ziqing replied. Oh. Hei Ling complied, and took out a potion from the space provided by the ring Fang Lei had given him, drinking it down. After drinking the potion, Hei Ling felt much better. Just then, Song Jianhua woke up. He looked at Luan Ziqing and immediately got up. Quick, take me to see the master. The master has tea rested for several days and is currently resting. If you have something to say, you can tell me the same, Luan Ziqing said. Song Jianhua glanced at Luan Ziqing and then nodded without hesitation. I was attacked by a few flying humans, or rather, they can't be considered human. What exactly are they? Wang Jiqing asked. To be precise, they should be quite similar to your kind, Song Jianhua replied. Wang Jiqing paused, stunned. Similar to me? Are you sure? You mean the similarity is in the race? Wang Jiqing asked. Yes, it's about the race and the feeling. They are very similar. But they are still somewhat inferior to you, Song Jianhua said. I was attacked by those beings. You're being too vague. Describe it more clearly. Starting from the beginning of the incident, Wang Jiqing said, knowing that Song Jianhua was probably anxious and a bit incoherent, so he began to guide him step by step. It was like this. At first, I was monitoring normally, and those mountains were moving south, but suddenly, one of the mountains cracked open, and a winged creature soared into the sky, then cut open my abdomen. I wanted to retaliate immediately, but at that moment, a mountain cracked open. Another one flew out and injured my back.